This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Emergency Announcement. Emergency Announcement. This is the Ministry of National Defense's announcement time. Everyone, please stay home. All industries are now closed. Schools are closed. Everyone go home. Attention! Attention! A strange human has appeared on Changjiang Road in City Z. It has pale skin and gray pupils, and bites anyone it sees. Experts initially estimate it's most likely a human mutated into a zombie through a virus. On the big screens outside the mall, on the news, in the announcements. The news was overwhelming. People on the streets were panicking and running home. Antisocial people were out with sticks, smashing and looting like they were on a carnival. The entire City Z was in chaos. The entire country was in chaos. The entire planet was in chaos. The sun gradually set, and the earth was gradually buried in darkness, until the last rays of sunlight disappeared. At the bottom of a ravine on a small hill, a woman lay with disheveled hair. Though a close look was impossible, one could still make out her delicate features. Her skin as smooth as jade, and her figure, even more slender, evoked a sense of reverie. However, the woman was disheveled, sweating profusely, her expression pained. Suddenly, she jerked upright. Enan took a deep breath, her bright eyes warily scanning her surroundings. She looked at her body, then at the city below. Police cars everywhere, accompanied by the panicked cries of the people. Enan's brow furrowed slightly. Then he immediately glanced at his wrist. The watch was intact on his wrist. This watch. I lost it during a mission, the first month after the zombie outbreak. It clearly read 6:30 p.m., April 9, 2034. That was the first day of the zombie outbreak, and the first day Lu Qingqing framed her. Beads of sweat streamed down her fair cheeks. She was actually back. Enan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She hadn't realized her past life until she was framed and thrown into the zombie swarm, transforming into a ghost. She was the original heroine in a book titled The Female Supporting Character's Counterattack in the Apocalypse. The supporting character, Lu Qingqing, knew all the plot points and, relying on her familiarity, tricked him into giving her a portable storage space, a full 1,000 cubic meters. She had also borrowed money from him, using her roommate's identity, and she took out a massive loan to stockpile an entire space full of goods. She tricked her into this forest at the beginning of the zombie outbreak. Lu Qingqing knew from the novel that this forest was teeming with zombies back then. She had intended to kill herself from the start. To her surprise, she survived, relying on her tenacious willpower and even preemptively activating her lightning abilities. By the time she finally reached the national base in H City, Lu Qingqing had become a member of the Special Operations Zone team thanks to her spatial and water abilities, and even hooked up with her childhood sweetheart, Xie Yun. Though she was constantly manipulated by her, she persevered and, through her own efforts, joined a team in the Special Operations Zone. After the national base was destroyed by the zombie wave, she followed the team to the largest Dawn base. She was simply too naive, misjudging people, and trusting a teammate who had been through the brink of death with her. In the end, he pushed himself, severely injured while trying to save his teammates, into the zombie pile, only to be torn to pieces by a group of high-level zombies. The novel was left blank after his death, and no one knew what the world would be like afterward. As Enan thought of this, a burst of lightning spiritual power gathered in his hand. Why had she traveled to this point in time? Space was gone. Damn it! Today, she was supposed to run into her long-lost childhood sweetheart, Xie Yun, while driving to H City, and recognize him through the jade pendant they had shared as children. But both the jade pendant and the space ring she carried were currently in the possession of Lu Qingqing. Enan's eyes were cold. Without a second thought, she slowly stood up and gazed at the city below. She secretly vowed to seek revenge in this lifetime and take back everything that belonged to her. The lightning in her hand seemed to sense Enan's emotions, growing wildly in power, electrifying the nearby bushes with a sizzling, burning smell. Beep, Doomsday God's system is binding. A flicker of surprise crossed Enan's eyes. Who? The Doomsday Godhood system's first mission. Fill the entire space with supplies within 3 days. Complete the mission and receive a reward. Fail, and you be eliminated. Enan was stunned. Suddenly, a vast space appeared in his mind. Unlike Lu Qingqing's 1,000 cubic meters, hers was a staggering 10,000 cubic meters, the equivalent of a 3-story building. It was 10 meters high, with a floor area of 1,000 square meters. Even those who later awakened special spatial abilities began with only 100 cubic meters of space, and each level up only added 100 cubic meters. This space was truly enormous. Enid attempted to gather the trash into the space with a flick of his finger. Sure enough, with a single thought, the trash appeared. The next moment, it was ejected again. Non-supply garbage detected and removed. Enid was stunned. Wow, intelligent sensing? Listening to the system's voice, Enid became even more convinced of her suspicions. This system truly could communicate with her in her mind. She didn't hesitate, pulling her skirt down. This outfit isn't very comfortable for me. Do you have any equipment? Beep, reward initial equipment. A set of light black nightgown and a short dagger, plus 1 stamina. Stamina? Before Enid could wonder, she felt a subtle shift in her body, as if she were stronger. At the same time, a tight black nightgown suddenly appeared over her. Its design resembled a military uniform, but it fitted her perfectly, as if tailor-made for her. Enid was delighted, looking at the dagger in her hand, which shone faintly and was incredibly sharp. Her beautiful eyes also sharpened as she gazed down at an abandoned motorcycle on the roadside. Mounting her motorcycle, Enid looked toward the city center and sped off. She sped at breakneck speed, going against the flow of people. The closer she got to the city center, the thicker the crowds. Everyone was anxious to get home. This was the beginning of the zombie outbreak. The first phase. The zombies had just appeared, and the crowds were restless, but many still believed it was just a minor viral infection that could be quickly contained. All industries were shut down. Malls were closed, and those who couldn't stock up rushed home. Enid sped along at breakneck speed, occasionally zombies suddenly appearing on the road, sending people fleeing in all directions. This was the perfect time to grab supplies. Enid rushed to the bottom of the largest shopping mall in City Z. It was a shambles, with the occasional zombie and the wounded, bitten people who hadn't left safely, wailing and screaming as they ran about. Terrorist groups and bandits were also smashing and looting shops. The black equipment given by the system was highly confidential. Enid wore a black mask and a black hood, completely covering his face. His face was completely invisible. All the doors on the first floor of the mall were sealed, except for the door where the 3 terrorists were staying, which they had broken open. Enid walked over step by step. The 3 men turned to look at Enid, sizing her up and down. Although they couldn't see her face, their figure told them she was a top-notch beauty. The leading man's lips curled into a wicked smile. Beautiful girl, want to have sex? Enid raised his sword and slashed, and the man's pupils widened, and he fell to the ground. Before the 2 men behind him could react, Enid struck with lightning with his left hand and slashed his neck with his right dagger. In her previous life, she'd been constantly fighting on the front lines, slaying thousands, if not tens of thousands, of zombies. She relied entirely on her own abilities to gradually climb the ranks to the position of squad leader at Dawn Base. Her combat and killing skills had already reached perfection. Enid entered and saw a clothing store. With a flick of her finger, she pointed at a hanger, and all the clothes on it entered the space. Enid attempted to load all the clothes in the store into the space, but the clothes remained motionless. Undeterred, she moved her finger slightly, stabilizing the entire store. In an instant, all the clothes were transported into the space. A wave of dizziness washed over her. Enid held her forehead. This was too stressful. Perhaps she was still too weak, but her efficiency was incredibly high. A quarter of the space was already filled with clothing. Enid quickly entered the mall and collected everything from all the shops on the first floor. Clothing, luxury goods, digital gadgets, electronics, desserts, snacks. Leave nothing behind. Everywhere I look, nothing is left unseen. Chapter 2. Her next target. The second floor. The second floor was the largest department store in City Z. Enid rushed up quickly. She swept through the area with remarkable speed. A shelf of snacks. A shelf of fruit. A shelf of prepared foods. A shelf of seasonings. A shelf of ginseng coffee, and so on. And then, there was seafood from the seafood section. King crabs, coconut crabs, crystal crabs, butter crabs, brown crabs. All stored in the storage space. Enid was delighted to discover that the seafood could be stored in the storage tanks, making it very convenient. After clearing out the supermarket, Enid kicked open their back warehouse, which was stocked just as well as the supermarket. Boxes of supplies filled several rooms. Enid ran at an incredible speed. 60% of her 5 feet 7 inches frame was legs, and she cleaned out the kitchen without stopping. Enid leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. The amount of exercise has reached the target, with a bonus of 1 to physical fitness, 1 to speed, and 1 to toughness. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Enid raised an eyebrow, and the next moment, she indeed felt her body lighten. She glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. Due to the compression capacity of the space, the cargo was tightly packed together. Even with so much cargo, it only occupied 4,000 cubic meters. Enid popped a piece of bubble gum in her mouth and looked at a pile of empty cardboard boxes that had suddenly collapsed in the corner. Hidden within was a trembling, short, fat man in a chef's uniform, staring at her like a monster, his eyes filled with fear. Enid said calmly, "It's the end of the world. Stop daydreaming and find a way to survive." With that, she ran off. The chef, stunned, rubbed his eyes, then slapped himself twice to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Enid possessed extensive Doomsday survival skills and would never take an elevator. She ran down the stairs and headed straight for the Century City across from the mall. There were many 4S stores, cars, and motorcycles there. She wanted them all. A man was running on the street, pursued by a zombie. Enid casually passed them and headed straight for the Century City. In her previous life, after awakening her powers, she would do whatever she could to help anyone attacked by zombies. It turned out that in this world, only a few people are grateful, and human nature is unpredictable. Even her teammates, with whom she had shared life and death, were later bribed for personal gain. So, in this life, Enid lived solely for herself. Her actions prioritized profit. Finding a glass door, Enid raised her leg and kicked it hard. This set of equipment was exquisite. Although the material was soft and fitted, it was impervious to swords and guns, and impervious to water and fire. Enid kicked twice, but the glass door was incredibly solid. She found an iron rod and gathered all her strength. The veins in her hand flickered with the effort, and the intense, lightning energy was concentrated on the rod. She raised her hand. She smashed it down hard. The huge glass wall shattered to the ground. Enid stepped in, like an elegant cat, and with a wave of her hand, she gathered all the cars inside. There were many luxury stores in the back, JK stores, Lolita stores. From counters filled with necklaces, rings, and jade to large displays of expensive bags. Or even JK and Lolita stores worth thousands. And countless high-end and limited edition items. Get them all. By now, the 8,000 cubic meters of space had been completely occupied. Enid checked the time. It was 2 in the morning. After her physical strength improved, she wasn't particularly sleepy. Furthermore, psychics already needed less sleep than ordinary people, and as their abilities advanced, their sleep time would only decrease. Subsequent sleep was no longer for rest and fatigue relief, but more for repairing and nourishing the body. So Enid decided to continue fighting. She sped through the city on a modified motorcycle she bought from a motorcycle shop. If she saw zombies on the road, she simply run them over or dispatched them with a dagger. If she couldn't reach them, she unleashed lightning. During this time, she also collected a lot of medicine from the pharmacy. Although healing psychics would appear later, these medicines were still crucial and could often save lives, especially in the early stages. Some of the residents upstairs were shocked to see Enid. Many took photos with their phones and posted them online, exclaiming they seen Superwoman. Within an hour, Enid's space was completely full, unable to accommodate any more supplies. She walked into a secluded alley and quietly waited for the system's announcement. Beep! 10,000 cubic meters of space were completely filled with supplies. Mission rewards were being announced. Reward 1, triple the space. 30,000 cubic meters. With the system's announcement, the space in Enid's mind instantly tripled, equivalent to the space of a 9-story building. Reward 2, add a time-stopping protection zone. Supplies will be concentrated in the time-stopping protection zone. After the system finished speaking, a pale blue light appeared beneath the supplies. Does this mean all these supplies won't expire or rot? Enid leaned against a grimy alley wall and asked calmly. Yes. Reward 3, reward weapons, flying darts and hook shot, plus a level increase in various stats. After the system finished speaking, a broadcast sounded. Stamina +1, speed +1, toughness +1, beauty +1, strength +1. Enid blew a bubble after hearing this. What the hell is beauty? Although the host is the campus beauty of the Z City Film and Television Academy, considering maintaining her charm, she decided to add a beauty value. A hint of amusement flashed in Enid's eyes, and he asked, "What are my overall physical indices now?" Stamina 55, speed 45, toughness 65, beauty 98, strength 23. The highest value for each human index before the apocalypse is 100, and the post-apocalypse value is unknown. Enid nodded, indicating that she understood. She took off her hood, revealing her long, fluffy hair. She glanced sideways at the chaos outside. The zombies were gradually increasing in number, and more were running onto the road. Her sensual lips parted as she asked, "Tell me, what's the next mission?" "The next mission is now available. Continue to replenish 10,000 cubic meters of supplies and upgrade your superpower to level 2. The time limit is 1 week. After completing the mission, rewards will be issued. If not, you will be eliminated. Upgrading your superpower to level 2 requires 100 primary crystal cores. The zombies now are all low-level zombies, all only at level 1, with 1 level 1 crystal core in their brains. In about a week, the zombies will mutate to level 2, and then you have level 2 zombies and level 2 crystal cores. Upgrading your superpower from level 2 to level 3 requires 100 level 2 crystal cores. It can be said that the higher your superpower, the harder it is to upgrade. In my previous life, I lived for 3 years. Back then, most people were only around level 3, and few were above level 5. I fought hard to reach level 5, earning it through daily bloodshed and licking the blade. The fact that crystal cores can be upgraded was discovered by human scientists about a week after the zombies mutated to level 2. Lu Qingqing, relying on her familiarity with the plot, had already stockpiled crystal cores. Level 1 crystal cores can be converted into level 2 crystal cores, but the quantity required is enormous. 100 level 1 crystal cores are needed to convert 1 level 2 core, and the same process applies to level 3 cores. Not only that, crystal cores can also be exchanged for base contribution points. Crystal cores are extremely important. Enan first took out the grappling hook rewarded by the system and tried it out. The hook, tied to her wrist, was a beautiful black and silver color. She fired it at a certain point, and instantly a grappling hook shot out, firmly nailing the wall and penetrating deeply. Enan tightened the grappling hook, and she was pulled towards that point, even more convenient and cool than Spider-Man. She was very satisfied. Chapter 3. Suddenly, a zombie rushed out from the side. Enan fired a dart. The dart struck the zombie's head, shattering it, and sending it flying back. Enan picked up a gray crystal from the zombie's brain. This was a level 1 crystal. Each level of crystal had a different color. Level 1 crystals were gray and very small, only half the size of a little fingernail. So no one noticed it at first. Ah! Help! The cries for help and wails from the surrounding commercial buildings intensified. Enan looked up and saw more and more buildings infested with zombies. Some people even jumped from windows. Sirens blared everywhere, and police were dispatched with guns drawn. A level 1 zombie could still be killed with 2 shots to the head from a pistol. Police officers armed with pistols were more effective than humans, who had just awakened their powers. But there were too many zombies, and their rescue efforts were limited. Not to mention that City Z was only a second-tier city, and its special police force was insufficiently deployed. Those who reacted quickly had already begun driving recklessly towards neighboring City A, hoping for a safe haven. Across City A was the capital, City H. Only Enan knew. There was no safe haven anymore. Enan checked the time, 4:15 a.m. The sky was overcast, lightning and thunder roared, and heavy rain began to fall. The storm had begun. Enan put on her mask and hood, continuing to cover herself tightly. She entered a vacant shop and turned on her phone. News, calls for help, and videos flooded her phone's screen. There was no more star chasing, no more entertainment. Every platform. It was all the same. It was all about the zombie crisis. Every country in the world has fallen. Our entire city has been invaded by zombies. Everyone, please close your doors and windows and wait for rescue. City H currently has the best zombie control in the country. All roads leading into City H are congested, with frequent zombie attacks. Everyone, please stay home and wait for rescue. Our National Defense Base is establishing a safe base in the capital, City H. Don't panic if you see zombies. Remain quiet. Zombies locate you by hearing. This is the Public Security Bureau of City Z. Citizens within 10 kilometers of National Highway A51 can proceed to A51. The Deputy Minister of Defense has arranged for special forces and helicopter rescue. Enan turned off her phone, her cold, beautiful eyes, like a wolf in the darkness. No one knew better than her that closing doors and windows meant waiting for death, and that food would soon be scarce. Zombies rely not only on hearing, but can also sense subtle air movements. Furthermore, after subsequent mutations, their intelligence and 5 senses are enhanced. National Highway A51 would soon be swarmed with zombies by the thousands of people rushing there. However, Deputy Minister Guzu was quite capable. He forcibly stopped the zombie surge, rescued most of the people, and transported them to City H by helicopter. This was due to the initial stage of the zombie outbreak. The situation was urgent, and the government's assessment was not accurate and timely. Later, the government gradually approached the truth through research by the Research Institute. Currently, cities far from the capital, City H, are sending helicopters for rescue, while the 3 neighboring cities of City H, Cities A, S, and N, are all sending armored tanks for rescue. This world will be completely changed. Everything will be completely reshuffled in the future. In the future, powerful psychics will be in power. Now, the only righteous path is to strengthen oneself and protect oneself. Anne's next target. The gas station. She hopped on her motorcycle and sped towards it. The road was already jam-packed with cars, zombies, and people. She was an excellent driver, dodging obstacles with pinpoint accuracy, her motorcycle crushing over the corpses of the zombies. They soon arrived at the gas station, which was clearly overrun and surrounded by zombies. There were more than a dozen of them. Anne revved her motorcycle to maximum speed and crushed the zombies, sending blood and flesh splattering all over her black gear, which quickly slid off without a trace. Controlling the motorcycle with her left hand, Anne fired darts with her right, combining her lightning abilities to quickly dispatch the dozen or so zombies. With a flick of her finger, she collected all the dozen or so level 1 crystal cores into her space, as smoothly as flowing water. In Anne's eyes, these level 1 zombies looked like a pack of stray dogs, not worth a second thought. Superwoman! Save us! Save us, please! Cries for help rang out from the second floor of the gas station. Anne looked up and saw 7 or 8 middle-aged men trapped in a room on the second floor, huddled by a window, frantically crying for help. Inside the room, a woman in a black tracksuit was desperately holding onto the closed door, her face drenched in sweat and pale. Behind the door, more than a dozen zombies were frantically scratching at it. It was clear the door wouldn't hold out for much longer. Uncle, jump down quickly. The zombies below are all dead. Jumping from the second floor shouldn't be a problem. You hurry to National Highway A51. The girl gritted her teeth and held on, struggling to speak. Shut up. Do you want us to die by jumping down? The middle-aged man in the lead shouted fiercely. Letting a girl hold the door alone? What a bunch of cowards. Anne, scornful, walked straight into the gas station without saying a word. Her target was the fuel tank 6 meters below the gas station. After finding the location, Anne tapped her finger twice, and with a slight movement, the entire tank was folded into space, standing in the blue, time-stopping protection zone. Upstairs, the deafening sound of zombies scratching at doors and cries for help continued. Beep, a side quest appeared. Rescue Jianhe. Target, the girl in the black tracksuit on the second floor. You can choose to accept the side quest. It's not mandatory. Completing it will reward you with a quest. A glint flashed in Anne's eyes. Accept it. Stepping out of the gas station, Anne looked up. The middle-aged men were now speaking loudly and urgently, as if they were afraid Anne wouldn't save them. This provoked the zombies behind the door to scratch even more fiercely. Please save us, and we give you 2 million. We give you anything you want. Our family's in the real estate business. We're very wealthy. Money is of the utmost use right now. Anne sneered inwardly, but didn't reply. She swung a silver grappling hook, which whizzed through the wall surrounding the second-floor door and window. With a light leap, she leaped straight through the window. The middle-aged men and women stared at her with wide eyes, excited, as if they were looking at a savior. Some even knelt. This scene struck Anne as ironic. In a previous life, when she was struggling alone in a shopping mall, she had also encountered those same unscrupulous relatives. Her parents were both soldiers, sacrificed their lives for the country at an early age, leaving her a large fortune. She had lived alone for so many years, and those relatives had often coveted her family's wealth and had ulterior motives, but she had always thwarted them. After the apocalypse, she had encountered those relatives. She had saved them out of blood ties, but they had turned on her, completely uncaring about her life or death, locking her up in a shop with a bunch of zombies. She had to fight her way out on her own. All these memories flashed through Anne's mind for a moment. She looked at the girl holding the door alone. Her face was filled with fear, but her eyes were filled with determination and hope. Chapter 4. Lady, we adopted her. She has no money, but I do. Save me first. The middle-aged man in the lead saw Anne looking at his adopted daughter, and immediately stepped forward. Anne grabbed the girl and leaped from the window in 2 or 3 steps. After landing safely, he rode away with the girl on his motorcycle. He didn't say a single word the entire time. On the second floor of the gas station behind them, without the girl's resistance, the zombies burst in instantly. Each one rushed forward, their bloody mouths agape, biting the middle-aged men, hearing piercing roars echoed. In a matter of moments, the middle-aged men and women were all bitten to death. The girl, sitting in Enan's back seat, turned to look at her relatives. Sadly, she wiped away her tears and stared resolutely ahead. 2 kilometers from the gas station was National Highway A51. Enan set her down in a safe spot in the dense forest not far away. The girl's eyes were filled with gratitude, and she shed 2 tears. "Thank you. I definitely repay you for saving my life someday. What's your name?" Enan looked at her calmly and said, "Nan Sheng, remember, in this apocalypse, self-preservation is paramount." With that, he rode off on his motorcycle, heading for the next gas station. She didn't reveal her real name to avoid unnecessary controversy. After all, her looting would have drawn too much attention. In her black outfit, she was Nan Sheng. Out of it, she was Enan. The girl in the black tracksuit looked at Enan's back and immediately said, "My name is Jiang He." With that, she turned and ran towards National Highway A51, where a large number of troops and people were stationed. She was too hasty and tripped, falling flat on her face. She instinctively used her hands to support herself, and unexpectedly discovered 2 indentations in the ground. Jiang He was stunned. He picked up a stone from the ground, and with a force, a crack appeared on the stone. Jiang He stared at the stone in shock. When had his strength become so great? At the command post atop the A51 Defense Ministry Tower, a tall, straight-limbed man in a black military uniform stood tall, his stern face filled with determination. It was Deputy Minister Gusu. He lowered his binoculars and gazed in the direction Enan had left, lost in thought. At this moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Rescue Jiang He branch mission successful. Reward space expanded by 10,000 cubic meters. Jiang He profile. Female, 20 years old, 165 centimeters tall, 50 kilograms Taurus. Awakened power, strength. Extremely loyal, highly responsible, average IQ, and extremely high upper bound on combat power. Teammate compatibility, 99%, extremely high. Warm tip. Humans with a compatibility of 60% or above meet the teammate criteria." Could this system actually identify suitable teammates? Enan raised an eyebrow, expressing her satisfaction. She had always preferred to be alone, with few friends, and therefore had trouble judging people. This shortcoming had caused her considerable hardship in her past life. Now that the system had this feature, she was assured of a safer teammate selection. This Jiang He even possessed a power-type special ability. You should know that superpowers are divided into 2 main categories: attribute powers and special powers. Attribute powers are generally divided into 7 types: wind, fire, thunder, wood, water, earth, and ice, with a maximum level of 10. Enan possessed a thunder-type special ability, the most powerful of the 3. Special powers are generally divided into mental, spatial, healing, dark, strength, and speed. Special powers were rare, and they were invisible, most of them awakening very late. For example, space-related special powers only began to emerge in a few humans a month or 2 after the zombie outbreak, and the number was extremely small, with only 1 or 2 new space-related special powers appearing nationwide each month. So Lu Qingqing, who had space powers from the beginning, could be said to have benefited greatly from using her space ring. In addition, in the later period, 3 or 4 years after the zombie outbreak, some extremely rare hidden powers gradually emerged. These included poison, charm, light, and so on. And many hidden powers remained to be discovered and studied. But hidden powers were rare, and their energy was extremely difficult to activate and control. Thinking of this, Enan tightened her grip on the motorcycle handlebars. She moved swiftly, and in just half a day, she had almost completely cleared out all the gas stations in downtown City Z. Finally, she could breathe a sigh of relief. Enan was on the rooftop of the gas station. No one was nearby. The zombies surrounded the station, trying to climb up. But the zombies were too low-level these days, so Enan wasn't worried. She lifted her hood. The rain had stopped, and the wind ruffled her long hair. Enan took out a bottle of energy drink and drank it. She spread her palms, looking at the lightning bolts, which had grown noticeably thicker, with considerable satisfaction. Besides upgrading through crystal cores, superpowers also become stronger with increasing proficiency and usage. To put it simply, superpowers are being better stimulated. Enan looked inward. The gas station had a massive amount of fuel, over 5,000 cubic meters of space just for fuel, plus the various supplies she had collected along the way. She left nothing untouched, storing all her appliances and farms within the space. Over 7,000 cubic meters of space were added to her supply. While collecting supplies, Ian unexpectedly discovered that the farms could be stored within the space along with the land. They were arranged in an orderly fashion within the space, allowing them to grow naturally in a non-time-dead zone. She had also collected 85 crystal cores. Just a few more needed to complete the mission. Ian turned on her phone. Attention, a few people attacked by zombies have been mutated within 24 hours, but have developed special abilities. Don't panic. This is the body's self-protection mechanism. Those with special abilities must seek protection and support from the state. The news began to flood with reports about superpowers. The internet is still working, but in 2 or 3 days, it will cease to function. At that time, the power grid in many areas will also be damaged, and water quality will be the first to be affected. Everything will slowly recover after the base is established. At that time, lightning and water abilities would play a particularly important role in maintaining the base's power and water supply if it were damaged. She turned off her phone and entered a space to sleep for 4 hours. Ian slept particularly deeply that night. As soon as Ian woke, the system's voice chimed, as if waiting for her. Beep! Side quest appeared. Rescue Lin Feng. Target: a man wearing a white lab coat and black glasses, located in room 203, 8th floor, Doctoral Research Building, Z City University, 3 kilometers nearby. You can choose to accept this side quest. It's not mandatory. Completing this side quest will reward you with a quest. Lin Feng? Ian was familiar with the name. She remembered that in her previous life, a few years after the base, a very talented young technology researcher appeared. He was a doctoral student. He developed many intelligent devices, but a few years later, he disappeared without a trace, for unknown reasons. Lin Feng's story was rarely mentioned in the novel about the female supporting character's comeback. The plot almost entirely revolved around Lu Qingqing, and Ian's knowledge of Lin Feng was limited to hearsay from her past life. Given Jiang He's previous case, Ian felt it was necessary to take up this side quest. The system wouldn't let her save an idler like that. Not to mention, there was a reward. Take it, Ian said, stuffing some cooked food into her mouth, then slipped out of the space and donned her equipment. She headed straight for nearby Z City University. She had visited Z City University during her college years, and was quite familiar with the environment. Upon arriving outside the university, zombies were everywhere, and many students in the upper floors of the teaching building were calling for help from the windows. The doctoral research building where Lin Feng was staying was already swarming with zombies. Ian raised an eyebrow. How had this Lin Feng escaped in his previous life? He had endured the better part of half a month inside, before being rescued by a team from the base. Yes, the third stage of the apocalypse would begin in 2 days. Divide and conquer. If the country can't handle all the rescue efforts, they set up temporary rescue points in every city and deploy helicopters to drop food onto the rooftops of residential buildings, giving those who can reach it a chance to survive. By then, the zombies will be everywhere, and ordinary people will be unable to move. Those with activated superpowers will form various teams at the base, and work alongside special forces to carry out rescue operations in various locations. Ian quickly assessed the building before him. It was entirely made of coated glass, coated with multiple layers of metal, making it extremely difficult to climb. Next to the doctoral building was a graduate student dormitory. It was concrete, and each floor had bay windows, making it ideal for climbing. It also had 8 floors, so he could jump over from there. Finishing up, Ian unleashed his grappling hook, hooking it onto the 2nd floor of the graduate student dormitory building, and soared upwards. Chapter 5. She clutched the wall above the window with her hands. The outfit also came with a pair of gloves with a suction design that allowed them to stick tightly to objects. Ian climbed nimbly to the 3rd floor. As soon as she reached the 3rd floor, a zombie burst out of the window and attacked Ian fiercely. Ian reacted quickly, kicking the zombie down with a kick of his legs, and then followed up with a dart. The zombie fell to the ground after being shot in the head. After collecting the crystal cores, Ian discovered that there were several zombie corpses in the corridor behind the window. With a slight movement of her fingers, she collected all the crystal cores from the corpses into her space. There's someone here. Ian's eyes narrowed slightly. She climbed 1 floor higher and, as expected, a tall man in black casual clothes and a hood was fighting a zombie. He was extremely agile, relying entirely on his physical strength. His left hand was tied with a bloody iron chain, and his right hand was tightly gripped with a fruit knife. With a beautiful horizontal cut, the last zombie on the 4th floor fell. He tilted his head slightly, his dark eyes hidden beneath his bangs meeting Ian's gaze. His nose was straight, his features sharp, and his lips tightly pursed. His cold-blooded face was expressionless. Chi-Yi? An's heart skipped a beat. When she had met him in her previous life, he was already a member of one of the two strongest teams in the National Base's Special Operations Zone. His winter team, along with Lu Qingqing and Xie Yun's Supreme Team, was tied for first place in the base. In terms of resources, contribution points, and terrifying combat power, they were all immensely powerful. He had a solitary and gloomy personality, was extremely powerful, and possessed terrifying special abilities, dark and poison. But at the moment, it seemed his abilities were still quite weak. An was certain from his actions that he had awakened a dark power, though it was so weak he hadn't even noticed. He was probably trying to save his only surviving sister, Chi-Mei. However, according to the book, he hadn't succeeded. By the time he had killed all the zombies in the 8th floor hallway and reached her dormitory door, Chi-Mei had already perished. He was heartbroken, and from then on, he became even more withdrawn. An had a thought. This was one of the men Lu Qingqing wanted to rob. If she helped him now, given Chi-Yi's aloof but loyal character, he would definitely not become her enemy in the future. An knew Chi-Yi disliked talkative people, so she said nothing. She quickly climbed to the 5th, 6th, 7th. When she reached the 8th floor, it was swarming with zombies. The number of zombies was almost as many as the 7 floors below combined. All the zombies were crammed into the hallway, pressing towards the innermost dormitory door. Except for the innermost dormitory, all the other doors were open. Inside were either mauled students, who hadn't mutated yet, or zombies. The innermost door was also in danger. Chi-Mei must be in there. It was hunting time. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in An's beautiful eyes. She stomped into the hallway, knocking down several zombies. They immediately turned and ran towards her. She crouched and spun with a spinning kick. Her hands were swift, and the lightning-wrapped dagger slashed across, severing the heads of several zombies. Following zombies pounced, An unleashed a grappling hook, clambering onto the ceiling, and released darts laced with lightning. Another harvest. Exercise level met, strength increased by 1, resilience increased by 1. The system announcement became the background noise. An unleashed a grappling hook at the zombie horde, piercing 3 of them, and pitting them to the tiles. Titan. An leaped toward the area, her dagger whirling, slicing through the zombies' skulls. All this in a mere minute. Her strikes were swift, precise, and ruthless, aiming for heads. An's entire body was in excruciating pain, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. Forbearance and perseverance had long been her motto. She had endured countless moments of despair with the same fierce determination. The zombie corpses piled 3 layers deep in the hallway, and the zombies behind her were still pushing forward, as if An were a coveted piece of fat. An stretched her muscles and strode toward the group of zombies, her peripheral vision capturing every subtle movement of the zombies on either side. Her right hand erupted with lightning, radiating electricity as she moved, while her left dagger slashed through heads. 6 minutes later, the last zombie fell. An took a deep breath, propping himself up on his knees, and taking a few deep breaths to calm his trembling hands. The system announcement continued. Exercise level reached, +1 for physical fitness and 1 for speed. The door beside him opened slightly, revealing a pair of terrified eyes. The dormitory door then opened, and the girl immediately pulled An inside. Having still recovered from her shock, she stammered, You just? Your left hand, your right hand. Where are those zombies outside? They're all dead, An said calmly. She looked at the woman before her. She was wearing loose casual clothes, and was extremely tall, several centimeters taller than herself, at least 175 centimeters tall, with a ponytail. She had the athletic look of a girl, giving off an energetic and generous vibe. My name is Chi-Mei. Thank you for saving me. The girl bowed to An upon hearing her words, expressing her sincere gratitude. No need, An said calmly. Beep, plot change successfully, Chi-Mei revived. The system's voice echoed. An remained expressionless. She had long considered that saving Chi-Mei would only benefit her, not harm her. She wouldn't do anything without benefit just yet. There was some movement downstairs. It looked like Chi-Yi was approaching. After awakening his superpowers, his 5 senses would be heightened. She saw Chi-Mei's lips were dry and cracked. She pretended to pull a small bottle of mineral water from her pocket, but actually took it from the space, and tossed it to Chi-Mei. Chi-Mei was deeply moved, thanking him several times, opened the bottle, and drank it all in one gulp. She seemed to have been thirsty for a long time. An turned and walked to the corridor window, looking at the doctoral research building across the street. The research building and the dormitory building weren't very far apart, Enan estimated it was 4 meters. The glass of the doctoral building was reflective, so she couldn't see inside. Enan took out a red paint and spray-painted a large X on the window. Just then, Chi-Yi rushed forward. Seeing the zombies everywhere, a flicker of surprise crossed his nervous eyes. Chapter 6. Xiao Yi. Come on! This girl saved me. Chi Mei, overjoyed upon seeing Chi Yi safe, called out. Chi Yi looked at Enan at the end of the aisle and Chi Mei, unharmed behind her. The tension in his dark eyes finally faded, and he hurried over. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, soaking his entire back. He was a full 1.83 meters tall. He glanced at Chi Mei several times, only to feel relieved after confirming she was safe. Turning to Enan, he spoke in a deep voice, "Thank you." Enan didn't look at him. She turned sideways to Chi-Yi, staring intently at the building opposite. Sure enough, the next moment, the windows of the building opened, revealing a handsome man in a white research coat and black-framed glasses. Enan guessed it must be Lin Feng. "You're welcome." Enan's lips curled slightly as he spoke, turning to glance at Chi-Yi. Their eyes met. Enan's eyes were rounder, but their tails were long and slanted, with thick lashes. The lower part of his eyelids was slightly white, creating a lazy, yet aloof look, reminiscent of a fox or a cat. Chi-Yi's eyes flickered slightly. Enan turned and unleashed his grappling hook, which pierced the opposite window and penetrated deep into the laboratory floor. With a leap, he leaped straight out of the window into the building opposite. "Wow, so cool!" Chi Mei watched with excitement, practically jumping up and down to applaud Enan. Chi stared at Enan's back without saying a word. His hand on Chi Mei's shoulder tightened slightly. "Sister, let's go to H-City." Chi Mei nodded and followed him out. As they walked, he reluctantly turned his head to look at Enan's direction, then turned back to look at his brother's handsome jaw, gesturing and saying, "Xiao Yi, you know, this girl is so cool. She just did this and that, and all the zombies are dead. She saved my life, and we have to repay her no matter what in the future. Oh no, I haven't asked her name yet." "It's okay, I recognize her." Lin Feng looked at Enan, who had jumped in, his eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately said calmly, "I think this building is overrun with zombies. There are about 30 zombies outside the lab. The floors and the elevators probably aren't safe either." In a single sentence, he described the situation in precise detail. Enan nodded. Her muscles were aching all over. If she continued to fight floor after floor, she was afraid she would die from exhaustion. So she planned to tie Lin Feng up and drag him down. Without further ado, he tilted his head, shook his arms, and rubbed his wrists. After a few cracking joints, Enan found a rope in the lab and tied the stunned Lin Feng securely to his back. He was 7 or 8 centimeters taller than Enan, and now, lying on her back, looked a bit awkward. The two of them were now pressed tightly together. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed, and he stuttered as he tried to say something. Enan's silver hook was already drawn, and as Lin Feng's face paled instantly, he leaped towards the research building across the street. Half an hour later, Enan abruptly stopped his motorcycle and raised his chin toward Lin Feng, motioning him to dismount. Lin Feng tactfully dismounted. Looking at the nearby A51 National Highway, he understood Enan's intention and bowed earnestly, thanking him. "Thank you very much. If you need me in the future, I, Lin Feng, will do my utmost to help you. May I ask your name?" "Nan Sheng," Enan said, and sped off. Lin Feng watched Enan's swift retreat. A deep, dark glint etched itself in his eyes behind his glasses, as he memorized Enan's presence. This savior, his lifesaver, would surely become something extraordinary. The rescue of Lin Feng was a success. The bonus space has been expanded by 10,000 cubic meters. Lin Feng's character profile: male, 27 years old, 178 centimeters tall, 67 kilograms, Pisces. Awakened powers: none. Extremely loyal, highly responsible, highly intelligent, and below average in combat. Teammate compatibility: 99%, extremely compatible. The system's voice rang out, and Enan's motorcycle continued to accelerate. Next stop, the farm. It was late at night on the second day of the zombie outbreak, April 10, 2034. 7:30 p.m. Enan drove all the way to a suburb outside City Z. This was City Z's largest livestock breeding base, housing cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese. However, since animals can also be infected by zombies, many of the animals in the surrounding areas have already been infected. However, these livestock have little offensive power. Even if they were to become zombies, the current, Primary zombie virus would only transform them into livestock zombies that would scramble around in their enclosures, battering their heads and bleeding. It lacked significant offensive power. Enan charged in on his motorcycle, collecting all the healthy cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese along the way. The livestock here is incredibly diverse. There are cattle, dairy cows, and water buffaloes. There are goats, sheep, and more. There are 8 varieties of pigs, not to mention chickens, ducks, and geese, more than a dozen in total. Coincidentally, City Z's largest livestock breeding base is right next to City Z's largest fruit and vegetable base. Enan had previously passed by some small farms and collected quite a bit, but with things like this, there's always room for more. You know, fruits and vegetables can be regrown. Enan rushed in, and sure enough, the staff had already escaped. You know, City Z's fruit and vegetable base is the largest in the country, with a cultivated area of 1.47 million mu, approximately 1.47 million mu, and an annual output of 5.53 million tons. It leads all other cities. The variety of vegetables here is incredibly diverse. The government currently lacks the energy to manage these areas. By the time they finally reacted, more than a week later, many fruit and vegetable bases had already been destroyed by zombies, and the livestock at the livestock breeding bases had starved to death or been infected. The losses were enormous. Enan quickly harvested seedlings, leafy vegetables, fruiting vegetables, bulbs, succulents, nightshades, beans, fungi, roots, melons. Nothing was left out. The variety of fruits here is also incredibly diverse. Berries, melons, tangerines, stone fruits, pome fruits, and more are all available. Enan entered the fruit and vegetable bases control building and collected all the seeds into the storage space. After collecting them, he had already far exceeded the system's assigned task. A total of 37,000 cubic meters of space had been collected. The main reason was that the crops took up so much space. Even with the stacked storage space, it still took up a tremendous amount of space. Adding the previous 10,000 cubic meters, the total space was 47,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the height of a 14-story building. Enan now had a total of 50,000 cubic meters, almost entirely occupied by resources. Enan had already accumulated 280 first-level crystals. She took out 100 and placed them on a table, unleashing her lightning power, sensing the 100 crystals. Soon, the energy of the crystals slowly rose, absorbed entirely from Enan's palm. An extremely powerful force spread throughout her body. Enan suppressed this force, sending it through her body over and over again, her skin trembling slightly. In the next instant, all the energy in her body was suppressed. A burst of lightning power erupted from her body. Her entire consciousness grew stronger, and her 5 senses heightened. Enan felt her entire body brimming with energy. She spread her palms. A bolt of lightning, twice as thick as before, appeared from her hands. It struck directly at a point, striking a log 9 meters away. The log instantly charred, turning into a pool of ash. At level 1, her lightning range had been gradually trained from 2 or 3 meters to 4 or 5 meters, then unable to rise any higher. Now, after a breakthrough, it could strike directly within 10 meters, and the power was even greater than before. Chapter 7. The system announcement immediately sounded. Beep. Mission completed ahead of schedule. 1/7 of the time was spent, and the reward has been doubled. Mission rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Space expanded 6-fold. 300,000 cubic meters. This area is almost equivalent to 6 15-story buildings lined up side by side. The space is currently 10 meters high. 300,000 cubic meters of space has a floor area of 30,000 square meters. A massive space equivalent to 3 large playgrounds. The space in Enan's mind began to expand rapidly, and the space that was once insufficient began to double, keep doubling. Reward 2. The system rewards endless resources, water and mineral resources. Currently covers 2,000 square meters, with an infinite depth. The mineral resources include 171 types of mineral resources discovered by the country and 36 types yet to be discovered. The water source is the purest mountain spring water, drinkable directly. The system finished speaking. 1,000 square meters of ground within the space transformed into rocky minerals. Another 1,000 square meters of ground transformed into a pool of incredibly pure water. It was so deep, you couldn't see the bottom. The next moment, both spaces were completely surrounded by a huge green building, its interior invisible from the outside. You must know that mineral resources and water are extremely scarce. The metal and other materials needed to build firewalls and develop technology in the future bases will simply not be enough. Many of the daily missions that psychics receive are also related to this. Reward 3. The system rewards a greenhouse, currently covering 20,000 square meters. All crops are sorted and placed, and mature products will automatically enter the time-freezing protection zone. An additional 10,000 underground generators will be given. After the system finished speaking, a massive fruit and vegetable cultivation base emerged. High-tech greenhouses rose one after another. Each greenhouse was equipped with a sunlight simulation system, moisture-proof and heat-insulating systems, temperature control systems, humidity control systems, ventilation systems, insecticide systems, fertilization systems, automatic harvesting systems, and planting systems. It was all fully equipped. There was also a seed storage room, with an environment suitable for storing all kinds of seeds, and everything operated smoothly and autonomously. Reward 3. Optimize and expand the time freeze area. 5,000 square meters of space. After the system finished speaking, the blue area expanded rapidly, and a large, 10-meter-high storage warehouse rose from the ground. All resources inside were neatly organized and categorized. Enan was shocked. Is this system really that good? A blessing for those with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Reward 4. A 3,000 square meter ecosystem, perfectly recreating the healthiest and most ecologically sound environment. And, is the system being so generous this time? After the system finished speaking, the remaining 3,000 square meters of space expanded into lakes, grasslands, shrubs, and a small forest. The air in the entire space instantly felt fresher. This 300,000 cubic meters of space. A massive space covering 30,000 square meters. Now it's packed. On the far left is a massive 2,000 square meter mineral and water resource area. The middle 2/3 of the area is devoted to planting. On the far right is a massive time-freezing zone. And next to it is a tranquil natural environment. One of the plains is fenced off, organized into grid-like zones, and is home to livestock. It even has an automatic feeding system. In just a few minutes, those hundreds of chickens had already laid dozens of eggs. All the ripe fruits, vegetables, eggs, and milk were immediately transported to the time-freezing chamber under the integrated spatial system. Continuous profit. No space in the entire space is wasted. This is nothing. My power is beyond your imagination. The system's playful voice sounded, and in the next second, reward 5. More. Enan was stunned. Others were surviving the apocalypse, but he was building a nation in the apocalypse? Stamina +1, speed +1, resilience +1, beauty +1, strength +1. So what's my overall index now? Enan asked, and the system immediately replied, stamina 56, speed 46, resilience 66, beauty 99, strength 24. Enan nodded in understanding. Her strength and speed weren't quite up to par right now. Looking at her thin arms and legs, Enan decided to keep working hard. The next mission is now available. Fill 20,000 cubic meters of supplies, and 1,000 level 1 crystals. The time limit is 1 month. After 1 month, rewards will be issued for completing the mission. Failure to complete the mission will result in immediate elimination. After the system finished its announcement, Enan understood. A month was more than enough time. She looked at the natural ecosystem in the space and felt it was a waste. Perhaps. Could. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. She acted immediately, riding her motorcycle to the largest zoo in City Z. Zoos aren't as safe as breeding bases and fruit and vegetable farms. There are many tourists trapped here. Many animals have also been infected. If it's just squirrels, peacocks, and other small animals, it's not a big deal. The most frightening thing is tigers, lions, and brown bears getting infected. You know, these beasts are already several times more powerful than humans, and once infected, their combat power is even stronger. But everything has two sides. Enan remembered that in her previous life, some beasts regained their superpowers after being infected, and they tenaciously survived, becoming several times more powerful than even those military dogs with superpowers, but they were difficult to tame. Before his death, H City's largest base, a massive one housing hundreds of thousands of people, boasted tens of thousands of elite psychic troops and thousands of elite animal trainers and breeders. It was the culmination of all the best resources. They had tamed no more than 20 psychic beasts. Beasts with activated psychic powers possessed higher intelligence and greater ferocity, but once tamed, their combat power was immense. They could even compete with psychics. Chapter 8. As the largest zoo in City Z, a 4A level tourist attraction, it covers an area of 500,000 square meters, with 40,000 square meters dedicated to animal exhibits. There are over 6,000 wild animals, representing over 400 species. Ian's own natural environment area is now only 2,000 square meters. It seems he can only select a few animals he likes to store in his space. He raced his motorcycle inside. The roar of the motorcycle engine was resounding. As soon as he entered the zoo gate, a dozen zombies pounced on him. Bang, bang, bang. Ian rolled over, the motorcycle's tires pressing against the zombie's legs and feet, making the sounds of bones breaking and flesh squishing. Suddenly, a woman in a zoetress rushed toward Ian, screaming, "Help me! Help me!" Bang! A zombie rushed over and tackled her, its bloody maw wide open. With a yelp, it began to devour the zoetress's face. From such a close distance, Ian could clearly see her facial features being torn off, her eyeballs exploding like explosive pellets. Ian remained expressionless. She had long since grown numb to such scenes. She sped towards the inner pavilion, swerving away from the zombies that continued to attack from both sides. Along the way, besides zombies and fleeing people, there were also some infected animals that had transformed into zombies. The situation looked grim. The first pavilion was a golden monkey pavilion. Ian wasn't interested in monkeys, finding them too mischievous. However, behind the golden monkey pavilion, there was another pavilion built into a rockery-like structure. The sign read, Panda Pavilion. This is a national treasure. Wouldn't there be two of them placed in the space for display? Ian stopped her motorcycle and cautiously approached the panda enclosure. The entrance was piled with corpses, and from inside came the frantic banging of glass and the roars of zombies. Although she could handle a level 1 zombie without a problem, without being able to see what was happening inside, Ian didn't want to take any chances. Be safe and sound. She had been to this zoo before, and she remembered that the roof of the panda enclosure was hollow. As she looked up, assessing her position, a zombie roar suddenly erupted from behind her. Ian spun around, and the dagger wrapped in lightning in her right arm slashed a purple afterimage. The zombie's head was chopped off. The cut on the severed neck was charred black. The air was filled with the smell of rotting flesh. It was extremely unpleasant. Ian then realized it was a child zombie. Its head was on the ground, its eyes fixed on Ian. Ian paused only for a moment before hurling a dart into the head, blasting it and retrieving the crystal core. After the apocalypse, vulnerable groups like children and the elderly will no longer enjoy special privileges. Everything will be governed by the laws of the apocalypse. Compassion no longer holds any meaning. She unleashed her grappling hook and scaled the second floor of the rockery-like structure. The rockery itself was only 2 stories high, and Ian easily leaped onto it, slowly crawling inside. Sure enough, the space ahead was hollow. Ian clung to the rooftop, wriggling forward. The closer she got, the louder the cries and wails of people grew. It turned out that after the zombie outbreak, some zoo staff had taken visitors into the exhibition hall, temporarily shielding them from the zombies' attacks. What should we do? Will the government come to our rescue? There's not much to eat here. The panda enclosure doesn't have much food. I'm so hungry. Only bamboo, and it's raw. These zombies are so scary, woo-woo. Why don't we kill these pandas and eat them? A man's voice rang out from the crowd. Ian raised an eyebrow. This voice. She was so familiar. It sounded especially like a member of Lu Qingqing's group from her past life. Ian found a hidden opening and peered over. Dozens of people were huddled together in the innermost part of the panda enclosure. 3 pandas were huddled together pitifully, protected by their keepers. Dozens of zombies were frantically pounding on the glass wall, their bloody mouths agape as they bit and gnawed at it, leaving streaks of blood. The man in the crowd clamoring for panda meat was none other than the one Ian had just suspected, Li Yong from the previous Live Supreme team. How can you eat pandas? They're a nationally protected species. The keeper's eyes flashed with fear upon hearing this. She stepped back, shielding the pandas tightly behind her. Country? It's a zombie siege, and you still mean country? Why isn't the country coming to save us? Li Yong spoke arrogantly, stepping on a rock. Come on, draw a dragon with me on your left, and a rainbow on your right. Come on, draw a rainbow with me on your left. The phone rang, and Li Yong, frowning, answered. But as he listened, his brows relaxed, a fawning smile plastered across his face. He kept saying, okay, brother. That's awesome, isn't it? I'm relieved then. I'd be waiting for you to come pick me up in style. He hung up, glanced at the group with arrogance, and declared arrogantly, my brother has activated his powers. He's even joined a powerful team at the base in H City. He said they'd be coming to rescue me soon, in no more than 3 days. After these words, everyone was excited, as if they had seen hope. Li Yong, now taking advantage of his superiors, became even more unscrupulous. He looked at the keeper and said, "We have to make it through these 3 days. How can we not eat panda meat? We can eat bamboo. Why should we eat pandas?" The keeper, carrying the pandas, retreated, sternly refusing. "How can you digest raw bamboo? What if it kills people?" The debate continued below. Yinan's eyes were as cold as ice. Li Yong had an older brother named Li Mu, also on Lu Qingqing's supreme team. Both brothers were ruthless and merciless. Li Yong was the worst of them all, a perverted and unscrupulous person, and Lu Qingqing's bootlicker. In his previous life, he'd been repeatedly ordered by Lu Qingqing to attack him. It's just that he hadn't yet activated his supernatural powers. Yinan's lips curled slightly. As his left hand flung out a dart, his right hand flicked a finger, gathering the 3 pandas and some bamboo from the ground into his space. The next moment, Li Yong was shot in the head, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and brain matter splattered onto the faces of those around him. "Ah!" The crowd erupted in horrified screams. Yinan had already quietly left. At the same time, beep! Successfully eliminated an enemy, and rewards are being distributed. Wow, there's another reward? What an unexpected bonus. A reward of 10,000 cubic meters of space, converted into a natural ecological space. With that, the system added another 1,000 square meters of green space. One of the bamboo forests was fenced off, and within it, 3 red pandas were spotted. Wow, this system is so thoughtful and considerate. The 3 of them were so happy, climbing up and down the bamboo, nibbling on fresh bamboo shoots in their hands. With the pandas in hand, Yinan headed straight for the wild animal area. The tigers and lions were separated into 2 vast, independent areas, separated by rocks and iron fences. The lion and tiger areas were mostly outdoor playgrounds, separated by a lake. This area was sparsely populated, and visitors were usually guided by staff in exhibition buses. Thus, the roads leading to these 2 areas were locked with large iron gates. But to Yinan, these gates were merely decorative. She hooked onto a hilltop and flew upwards. She heard a few tiger roars from behind the 2 hilltops ahead. Yinan's eyes flickered with excitement. She sneaked towards the roaring sound. Wow! 2 tigers were fighting a zombie keeper and a zombie tiger. From their size and fur color, Yinan immediately recognized them as Siberian tigers. They were each about 2.5 meters long, muscular, and agile. The zombie tiger's gray eyes were fierce as it glared greedily at the 2 healthy tigers, then opened its bloody mouth and pounced on them. The 2 tigers dodged, roaring and engaging the zombie tiger in a fierce fight. The zookeeper zombie, one leg already lame, limped towards the 3 tigers, only to be struck down by a tiger claw, his skull flattened. This tiger's fighting power was even greater than that of a level 1 zombie. The zombie tiger, more powerful than the 2, turned and bit one of the tigers in the back of the neck. Another tiger lunged forward. A zombie tiger could destroy a healthy tiger with just 1 bite, while a healthy tiger would have to blast the zombie tiger in the head to completely kill it. The tigers likely hadn't realized this yet, and didn't know what was wrong with their companions, so their attacks were primarily based on biting. Yinan lay in ambush in the jungle, not taking action. She wouldn't save a useless tiger. If they wanted to be her tigers, they should at least show them their strength. Besides, she wasn't sure she could defeat the zombie tiger. Chapter 9. Quickly, the zombie tiger had half its claw ripped off. It was covered in wounds, but its fighting power remained undiminished. The keeper had already been trampled by the 3 tigers, his brains splattered everywhere. The 2 tigers were also covered in wounds, their movements gradually slowing. Roar! The zombie tiger bit one of the tigers, its pupils gradually losing their luster. It could not hold on any longer and died. The other tiger immediately took advantage of the gap between the zombie tiger's bites and bit its neck fiercely. The bite was extremely ferocious. A large bloody hole was bitten in the zombie tiger's neck. It turned to look at the tiger and pounced frantically, its speed and strength showing no sign of slowing down. Anxiety shone in Yinan's eyes. The tiger looked in grave danger. Roar, roar, roar! Suddenly, a penetrating tiger roar, reeking of a king's majesty, echoed through the air. Yinan looked sideways. From the house behind the rocks, an extremely ferocious Siberian tiger burst forth. It was much larger than the other 3. It looked incredibly powerful. It sprinted forward like the wind, knocking the zombie tiger to the ground with 1 paw and snapping its jaws around its neck with 1 claw. It crushed the zombie tiger's head flat, biting down harder and harder, tearing the head straight off. Yinan's eyes lit up. What a tiger! Suddenly, one of the 2 injured tigers showed signs of strangeness. It leaped to its feet and bit the most powerful tigers, but it had also transformed into a zombie tiger. The tiger spun around and bit down again, its massive claws firmly suppressing it. It seemed incredibly clever, snagging the neck. With one bite, it ripped off half the neck of the newly transformed tiger. Taking advantage of its victory, it bit again. The second zombie tiger's head fell off. By then, the ground lay the corpses of 3 tigers and one of their handler. The last surviving, incredibly powerful tiger was wounded and crouched on the ground. The tiger's tail swished through the brush, rustling. A low, whimpering sound emanated from its nose. It was clearly in pain. Enon lay motionless. If such a fierce tiger mutated, she wouldn't be able to defeat it. She waited a moment, then heard the tiger growl. A ball of fire erupted from its mouth. It was indeed a powerful tiger. It hadn't waited in vain. It had activated its fire-type ability. Enon stretched her muscles and stared intently at the fire-type tiger. Her eyes were filled with longing. "Little tiger, your sister is here." Enon walked quickly down and stood on a flat surface. She waved at the Siberian tiger, which had just activated its supernatural powers, and was stretching lazily. The tiger only glanced at Enon, then turned away, no longer looking at her. It was as if it were staring at air. Puzzled, Enon pulled out a piece of raw meat from her space and waved it at the tiger. The tiger looked over, its golden eyes devoid of desire. Just when Enon thought it might not be too hungry, the tiger pounced at her with lightning speed. What a beast! A feint? Enon quickly dodged, unleashing a bolt of lightning to drive the tiger back. "If you want to eat, then treat me as your little brother." Enon gestured at the tiger. She didn't expect the tiger to understand. She planned to gradually bring it to its knees. Enon tried to approach it, but the tiger roared with fire, its scorching breath pushing Enon back several feet. Goodness! Enon released his hook and leaped forward. The tiger, wary, reared up and spewed fire at Enon. It actually used this ability quite well. Enon swiftly swerved around and tried to grab the tiger's back, but the tiger, incredibly strong, spun around and bit him. Enon blocked the tiger's fangs with his dagger at a 45-degree angle and kicked it in the head. At the same time, he was knocked to the ground by the tiger's claws. Damn it! This is so difficult. Enon gave up and, with a flick of his finger, tucked the tiger into a pen within the green space. I train it slowly later. Starve it a few times, and it'd be obedient. Beep! A pet with superpowers has been obtained. Rewards are being issued now. The system suddenly sounded, and Enon was startled. Huh? There's a reward for this, too? A reward of 10,000 cubic meters of space, converted into a beast's jurisdiction. The system spoke, and 1,000 square meters of rocky forest expanded within the space, separating it from the rest of the area. The tiger was automatically placed in the rocky beast area. Reward: a set of tiger equipment. Tiger headgear, tiger armor, and tiger claws. The system spoke, and the tiger appeared in a dazzling silver-black outfit. How cool! This is almost more impressive than me. Enon was envious. The tiger was clearly not used to it, scratching furiously at its gear with its claws, rolling on the ground and roaring. Since it's so disobedient, I might as well give it a name. Bufu. Bufu, I don't agree. Enon felt she had a knack for naming. She went to the lion area next door, and saw that the lions weren't as lucky as the tigers. Total annihilation. Enon rode his motorcycle around the zoo again. He collected a few small animals, including squirrels, peacocks, flamingos, sloths, swans, larks, and swans. You have to know that most of these animals have become extinct after the apocalypse. Now that Enon has collected them, at least she will have enough food and clothing in her own space. Enon rushed out of the zoo. Her next target. City A. City A is located between City Z and City H. It has a much larger population than City Z and is more prosperous. Naturally, there will be more zombies. If she wants to level up faster, City A is a better choice, especially since it's the only way to City H. More importantly, Enon has already plundered many areas of City Z. The road to City A passes through a suburban area with many factories. Enon decided to take it all for herself. The factory not only has abundant resources, but even more importantly, the equipment and instruments. You have to understand that the country is now establishing a base in H City. In the future, resource acquisition will not only rely on psychic teams and the military, but also on human and machine output. However, the machinery is too large and heavy, making it extremely inconvenient to transport it by large trucks. By then, it would be difficult to transport and acquire factory machinery in these remote cities, which would be extremely wasteful. Enon decided to stockpile more in preparation for establishing his own base. However, Since the factories are located in remote areas, the workers basically live and eat there. Therefore, after the zombie outbreak, they had nowhere to escape and were mostly trapped inside. Enon decided to take the risk and parked her motorcycle outside a garment factory. She quietly dispatched the 4 zombies roaming outside the factory and tiptoed inside. Someone. Enon narrowed her beautiful eyes, peering from behind the bushes at a building in front of her. The building was 3 stories tall, and the architectural style was typical of a factory building, with large windows, tall floors, and expansive rooms. There were actually 4 or 5 humans still alive in a room on the 3rd floor. Chapter 10. The zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors were swarming toward the 3rd floor. Although the 3rd floor door was filled with cabinets and equipment, it clearly couldn't hold out for long under the increasingly violent onslaught of zombies. The few people all huddled by the window. Enon had no interest in helping others. Let go of the need to help others and respect their fate. She crouched low, intending to cross this building to the next one to loot. The commotion on this floor was so loud, it attracted the attention of a large number of zombies, shielding her from stealth. I fight them. Suddenly, a powerful and resounding voice, tinged with a touch of simple sincerity, echoed. The next second, a figure leaped from the 3rd floor. Bang! He fell directly onto the forklift below, leaving a large crater. Enon took a moment to glance over and saw a towering man, over 1.9 meters tall. He had a sturdy build, well-developed muscles, a round head, a square face, and tan skin. He flattened a zombie's head with a punch, and then leaped into the bulldozer. He drove the bulldozer over a pile of zombies. Enon raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this tall man Chung-Soo, a member of the Chia Winter team in her previous life? She encountered him on a mission before. She remembered him as extremely capable and, in his later years, seemed to possess dual abilities. He was also a kind person. The zombies on the 1st floor, hearing the noise, all turned and lunged at the bulldozer. The zombies on the 2nd floor scrambled to throw themselves out of the windows, one after another, landing on the bulldozer with a thud, like dumplings falling into water. The entire bulldozer was practically covered in zombies. Chung-Soo drove the bulldozer over them, punching them left and right, sending the brains of the zombies trying to get in splattering. Enon had already silently reached the bushes near the 2nd building. She swung a grappling hook and flew straight to the 2nd floor. She perched on the window frame and, with a flick of her finger, collected all the equipment on the 2nd floor into her space. Continue on the 3rd floor. Don't let go of the 1st floor either. Okay, next building. And so, while Chung-Soo's battle raged, his roars cascading, Enon had already swiftly looted equipment and clothing supplies from 5 buildings in a row, like an elegant and nimble cat. To Enon's great delight, she discovered a warehouse dedicated to storing finished clothing. Although only 1 story high, it was crammed with supplies. With her agility, she quickly dispatched 7 or 8 zombies in the warehouse, and collected the entire warehouse's contents and crystal cores into her space. After clearing out the goods, Enon looked toward a gap in the ground. Oh my goodness, there's a basement? She ran over and kicked open the basement door. A gray-white zombie face suddenly burst out. Half of his face was bitten to pieces, and half of his yellow teeth were missing from his gaping mouth, revealing bone and blood. The flesh on his face had been bitten into shreds, hanging from the broken surface, flying through the air as he moved. Fuck! Enon was disgusted and punched the zombie away. Then, seeing the scene before him, Enon was overjoyed. This underground was a massive basement. Whole sections of fabric and finished clothing were piled high. Enon collected as he went, and after 5 minutes, he had finally collected all the goods in the warehouse. After clearing the entire warehouse, Enon found a nearby door, pushed it open, and leaped in. It was the 1st building where Chung-Soo and the others were. Ugh! Take that punch! Come on, Director Chung. Director Chung has awakened a superpower. Amazing! Outside the window, the sound of Chung-Soo battling the zombies, and the cheers of the people on the 3rd floor echoed. Enon relaxed her shoulders, watching the ferocious zombies around her turn to pounce, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. In her eyes, these were all crystal cores delivered to her door, just as Enon was about to strike, for 2-meter-high earth walls suddenly rose from the ground, surrounding her. She was startled. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Chung-Soo's booming roar echoed from the side. Enon leaped up, clinging to the wall and looking out. With a roar, Chung-Soo drove the bulldozer in, leaning half his body out of the forklift as he attacked the zombies frantically. Every punch hit the flesh. Wow, his newly awakened Earth-based superpower is so strong. This guy is really fierce, not wasting his 1.9-meter-tall muscles. As far as Enan knew, a level 1 Earth-based ability usually only flung out a mound of dirt, but he simply raised 4 tall walls. Chung Su was killing people outside, while Enan frantically harvested crystals with the slightest movement of his fingers. In the space of an hour or so, Chung Su had killed at least 100 zombies. Enan had collected them all. This feeling of lying flat on my back was so good, Enan immediately considered freeloading. Chung Su quickly dispatched the zombies on the first floor. His large hand reached down from the earthen wall and said, "Girl, come. Hold on to me." Enan immediately grabbed his hand and leaped out in 2 or 3 steps. We need to get out of here as soon as possible," Chung Su said hurriedly, driving a bulldozer to pick up 2 girls and a boy from the 3rd floor. "Director, you're amazing. Are you injured? There are so many zombie corpses." The 2 girls immediately looked at Chung Su with admiration. The man kept saying, "I remember there's an SUV outside the factory. Let's go out." "Okay." Everyone reconsidered. Chung Su turned to Enan and said, "Let's go to City A. You should come with us. It's too dangerous for you to go alone." Enan was thinking the same thing. Chung Su was such a fighter, and she could just blend in and rest up like a useless person. So she nodded. The other 3 people also noticed Enan. One of the girls in the short skirt had a slight glint of displeasure in her eyes. But Enan noticed it all the same. She feigned ignorance and followed Chung Su and the others into the SUV. She leaned back in the back seat, and when she saw a zombie corpse on the road, she would flick her finger and store it in her memory. After driving for 7 or 8 kilometers, she didn't see any shopping malls. Most of the zombies on the road were small towns and villages in the suburbs. The SUV simply ran over any zombies that appeared. Arriving at a spot devoid of zombies, Chung Su decided to take a break. He pulled some cookies from his bag and shared them out. He finally gave one to Enan, who took it with a polite smile. "TSK, why do you have to take other people's food?" The girl in the short skirt sitting next to Enan glanced at him, rolled her eyes, and said disdainfully. Chapter 11. Enan ignored her, gracefully tearing open the biscuit wrapper and beginning to eat. "Wang Yao, you can't say that. Now is the time for us to unite." Chung Su chided, and the woman named Wang Yao reluctantly shut up. Chung Su looked at Enan, smiled innocently, and said, "We're both Taekwondo practitioners. I'm the store manager, and they're my employees. We usually rent a house together, and now there are zombies everywhere, so we're teaming up." Enan nodded, and they went to work alone. The next second, she sensed a large number of zombies approaching, and she immediately looked out the window warily. Bang! A loud crash was heard, followed by the sound of shattering glass. A zombie smashed through Wang Yao's window, thrust its head in, and bit her in the face. "Ah! Help me!" Wang Yao screamed heartbreakingly, flailing her hands and trying to cling to Enan beside her. Enan, with a cold look in his eyes, kicked her down. "Drive." Chung Su immediately started the SUV and sped off. Where did this zombie come from? The other girl in red, clearly still recovering from her recent panic, asked desperately. "Maybe we've attracted a lot of zombies along the way, and we just stopped and got caught up by them," Chung Su reasoned calmly. Enan, watching him from behind, agreed. This Chung Su was truly remarkable. Soon, the car entered the jurisdiction of City A. Enan spotted a food processing factory over there, and Chung Su had apparently seen it too. He immediately decided to go there and stock up on food. The car stopped steadily 30 meters outside the factory. Chung Su handed each person a travel packing, and the 4 of them walked inside. The 3 of them followed Chung Su's towering figure like chicks. Enan suddenly felt an eerie silence inside, and she shuddered. Such a large factory, with what looked like at least 30 buildings, couldn't possibly be this quiet. She gently patted Chung Su, and Chung Su turned to look at her. Enan mouthed, "Something's wrong in there." Chung Su's eyes were full of seriousness. He glanced at the factory wall, becoming even more wary. After a moment's thought, he whispered, "Let's get back to the car." "Director, why did you listen to her?" The boy in the group immediately became annoyed and spoke in a low voice. "Yes, Director, the food processing factory must have a lot of supplies. We haven't even entered yet, and you listened to her? I think she's just too timid." The girl in red echoed her voice sharply, not controlling her volume at all. Enan instantly heard footsteps inside the factory walls. She didn't bother to pay attention to them, and turned to leave. "Beep, follow-in, special reward?" The system's voice suddenly rang out. "Special reward?" Enan immediately decided not to leave. The girl in red saw Enan like this, thinking she must be too timid to go alone, and rolled her eyes. Enan ignored her. She checked the time on her watch. It was now 4 days after the apocalypse, April 12, 2034, 2:30 p.m. Chung-Soo frowned slightly. The man and woman had already hurried into the factory. Chung-Soo hesitated, glanced at Enan, signaled caution, and then followed quietly inside. Enan followed at the end. 2 zombies appeared upon entering. After Chung-Soo quickly dispatched them, everyone realized the factory was littered with zombie corpses, clearly having been cleared. This was a very large factory. The 2 buildings closest to the 4 were under construction. The bare floors were still concrete, and the second and third floors didn't even have walls. Enan's excellent vision immediately spotted several humans on the second floor. They were most likely clearing out the zombies in the factory. She had a bad feeling. With her superior vision, she could see the humans on the second floor were wearing construction uniforms, clearly workers. Their demeanor was unlike many people in the early days of the apocalypse. They were unfazed, even possessing a certain aggressiveness. The apocalypse wasn't just about zombies, it was about people. Enan wanted to leave. In her mind, she asked the system I'm in, when will the mission reward be issued? It has been detected that the mission is not fully completed. Please be patient. The reward will be issued upon completion. The system's voice sounded calm, slightly easing Enan's uneasiness. She now had a second-level lightning ability and a space, giving her a way out in the event of danger. She decided to continue following and gain the special bonus first. Enan guessed that the system had a reason for asking her to follow. Someone. Great. Someone. Enan was lost in thought when the girl in red in front of him suddenly yelled, apparently having spotted the figure on the second floor. Great. Maybe we can team up. The man also said happily. Chung-Soo remained silent, staring over, as if observing something. Enan immediately pulled his hood down to cover his exposed eyes. With a slight flick of his fingertips, he collected the crystal core from the zombie on the ground, then lowered his head and stood behind the crowd. 5 men approached from the second floor. They sized up Enan and the other 3, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt. The girl in red, struck by their gazes, immediately subdued her excitement and said humbly, "Can you give us some food or let us join you?" Chung-Soo, however, frowned and slowly retreated, pulling her aside, saying run. But it was too late. The 5 men attacked together, 2 of them possessing special abilities. One fire element, the other wood element. They attacked Chung-Soo, the tallest of the group. The other 3 men were middle-aged workers with muscular builds. Even with the combined attack of the 5, Chung-Soo managed to hold out for over 10 minutes before being subdued. Enan offered no resistance, standing there, acting like a loser. She could tell that someone more powerful must have gathered these men together on the second floor. An attack now would be a fierce battle, with a low chance of victory and a waste of energy. In apocalyptic times, it's normal for people to form small groups, and many aspire to rule the land. Chung-Soo was bound. Enan and the other 2 were tied with only a single rope. The 4 were then escorted up like prisoners. At the bottom of the stairs leading from the first floor to the second floor lay the bodies of 2 humans, clearly beaten to death by the group. The girl in red was so frightened she was sobbing. On reaching the second floor, Enan discovered 7 or 8 more people tied up. They were likely the few survivors of the factory. They'd probably never imagined that having escaped the zombies, they had fallen into the hands of humans. In the middle of the second floor, lying on a recliner, a man in his 40s, dark-skinned and with an old scar on his face, clung to a cigarette, looking coldly at Chung-Soo and the others. He must be the leader of this group. Beside him were 2 trembling young women, both of average appearance. Judging by their expressions, they were being coerced, their faces aching with grief. "Whoa!" The woman in red cried even louder. "Shut up!" The man on the recliner suddenly shouted. The 5 men behind Enan immediately stepped forward and covered the woman's mouth. "Here's your reward." "It's too noisy, I don't like it." The man puffed on a cigarette, then glanced at the woman in red with disgust through the smoke. "Thanks, boss." The 5 men immediately dragged the woman in red to the first floor. The woman in red screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Chung-Soo struggled, but the ropes tightened around him, making him helpless. A streak of yellow liquid had already appeared on the waistband of the other man beside him. Chapter 12. You fucking peed yourself. Ha ha. A nearby worker kicked him and cursed, and the surrounding workers all burst into laughter. They grinned, their faces full of banditry, looking at the man who had peed his pants not as a person, but as a dog. "Come on, take off his pants. This dog pee smells terrible." At the command of a worker, several men stepped forward, kicked the man who had peed his pants to the ground, stepped on his head, and began to pull his pants off. In a few seconds, they pulled them apart, revealing the red underwear underneath. They didn't stop, and they tried to remove his underwear too. Ian looked away. The man was already crying and begging for mercy, but it was no use. All he got was 2 slaps. Shut up. Ah! You're all beasts. The police won't let you go. A sissy scream came from the squatting crowd. Ian looked over and saw a man dressed as a woman. His voice was androgynous, his wig awry and half-assed, revealing a faint buzz cut underneath. His makeup was mostly smudged. Police. It's the fucking end of the world, and you're talking about police? Ha ha. The foreman smiled, but his eyes held no trace of amusement, only ruthlessness. He spat, half smiling, and said, I've been responsible for many deaths since the end of the world, hiding here and there. Now, it's the end of the world, and I'm going to kill openly. With that, he picked up an iron rod from the ground and walked towards the woman, striking her with it. The rod struck, blasting the woman's head off. A mixture of white brain matter and red blood splattered all over the surrounding crowd. Ah! Ugh! Help! Suddenly, a chorus of screams erupted. Ian frowned slightly. Strength type abilities? Beep. Mission completed. Special rewards are now being distributed. A bonus ability. Healing type, plus doubled mental power. The physical attribute panel now has increased mental power. Currently, the host's attributes are Physical Fitness 56, Speed 46, Resilience 66, Beauty 99, Strength 24, and Mental Power 156. Currently, mental power is the highest among all humans. The system's voice sounded timely. Ian was both surprised and delighted. This truly was a fantastic reward. You know, healing abilities are among the rarest in the apocalypse. In the previous life, there were no more than 10 healing abilities across all bases combined, and they were all national treasures. However, healing abilities also have many limitations. First, healers lack offensive abilities. They cannot attack, and their crystals require teammates to supply them. Second, healing abilities are very weak before level 4. Level 1 can only heal wounds around 1 centimeter, and eliminate some zombie viruses. Level 2 can heal wounds around 3 centimeters, and eliminate most viruses. Level 3 can heal wounds around 8 centimeters, and eliminate all viruses. By level 4, larger wounds can be healed. Level 5 can regenerate flesh and bones, and level 6 can heal limbs. Level 7 and above had never been reached in the previous life, so Ian's specific abilities were unknown. You have to understand that in the Doomsday, when most psychics were still at level 3, it was quite difficult for psychics like Healing, who were supported by the base, to reach level 6. Back then, the highest psychic was only level 8, and they were the commanders of some bases. The third and greatest shortcoming of the healing system is its extreme mental energy consumption. It's generally only usable once a day, and even large-scale healing at levels 5 or 6 requires a week's wait. Therefore, only high-ranking officials can benefit from the healing abilities of healing users. To put it bluntly, once discovered, these healing users are kept by the higher-ups, serving them exclusively. The system not only granted her the healing system, but also tripled her mental energy. This meant her healing power was equivalent to that of 2 healing users. Ian felt an extremely comfortable energy surge through her. This was her first time gaining healing abilities, and her body suddenly felt lighter. Simultaneously, an extremely gentle and comfortable energy spread throughout her, washing away the fatigue of the past few days. No wonder the only healing user at the Dawn base in her previous life never fell ill. It seemed this ability also had self-healing properties. While Ian was pondering, several tragedies had already occurred on the dilapidated second floor. The brutal foreman had murdered several men he disliked. Brains and blood splattered everywhere, and some people fainted from sheer terror. Ian crouched behind the crowd. Her slender figure made her look small, almost buried in the crowd, safe for the moment. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred, and Ian's eyes narrowed slightly. A man in a baseball cap appeared at high speed. He kicked 2 workers away, and took the foreman hostage. A knife was pressed firmly against the foreman's neck. Let these people go. Beneath the baseball cap were a pair of beautiful, cold eyes. He looked at the foreman as if he were a dead man. His voice was low and hoarse. Though it was a beautiful voice, it lacked a trace of human life. Oh, it's young Master Ren. The foreman laughed at the voice. He tilted his head, and turned his face to the side, his expression greasy and ingratiating. We can talk it over. The next moment, his ear was severed. Ah! The foreman screamed violently, startling the surrounding workers and rushing to help. Don't move. Listen to him, quick. The foreman spoke in panic, but he winked secretly where the man in the peaked cap couldn't see. The workers immediately stepped forward to untie the men. At that moment, the foreman, with one ear missing and half his face covered in blood, thrust back, breaking free from the man in the peaked cap's grip. The surrounding workers also rushed forward simultaneously. The man in the peaked cap seemed to have been prepared. With incredible agility, he kicked down one worker and stabbed another. He retreated at full speed, picking up various steel materials from the ground and throwing them at the group of workers. For a moment, the group couldn't catch him. He even secretly kicked a broken piece of glass towards Chung-Soo. He did all this almost silently, but it didn't escape Eun's notice. Eun popped a piece of bubble gum in her mouth, turned away from the show, and glanced behind her. Behind her was only a half-broken window, a perfect location, ready to escape at any time. There were 13 workers on the second floor, 3 of whom were psychics. The man in the baseball cap was gradually losing ground, suffering several wounds. By then, Chung-Soo had already cut through the vines and rushed to support the man in the baseball cap. The bound people took the opportunity to escape. Eun quickly assessed the terrain and the factory building, easily freeing herself from the ropes and attempting to scavenge supplies inside. The system's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. Beep, side quest now available. Rescue Renew. Target, man in the baseball cap. You can choose to accept this side quest. It's not mandatory. Completing it will reward you with a quest. The system prompted that Chung-Soo and Ring-Yu were both highly suitable teammates and recommended accepting them. Eun frowned. Accept them. She turned and saw that only the group of ruffian workers and Chung-Soo and Ring-Yu remained on the second floor. Although most of the 13 workers were dead, the 3 psychics were still alive, including the foreman with the severed ear. Chung-Soo and Ring-Yu were gradually overwhelmed and pinned to the ground, unable to move. The foreman, wielding an iron rod, approached Ring-Yu, sternly demanding, "Boy, you still want to avenge your parents? I'm telling you." Before he could finish his words, Ring-Yu pulled out a bomb, pointed it at Chung-Soo, and said coldly, "Let this man go, or I detonate it." The worker's eyes flashed with panic, clearly not expecting him to have such a trick. 3. Ring-Yu began the countdown. "Don't worry. I detonated now," the foreman said immediately. The other 2 workers untied the ropes from Chung-Soo's hands. While all this was happening, Eun had already quietly crept behind a pillar. Chung-Soo watched Ring-Yu's eyes, constantly gesturing for him to leave. He glanced around, noticing that all the trapped people had escaped. He slowly retreated. Suddenly, a wall of earth rose from the ground in front of Ring-Yu, separating him from the 3 psychics. Chung-Soo swung his fist, knocking the Wood-type psychic to the ground. Looking for death, the foreman rushed forward in anger. The next moment, his legs were completely severed, and he sprawled on the ground, howling in terror, "My legs! My legs! Ah!" Eun swung a hook, piercing the woodworker's body. She leaped forward and kicked the fire worker back. "Oh my god!" Under Chung-Soo's astonishment, Eun glanced at the foreman, who was trying hard to look up at her. She smiled sweetly and said, "No one will care about you in this apocalypse, so I treat you like my father for once. I hope you be a better person in your next life." Ring-Yu climbed out from the earthen wall and looked at the foreman, his legs chopped off, and Eun, dressed in black, with surprise in his eyes. Chapter 13. Eun retracted her grappling hook. She glanced at Chung-Soo, then led the way down, handing the man over to Ring-Yu. She hadn't forgotten the foreman's words, "Revenge for my parents." These 2 must have had a feud. "Thank you." Ring-Yu's voice echoed behind her. Eun waved her hand without replying. "Fuck girl, you're so strong. What kind of move is that? It's more powerful than a gun, and the range is amazing." Chung-Soo followed Eun all the way, his face practically adoring. Eun remained expressionless, listening to the system's announcement. Special mission successful. Reward space expanded by 10,000 cubic meters. Ring-Yu's character analysis. Male, 23 years old, 184 centimeters tall, 65 kilograms, Capricorn. Awakened power. Speed. Extremely loyal, highly responsible, intelligent, and possesses a high upper limit on combat power. Teammate compatibility. 99%, extremely compatible. Chung-Soo's character check. Male, 27 years old, 192 centimeters tall, 80 kilograms, Aries. Awakened power, earth element. Extremely loyal, highly responsible, average IQ, extremely high combat power. Teammate compatibility, 99%, extremely high. As the system continued to broadcast, Chung-Soo continued to talk, growing increasingly excited. Finally he said, "Let's form a team And you be the captain. Enon then raised her eyebrows and looked at him, saying calmly, "It's going to be tiring to be with me. I'm willing, no matter how hard or tiring it is." Chung-Soo answered immediately, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Enon, as if she were a god. Enon checked his watch. It was the 4th day after the apocalypse, April 12, 2034, at 6:30 p.m. The sky was gradually darkening, perfect for looting. The time for her planned operation was drawing near, and she couldn't linger here for too long. "I have something to do. I'll be back in an hour." Enon said this and scurried off like the wind. Chung-Soo smacked his lips as he looked in the direction Enon had disappeared. His captain truly came and went like the wind. Just then, a scream echoed from the 2nd floor, then fell silent. Chung-Soo looked up and saw the man in the baseball cap coming down. His deep eyes held the relief and fatigue of having avenged a great vengeance. Though in his 20s, he possessed a maturity and a low-pressure demeanor far beyond his peers. "Where's she?" Renyu asked, glancing over. Chung-Soo knew he was asking about Enon and quickly replied, "She said she'd be gone an hour." "I want to join you," Renyu said bluntly. Chung-Soo was stunned. The man before him was incredibly powerful, so he was naturally happy to team up with him, but he scratched his head and said sheepishly, "I'd like to too, but she hasn't agreed yet." "Aren't you guys together?" A hint of surprise flashed across Renyu's eyes. "Yeah, we met on the way." "No problem. Let's wait for her together." "Okay." Enon quietly traced the factory's perimeter wall, analyzing the building layout. He found a total of 35 buildings, roughly divided into 3 major areas: accommodation, storage, and processing. The storage area had been cleared of zombies, clearly the work of the previous group of workers. The processing area was mostly machinery and production workshops, while the accommodation area was staffed dormitories, with limited resources. Both areas were filled with zombies, and some trapped factory workers. It seemed the most valuable area was the storage area. Enon decided to go to the processing area first and store all the machinery and other items in her space. The processing area had the most buildings, a full 20, including several R&D and administrative buildings. Enon began to search each building one by one, always climbing to the top floor first, then searching through the windows from outside the window sills. If zombies rushed out, she would either dodge and let them fall from the windows, or kick them away. Soon, Enon had cleared out more than a dozen processing plants. This factory was very comprehensive, selling cooking oil, condiments, meat products, vegetable products, and more. Her next target was the storage area. The storage area had 7 buildings in total. Enon climbed the outer walls, level by level, collecting supplies into her space. It felt amazing. She moved with incredible speed, and in just 40 minutes, she had collected all the resources into her space. Enon rubbed her aching waist, and listened to the system's announcements. The amount of exercise met the target, with a bonus of 1 to physical fitness, 1 to speed, 1 to resilience, and 1 to strength. She walked towards the factory gate, exhausted, her eyes barely open. "Boss! Boss!" 2 solemn greetings rang out. Enon was stunned, then looked at the respectful Chung-Soo and Renyu before him, and his sleepiness instantly vanished. "So I have 2 more minions?" Chung-Soo shouted. "We want to follow the boss in the future. He's incredibly powerful, and most importantly, he saved us." After that, he bowed and said, "Please be our partner." Enon tilted his head, and Renyu looked surprised. Chung-Soo then realized his mistake, and his tough, bronze face flushed. He hurriedly said, "Please be our captain." Enon looked at the 2 men before her. They had both passed the system test, so there shouldn't be any major problems. However, she now held her teammates to very high standards, and didn't trust anyone easily. So, she decided not to reveal too much for now, to feign some strength. "You can be my teammate, but if anyone betrays me, I will kill him." Enon's eyes quickly turned cold, and she glanced at the 2 men coldly. "Don't worry, Captain. I, Chung-Soo, will never betray my friends." Chung-Soo spoke first. Renyu's eyes were also determined. "If you betray me, you'll be reborn as a dog in your next life." Chung-Soo was stunned, then said, "Rich dogs aren't bad either. They have plenty of food and a comfortable life." Renyu's face froze. Enon couldn't help but curl her lips beneath her mask. "Wait here while I go upstairs to check." With that, she went upstairs and collected the 3 psychic cores. Unlike zombie cores, psychic cores have additional attributes. A core with the same attribute can significantly increase the power of that attribute. Enon put them away for safekeeping. She was a lightning type, so using them would be a waste. Chapter 14. After Enon collected all the crystal cores and went downstairs, Chung-Soo came up, looking as if he had seen a ghost. "Boss, I just checked it out. Such a large factory, and the storage area is completely empty." Enon nodded, expressionless. "Then let's get going quickly. There are more and more zombies now, and it's not safe out there." And so, Chung-Soo drove the armored vehicle, with Renyu in the passenger seat and Enon in the back, all the way to City A. The three of them chatted idly along the way. In the tense atmosphere of the apocalypse, although none of them had slept for over a day and a night, they were all very energetic. Plus, since all three were psychics, they weren't particularly tired. Chung-Soo was the most talkative, and he loved to crack a few dry jokes from time to time. Renyu was quiet, but his words were always excellent. Enon responded with a scattershot response. "Boss, if we could get 2 more psychics on our team, wouldn't we be invincible?" Chung-Soo happily imagined the future. "Don't worry about the team members. I've got the picks." As Enon spoke, the system chimed in. "We've detected a 5-person team. No more missions will be assigned to the members. However, to help the host choose their allies, the system will provide twice daily mission analysis." Enon raised an eyebrow. Indeed, including Jiang He and Lin Feng, there were exactly 5 of them. But Enon had his own ideas. Lin Feng had other plans. In the apocalypse, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. "We need to be discreet and develop ourselves," Enon said calmly. Renyu nodded in agreement. "I second." Chung-Soo smiled, his eyes narrowed, and said hurriedly, I know. I'm just trying to liven things up internally. I understand the principle of playing the pig to eat the tiger. Also, you guys go to the base first. I have some things to do in City A." "Ah, boss, it's too dangerous for you to go alone." "What's so important?" En's lips curled slightly. "I was bitten by a dog before. Go teach it a lesson." "What kind of dog dared to bite you, boss? It really deserves a beating." "Boss, let's go with you. You're not safe alone," Renyu said with some concern. Enon shook his head. "It's easier for me to go alone. It's harder to get things done with more people. The roads are full of zombies right now. The car can't move." Both of them knew Enon was right, so they stopped insisting. After about 3 hours, the car reached the edge of City A's city center. City A was a bustling metropolis, towering with skyscrapers. Before the apocalypse, it was a bustling world. After the apocalypse, it was a living hell. Due to the sheer number of skyscrapers and the congested streets, people had nowhere to hide. Zombies were everywhere. Also, because it was close to City H, the sheer number of people crammed in, making it a living hell. Enon looked at the crowds running and screaming on the street and said, "Stop here. We can't drive it any further. Drive from the outer suburbs to H City, and wait for me at the national base." The 2 men turned to look at Enon with concern and nodded. Enon pulled his mask up, pushed open the car door, and pushed aside the zombie that had been banging on it. Then he punched the zombie directly in the head. The zombie was a girl of 15 or 16, not particularly strong. Furthermore, En's physical indexes were quite good, almost on par with a fitness trainer, so the female zombie was knocked to the ground with a single blow. Enon quickly severed her neck with a dagger and collected the crystal core. Chung-Soo's car had already left. It was 6 a.m. on the morning of April 13, 2034. The sky was barely breaking. Enon looked toward the center of City A, her lips curled slightly. Besides gathering supplies, she had another important mission this time. That was to deal with Lu Qingqing. Today at 2 p.m., Lu Qingqing's team would be conducting their first mission in City A. Because she had foreseen the plot, she had specifically led the team to City A's tallest financial building, the China Merchants Building. This building was the tallest in the city, with 42 floors above ground and 3 below. As a result, the rescue was extremely difficult, and the zombies were numerous. It could be said that this place had become a zombie apocalypse. And Lu Qi, the chief commander of the national base's outer perimeter, was leading the special forces in the rescue. Because the building's exterior construction made it difficult to secure a fixed climb, the only way to rescue them was to clear the zombies from within, floor by floor. But this proved fraught with difficulty, as the zombies were too numerous. So they dispatched helicopters to rescue those near the windows. They then used the roar of the aircraft's engines to draw all the zombies from the 30th floor up to the rooftop, confining them to the 42nd and 41st floors. From there, they dispatched special forces to the interior of the building for a rescue. This method was effective, but just as Lu Qi and his team reached the 40th floor, the ground on the 41st floor collapsed under the weight. A massive torrent of zombies plummeted. As a result, Most of Lu Qi and his team were killed or injured, and the people on the 40th floor were never rescued. Lu Qingqing, familiar with the situation, informed Lu Qi in advance and helped evacuate the personnel. This not only earned Lu Qi's appreciation, but also earned him 1,000 base points upon returning to base. He became famous throughout the base. Yin An's purpose in this trip was to make Lu Qingqing completely empty-handed and a complete clown. It was still early, so Yin An decided to gather supplies nearby. She took an unconventional approach, traveling from floor to floor, gathering supplies and killing zombies, saving a great deal of time. After taking over 2 factories and a pile of supplies, Yin An had already completed her 20,000 cubic meter supply mission. She was only 10 short of 1,000 level 1 crystals. She leaped onto the rooftop of a department store, and with a single blow 2 zombies fell. 8 left, 7, 6. Finally, the last one. As the last zombie in the house fell, the system's voice rang out at the perfect time. Ding! Mission completed ahead of schedule. It took 1/10 the time, and the reward is doubled. Mission rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Space expands to infinity. The next moment, Yin An felt the space within her body continuously expand. Expand, expand, until she could no longer see the edge. Reward 2. Water and mineral resources tripled, each covering 3,000 square meters, with an infinite depth. Reward 3. Time stop zone expanded to 100,000 square meters. Reward 4. Ecosystem expanded tenfold to 50,000 square meters. Reward 5. Base system bonus. Base system? Yin An was delighted. Base system activated. Welcome to the space base. This base can be moved to outer space. With the system's announcement, a massive base appeared within Yin An's space. Rising from the ground was a 10,000 square meter building. 5 stories high, its exterior constructed of solid granite, its surface layer paved with a thick layer of diamonds. Yin An was stunned. She slipped into the massive villa, its interior adorned with a beautiful, light luxury style. The first floor was dominated by a massive living room, complete with a common lounge area, recreational area, fitness center, kitchen, dining room, and bathroom. The second floor housed a video room, an arcade, a laundry room, a VR room, and an office area. The third, fourth, and fifth floors were all bedrooms, a study, and a dressing room. Because of the vast space, there was an elevator between floors. Yin An also discovered a basement, with a hot spring bathing area. She was amazed, but quickly adapted. This building was only for living, not for a base. The base system will automatically upgrade after the host completes the mission. The system sensed Yin An's thoughts and immediately responded. Yin An nodded. She planned to build a base in the future, and this was just the beginning. Without much hesitation, she slipped out of the villa. She looked at the vast, time-stood area before her, the ecosystem. The system's voice chimed in again. Reward 6. Increase stamina by 1, speed by 1, resilience by 1, beauty by 1, strength by 1, and mental power by 10. Current host attributes: stamina 57, speed 47, resilience 67, beauty 100, strength 25, mental power 157. Next mission now available. Replenish 20,000 cubic meters of supplies, and upgrade your superpower to level 3. The time limit is 2 months. Rewards will be issued after the mission is completed. Failure to complete will result in immediate extinction. Yin An nodded and checked the time. It was still 6 hours until 2 p.m., so she took a 4-hour nap before rushing to the China Merchants Building. The China Merchants Building consists of 3 buildings, south, north, and west. The 3 floors are connected, separated by a single wall. The north and south buildings primarily serve as financial offices, while the west building houses a commercial area with numerous food stores and other items. Lu Qingqing will first go to the south building to inform Lu Qi and the others at 2 p.m., then proceed to the west building to gather supplies. Yin An surveyed the surrounding area and located an old, 20-story building across from the north building. Its concrete exterior is climbable. Immediately, Yin An estimated the location and climbed all the way to the 20th floor. Aiming for the open window of the 19th floor building across the way, Yin An hauled his grappling hook through. After testing it, and confirming it had hooked onto something solid and capable of bearing weight, Yin An slid quickly across. Luckily, there were no zombies in the room, only a single man. There was still a bottle of mineral water on the table, so Yin An found a chair to hydrate. The man took several minutes to recover from his panic. He tentatively approached Yin An and weakly said, "Miss, please save me." Yin An turned to look at him, and saw that it was the handsome young man she often saw on TV. She looked away expressionlessly and ignored him. If you save me, I show you my talents for the rest of my life. I can sing, dance, and rap. The man, feeling anxious when Ian ignored him, quickly added. Chapter 15. After he finished speaking, he leaned forward, his makeup-smudged face, and looked at Ian with pleading eyes. Her white foundation had long been smeared with white and yellow patches by sweat, and her eyeliner had smeared down her cheeks, making her look both ugly and disheveled. Shut up. A gust of wind blew, and a dagger was pressed against the man's neck. He retreated in fear, shut his mouth, and huddled in a corner, sobbing softly. After so many years of pampering in the entertainment industry, this sudden disaster had instantly dethroned him, making him the most helpless ant. Most of the office space in the north building was newly built and had not yet been rented out, so the number of people was pitifully small compared to the south building. Ian rested briefly before preparing to depart. There were few zombies between the floors, and most of the people had fled. There was only one zombie in the 19th floor stairwell, a child, who had apparently run up from the lower floors. Ah! Don't go! What will I do if you leave? Ian ignored the pig-like screams behind her, dispatched the child zombie, and climbed straight up the stairs. They soon reached the 41st floor. Even through the thick walls, Ian could still hear the ground shaking and the zombies' roars in the neighboring south building. She checked the time. It was 1:15 p.m., so she had plenty of time. After assessing the terrain, Ian pulled out a chainsaw from her space and cut a large hole in the wall of the west building. Then, she cut down hard on the wall between the north and south buildings. After creating a roughly 2-meter-long square gap, she left one side uncut. This was a buffer period for her to escape. As Ian sawed the wall, the zombies on the opposite side rammed against it like crazy. The frantic crashing and the zombie roars continued incessantly. Bang, bang, bang. Roar! Ah, alas! The gap would soon be breached, and the zombies in the south building would be diverted to the north building, preventing the collapse of the 41st floor. After confirming everything was correct, Ian ran away at top speed. She looked at the gap in the west building wall, her lips curled slightly, a feeling of relief. Lu Qingqing, I hope you like my first gift to you. Ian hurried downstairs. It was 1:45, and Lu Qingqing was about to arrive. She didn't want to miss a single minute of this exciting moment. The south building next door had been completely cleared by over 200 special forces. The zombies were either being cleared or trapped in the various rooms. Ian lowered his hood and blended into the crowd. Soon, he saw 4 men and women entering the south building: Xie Yun, Lu Qingqing, Li Mu, and their teammate, the Wu-type psychic Zhang Kuan. Xie Yun was a strikingly handsome man, standing 1.85 meters tall with a muscular build, and his trench coat looked remarkably elegant. He was highly capable, and currently believed to possess fire abilities. With him around, it would be difficult for Ian to kill Lu Qingqing. But she had no intention of harming Lu Qingqing. The best way to get revenge wasn't to let her die. That would be too easy for her. We have important information to inform Commander Lu Qi. Lu Qingqing rushed into the first floor, and spoke to the Special Forces officer stationed below. She looked pitiful and kind, as if she truly had something crucial to share. The Special Forces officer, observing the badges on the 4 men, was filled with respect. Special Operations Zone Team? Those who could enter the Special Operations Zone were clearly talented and unlikely to lie. The Special Forces officer immediately took the matter seriously. Come on, escort these 4 to Commander Lu Qi. He then pulled out his intercom and said, Commander Lu, a member of the Special Operations Zone team is here to see you. They claim to have important intelligence. Ian, chewing gum, watched the scene playfully, then turned and walked away from the crowd. Her next task was to collect the transportation provided by Lu Qingqing and the other 3, and then clear out the supplies in the west building. She quickly found the armored vehicle Lu Qingqing and the other 3 had just received as a gift from the base. Each Special Operations Zone team was entitled to one, but this was a one-time opportunity. Ian quickly collected their armored vehicle in an unobserved corner and headed towards the west building. Hey, where's the armored vehicle that was here just now? How did it suddenly disappear? You're probably seeing things. It must be from 2 days of not sleeping and being so nervous. Don't be afraid, the Special Forces are here. The zombies in the South Tower have been cleared out. They take us to the base soon. No, I didn't see it wrong. Don't think about it. Anything could happen now. Just think about how to survive. Ian quickly ran to the West Tower. There were also many zombies there. Some Special Forces were moving supplies. Ian quietly slipped up and collected whatever supplies he saw. The 10th floor and above were still unexplored. Enan killed zombies along the way, collecting most of the supplies and keeping some. Just as Enan was collecting enough supplies, Lu Qi, Commander Lu, these are the 4 members of the Special Operations Zone team. As Lu Qingqing and the others approached, they saw a man in a black uniform stepping out from the crowd of special forces. His brows were cold, his features clean-cut, and a small red mole rested on his high nose. His eyes were calm and composed beneath thick lashes, his lips slightly pursed. His demeanor was outstanding, inspiring respect. Lu Qingqing was delighted. This was one of the potential male leads for the female protagonist, Enan, one of the most powerful men in the future. She was determined to capture him. What's going on? Lu Qi asked with a slight frown. He didn't have much time to waste. Commander Lu, the 41st floor is about to collapse. Don't go any further up. Arrange for a retreat. Lu Qingqing spoke sternly, a look of righteousness. Lu Qi glanced at Lu Qingqing, tightened his gloves, and looked towards the roof. I go to the 40th floor to check. You wait here. Commander, it's not safe. How about we retreat? A special forces soldier nearby, persuaded by Lu Qingqing's persuasion, advised. There are still many people on the 40th floor. You wait here. Lu Qi refused to argue and began to ascend. Lu Qingqing, anxious at the sight, said hurriedly, Commander Lu, please believe me. This is true. Lu Qi walked quickly upwards without looking back. Malicious interference during the rescue operation will have serious consequences. A crew-haired man in the uniform of a deputy commander spoke sternly to Lu Qingqing, his words carrying a warning. Don't worry, Deputy Commander. I won't delay the rescue. I guarantee with my life that the 41st floor will collapse. I'm here to save you. Lu Qingqing spoke with conviction, tears welling in her eyes, as if she herself was moved by her own act of salvation. The deputy commander remained silent, staring nervously at the stairwell where Lu Qi had disappeared. Xie Yun, standing nearby, watched Lu Qingqing like this, his eyes deep. She had been with them the entire time, so why was she so certain this place would collapse, urging Zhang Kuan, who was driving, to hurry here since early morning? Could she be hiding some precognitive ability from him? Everyone waited quietly. Lu Qingqing checked the clock, figuring it would collapse in a few minutes. She glanced at Xie Yun and noticed he lowered his eyes slightly, as if lost in thought. Something clicked in her mind again. Both Lu Qi and Xie Yun were stunningly beautiful. She loved them both. A few minutes later, Lu Qi descended. Nothing's happening up there. Everyone, follow my orders. Follow me up to rescue. At Lu Qi's command, all the Special Forces soldiers followed him up. Ah! Lu Qingqing was stunned. She checked the clock. Something was wrong. The time had already expired, yet the building hadn't collapsed yet. She hurried after them. Miss Lu, every second counts in the rescue effort. What else are you doing? Get out of here. The deputy commander, already impatient, stopped Lu Qingqing and spoke sternly. Lu Qingqing's face instantly turned pale. She was puzzled. How could this happen? It was clearly going to collapse. She remembered that the special forces suffered heavy casualties after this incident. Let's go, Xie Yun said. Lu Qingqing, however, was reluctant and insisted on waiting. Xie Yun's face darkened, but thinking of Lu Qingqing's dimension, he decided to speak softly. If we don't leave now, the mission will be difficult to complete. Do you want the whole team to waste time with you here? Lu Qingqing reluctantly left. Let's go to the west building. There are more supplies there. With that, the team followed Lu Qingqing's directions and went to the west building, avoiding the special forces and sneaking up. But the upper floors were completely different from what Lu Qingqing had expected. Not only were there few resources, but every floor seemed unplundered, leaving only a few. Lu Qingqing kept complaining, we've climbed so many floors, why are there so few resources? That's good. At least we have resources. Let's go upstairs, maybe there's even more. Li Mu, one of the team members, was more optimistic. He then thought of his brother, whom he hadn't been able to contact, and felt a sense of loss. He could probably guess that his brother was in danger. In this way, the 4 of them climbed all the way to the 40th floor, but they only collected 1/10 of the space's supplies. Lu Qingqing was deeply disappointed. She had expected a lot of resources this time, so she had cleared out the space, and each member of the team brought an extra backpack. Who knew the harvest would be so meager? She slumped down on the stool, quite unhappy. Not good. Xie Yun suddenly became alert. Why was the ground shaking so strongly? Run! With that, the ceiling collapsed, and with it, a large number of zombies fell. Why are there so many zombies here? Lu Qingqing was going crazy. She only had a spatial ring on her, no special powers. Normally, she hidden behind Xie Yun, relatively safe, but now, with so many zombies, there was no one to protect her. Lu Qingqing took off running, clutching her teammate Zhang Kun's arm and pulling him back. Xie Yun was also horrified. His first instinct was to protect Lu Qingqing. After all, she had all the supplies on her, and no one could destroy them. Save me! A zombie with a bloody mouth bit at her. Lu Qingqing clutched Zhang Kun, who was beside her, and pushed him toward the zombie. Zhang Kun's head instantly slammed into the zombie's maw, and a large chunk of his scalp was bitten off. Ah! Even on the other side. Yinan was sitting on the 19th floor of the north building, cross-legged, eating sunflower seeds. In front of him was a young man dancing. Change, Yinan said calmly. The young man immediately picked up his phone, which was no longer connected to the internet, and switched to the next locally downloaded song. Candy is super sweet. He began to twitch his hips and dance, his hips raised and his eyes blinking, trying to look cute. Yinan couldn't bear to watch Change. The young man immediately changed to a cheerful song and began to dance with a forced smile. Yinan yawned, clapped his hands, stood up, brushed the dust off his hips, and stretched. The young man saw this and asked timidly, "Boss, are you satisfied with the dance performance? Can you help me get out?" Yinan looked at him, his eyes narrowed, and said sweetly, "Not planning on that. I'm a freeloader." With that, he quickly walked to the window, unleashed his grappling hook, and disappeared. "Sister, don't abandon me." Behind him was the young man's heartbreaking cry. It echoed in the air for a long time. Chapter 16. Yinan jumped onto the rooftop across from him, stretched, and took out a bag of beef jerky to chew. The 40th floor across from him was swarming with zombies, one after another being squeezed out of the windows. Thanks to Yinan's excellent hearing, she could even hear Lu Qingqing's screams. Unable to hold back, Yinan laughed out loud. This scene was truly appetizing. Yinan pulled out his phone. There was still some signal here. The time displayed, 4:30 p.m., April 13, 2034. As soon as she unlocked the phone, a barrage of news popped up. This is the base live channel. The national base is bustling with people right now. Survivors from across the country are flocking here. The national base currently covers 30 square kilometers, and volunteer teams are working day and night to build the base's defense walls. Even so, the base is approaching capacity. High-level officials have deduced that expansion is extremely dangerous, and time is running out. If the base's defense walls aren't strengthened, they'd be easily annihilated by the zombie horde. This is News Channel 1. Because the national base is approaching overload, Command has decided to establish branch bases in cities N, A, and Y surrounding H city. Yinan turned off her phone. She knew she had little time left. The national base was approaching capacity, and she had to rush there to establish a team. Although the national base wasn't a stable, long-term safe place, it was bound to evolve into a base civilization in the future, with different bases gradually rising. However, her current strength was far from sufficient. The base within her space was still in its infancy, making it difficult for her to develop independently. More importantly, the national base currently held all the vital resources, and she had to secure as many as possible. She glanced at the two helicopters heading for the 40th floor of the west building of the China Merchants Building and turned away. After looting an upscale supermarket, Yinan keenly heard a heartbreaking scream amidst the roars of the zombies. Song Yin, you will die. Yinan's brows raised. Song Yin. Without a word, she climbed onto the supermarket rooftop, cleared out the 3 zombies, and from among the millions of supplies in her space, she selected the best telescope and peered towards the source of the screams. On the rooftop of a villa in a wealthy residential complex, a well-dressed, middle-aged man, dressed in designer clothes, was forced to retreat. Behind him was a fence, leaving him nowhere to retreat. His eyes were filled with panic and rage. He picked up a stick from the ground and threatened the woman in front of him, Song Yin. Are you crazy? If you come any closer, I kill you. The words were threatening, the voice was desperate. Before him stood a tall woman in a black trench coat, her short, wispy hair draped across her face, her eyes shrouded in darkness, her emotions obscured. Drawing a long knife, stained blood-red, she advanced towards the middle-aged man. Ah! I fight you! The man, cornered, struck the woman with his stick. But before he could even touch her, he fell to his knees with a thud. He clutched his left leg, which was bleeding profusely, and wailed, Ah! My leg! Then, the woman raised her knife and struck, leaving a deep gash on the man's arm. Blood gushed out. One by one. Another by one. The man's flesh shredded into strips. He passed out and woke again in agony, suffering the torture over and over again. Gradually, his mind faded, and all he could do was mechanically plead for mercy. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have killed your parents. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have killed your parents. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have killed your parents. I'm sorry. Finally, after the 130th strike, the man died. The woman, however, burst into tears. She dragged her long knife, stepping downstairs like a zombie. Behind her, corpses littered the ground. Who is so wicked as to empty such a large supermarket? A shrill, sharp roar echoed downstairs, interrupting Ann's train of thought. Ann lowered the binoculars and watched the girl emerge from the villa in the distance. She thought to herself, "System, analyze Song Yin." She hadn't forgotten what the system had said. Now that a 5-person team has been formed, no more missions will be assigned to the members. However, to help the host choose allies, the system would provide a twice-daily mission analysis function. Song Yin was someone she admired, and she wanted to form a team. Moreover, in her previous life, after being betrayed by her teammates and falling into the zombie swarm, she didn't die immediately, but struggled for a while. She clearly saw Song Yin, the one everyone at the base called female devil, solitary, cold-blooded, and mute, the one so isolated she had no friends, the one who always kept to herself and was considered a monster by everyone, rushing forward and trying her best to save her. It was only at the last moment that Ann saw through some people's hearts and some truths. For example, right now, she watched her slaughter everyone in the villa, yet she had no doubts about her character. Song Yin, Ann was determined to get her, because no one could tell whether she was killing humans or animals. Sure enough, the next second, the system's analysis sounded. Song Yin's character detection. Female, 26 years old, 171 centimeters tall, 51 kilograms, Virgo. Awakened superpower, Ice element. High loyalty, extremely high sense of responsibility, high IQ, and extremely high upper limit of combat power. Teammate compatibility, 99%. Extremely high compatibility. Ann raised an eyebrow in satisfaction, the data was so high. Song Yin, see you at the base. Ann didn't linger for long. She pulled out a modified motorcycle from her space and drove to the base. Chapter 17. The national base was enormous, and it was quickly reached after crossing the border between City A and City H. Within a 1-kilometer radius of the base, psychics and special forces patrolled and cleared the zombies to prevent a large influx of zombies. Outside the base, more than a dozen lines stretched, each over 700 meters long. Countless people rushed in, and with them came the zombies drawn in. But they were all shot immediately, and those bitten by zombies were also killed immediately to prevent them from mutating. Ann parked his motorcycle from a distance, walked over, and quietly joined the line. "Little girl, are you alone?" An elderly woman beside him started talking to Ann. Glancing sideways, Ann saw a woman in her 50s or 60s. Her clothes were somewhat ragged, and her hands were tightly clutching a piece of bread. The bread had been compressed beyond recognition, and without a closer look, it was impossible to tell it was bread. Ann nodded, but said nothing. "Hey, little girl, you're completely empty-handed. Were you robbed like me?" the old woman asked, and Ann finally realized she'd been robbed, leaving only the piece of bread in her hand. No wonder she clutched it so tightly. Ann remained silent. She glanced at the people queuing around her, noticing that most of their faces were filled with fear, anxiety, and rage. Yes, it had been 5 days since the apocalypse, and looting was common. This was outside the base, guarded by a group of soldiers, so it was normal for everyone to do this to get in. If it had been unattended, a fight would have broken out, with all sorts of looting inevitable. The old woman, seeing Ann ignore her, tightened her tattered coat and muttered to herself. At that moment, a soldier approached from a distance. Judging by his attire, he was clearly a class above the others. There aren't many spots left at this base. Now, all psychics, line up and follow me. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. What do you mean? Are ordinary lives not lives? Are you a psychic? What right do you have to live here? Save us! Instantly, the crowd was uncontrollable. The suppressed pain, despair, and fear erupted at this moment. Everyone rushed forward, roaring and wailing, and grappling with the soldiers. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out. The soldier, surrounded by the crowd, fired a shot into the air, but the crowd only quieted for a second before erupting in even greater turmoil. Kill me! I don't want to stay in this shitty world anymore. Shoot if you dare! Take his gun. The people were mad. The world was mad. Enid wasn't surprised. She had already protected the old woman and retreated to a tree a few dozen meters away, watching the whole thing unfold with a cold gaze. She knew someone would soon arrive to settle the matter. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, 3 helicopters arrived. Aboard the lead helicopter was a tall man in black. He wore black sunglasses and a black military uniform, his epaulets a brilliant flash of gold. Enid's eyes narrowed slightly. Deputy Minister Gusu. The man who would later establish the Lyri base and unify the South. He exuded an awe-inspiring aura, observing everything below calmly. The arrival of the helicopters had done little to quell the riots. The people remained mired in madness. Gusu picked up the intercom and said something. Soon, a neat row of fighter jets flew in from behind. Enid pulled the old woman back and covered her eyes. Ah, little girl, what's wrong? The old woman was a little flustered, but she also felt that Enid was protecting her. She didn't resist and remained motionless. Massacre, Enid said calmly. This is how it is in the apocalypse. The best way to resolve a riot is to shoot them all. In the apocalypse, there's no time for ethics and morality. As expected, this most brutal method was the fastest solution. Those who didn't want to cause trouble had already retreated to the side, leaving only those who wanted to cause trouble mingling with the crowd. Now, as more than a dozen fighter jets strafed the ground, blood and corpses covered the ground, a river of gore. Flesh splattered, and the air seemed stained red. Everyone became obedient. And Gusu and the others had disappeared. Enid watched the departing fighter jets indifferently, a tinge of longing rising in her heart. Although after the apocalypse, with the scarcity of resources, these weapons with immense offensive and combat power gradually fell into disuse, becoming a world for psychics. Enid's dimension, however, possessed boundless resources. If she managed it properly, she could easily afford to maintain these weapons. While they couldn't completely defeat the later stages of zombies, they could still serve as a sufficient auxiliary weapon. This was one of the reasons why Enid had to come to the national base. The team quickly returned to normalcy, and the bodies were simply cleared and moved to the distant jungle. Everyone knew that they would soon be devoured by the zombies. However, as the base was gradually becoming overcrowded, only those without superpowers between the ages of 11 and 40 could enter. Those too young or too old could only seek refuge at the base's branch. Although they were supposed to seek refuge, the 3 bases hadn't even begun construction yet. In reality, they were simply being asked to establish their own bases. Name, age, and superpowers? The person registering was a middle-aged man in his 30s, with a square face and rugged features. He glanced at Enid and, judging his age, asked. Nan Sheng, 20, lightning-type superpower. The square-faced man's pupils dilated instantly at her words. You know, he'd been registering here for 5 days, and had never encountered a single lightning-type superpower. Show it? He asked tentatively, and Enid raised his hand. Hey! Not at me, over there. He pointed to an empty space. Hurry up. Why are you dawdling? Someone behind them was already urging them. Enid coldly fired a bolt of lightning at a certain spot. By some coincidence, the lightning struck the man who had just urged them, sending him leaping 3 feet high. His hair scorched, and he instantly passed out. The people behind him no longer dared to urge them. Instead, they stared ahead in shock. Were they right? Was that lightning? The man registering people swallowed hard and quickly wrote something in the registration book. Then he ran into the house and quickly emerged, saying, Nan Sheng, right? You're very capable. You have a chance to enter the special zone. Do you want to give it a try? Enid, naturally aware of the requirements for entry, shook her head calmly. I want to form my own team. Chapter 18. When the man saw Enid's refusal, he assumed she didn't understand the base's situation, so he began to explain it in detail. The entire base is divided into 2 major areas, the inner base and the outer base. The inner base is divided into 240 teams, each consisting of 50 groups of 50 people. They live in shipping containers. These people are all non-psychic and their main tasks are within the base, such as building defensive walls, planting crops, and contributing physical strength. The outer base is divided into 20 teams, each consisting of 5 groups of 5 people. They live in areas converted from residential buildings. Their main task is to take on various more difficult missions within the base, such as killing zombies, protecting the base, and transporting supplies to maintain the base's security and food supply. In addition, the outer base has a special area called the Special Operations Zone. This zone consists of 5 teams of 5 people each. These people are all the strongest psychics, specially trained by the national base. They are responsible for secret missions and have direct contact with senior national base officials. In addition, the base also has core department areas such as the deployment center, military area, inspection area, public security area, scientific research center, and general command headquarters. The square-faced man who was in charge of registration finished his detailed explanation, but noticed Ian Ann's expressionless face. He was startled, then asked again, "Have you thought it through? If we want to form a team, the team members will have to figure it out on their own." He then looked behind her, seeing nothing but a bewildered old woman. Ian nodded and confirmed again, "I'm sure." Just then, the sound of a helicopter could be heard from the other side. A soldier immediately recognized Lu Chi's team and said, "Captain Lu and his men are back." This cry attracted a lot of attention. The deputy captain on the helicopter poked his head out and said, "Quick, a psychic has been injured." Soon, a medic emerged from the base. 2 members of the Special Operations Zone Supreme Team have died from serious injuries sustained by zombies. 2 have survived. Captain Xie has a broken left hand, and Deputy Captain Lu Qingqing is safe for now. The helicopter landed smoothly, and a soldier disembarked to report. How could it be so serious? Another man with silver epaulets on his shoulders approached and asked. After all, this was the Special Operations Zone team. Reporting to the Special Operations Zone commander, when we found the Supreme Team in the Merchants West building, they were caught in a zombie swarm. It seems the roof collapsed, trapping the zombies. We had a hard time getting them out. As the soldier reported, Lu Qingqing and Xie Yun emerged from the helicopter. Xie Yun had one hand splinted, and Lu Qingqing, standing behind him, was clearly still in shock. "Captain Xie, there are only 2 of you left in your team now, and we haven't even completed the 3-day deadline we originally planned." The Special Operations Zone Chief looked at Xie Yun and the others and said, disappointment evident in his voice, "Logically, you can no longer stay in the Special Operations Zone." He glanced at Lu Qingqing, hesitated for a second, and then continued, "However, Miss Lu's status is special, and she's a highly valued talent at the base. So, you might consider entering the outer base first, assembling your team, and then applying to enter the Special Operations Zone." "Okay, thank you for your help." Xie Yun nodded politely. Clearly, there was no other solution. Lu Qingqing, standing beside him, pouted reluctantly. "She's Lu Qingqing?" Lu Qi stepped down from another helicopter and asked. "It's me." Lu Qingqing's eyes lit up when she heard it was Lu Qi asking the question, and she quickly replied. Lu Qi's face darkened, and without even glancing at her, he said coldly, "You almost delayed the rescue this time." Lu Qingqing's smile froze behind him. Lu Qi had already turned and left. Since Ian Ann's entrance was closest to them, Lu Qi strode directly towards them. "Who's this?" "They call him the commander. He's so handsome." The people in the queue behind him murmured. Lu Qi strode past Ian and entered with the speed of the wind. But Ian didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt like he glanced at her briefly as he passed by. Ian frowned slightly, feeling that Lu Qi's eyes were full of meaning. "I'm sorry, Miss Nan Sheng, I was distracted and delayed. Here's your ID card. We send someone to take you to the outside world right now." The square-faced man, now regaining his composure, handed over an ID card. Lu Qi paused. He turned to look at Ian. "Your name is Nan Sheng, right? I'm on my way to the outside world. I take you." Ian was reluctant, and was about to refuse when she saw him already running off. She had no choice but to take the ID card and follow. He walked briskly, making it easy for Ian's long legs to keep up. People passing through the base politely gave way and greeted Lu Qi. "It's Commander Lu. Look, there's a newcomer following behind him. He's wrapped up so tightly. Is he trying to hide? Should stop talking and just focus on your own business." After passing through the mission area, the food area, and the supply area, the newcomer reporting area was just ahead. The 2 of them walked in silence, the only sound being the steady tread of Lu Qi's footsteps. "You look familiar to me," Lu Qi suddenly asked, breaking the silence. Ian felt strange. They hadn't met before. Could it be that it was back in the West building? "Back then, I thought I saw a flying figure." Lu Qi chuckled softly, as if mocking himself. He turned to look at Ian. His stern face was expressionless, as if they were just chatting casually. His eyes, emotionless, were lost in the darkness. Ian knew he must have seen her. But playing dumb was her specialty, and her reaction was almost instantaneous. Ian blinked, puzzled. "Commander Lu, your words are so confusing." "Nothing, it's right here. Go in." As if he guessed her answer, Lu Qi stopped asking questions and stood at the entrance to the external newcomer reporting area, not entering. Inan nodded and said goodbye. Lucci watched her back, took the booklet handed to him by his assistant, and found the most recently registered name. Nan Sheng, 20, Lightning Ability. His eyes were deep. Chapter 19. This girl is really strange. She's wrapped herself up so tightly I can't even see her face. The deputy captain shook his head in confusion as he watched Inan disappear around the corner. Lucci didn't respond. He put away the booklet and turned around to see two Special Forces soldiers from the base running over. They anxiously reported, "Commander Liu, a large number of zombies have appeared at the southwest base." The deputy captain's expression darkened. He looked at Lucci and said worriedly, "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like the zombies today seem a little stronger than the last 2 days." Lucci handed the booklet to the deputy captain, turned around, and hurried away. Zombies must have the ability to evolve. Report your findings to the research team. The rest of the troops, follow me to the southwest. Yes. The two Special Forces soldiers shouted and ran outside to gather their troops. Elsewhere, Inan watched the crowds of people scurrying around the registration area outside, searching for Chung Su and the others. "Who saw me cutting in line?" A man's high-pitched, arrogant voice boomed from the front of the crowd. It was sharp and piercing. Inan narrowed her eyes slightly. This voice. The surrounding psychics were buzzing with discussion. What's going on up ahead? It seems to be the powerful Highway team. Highway team? The one that's currently capable of killing 20 zombies, with only 3 members? Indeed, they're said to have a good chance of entering the Special Operations Zone. Inan walked forward calmly. Sure enough, at the front of the crowd, Chung Su and the other 2 were confronting 3 members of the Highway team. This Highway team was the team she had been with in her previous life. Those 3 were the team leader Zhou Hao, Zhou Hao's girlfriend Chung Tian, and another team member, Wang Gang. All 3 of them were psychics. Zhou Hao was the strongest. His fire-based abilities were far more powerful than those of ordinary people, and his energy was naturally stronger. Later, after Inan and Song Yin joined the team, Team Highway was able to enter the Special Operations Zone directly due to their immense strength. Inan suspected that these 3 men were all related to his own betrayal in a previous life. Although Wang Gang had pushed him into the zombie horde, now that Inan thought about it, Zhou Hao was definitely involved. You just cut in line. Chung Su's aura was no less impressive than the 3 Highway team members. He glared at Wang Gang, who looked down on him, with a stern expression, refusing to give up. Do you have evidence? Wang Gang clearly hadn't expected the 1.9-meter tall figure to be so demanding. His expression grew increasingly grim as he demanded. Then, as if realizing something, his expression darkened. He stepped forward and whispered, "Do you know who we are? Don't you understand the situation? Look at what era we are in. It's the apocalypse. I advise you to be sensible." The subtext was that in the apocalypse, there are no moral codes. The most capable prevail. Chung Su naturally understood, but he remained silent. Wang Gang, seeing Chung Su's silence, assumed he was cowed. He sneered contentedly and stood before him. Zhou Hao, standing nearby, looked arrogant, not even glancing at them. Chung Tian, beside him, clung to him, looking incredibly soft. The surrounding psychics slowly dispersed upon seeing this. Everyone understood the situation. In the apocalypse, no one would want to mess with a powerful team. Inan couldn't understand why he had joined such a team in his previous life. He only laughed to himself at how he had panicked under the sudden onset of the apocalypse, blindly pursuing powerful teammates while neglecting so much else. The next moment, a scene unfolded that no one had anticipated. The arrogant Wang Gang was hoisted to the ground. The 1.9-meter tall Chung Su lifted him a meter high. The sound of clothes ripping echoed as Wang Gang blurted out, "Mom? Don't call me Mom, call me Dad," Chung Su said with a smile. Wang Gang's face flushed with shame as he realized what was happening. He gathered a ball of dirt in his hand and hurled it at Chung Su. "You're looking for death." Chung Su reacted even faster, throwing him to the ground and then sending a massive brick flying. The prone Wang Gang tumbled and scrambled for cover. Both possessing Earth-related abilities, the difference was immediately apparent. The psychics who were about to disperse were clearly unprepared for this scene. They all exclaimed in surprise, "This tall guy is so powerful. Is he from the Special Operations Zone? Why aren't my Earth-based abilities this strong? Which team is he from?" Zhou Hao finally looked at Chung Su. He took in the 1.9-meter tall Chung Su and the earthen bricks on the ground, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "I don't care who you are. In your grandfather's place, you're not allowed to cut in line." Chung Su clapped his hands, looking at Wang Gang on the ground as if he were a stray dog. Behind Chung Su, Rinyu lowered his head, his arms folded across his chest, the brim of his baseball cap obscuring his face, as if nothing had to do with him. Captain! Wang Gang, furious, could only offer his help to Zhou Hao. Shut up, you piece of shit! Zhou Hao roared, looking at Chung Su, a ball of fire gathering in his hands, ready to explode. Captain Zhou, you are a very magnanimous person. A clear female voice rang out. Zhou Hao stopped and looked at the woman in black, who walked out of the crowd. Her hood obscured her features, but her figure was slender and well-proportioned, and it was obvious that she had a good figure. Chung Su and Rinyu greeted Inan and walked up behind her. Boss. No harm is allowed within the base. The Highway team is very well known, and shouldn't make such a crude mistake. Our Nansheng team is also at fault in this matter. As the captain, I apologize on behalf of the team members. Let's put today's conflict behind us. Inan's voice was friendly and polite, which calmed Zhou Hao's anger. Captain! Wang Gang, lying on the ground, was less pleased. He had received a good beating. Shut up. Zhou Hao looked at the disappointing team members with disdain. He then glanced at Chung Su and Rinyu, who remained silent behind Inan, and felt a surge of jealousy. He didn't know how this woman had managed to attract such powerful team members. But if you offend someone, don't expect to get away with it. Inan, seemingly oblivious to the venom in Zhou Hao's eyes, turned to Chung Su and the others and said, Stop making trouble. We have a mission tonight. With that, he turned and left, joining the queue. Chung Su and Rinyu immediately followed. Chung Su, rather annoyed, muttered, Boss, why don't you teach them a lesson? Didn't you see the rules outside before you entered the base? Anyone who harms another's life will be expelled. Chung Su scratched his head. Okay, but who's going to win is still a question. Yes, I was just worried you might break the rules. Inan's lips curled slightly as she spoke. She knew Zhou Hao's temper best, which was why she had specifically revealed the mission tonight. Chung Su finally felt a little better after hearing Inan's words. Turning to the silent Rinyu, he asked, Ren, why didn't you just stand back and watch the show for me? We agreed to be teammates and brothers. I think you shouldn't have any trouble dealing with a few stray dogs. Rinyu's cold remark left Chung Su speechless. At this moment, the surrounding psychics gradually gathered around him. You're so amazing. Can I join your team? Inan looked up and saw Jiang He, squeezed to the back of the crowd and waving at him, and Lin Feng, wearing black framed glasses, standing behind her. He politely declined. We've already chosen someone. Sorry. Nan Sheng. I finally found you. I want to join you. Jiang He said happily. Lin Feng looked at Inan and nodded. Me too. Inan patted Jiang He's head. Okay, I've saved a spot for you. Turning to Lin Feng, he said, the psychic team needs to kill zombies every day. You're a scholar, a walking brain, so you'd be more suited to the Research Institute. When Lin Feng heard the name of the Research Institute, his eyes lit up. Research Institute? I've heard of it, but it's generally populated by highly skilled national researchers. How can I get in? After saying this, a hint of disappointment crossed his face. Inan patted Lin Feng's shoulder and soothed him. It's okay. Stay with us and focus on your research at the base. Once our team enters the special zone, I recommend you. Jiang He excitedly asked, Can our team enter the special zone? Only the most powerful psychics in the base can enter. Chung Su said confidently, I'm kidding. Don't you know how powerful the boss is? Yeah, haha. Jiang He's eyes sparkled as he thought of Nansheng saving him that day. After the five of them checked in and received their room cards, Inan spotted Song Yin, who had just entered the base. She wore a black windbreaker with faint traces of blood, her short, wispy hair obscuring her eyes. She lowered her head as she walked toward the external registration area. Want to join the team? Inan stopped her and asked bluntly. Song Yin looked up at Inan, her cold eyes tinged with a hint of bloodlust. With that kind of look, most others would have been dissuaded, but Inan grinned and added, food and lodging provided, balanced nutrition, with a good mix of meat and vegetables. Song Yin blinked, the coldness in his eyes fading a little. If you don't say anything, I take that as your agreement. Inan smiled and pulled Song Yin toward the external accommodation area. Chung Su and the others followed. Although they didn't quite understand why the captain would directly invite this strange woman to join the team, they didn't ask any further questions. Chapter 20. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the mission area. Since the mission area was very close to the registration area, the noise of the crowd there reached Inan's ears precisely. S-level and SS-level missions have appeared. Oh my god, the new mission rewards are so high. Chung Su and the others naturally heard it too. Chung Su was very interested in the new missions in the mission area and hurriedly looked at Enan and asked, "Boss, that's the mission area over there. Our team is now established. Shall we go take the mission?" Enan looked at his 5 teammates. None of them looked tired at all, but instead their eyes were filled with excitement. He then said to Lin Feng, "You go to the base accommodation area first. The 5 of us will go on the mission first." Since the team could not exceed 5 people, Lin Feng naturally couldn't follow. Furthermore, he hadn't yet awakened his special ability and couldn't protect himself well. Lin Feng, however, felt a little awkward upon hearing this, as if he felt he was holding everyone back. His face paled slightly, and he was about to say something when Enan, sensing his thoughts, handed him a level 1 crystal core. "Lin Feng, don't overthink it. You're very important to us, but you're a brainworker, not suited to killing zombies. Don't feel any burden." Lin Feng felt much better after hearing this. He nodded, took the crystal core Enan handed him, and asked, puzzled, "Captain, what is this?" "This is a stone dug out from a zombie's brain. I think it holds great secrets. Perhaps you could study it." Enan's words were ambiguous. She didn't directly explain the crystal core's purpose to Lin Feng, preferring to let him research it on his own. After all, if Lin Feng wanted to join the National Base Research Institute in the future, he would need solid skills. Lin Feng said with a firm expression, "Don't worry, Captain. I study it carefully. Brother Lin, wait for us in the accommodations. We find you something delicious." Jiang He patted Lin Feng's shoulder soothingly. "Don't worry, little brother Lin. With Chung Su here, none of the team members will be in trouble." Chung Su smiled and patted Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng looked at the 2 smiling faces, then glanced at the quiet but reliable Ren Yu and the mysterious Song Yin behind him. Reassured, he said goodbye and headed back to the accommodations. Enan and the other 4 headed to the mission area. The mission area had 2 large screens, the mission display screen and the team contribution ranking screen. In addition to the 2 newly added S-level missions and 1 SS-level mission, the mission display screen also displayed dozens of missions, divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. The contribution rewards for each level varied, 800, 400, 200, and 100 contribution points, respectively. S-level missions offer a whopping 2,000 contribution points, while SS-level missions offer a whopping 5,000. Wow, the contribution points for missions above S-level are truly impressive, Renyu exclaimed, scanning the mission screen. "Boss, what level of mission should we accept?" Chung Su looked at Enan, awaiting his instructions. Enan knew the rules for accepting SS-level missions best. Once accepted, she needed to collaborate with the military to complete them. But she didn't want to work with outsiders. She only wanted to fight alongside her teammates. So Enan set her sights on 2 S-level missions, cooperating with the military to eliminate all the zombies from Rongwa Elementary School and rescue the students. Take as much supplies as possible out of the H-City dungeon. The first mission is purely about killing zombies, while the second mission not only involves killing zombies, but also allows you to store more supplies. The only inconvenience is that you need to leave some supplies behind for the mission. But it seems the second S-level mission is the most cost-effective. These thoughts flashed through Enan's mind, and in an instant, she made a decision. She approached the person in charge at the mission area window, and politely said, "Hello, we are Team Nansheng. We would like to accept the second S-level mission." After that, Enan handed over her team badge. The person in charge was a muscular middle-aged man, evidently a veteran of martial arts training. He glanced up at Enan after hearing what she said, his eyes filled with surprise and scrutiny. Then, upon realizing this was the team's first mission, a strong distrust lingered in his eyes. He shook his head and advised, "Since this is your first mission, I suggest starting with the low CD level. There aren't many espers these days, and your lives are important." Enan naturally understood what he meant. Her gaze was determined, and just as she was about to speak, a delicate, white hand suddenly reached out from the side, handing her a sign. It clearly read, "Supreme Team." A familiar, sweet female voice followed, "Supreme Team, S-level mission number 2. It was the mission Enan had just accepted. And this person was none other than Lu Qingqing. "We just accepted this mission. Didn't you hear?" Chung Su, who had been standing behind Enan, looked at Lu Qingqing's sudden appearance and said with dissatisfaction. Lu Qingqing seemed oblivious to Chung Su's words, merely fiddling with her hair. The leader's eyes lit up when he heard the name of the Supreme Team. He glanced at Enan, then at the elegantly dressed Lu Qingqing standing beside him, and said to Enan, "The Supreme Team is a team from the Special Operations Zone. They're very strong, and Miss Lu still has room for improvement. This mission is more suitable for them. As leaders, they preferred that the mission be taken by the most suitable team. After all, it affected the resources and interests of the entire base. But we took it first. Jiang He stepped forward and said, "We're not weak either. We can complete it. That's all." Enan stopped the angry Jiang He, and the other two glanced at the mission area on the screen and said calmly, in a low voice, "Then let's take the first A-level mission." "Okay, thank you for your understanding." The leader registered the mission and returned the sign to Enan. Enan took the sign and turned to leave, brushing past Xie Yun, who was walking along. Behind him were three psychics, clearly part of the newly formed team. "What's wrong?" Xie Yun asked, stepping forward. From a distance, he had seen the members of this team speaking to Lu Qingqing with some discontent. "It's nothing, Brother Yun. It's just that some overconfident team just tried to snatch this mission from us." Lu Qingqing replied quickly, her soft voice sounding particularly sarcastic to Enan's ears. Chapter 21. Enan smiled faintly, not taking Lu Qingqing's words to heart. "Ah!" The next second, Lu Qingqing suddenly screamed. Enan turned to see that Song Yin had kicked her to the ground. The kick was so powerful that Lu Qingqing flew several meters along the ground, her once clean and delicate skirt stained black with mud, leaving her in a state of disgrace. The sound attracted the attention of many nearby psychics. "What are you doing?" Xie Yun, clearly not expecting this, frowned at Song Yin. Lu Qingqing, a team member, had been openly kicked. This kick showed she was showing disregard for him, the captain. "Keep your mouth shut, you bastard," Song Yin said coldly, turning and walking away. Xie Yun stared at Song Yin, his jaw clenching with anger. But she was a woman after all, and Lu Qingqing had indeed said some harsh words. As the former captain of the Special Operations Zone team, his every move was under scrutiny, and Xie Yun was unsure whether to intervene. While he was hesitating, Song Yin and the others had already walked away. "Brother Yun." Lu Qingqing bit her lower lip and looked at Xie Yun, her tone hinting at resentment. "Why don't you help me get revenge?" Xie Yun helped her up, shook his head, and said sternly, "Be careful with your words next time. Don't cause trouble. Things are different now." Seeing Xie Yun like this, Lu Qingqing felt bad. In the book, Xie Yun was extremely protective of the heroine Enan, and would retaliate harshly against anyone who even slightly hurt her. Now that she was impersonating her, her status was vastly different. She watched Song Yin and the others leave, and secretly took note in her heart. Moreover, for some reason, the woman in this team, who was wrapped up and could not be seen clearly, always made her feel uncomfortable, as if a sense of crisis was slowly fermenting in her heart. Sister Nian Nian is just so handsome. Enan and the others had already left the base, and received the ordinary off-road vehicles assigned to the psychic team. As soon as Jiang He entered, she looked at Song Yin in admiration. Song Yin glanced at Jiang He, her cold eyes softening a little. She remained silent. Everyone was used to her quiet demeanor. Enan sat firmly in the driver's seat, looking at the team members inside, and asked, "Do you think I'm too cowardly in the base?" Chung Su scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Boss, we bully back anyone who bullies us. I'm here, I stand in front of everyone." Renyu stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "Perhaps this is a good idea. With zombies and psychics everywhere, it's best for us to avoid making enemies." "Yes and no." Enan stopped looking at them, and stared straight ahead. "The biting dog doesn't bark. Next I let. You know what happens if you mess with us." After a pause, Enan's tone grew serious. "Now, as the captain of the Nansheng team, I want to explain our team's rules to you. If you feel you want to stay, then stay. If you feel you have no future with me, then you can leave now." "Boss, what are you talking about? I, Chung Su, will definitely follow you. I chose you. Renyu will always be a member of the Nansheng team. Captain, you saved my life. This life belongs to you." Chung Su, Renyu, and Jiang He all expressed their opinions. Song Yin remained silent, leaning lazily in his seat, but he showed no intention of leaving. Enan's heart warmed at their reaction, and he continued, "First, betrayal is absolutely forbidden in the team. Once discovered, I will kill the traitor immediately. Second, trust the captain's decisions. Team members need to trust each other. Third, keep everything about the team a secret." After saying this, Enan glanced at the four of them. "Can you do that?" "Of course." All four nodded. "Okay, then I'm going to lay my cards on the table with you. I have many. If you try to betray me, it will definitely do more harm than good. I won't die, it will definitely be you who will die. I have a space. As for the rest, I don't fully trust you yet, so I can't tell you yet. I can only promise you that I won't mistreat my people. Everyone looked somewhat shocked when Inan said this. Boss, are you saying you have dual abilities? Isn't that Lu Qingqing valued by the base because of her space? Boss, why didn't you tell me? This base won't be our home. I build my own base in the future. When everyone heard Inan wanted to build a base, their eyes were filled with shock and anticipation. Inan said nothing more, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out. Let's go. The base was teeming with zombies today. A large number of them emerged, and outside, wailing filled the air. The army charged in, one after another, and people were constantly being mauled and injured by the zombies. Inan was an excellent driver. In her previous life, she had driven off-road vehicles amid swarms of zombies countless times. Whenever she saw a zombie on the road, Inan would command Chang-Su and the others to kill it with their supernatural powers, then collect the crystal cores with a flick of their fingertips. After driving for about an hour, Jiang He noticed something unusual. Boss, this doesn't seem to be Laoxiang Street. Their mission was to clear out the zombies in Laoxiang Street, not this direction at all. We have more than one mission. An's lips curled slightly. She was moving at breakneck speed, quickly reaching her destination. As the car stopped, countless zombies pounced on it, each one with its bloody mouth agape, pounding on the car windows. Adding to the zombies chasing behind, the SUV was about to be surrounded by zombies. Inan glanced at the surrounding area. This was a diverse commercial and leisure area with tall buildings scattered across the street. It was extremely prosperous, so, correspondingly, there were a lot of zombies. Inan quickly located a high slope. It was 3 stories high and connected 2 shopping malls. There was a 2-meter gap in the middle, but with An's driving skills, it was no problem to drive through it. Inan stepped on the accelerator, breaking through the zombie encirclement and heading straight for the slope. The long line of zombies behind the car followed frantically, following the sound and smell. The SUV drove at a perfect angle to the 3rd floor of the opposite shopping mall, trapping all the zombies behind it. Boss, you're awesome. Your driving skills are beyond me. Chang-Su and Jiang He began praising their 2-man team again. Let's go, without further delay. Inan was the first to exit the car, dispatching a zombie that charged towards them. The 5-man team, led by Inan, headed towards the mall. If he hadn't had his teammates, Inan would have used his grappling hook to reach the destination quickly and easily. Now, to take care of his teammates, he had no choice but to walk. However, this had its advantages. The space was overflowing with crystal cores. This mall was clearly a zombie-infested area. There was hardly a soul to be seen, only zombies. Now, all the zombies were pouring out of the various mall entrances, swarming frantically towards the 5 men. After all, Jiang He and the others had just awakened their powers and lacked practical combat experience, so they were somewhat flustered. Don't panic, follow my command. An's voice was pleasant and calm, quickly calming the 4 men. Chang-Su, use the earth wall to stop them. Okay, boss. Chang-Su concentrated all his supernatural power, creating 4 earth walls in front of the 5 men, forcibly blocking the 3 zombies that were advancing. Inan immediately swung his grappling hook and pierced a zombie's skull, sending brains splattering. Then, with lightning in his hand, he quickly electrocuted the other 2. The sounds of battle attracted more and more zombies, and the zombies on the entire 3 floors went wild as if awakened. Under the dark moonlit night, the scene was as terrifying as hell. Chang-Su, follow me and lead the charge. Ring Yu, you're quick, go to the left and clear the zombies. Song Yin, go to the right. Jiang He, you have the least combat experience, but you have strong power. You be responsible for finishing off the enemy. Inan gave orders as he sprinted forward. All 4 reacted quickly. Armed with 2 blades, Ring Yu darted through the zombie swarm like a shadow, his speed nearly twice that of the zombies, capable of decapitating them before they could reach him. Song Yin, on the other hand, wielded a long sword, its blade slashing with sharp ice spikes, striking at vital points. As her superpowers unleashed, the temperature around her plummeted to an extremely low temperature, slowing the zombies' movements considerably. Chang-Su fought alongside Inan like a tank. Although Jiang He lacked combat experience, Inan recognized her inner rage. Her strength powers unleashed, she punched a zombie's head with 1 blow, sending brains flying everywhere, a rather frenzied quality. The combat effectiveness of this 5-man team was astonishingly terrifying. An entire mall, hundreds of zombies, was quickly dispatched. Inan gazed at the corpses scattered across the ground, his eyes dark in the darkness, his emotions indiscernible. Wow, fighting feels so good. Jianghe's hands were already stained red with blood, coated in the flakes of zombie flesh and skin, but she wasn't afraid anymore. Instead, she felt a sense of exhilaration and relief. Ren Yu and Song Yin stood on either side, cool and dashing. Chung Su was also sweating profusely. He simply took off his red-stained shirt and excitedly looked at Enan, asking, "Boss, our team is so strong. It seems the zombies are nothing to fear." Enan shook his head, his face devoid of joy. "This is just the beginning. There are only 2 days left before the zombies evolve. In those 2 days, I need you to become strong enough." Chapter 22. Zombie Evolution? Ren Yu keenly grasped the key point in Enan's words. He looked at Enan in confusion and asked, "Captain, will the zombies evolve in 2 days?" Enan nodded, and instantly the 4 of them turned serious. Enan's words carried weight with them. Although they didn't know how Enan knew about zombie evolution, the captain's power had long surpassed their imaginations. "This is the crystal core from the zombie's skull." As he spoke, Enan glanced at the 4 of them and opened his palm, revealing several level 1 zombie crystal cores. The 4 of them stepped forward, picked one up, and examined it closely. The small gray stone, about half the size of a little fingernail, looked unremarkable. Right now, all the zombies are level 1 and will soon evolve to level 2. Level 2 zombies will possess all the same mutations as the psychics, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Enan spoke quickly, and before the 4 could ask, he continued, "Correspondingly, psychics can also level up, and the path to that level up is through these crystal cores." After that, Enan pulled out 100 crystal cores from his space and gave them to Chung Su and the other 3. "Unleash your psychic powers, and sense the energy within these crystal cores." The 4 of them were stunned by the sudden surge of information. Ren Yu reacted the fastest, placing a crystal core on the ground and extending his hands to sense its energy. To Enan's surprise, Ren Yu's perception was incredibly strong. A faint tinge of energy could already be seen rising from the crystal core. Seeing this, the other 3 also lost no time and began sensing. Enan now had over 2,000 level 1 crystal cores in his space, but that only translated to about 20 level 2 crystal cores. To use the 100 level 2 crystal cores to reach level 3 psychic power, it seemed he would have to wait until the zombies evolved to level 2. But her healing ability was still at level 1. It was time to upgrade. Determined, Enan also took out 100 level 1 crystal cores and began sensing them. She was already well versed in sensing crystal cores, not to mention these were only level 1 cores. Soon, Enan felt a clear energy flowing through her body, her healing abilities successfully reaching level 2. However, healing abilities not only require upgrading, but also require a strong mental strength. Although Enan's current mental strength was significantly higher than that of an average person, she still wasn't satisfied. While she was pondering, the 4 team members had all successfully upgraded, and were happily sharing their experiences. Squeak! Ah! Bang, bang, bang! The shrill sound of brakes, and the frantic roars of zombies emanated from the nearby mall below. Someone's here. Jianghe and the others had obviously heard it too. They were all level 2, with hearing far superior to that of ordinary people. They all looked at Enan, only to find a hint of leisurely joy in her eyes. "Boss, did you know someone would be coming?" Chung Su asked in a low voice. "How could anyone come here so late at night, in a place swarming with zombies? The dungeon happens to be nearby." After Enan finished speaking, the 4 of them looked at each other with different expressions. "Isn't the dungeon the location where the Supreme Team accepted their mission?" Jianghe said immediately. "The team that stole our mission." Chung Su nodded. "Yes, they can't even think about completing this mission." Enan's lips curled into an icy smile. "Then, boss, are we going to rob them?" Chung Su's excitement surged at this. "No rush. Let's wait for them to clear the way for us. Just keep your voices down and follow me." Enan walked to the window and looked across the street below. A large plaque bearing the 3 characters' underground city had been torn and stained with blood, but it still held a faint glow. Nearby was a base SUV, where 5 psychics were engaged in a battle with the zombies that had descended upon it. All the zombies were swarming towards the SUV where Lu Qingqing was. As one of the top 5 shopping malls in H City, there were already many zombies. Furthermore, Enan and his team's SUV had also brought many zombies with them, so the number of zombies Lu Qingqing and his team's Supreme Team was currently facing was staggering. "It looks like they won't be able to enter the underground city for at least an hour or 2, Ren Yu said calmly. "Not only that, there are quite a few zombies inside the underground city." Enan smiled, found a clean spot, and plopped down. "Stop looking. Come, dinner is served." Everyone felt a little hungry when they heard the dinner was served. Chung-Soo immediately sat down next to Inan and asked happily, "Boss, what delicious food do you have in your space? Any instant noodles? I almost vomited from the steamed buns and pickles we had at the base for lunch today. There are too many people at the base, and the food is terrible. I didn't eat enough at lunch either, and I haven't had dinner yet." Jiang-hee said, clutching her stomach as she sat down, a look of grievance on her face. Song Yin and Rinyu remained silent, but their stomachs growled louder and louder. "We have more to do later, so let's just have a quick meal first," Inan said, pulling out a battery-powered hot pot and a bunch of hot pot ingredients from his space and starting to cook. This shocked the 4 members of the team, and their mouths watered. Inan had brought out a huge amount of ingredients, spreading them out in a circle on the ground. Besides premium ingredients like Wagyu beef, Britannia blue lobster, Billy ham, and champagne crab, there were also 7 or 8 varieties of beef and mutton, seafood like oysters and abalone, and even vegetables and fruits. Everything was available. "Boss, is this what you call a simple meal?" Chung-Soo swallowed hard, suddenly feeling incredibly hungry. "So hungry." Rinyu's expression was unusually distorted, staring intently at the ingredients. Song Yin swallowed. Jiang-hee, a tourist with a foodie nature, immediately picked up a piece of watermelon and began to chew on it. Inan smiled, turned on the hot pot, added the beef hot pot base, and poured in 2 bottles of mineral water. Mineral water was incredibly precious these days, and everyone felt a pang of pain watching Inan's actions. The hot pot instantly boiled. Inan added some vegetables and beef and mutton, then pulled out some premium seasonings and bowls and chopsticks from his space and distributed them. "I can't wait. I'm eating first." Chung-Soo immediately began to dig in as soon as he received his bowl and chopsticks, wolfing down the vegetables before they were even cooked. Inan smiled and shook his head, watching his team members pounce on their prey like hungry wolves, a hint of fondness and helplessness in his eyes. At that moment, outside the underground city, the Supreme Team, having struggled to emerge from the SUV, were engaged in a fierce battle with zombies. Lu Qingqing, the only member of the team without superpowers, was left behind for protection. She was already starving and had been frightened all the way. Suddenly, she smelled the delicious aroma of hot pot, and her eyes lit up with excitement. "Brother Yun, I smell such delicious hot pot." Xie Yun, who was battling zombies up ahead, heard Lu Qingqing's words and quickly dispatched the zombies before him. He looked up. As a psychic, his sense of smell was much more acute than Lu Qingqing's, so naturally he could smell it too. The other 3 members were also tempted by the smell of hot pot. Suddenly, all 5 of them felt exhausted and hungry. They had only eaten white steamed buns at the base, and after all this intense fighting, they desperately needed to replenish their energy. Xie Yun, observing the team members like this, frowned and said, "Don't be distracted. Qingqing, get some biscuits from the space to replenish your teammates' energy. Focus on the battle." Lu Qingqing pursed her lips and took out some biscuits from the space to share with everyone. But the aroma of hot pot was too tempting, and the scarce biscuits in this apocalyptic world were now tasteless. As they chatted, the zombies around them grew more and more numerous. Xie Yun and the others could only focus on continuing to fight the zombies. Lu Qingqing hid in the SUV, chewing on a biscuit while looking at the fragrant aroma emanating from the 3rd floor of the mall. She was growing hungrier and hungrier. The best she had in the space was a few self-heating pots she scavenged from the supermarket. Besides, Xie Yun and the others were already engaged in combat, so eating hot pot in the car wasn't a good idea. Lu Qingqing swallowed, wondering if some handsome guy upstairs might be enjoying hot pot, perhaps even the male protagonist. This way, she could play up her misery and, with her current status as the base's top space girl, make a living. Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing couldn't hold back any longer and shouted towards the 3rd floor, "Who's eating hot pot upstairs? Can you give us some? We're so hungry." Lu Qingqing's voice was so loud that it instantly attracted the attention of many zombies, forcing Xie Yun and the other 3, who were already struggling to cope with the zombies, to retreat repeatedly. "Miss Lu, what are you doing?" One of the men in the squad, unable to bear Lu Qingqing's behavior, scolded him. He'd been diligently hacking away at the zombies all the way, and it was bad enough that Lu Qingqing, lacking any special powers, had been hiding behind them, but now she was even thinking about food. Xie Yun's face was slightly irritated, but he maintained his composure and simply unleashed a stream of fire to stop some of the frantic zombies. His left arm was already injured, and he'd been fighting one-handed. Now his right hand was trembling with exhaustion, but as the squad leader, he couldn't afford to fall. He had to charge forward. Ugh! Xie roared, using the last of his special power to unleash a volcanic blaze that burned all the zombies in front of him. The other 3 team members, seeing their captain's actions, felt their dejection vanish. They bravely charged forward, unleashing their special powers and engaging in battle. However, after this outburst, Xie felt like a deflated balloon, half kneeling on the ground. He only paused for a moment before pulling out a knife from the car and charging forward again. Lu Qingqing watched all this unfold, feeling a surge of remorse. Just then, she spotted a figure peek out from the 3rd floor. In the dim night, Lu Qingqing couldn't clearly see the man's face, but she could vaguely tell it was a man. A surge of joy filled her heart, and just as she was about to say something, she heard him roar with laughter. A toad still wants to eat hot pot meat, ha ha. Chapter 23. Chung Su finished speaking, took a bite of the beef in his hand, and looked defiantly at Lu Qingqing downstairs, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. This woman had spoken so harshly about their team at the base before, and he had long disliked her. Now she even wanted to eat the boss's hot pot. How shameless. Lu Qingqing's face turned green at this. She said angrily, "If you don't want to give it, then don't give it. Why are you humiliating me?" She frowned slightly after she finished speaking. She felt vaguely that the voice was familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. "Which dog is begging us for food?" Enan's pleasant voice rang out. This time, she didn't lower her voice, but deliberately raised her voice. This voice, Lu Qingqing was startled. "It's the Supreme Team, who just said we were overestimating ourselves at the base, boss." "Jiang," he replied with a smile. Enan nodded, a look of understanding. He then looked down at Lu Qingqing and smiled. "It's you, Lu Qingqing. It seems you always seem to covet other people's things." After Enan finished speaking, Lu Qingqing was utterly shocked. Her pupil shrank as she stared intently at the blurry figure poking its head out from the 3rd floor. The image of an incredibly beautiful woman flashed through her mind. Enan? She's not dead." Panic spread through Lu Qingqing's heart. She glanced at Xie, who turned back toward her with a frown, and at the interstellar ring on her hand. "She's not dead. Why isn't she dead? Not only is she not dead, she's even joined a superpower team. She's even the team leader, apparently. Could she have awakened superpowers too?" Lu Qingqing's heart surged like a huge wave, her heartbeat pounding. She had worked so hard to obtain all this. Enan must not take it back. "Boss, you seem to know her." Ren Yuxian ate a large bowl of shrimp paste and said to Enan. "More than that." Enan's voice was cold, and Jiang he felt the air around them drop, and shuddered. Song Yan's observation skills were clearly exceptional. She saw a hint of hatred in Enan's eyes, and then said calmly, "If she's an enemy, just kill her." With her ice-based abilities, she had always been cold, and now her words were even more ruthless and bloodthirsty. Killing her directly would be too easy for her. Enan sat down with a relaxed expression and continued to eat her hot pot. The damage she had suffered in her previous life could not be undone by killing her. "TSK, it seems this Lu guy has done all sorts of evil." Chung Su shook his head at Enan's expression. Lu Qingqing, downstairs, was already panicking, but she had traveled through time through a novel after all, and she held onto a glimmer of confidence. She just wanted to complete her mission quickly and leave. Looking at the frantic zombies outside and her increasingly exhausted teammates, she said anxiously, "Brother Yun, let's make this quick. Time's running out." "You mean quick? Go kill some zombies yourself." The tall man in the vest, who had previously confronted Lu Qingqing, grew even more impatient at Lu Qingqing's urging and demanded bluntly, "Everyone, retreat to the SUV and rest." Xie Yun, already exhausted, glanced at his 3 teammates, all of whom wore force fatigue. With that, he slowly retreated. The 4 of them quickly retreated to the SUV and drank the mineral water Lu Qingqing had handed them, guzzling biscuits after a little hydration. Lu Qingqing watched the 4 men before her quickly devour 6 bags of biscuits, feeling a pang of distress. Her space wasn't very well stocked. In the apocalypse, any resources were being scrambled. Xie Yun had fought his way through the turmoil to gather these resources for her. Now, each of these team members was eating more than a pig, and their supplies were being used up rapidly. She could only hope to enter the dungeon sooner, so she could gather more supplies. Although Xie Yun had just been engaged in combat, he had overheard the conversation between Enan and the others and Lu Qingqing. His handsome eyes glanced upstairs, then he looked at Lu Qingqing and asked, "It seems you have a grudge against their captain." Lu Qingqing was startled, but remained composed. "Who knows? Maybe she's jealous of my space." The zombies outside quickly surrounded the SUV, their maws agape, gnawing and smacking at the metal exterior. Among them were even zombies that had just been crippled by Xieyun and his men. Some were dragging an arm, some with their intestines hanging out, some with only half their faces left, and some were charred to the bone, resembling black white walkers, a terrifying sight. Lu Qingqing took just a glance and felt her stomach churn, and she began to dry heave. Damn it! Why are there so many zombies? We can't kill them all. A young, blond man in the squad panted as he spoke. Xieyun's eyes were heavy. He wanted to evacuate with the team, but after all, they had already dealt with so many zombies, and evacuating now was too futile. Hey, downstairs? Do you need help? Suddenly, a pleasant female voice rang out. Xieyun looked up and saw a woman peek out from the third floor, where the aroma of hot pot had emanated. A sense of relief filled his heart, and he immediately replied, yes. Throw that toad next to you out, and we come help you. Yinan smiled. Xieyun was stunned, then looked at Lu Qingqing, who was standing beside him, her face etched with rage. Too much. Lu Qingqing was furious when Yinan called her a toad again in front of everyone. She then noticed Xieyun looking at her, and panicked. Brother Yun, you won't listen to them, will you? I have my own space. Chapter 24. Xieyun frowned slightly, then said without hesitation, of course I won't. It's not because you have a space, but because you're a member of the team. I won't abandon any of them. Lu Qingqing felt relieved when she heard Xieyun's words. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she leaned toward Xieyun with tearful eyes. Brother Yun, that team upstairs is really too much. They keep humiliating us. The words sounded weak and pitiful, and not only Xieyun, but also the other 3 members of the team felt a little indignant upon hearing them. Lu Qingqing was, after all, a member of their team, and she had a very precious space. Although she had no combat capabilities, she was a very valuable support and logistics provider. Now that she was being bullied by the team upstairs, they were also unhappy. Have you rested well? Let's make a quick decision. This time, we must completely eliminate this group of zombies outside the dungeon. Xieyun looked at the 3 team members, and spoke in a low voice. Seeing everyone nod seriously, he rolled down the car window, and punched out to create a little space. Then he flung open the door, and rushed out to continue fighting the zombies. The 3 team members followed closely behind. After about half an hour, Xieyun and the others had finally cleared most of the zombies. Chung Su and the others were also satiated, burping. Yinan stored the remaining ingredients and the battery hot pot in her space. She watched the Supreme Team, who had finally finished dealing with the zombies downstairs, and were panting as they entered the dungeon, her lips curled slightly. Let's go! With that, she strode towards the SUV. Chung Su and the others followed closely behind. After all 5 of them were in the car, Yinan stepped on the accelerator and drove straight into the dungeon. Damn it! There are still so many zombies in this dungeon. The yellow-haired man had just broken open the underground city's iron gate with Xieyun and the others. Seeing the zombies bursting out, he couldn't help but curse. The abundance of zombies means no psychics have been here. There's plenty of supplies inside. Let's make quick work of it. Xieyun said calmly, then rushed forward. Lu Qingqing, who was at the end of the team, was delighted when she heard this. Great. This was the supplies for an entire underground city. While her 1,000 cubic meters of space wouldn't hold the entire underground city, it could still be filled to the brim. Woo! Suddenly, the sound of an SUV speeding past them was heard. The 5 members of the Supreme Team turned to look. A base SUV was speeding towards them, crushing zombie carcasses along the way. Get out of the way! Xieyun reacted quickly, pulling the team members back. The SUV brushed past them, and headed straight into the underground city. Chung Su and the others inside the car came face to face with Xieyun and the others. Xieyun reacted instantly. They're trying to steal our supplies from the dungeon. What? Those bastards. The other man in red was furious, but Yinan and the others had already rushed in with their SUV. The zombies were slammed to the sides, some chasing after the SUV, while others pounced on Xieyun and the others. Lu Qingqing was filled with hatred as she watched Yinan's SUV, her teeth itching with rage. She was trembling with anger. The tall man in the vest in the group was more reasonable. Let's clear out the zombies first. They don't have room. They can only take a few backpacks of supplies. With that, the 4 of them immediately engaged the zombies, and Lu Qingqing's mood improved somewhat. On Yinan's side, Chung Su and the others in the car were already horrified. Yinan controlled the steering wheel with one hand, and waved at the supplies with the other. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of supplies disappeared. It was the first time they had ever seen a space-based psychic gathering supplies, and they were all speechless with shock, This underground city contained over 20 shops, including a massive fresh produce supermarket, a mid to high-end destination with a complete selection of essentials. Enan drove his SUV relentlessly through the underground city, frantically collecting supplies with his mind. Since the system had doubled his mental power, Enan's gathering speed had increased significantly. After one round, all the supplies were collected. Enan turned the SUV around and rushed out, just in time to encounter the Supreme Team, which had just arrived after clearing out the zombies. Enan slammed on the brakes and stopped. The zombies following behind him madly pounced on Xie Yun and the others, frightening Lu Qingqing to a pale face. After clearing out the zombies, Xie Yun and the others quickly peered into the underground city. The entire underground city, shops large and small, was empty except for zombie corpses and flesh and blood. It was like a newly constructed no man's land. How could this be? Xie Yun was shocked. Lu Qingqing was in disbelief. She looked inside Enan's car. Besides the 5 of them, there was no other supplies inside. Click! The car door opened, and Enan and the others stepped out. Where are the supplies from the dungeon? The yellow-haired man looked at Enan and demanded. We stored them in our space, Enan said with a faint smile. How could you possibly have space? I'm the only space user in the base right now. Besides, you didn't even get out of the car. Lu Qingqing immediately retorted. She had read novels, and knew that space users needed to touch the supplies before they could store them in their space, including her space ring. She hadn't seen Enan and the others get off the bus just now, so how could they possibly have a space? That was pure nonsense. If we don't get off, we can't collect supplies? Enan tilted her head and looked at Lu Qingqing, her cat-like eyes filled with confusion. She then pulled a ring from her space and handed it to Jiang He. Shao He, I let you take care of this from now on. Lu Qingqing looked at the ring, startled. Then she looked at her right index finger. It was empty. Ah! My ring. Lu Qingqing exclaimed. She watched Jiang He happily accept the ring. Boss, this ring is so beautiful. She was practically going crazy. Lu Qingqing rushed forward. My ring. Before she could get close, Enan kicked her back and sent her flying several meters. Qingqing. Xie Yun stepped forward to support Lu Qingqing, frowning at Enan and the others. You're going too far. Stupid waiter, you say I'm going too far? Enan raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. Xie Yun was stunned at the words. Stupid waiter. That was the name he always been called by his childhood sweetheart. She always loved playing house with him, and he always been asked to play her waiter, so she always liked to call him stupid waiter. He already found the girl. It was Qingqing. So why would the man before him call him that? She stole my jade pendant and ring, and now I'm taking them back. But is that going too far? Enan said, pulling back his hood, revealing a head of lush, long, curly hair and an extremely alluring face. Holy crap! Chung Su and the others were stunned. The 4 men from the Supreme Team across the way were also stunned by Enan's beauty. The young and beautiful Lu Qingqing was already a rare beauty in their hearts, but the woman before them was almost too beautiful to be real. Jade pendant. Xie Yun quickly reacted and looked down at Lu Qingqing, his eyes filled with confusion and questioning. Don't listen to him, Brother Yun. Lu Qingqing was completely panicked. She didn't even bother to try to retrieve the ring. She shook her head and cried, Brother Yun, she lied to you. Chapter 25. Enan didn't want to waste any more time talking to them. She looked at Xie Yun and said, You sneaked out to play with me and got bit by a dog. You kept it a secret because you were afraid your parents would find out and punish the babysitter. Fortunately, the dog didn't have rabies. After that, Enan opened the car door and got back in. Xie Yun immediately confirmed Enan's identity. He hadn't told anyone about this incident, and only the little girl knew about it when they were little. Lu Qingqing was completely dumbfounded. She was a time traveler, and had read the novel in which Enan played the heroine. The novel only mentioned Enan's brief childhood playmate in a few brief paragraphs. It was basically about them playing games together, and her always calling him stupid little second. They didn't even know each other's names. She had no idea such a detail existed. In such a real world, surely not everything could be written down in a novel. Lu Qingqing's heart sank as Xie Yun's gaze quickly cooled. Squeak! Enan and the others had already sped away in their SUV. Don't go! My ring. My space ring. Brother Yun, help me stop them and take my space back. Lu Qingqing was frantic, tugging at Xie Yun's clothes and screaming. As soon as she said this, everyone instantly understood that her space wasn't some supernatural power, but the ring. Xie Yun stood up and looked down at Lu Qingqing, who sat in a state of disgrace on the ground. A flicker of disgust, a sense of betrayal, flashed in his eyes. Miss Lu, you are no longer a member of our supreme team. No! Brother Yun. We've been teammates for so many days. Didn't you say you wouldn't abandon me? Lu Qingqing refused to accept reality. She grabbed Xia Yun's trouser leg and pleaded. You're out of space now. Our team is heading into the special operations zone. Bringing you along will only hold us back, said the tall man in the vest, who had long been displeased with Lu Qingqing. The other two men, seeing Lu Qingqing's lack of space, were reluctant to take her with them either, so they remained silent and watched coldly. Xia Yun, expressionless, brushed off Lu Qingqing's hand and strode away, followed immediately by the three team members. Lu Qingqing scrambled after him, but couldn't keep up with the older men. Before she could reach the SUV, Xia Yun slammed on the accelerator and drove off. No! Lu Qingqing screamed heartbreakingly. She collapsed to her knees, then suddenly felt a surge of energy within her. She raised her palm and discovered water oozing from it. She was overjoyed. It seemed her superpower had finally awakened. It was a water-based superpower. Although water-based superpowers didn't have much offensive power, water was very rare in the apocalypse. Lu Qingqing was ecstatic, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Enan, just wait. As a time traveler, I know the characters inside out. Everything you have will be mine. This ring is a space, 1,000 cubic meters. Study it, Enan said as he drove. Wow, really? Jiang He was delighted and immediately began to study it. Quick, check inside to see if there's any supplies. Chung Su and the others were also excited. The team had won another space ring. Space and supplies were incredibly important these days. Jiang He was clever and quickly figured out the secret of the space ring. It turned out that simply touching the ring allowed her to detect the energy within. Jiang He was delighted to discover that 1/3 of the space was filled with supplies, mostly food from the supermarket. She immediately reported the contents to Enan. Enan nodded, her face devoid of joy. These supplies were completely insignificant to her. It seems the ring's method of collecting supplies requires touch. After that, Enan pulled out a bag of biscuits from the space and tossed it to Jiang He for her to try. Jiang He followed Enan's instructions, placing her hand on the biscuits. A thought struck her, and sure enough, the biscuits vanished the next second, reappearing within the ring's space. Amazing! Jiang He exclaimed excitedly. Laoxiang Street wasn't very far from the underground city. Enan led the team through the streets, fighting zombies and chatting. By midnight, the 5 of them had arrived. Laoxiang Street was a crucial thoroughfare, a necessary route from the national base to the city center. The road was narrow and prone to congestion. So, if there were a large number of zombies here, it would severely impact the efficiency of the base's troops or the special ability teams. Unlike the underground city, the supplies here had clearly been plundered by several groups of people. Not much remained, mostly items they couldn't take away. However, there were still quite a few zombies. Enan assigned Chung Su and the others to clear out the zombies, while he himself went to collect some large supplies into the space, including electronic materials, cell phones, computers, motorcycles, tons of millet and wheat, and so on. Soon, Chung Su and the others cleared Old Alley Street of zombies. Rinyu took a photo of Old Alley Street with his phone. Now, location-based zombie missions at the base are completed by taking photos. Teams with cell phones only need to take a photo, while teams without cell phones need to pick up a simple camera kit at the base. For simple zombie-killing missions, with no location requirements, the eyeballs of zombies are returned. Later, after people discovered crystal cores, they were handed in to complete the mission. Boss, how big is your space? It feels like it's endless. Chung Su exclaimed, looking at Old Alley Street, which Enan had plundered. Enan smiled but said nothing, gracefully pulling up the hood of his mask. Beep! Suddenly, a shrill car horn sounded. Enan and the others turned to look and saw an SUV from the base approaching, its high beams blinding their eyes. 3 people slowly stepped out of the vehicle. They were Zhou Hao, Wang Gang, and Chung Tian, who had clashed with Chung Su at the base that day. Chapter 26. 2 more burly men got out of the car. They must have been the new recruits for the Haiwa team. Pa, pa, pa. Zhou Hao laughed and clapped his hands. Not bad, Team Nansheng. You guys actually completed this A-rank mission. Though offering compliments, his eyes were filled with contempt. Idiots, Song Yan said coldly from the back of the team. When Zhou Hao heard these 2 words, his face instantly turned pale, and his expression turned cold. You're so shameless, aren't you? Captain, why are you talking to them? Just grab their photos and beat them up. Wang Gang shouted from the side. Who's going to beat who up is still a mystery. Chung Su rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight them. Inan raised her hand to block Chung Su. She looked at Zhou Hao calmly and asked with a smile, "It seems Captain Zhou is upset that my people just provoked you at the base, and now he's here to beat us up. And he's going to steal your mission." Wang Gang added fiercely, "Be smart. Kneel down and apologize to me, Grandpa, and give us the mission. Otherwise, in this apocalyptic world, there's going to be a lot of accidents and deaths." Jiang He felt a surge of anger at this. What kind of rogue group is this? They're so unreasonable even though they cut in line. Song Yin's grip on the long sword tightened, his eyes darkening as he looked at Zhou Hao and the others coldly. "Oh, if that's the case," Inan said slowly, looking somewhat embarrassed, "then I can only reluctantly send you on your way." "What?" Zhou Hao frowned, as if he misheard. Then, a grappling hook shot out of the air. Swoosh! The silver-white hook shot from Inan's wrist like a sharp blade, piercing Zhou Hao's neck and piercing through it before piercing the ground. Zhou Hao didn't even have time to react before dying, his eyes wide open in death. "Dirty!" Inan coldly retracted the hook. With a swift retraction, Zhou Hao's neck snapped, his head falling to the ground, and his headless body slowly collapsed. Wang Gang, Chung Tian, and the two new members of the Haiwa team were all stunned. "Ah! How?" 2 seconds later, Chung Tian's heartbreaking cry rang out. She threw herself at Zhou Hao's body, wailing, and then, frightened by his still open head, she vomited. Wang Gang stared at Inan in horror. He had never imagined that the captain of the Nansheng team, seemingly harmless at the base, could kill his own captain with a single blow, and with such a direct and brutal method. They had only come to steal the mission and take care of the Nansheng team, and she had taken their captain's life. He hadn't even seen the sharp object she had just launched, nor how she had fired it. His captain, a living, breathing psychic with fire powers and exceptional combat capabilities, had died so suddenly. You? Wang Gang pointed at Inan, wanting to say something, but the fear of the unknown and powerful power held him back. He had originally thought that the Nansheng team was just that 6'4" tall man with some fighting ability, their captain a mere figurehead. He hadn't expected this woman to be so terrifying. Inan closed her eyes, her voice devoid of emotion. "All members of the Nansheng team, remember this. Anyone who crosses us will be killed without mercy." When she opened her eyes again, she rushed forward, a powerful burst of lightning accompanied by a dagger slashing through the air. One strike, Wang Gang dead. One strike, Chung Tian dead. These three teammates, who had betrayed her in her previous life, were now all dead. The other two strong men were already huddled together, trembling in fear. They looked at Inan and pleaded for mercy. Please, we don't know anything. We're new to this team. We were just drafted in." Inan looked down at them, smiled sweetly, and spoke softly in a pleasant voice. "I'm sorry you saw us. If you harm our team in the future, you won't survive." Then, the two men were killed by Inan. Inan turned and looked at Chung Su and the others, his face buried in the darkness beneath his hood. He spoke slowly. "Anyone who might harm us must be eliminated immediately." With that, Inan entered the back seat of the car and closed the door to rest. The four of them followed, but the atmosphere was no longer as relaxed as before. Although they had killed many zombies with Inan, this was their first time witnessing human-on-human combat, and it made them realize with deep conviction that the world had completely changed. "Boss, are we heading back to base?" Chung Su automatically assumed responsibility for driving, looking at Inan cautiously. "Don't rush back to base yet. There should be a 5-star Imperial Hotel to the southeast. Let's rest there. We still need to gather supplies tomorrow." Inan's voice was faintly tired, and Chung Su immediately drove southeast. Just 2 kilometers away, a super luxurious hotel appeared. It consisted of 6 buildings, the tallest of which was 8 stories high, decorated entirely like villas. 2 emperor hotels. Large characters framed in gold hung high above the building. Luckily, there weren't many zombies near the hotel, so Chung Su and Renyu led the way inside, killing any zombies they saw. Inan lazily walked behind the group. When they reached the hotel entrance, the 5 of them discovered it was locked. Apparently, the people inside had locked it to save their lives after the zombie outbreak. Through the glass door, they could see several zombies dressed in expensive suits, seemingly the hotel's management. There were also a few female zombies in fancy dresses, presumably customers. Chung Su and Jiang He worked together to smash the door open. Jiang He's strength abilities erupted, exploding with strength many times greater than Chung Su's, making him feel inferior. "I'm not as good as a cute girl." Whoa. After clearing out the zombies on the first floor, they found their room cards at the front desk and headed to the VIP building on the second floor. There were also a dozen zombies on the second floor, but they were no match for Enan and the others, and they were easily dispatched. However, after the last zombie on the second floor was killed. Bang! Save us! Your faces are rosy, so you must have food, right? Save us, please! Even just one bite will do. The door of a room suddenly opened. Inside were 7 or 8 men and women in lavishly dressed suits, led by the popular actor Peng Luo. They were emaciated, their lips chapped from prolonged dehydration. It seemed they had been trapped in this hotel for days without water or food. Enan just glanced at them, then walked in expressionlessly, found an empty room, and was about to open it. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the doors to 2 more rooms opened, revealing wealthy individuals dressed in luxurious attire. They all turned to Enan and his 4 companions for help. But they didn't dare step out. Even though the zombies in the hallway had been slain by Enan and his companions, they were still terrified by the sight of the corpses strewn across the floor. This time, Enan didn't even glance at them. He opened the door and walked in. Song Yin was the last one to enter, then closed the door behind him. How luxurious! Chung Su exclaimed, taking in the view. Jiang He nodded. This is much better than the conditions at the base. We might as well just stay here and be the boss. Not yet. The base has everything I need, Enan said calmly. As expected of the 5-star Imperial Hotel, the room was decorated in a European style, with everything you need: a bathroom, toilet, gym, and kitchen. There were also multiple sofas and beds, enough for 5 people to rest. Enan walked to the bathroom and turned on the faucet, but there was no water. She frowned slightly, thinking of the male celebrity and the other's chapped lips. She then pulled out several bottles of mineral water from her spaceship and distributed them to the team members. She also pulled out a bunch of delicious treats: beef jerky, beef cubes, cod, dried fish, durian, avocado, jackfruit, and other fruits. Eat well and get some rest. The next 2 days won't be easy. The 4 team members were thrilled to see the delicious food on the table, shouting, "Long live the boss." While the 4 of them were happily eating, drinking, and chatting, Enan was checking the hotel for any potential hazards. Suddenly, Enan's eyes narrowed slightly, and she turned to stare at the door with disdain. These people were eavesdropping outside their door. They already cleared out the zombies, and these people could have simply run away, yet they were determined to target their own team. The conversation outside grew louder, and more people gathered. Enan, with her keen hearing, frowned impatiently, a bad feeling rising within her. Sure enough, the next moment, the door was slammed hard. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, you have food and drink. Why don't you share it with us? We're starving and thirsty. Why aren't you saving us? Open the door. Are you from the national base? Save us. Take us to the national base. Now Chung Su and the others had heard it too. They dropped their food and walked over to Enan, staring sternly at the door. Boss, what do we do now? Chung Su asked, frowning. Greed. Song Yin folded his arms over his chest, staring coldly at the door. Chapter 27. There will be many more situations like this in the future. You must learn to get used to them and handle them well, Enan said, sitting down on the sofa. This time, you guys can handle it. After that, Enan closed her eyes and rested, no longer interfering. She knew better than anyone the ugliness of human nature in the apocalypse. If the team members wanted to grow quickly, they needed to handle some things on their own. I go, Rinyu said, holding 2 swords in hand, looking at Chung Su and the others. After all, he was a boy. 2 girls couldn't go. Jiang He and the others nodded. Rinyu walked to the door and flung it open, which was being frantically pounded on. As the door opened, the people behind him instinctively rushed in, but at the sight of Rinyu's cold face and the 2 swords in his hands, they retreated in fear. For a moment, the dozen or so people in elegant attire outside fell silent. We have no obligation to save you. We've cleared out the zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors. You have to escape on your own, Rinyu said coldly, and was about to close the door. Unexpectedly, the next second, a man's large hands clutched the door tightly. His expression was almost frantic. He looked at Rinyu and said, I see you have a lot of food behind you. Can you please share some with us? The others then pleaded, yes, the 5 of you can't finish all that. You've all eaten enough, right? Share it with us. We're starving. Enan leaned back on the sofa, a sneer on her lips. Seeing that Rinyu wasn't being aggressive, these people were taking advantage of her. This was completely within her expectations. Stop arguing. Rinyu grew increasingly impatient. He glared coldly at the man holding the door and said, "Let go." The man, struck by Renyu's gaze, slowly lowered his hand. Renyu was about to close the door when suddenly, a frenzied crowd surged toward him, desperately pushing their way in. "Go in. Grab that food. Everyone charge. For the food? I fight you to the death." The crowd surged in like a pack of mad dogs, shouting and yelling non-stop. Chung Su, Jiang He, and Song Yin immediately stepped forward to help Renyu block the crowd. However, the crowd was acting like mad, some even attacking Jiang He and Song Yin. "Pa pa pa!" Song Yin, unable to bear it any longer, slapped the leading men in the face. At the same time, Jiang He's immense strength pushed the men out. Chung Su threw a wall of earth to block the doorway, his voice thick with anger. "We are all psychics. If you dare to force your way in, don't blame us for showing mercy. You won't get anything from us. Just leave. In this apocalypse, no one has the obligation to save you." Thrust out by Jiang He's immense strength and slapped several times by Song Yin, the men quieted down a bit. Watching Chung Su conjure a meter-high earth wall out of thin air to block their path, they fell silent, but their eyes were filled with resentment. Renyu finally breathed a sigh of relief and was about to close the door. Suddenly, a man in a suit spoke up. "We were indeed impulsive just now. It was wrong of us, but we were forced into a corner. We're really dying of thirst and hunger. I see there's so much food and drink on your table. Can you just give us a bottle of mineral water?" Renyu hesitated. The boss had indeed given them plenty of food and drink, so a bottle of mineral water seemed reasonable. However, these resources belonged to Inan, after all. Renyu turned to Inan, wanting to ask for her opinion, but she had disappeared, likely going to the bedroom to rest. Renyu glanced at the three members of the team and noticed no one was speaking. He hesitated for a few seconds, then looked at the group of hungry, pale-faced people outside and said, "Then I give you a bottle of mineral water. If you bother us again, don't blame us for being rude. After all, resources are crucial right now. A bottle of mineral water is certainly precious, but if it buys a night of peace, it's not a bad idea." Renyu didn't know what Inan would have chosen if he were here, but he had a hunch that this was the right choice. "Of course. Thank you, hero. You're a good person." The people outside the door showered him with praise. Renyu waved his hand and turned away. "Be careful." Bang! Along with Chung Su's exclamation, Renyu heard a fierce gunshot behind his ears. He reacted quickly, turning sideways. His supernatural powers allowed him to react several times faster than an average person. 5 burly men in black bodyguard uniforms rushed out from the crowd behind him, each armed with a pistol. Bang, bang, bang. More shots. The 5 bodyguards fired wildly at Renyu and the others. Damn it! Chung Su and the others could only hide to the side, dodging the bullets in their blind spots. Although they had supernatural powers, they had been robbed of their initiative, and engaging head-on was too easy to get shot. "Kill them all, and take all the food," the man in the suit, who had just politely pleaded fiercely commanded from outside. Renyu was furious. It turned out these people were all pretending. The 5 bodyguards had been hiding behind the crowd, waiting for the right moment to attack them. The crowd scaled the earthen wall and rushed into the room, led by the 5 bodyguards. Renyu and the others were now furious. Since that was the case, don't blame them for being rude. Renyu rushed towards the 5 bodyguards with incredible speed. Bang! 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 The 5 bodyguards fired wildly at Renyu, but Renyu was so fast he was barely a shadow, and none of their shots hit him. They were armed with weak, old-type 94 semi-automatic pistols. They were adequate against ordinary people, but not zombies or fast-reacting psychics. Suddenly, the air around them cooled. A piece of ice pierced one of the bodyguard's legs. Crack! The bodyguard fell flat on his face, his pistol flying to the ground. Chung Su picked up the gun and pulled the trigger, aiming it at the bodyguards' heads. Seeing the bodyguards being beaten, the others immediately grabbed chairs and stools and rushed towards Chung Su and the others. Jiang He showed no mercy this time, punching each of the men in the head with his immense power. The 5 bodyguards were quickly annihilated. Renyu had already placed a knife to the neck of the man in suit and tie. His eyes were filled with disgust as he coldly said, "You overestimate your abilities." Then he slit his throat. The bodies fell to the ground, leaving only 2 children alive, crouching and hugging each other. The boy looked at Renyu and the others and said, "Don't kill us. We don't know anything. It was those rich people who said they were coming to steal your food. My sister and I just followed them secretly." His voice was loud, but he was clearly forcing himself to remain calm. His arms, still clutching the girl, were shaking violently. "You call them the rich guys, aren't you with them?" Jiang, he asked. Our mother was a cleaning lady at this hotel. She was mauled to death by zombies while trying to protect us. My sister and I had been hiding in the fire escape. Today, we saw you guys kill all the zombies, so we escaped. I overheard those rich guys say they were coming with bodyguards to steal your food. My sister and I haven't eaten or drunk anything in days, so I wanted to see if I could get some food, so I followed you. The little boy spoke with difficulty, his voice choking as he mentioned his mother. The little girl in his arms trembled and burst into tears. For a moment, everyone was silent. You guys can go now, Ren, you said. I think you're awesome. I want to be your little brother. All you have to do is give my sister a bottle of water. Unexpectedly, the little boy didn't leave. He seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage as he spoke, his eyes filled with fear and anticipation, two emotions that shouldn't coexist at the same time. You can't be our little brother. If you stay, we protect you. Chung Su shook his head, refusing. I'm willing to endure hardships, I'm not afraid of death, I'd do anything for you. The little boy said firmly. He glanced at the little girl in his arms, tears welling in his eyes. Just give her a bottle of water, and let her wander on her own. Whether she survives depends on her luck. The girl couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Brother, Shuchi, please don't leave you. Suddenly, a beautiful, lazy female voice rang out. Our team doesn't accept useless people. If you want to join us, you have to show us your value. Do you have any special abilities? Renyu and the other three turned to look. Inan lazily emerged from the bedroom. She was wearing loose pajamas and a vest, looking incredibly beautiful. The little boy stared at his palm dejectedly, as if trying to think of something. After a moment, he shook his head. I don't have. Take it. Let's go. In the apocalypse, the strong reign supreme. I hope you can survive. Inan tossed a bottle of water over and said calmly. The boy took the water, his eyes lighting up. He dropped the girl's hand and, along with her, kowtowed deeply to Inan and the other three. Thank you. I never forget your life-saving grace. My name is Jiang Xiao, and my sister's name is Jiang Qi. If I can still live, I definitely repay you someday. With that, they said goodbye and left. Inan swept the bodies from the floor, his eyes clear of surprise. This is your first lesson. In the future, if you encounter similar situations, do you know what to do? The four nodded gravely. None of them had imagined that human nature would become so in the apocalypse. It's my fault for not handling it properly. If I'd been more ruthless at the beginning, even killing two of the ringleaders to scare them off, maybe they wouldn't come back again. Renyu's voice was tinged with self-blame. Inan shook his head. I don't blame you. These are living people after all. You still need to adapt. They were different from him. He had killed so many people and zombies in his previous life that he had long been numb, while they were facing this mutated world for the first time. Human lives no longer count. Jiang, he sighed. Everyone tidied up the room and went to sleep with heavy hearts. Inan first went to the space to tame Bufu for a while, then washed up in the space villa before going to sleep. The supernatural tiger had gradually become more obedient under Inan's training, which made Inan very satisfied. Chapter 28. Inan slept until 10 o'clock. When he emerged, he found his team members awake and waiting for him, but Inan looked at Jiang He and Chung Su's stifled smiles and asked, puzzled, what's wrong with you? You're so sneaky. Boss, someone came early this morning to give you a male companion. Jiang He couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed with his hands over his mouth. Huh? Inan was completely bewildered. It's that male celebrity. They didn't come to snatch our food yesterday, but they came knocking on our door early this morning, saying they're willing to be your male companions, as long as you give them food. Uh-huh. Chung Su laughed heartily as he spoke. Inan suddenly felt a headache. She rubbed her temples and said helplessly, I don't need it. Let's get ready and have some breakfast, and then we be leaving. After that, Inan took out 5 sandwiches and milk from his space and placed them on the table. But boss, Sister Nian Yin took the initiative and let him in for you. In the east bedroom. Jiang He glanced at the impassive Song Yin and whispered. Inan looked at the serious Song Yin, his face full of confusion. ? I think everyone has physical needs. I think his looks are just okay, though he's not quite the match for you, boss, but just in case you like him. Song Yin picked up the sandwich and began to nibble, speaking slowly. Renyu couldn't help but curl his lips. Everyone picked up their sandwiches and began to eat, pretending not to notice Inan's speechless expression. Inan walked to the east bedroom and pushed open the door. Sitting on the bed inside was the popular actor Peng Luo. He sat stiffly on the edge of the bed, wearing only his underwear, his well-proportioned body exposed to the air. Standing 5 feet 8 inches, he was a hot commodity among idol drama directors, with several vying for the male lead. His fair, angular face was handsome, and his foxy eyes were moist and alluring. When he saw Ian open the door and enter, his previously shy and nervous face suddenly filled with shock. This girl was so beautiful, she completely outshined even the most famous actresses in the entertainment industry. Peng Luo felt completely inferior. He was a popular male star in the entertainment industry, with a huge fan base and recognized good looks, but in front of this girl, he seemed ordinary. Ian looked at him coldly. "Get out." Peng Luo was stunned by the words. He was completely naked except for a pair of thin underwear, and now she was being chased away. He could even see a hint of contempt in her eyes. He had never experienced such humiliation before. He opened his mouth to say something, but Ian had already kicked the door open, not even glancing at him. "If you don't get out, I do it." In her previous life, having struggled for years in the apocalypse, Ian had seen enough men and women sacrifice their bodies for survival, but she didn't need that, least of all a gigolo who only slept with her. Peng Luo's face paled, and he looked rather delicate. He hadn't eaten or drunk in days, and now, trembling with utter shame, he grabbed his clothes and put them on, then walked out, his steps unsteady and fragile. Jiang he was stunned. "Gui Gui, this feeling of brokenness is quite alluring. Do you want it? If you do, let the boss give it to you." Chung Su raised an eyebrow and teased Jiang He. "No, no, no, I don't need it." Jiang He waved his hands in fear. After Peng Luo left, Ian and the others ate and drank their fill and set off. With 1 day left before the zombies evolved, Ian decided to take the team to gather supplies and fight zombies while waiting for tomorrow's arrival. However, as Ian's SUV entered the streets of a large industrial area in H City, he sensed something was off. "Boss, why are there so few zombies here?" Chung Su also noticed something was off. "And it's eerily quiet," Song Yin added coldly. Ian's eyes narrowed slightly, and she immediately decided to turn around. She stepped on the accelerator and drove in the other direction, stopping after about 2 kilometers. That place must have been occupied. "Boss, how did you know?" Jiang He asked. During the apocalypse, many teams of psychics choose not to go to the national base, but instead establish themselves outside, establishing their own bases. Smaller bases gradually formed in the area. The area just now was completely devoid of zombies, and so quiet, clearly man-made. Even the vehicles along the road were intact, indicating a group was definitely nearby. Ian patiently explained his findings to his teammates, then saw a figure rushing out from the front. Ian looked closely. The figure's clothes were torn and bloodied, and he looked utterly awful. Desperately, he rushed over, banging on Ian's car window, anxiously demanding, "Are you from the national base? Save our captain. He's been taken away by those psychics." "Who is your captain?" Ian asked, pulling down the window. "By Jinghe, we're from the Qinghe team." The man finished speaking, and Chung Su immediately asked, "Is this the Qinghe team, currently ranked number 1 outside the base?" "Yes." The man nodded, his expression filled with anxiety. "Please help us. 2 of our teammates are dead, another is seriously injured, and their car has been stolen. Your team is ranked first, and you can't beat those psychics?" Rinyu asked. "There are 30 or 40 of them, including a dozen psychics. They're like desperate criminals, killing anyone they see. We were originally on a mission nearby, but we got really thirsty, so another teammate and I went looking for water. They found us and tried to kill us. Captain Bai used his psychic powers to rescue us, but he was injured and taken away by the group." The man immediately knelt and kowtowed. "Please, please." In his previous life, Ian hadn't heard of the Qinghe team experiencing this kind of situation. He presumably thought that the Laoxiang Street mission that had been assigned to the Qinghe team in his previous life was now being taken over by his own team, and that the Qinghe team had taken on other missions in this life, which is why they happened to encounter this situation. The Qinghe team, a powerful squadron in the future Special Operations Zone, had a captain named Bai Jinghe, a ruthless old fox with a ruthless eye, yet possessed a warm and amiable face and exceptionally high IQ and EQ. After the fall of the national base, he established his own, demonstrating his strength to be reckoned with. It's truly a pity that such a formidable individual should have encountered such an unexpected event in this lifetime. Chung Su and the other 3 remained silent, watching Ian await her decision. The man had already kowtowed until his head bled, but Ian remained expressionless. "You said they have over a dozen psychics, and we only have 5. We're truly powerless. Return to base and seek their help." Chapter 29. With that, Enon closed the car window and prepared to leave. She didn't care about the dozen or so psychics. She simply had no interest in saving people. Beep. A second-level side quest appeared. Rescue by Jingha. Target: a man in white at 201, second floor of the Southwest Industrial Building. You can choose whether to accept this side quest. It's not mandatory. Completing it will reward you with a quest. Enon was stunned. The system, silent for 2 days, suddenly resurrected, issuing a side quest. It was a second-level side quest. Enon didn't know what the reward would be upon completion, but it was likely better than the previous one. After all, this was a second-level side quest. The man outside the car window was now in tears. Please, we don't have a car. There's no way we can get back to base. Besides, by the time we get there, our captain will probably be dead. Hichi, I'm begging you. Cough, 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 cough. He began to cough. Perhaps due to the severe injuries and excessive excitement, he coughed up a large pool of blood. Enon was helpless and silently said to the system, "Accept it." She lowered the car window, looked at the man named Hichi, and asked coldly, "What's in it for me if I help you?" Although there was a reward from the system, there were more than a dozen psychics, and Enon didn't want to miss any opportunity to gain benefits. Hichi was coughing up blood, but upon hearing Enon's question, he looked at her with excited eyes. You agree?" Enon turned his head and tightened his hood and mask. His eyes, buried in the darkness, were emotionless. "I need sufficient benefits. After all, this could cost me my life." Hichi knew how difficult it would be to rescue his captain. His face was heavy. "Of course it's dangerous. If it's difficult, just leave on your own. I figure it out myself. Worst case scenario, I perish along with him. If anyone in your team gets hurt, that's absolutely unacceptable." Enon felt a slight liking for him after hearing this. Sure enough, Bai Jing and that old fox had chosen good people. Hichi continued, "If you can rescue my captain, I, Hichi, will be your slave." Enon raised an eyebrow at this, and looked Hichi over. He had dark skin, a muscular build, and stood 1.85 meters tall. His eyes sparkled, and he looked loyal and reliable, a good subordinate. Enon had heard of Hichi before. He was a renowned sharpshooter within the Qinghe team. Besides his powerful supernatural powers, he was also incredibly accurate with his gun. However, it seemed they didn't have any guns yet, and he hadn't yet discovered his talent. Having an additional subordinate was certainly a plus, but Enon felt it wasn't enough. Besides, this guy seemed incredibly loyal, having gone this far for Bai Jinghe. It would be better to take his captain in as well. "You're too weak. Our team doesn't need you," Enon said coldly, starting the SUV again. Hichi panicked. "Ask us what you want." Enon's expression was unyielding. "Everyone who survived in your team worked like slaves for us, including your captain." Hichi was stunned by this, and thinking of his captain's aloof demeanor, he felt a sense of embarrassment. If he were to sell out his captain, he wouldn't be happy even if he was saved. But Hichi was afraid Enon would drive away, so he quickly pulled the window open and said, Okay. After all, it was better than dying. I hope the captain would understand. Your words aren't enough. Come, write a letter of commitment," Enon said. Then he took a piece of paper and a pen from the car and handed it to Hichi. He then stealthily pulled out a red clay for fingerprints from his space. Hichi was stunned when he saw these tools. It was the end of the world. Everyone was bringing food with them when they went out. Who would bring red clay? Hichi wrote a team indenture without thinking, and Hichi dutifully signed it. "Okay, that's fine." Enon took a look at the indenture and put it away with satisfaction. Then she looked at Hichi and ordered, "Take your surviving teammates and get away from here. The farther away, the better." Hichi was stunned. "Don't you need my help?" "No hurry." Enon, unwilling to waste time, gave another order. Although Hichi had volunteered to be his subordinate, he still hadn't earned his trust, so he couldn't fully rely on him. Hichi frowned, but after only a few seconds of hesitation, he immediately turned and ran. He chose to trust this team. After all, he had no other choice. After Hichi walked away, Enon got out of the car, and Chung Su and the others quickly followed suit. Chung Su looked at Enon and asked, "Boss, what should we do now?" "Retreat," Enon said coldly. Once Chung Su and the other three were far away, Enon suddenly dragged 4 armored vehicles from the space. The 4 black armored vehicles were imposing and powerful, and they were all modified, far more rugged than the base's off-road vehicles. "Holy crap! Oh my god, boss! Where did you get such a nice car? Boss, your space is so big!" This left the 4 of them stunned. Enan pulled out 5 more walkie-talkies from her space and gave one to each of her teammates. With a slight smile, she stored the SUVs in her space. Each of you takes an armored vehicle. Lure all the zombies from the 4 directions, east, south, west, and north, within a few kilometers. Everyone instantly understood Enan's intention and became excited. Boss, you're trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Got it. I go north. Xiaoyi goes west, Brother Ring goes east, and Sister Nian goes south. Chung Su assigned the directions, and the 4 of them immediately set out. Be careful. Contact me if anything. Enan spoke into the walkie-talkie, then unleashed her grappling hook and ran towards the large industrial area they had just visited. This industrial area had over 30 buildings, large and small. According to Enan's observation, the 20 or so buildings on the periphery were empty, and only the buildings in the center were occupied. That should be the gang's base He mentioned. Enan moved silently through the buildings, reporting terrain information to his 4 teammates via intercom. Soon, Enan saw living figures, 2 or 3 men patrolling the street. Behind them was a wall, within which stood 3 5-story buildings. Through the windows, one could vaguely see people living inside. This is it. Enan narrowed his eyes, concealing himself, and used the intercom to give directions to his team members. After just a quarter of an hour, the ground began to tremble slightly, and a smile crossed his eyes. Not bad, pretty fast. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, a horde of zombies swarmed in from all directions, preceded by 4 imposing armored vehicles. Behind each armored vehicle were hundreds of zombies madly chasing them. Holy crap! What the hell is that? Hurry back and report. There's a zombie wave. The 2 men patrolling downstairs exclaimed in alarm, and hurried back inside. At that moment, Enan pulled out 2 firecrackers from his spaceship, lit them, and threw them down. The intense blast drew the zombies in. Chung Su and the others seized the opportunity and sprinted away. Keep luring the zombies, Enan said into the intercom. Okay, boss. The 4 men's energetic voices echoed. At that moment, more than 20 men rushed out from the building across the hall, confronting the thousands of zombies drawn in by the firecrackers. In an instant, the frantic roars of the zombies, scented by human flesh, and the shouts of the humans mingled in a chaotic cacophony. The scene downstairs suddenly became like a battlefield, a chaotic battle. Among the 20 or so people, there were about 10 psychics, each possessing a wide variety of abilities. It would be a shame if all of them perished. Enan's mind struck him, and he slowly unscrewed a bottle of soda, took a few sips, and surveyed the building across the street. Soon, he saw a 3rd-floor window open, and a portly man wearing a gold necklace peeked out. Behind him stood several respectful men. Enan suspected this man was most likely the leader of this gang. Enan saw him say something to the men behind him, and they quickly closed the doors and windows of the building and withdrew some of the psychics. It seemed they were planning to use this building as a means of relentlessly battling the zombies. A sneer flashed across Enan's eyes. Impossible. She quickly launched a grappling hook towards the building opposite, landing safely on the 5th-floor rooftop. A psychic spotted Enan and exclaimed, "What's that? Someone's flying over here." At that moment, Enan had already unsheathed his loudspeaker and addressed the people below. "Listen, psychics downstairs. If you follow me, I lead all these zombies away, or you all be dead." Enan's loudspeaker was of exceptional quality, and the sound was incredibly loud. Everyone below heard it and glanced up. The zombies below went even more frantic. After all, the intense noise was a stimulant for them. With so many humans constantly emitting the scent of living flesh, the zombies swarmed in frantically, climbing one on top of the other, quickly forming a double layer. Retreat! The zombies are going crazy. Get inside. In the frenzied zombie tide, the ordinary people without psychics were quickly slain. 2 psychics were also killed, and the remaining psychics frantically retreated back into the building. But Enan didn't let them go. Instead, he played the loudspeaker on a loop, the overwhelming sound constantly irritating the zombie swarm below. At this point, Chung Su and the others had successfully brought in the second wave of zombies. The zombies piled up in ever-increasing numbers, pounding on the windows and doors on the 1st floor. It looked like they were on the verge of collapse. You know, if the zombies broke through the windows, the entire building would be swarming with them, and no one would have a chance of survival. Except Enan, of course. Soon, 8 psychics rushed onto the rooftop, led by the portly man. Seeing Enan, a woman, here, they were filled with disdain. The lead man snarled, "You're so arrogant. You're supposed to lure away the zombies. What a boast." Chapter 30. I'm the one who lured the zombies here. What can I do about it? Enan said calmly, standing on the edge of the rooftop, ready to evacuate at any moment. You lured them here? What could possibly have done that? The fat man asked sneerfully. Enan, unconcerned, pulled out his intercom. Keep luring the zombies. Soon for Roger. Sounded from the other side, each one resoundingly powerful. Brother Lu, look over there. There's an armored vehicle. Someone spotted Chung Su and the other's armored vehicle and hurriedly addressed the fat man in the lead. Now these people were convinced. It really was this woman's doing. Why are you trying to trick us like this? Are you courting death? But the fat man surnamed Lu clearly didn't want to bow to Enan. He raised his hand to unleash his supernatural power on Enan, but the next second, his head fell to the ground. Brother Lu. Brother Lu. The supernaturals behind him were shocked. They watched the fat man's head suddenly fall to the ground, then watched Enan, who was retracting his grappling hook and wiping away the blood, and they all swallowed. Enan glanced at them calmly, his voice lazy but with a hint of impatience. I believe you are all intelligent people. In this world, the strong reign supreme. Your leader has already died at my hands. Zombies are surrounding the building downstairs. You don't have much time left. Choose to submit to me, or wait for death here. It's up to you. How can we be sure you won't harm us? A supernatural demanded. The next second, a powerful bolt of lightning struck him directly, and the psychic fell to the ground, twitching twice before remaining motionless. A burnt stench emanated from his body. Ugh! Some psychics in the crowd vomited in disgust, while others, stunned by Enan's astonishing display of supernatural power, fell silent. Boss! From now on, you're my boss. A man in a red vest stepped out and knelt on the ground. He was smart, knowing he had no choice now, and the woman before him was too powerful. The others followed suit. Boss! Instantly, all the psychics knelt. The zombies downstairs were still frantically banging on the doors and windows. Enan knew that if he didn't lure the zombies away, the building would soon be overrun by them. No need to lure the zombies away. You guys lead them away. Enan turned off the loudspeaker and spoke on the intercom. Okay, boss. Chung Su and the others responded quickly. In just a few minutes, Chung Su and the others drove the armored vehicle to attract the zombies. The psychics on the rooftop remained kneeling, not daring to move without Enan's word. After the armored vehicles had mostly lured the zombies downstairs away, Enan spoke calmly, Get up. Show me my territory now. The man in the red vest, leading the group, immediately stood up and bowed respectfully, motioning Enan to proceed. Enan walked ahead, with the 6 psychics following respectfully behind. Enan wasn't worried about a sneak attack. She kept a close eye on their movements. These small fry were nothing to her. As they reached the 5th floor, the 2 psychics waiting there were stunned, but after seeing the looks from the other psychics, they didn't dare ask any further questions. The man in the red vest, who was particularly adept at handling the situation, shouted, What are you looking at? Call me boss. Boss. The 2 psychics didn't dare question him, but spoke respectfully. It seemed that the man in the red vest held a position second only to the fat man among them, and the psychics still listened to him. Enan quickly walked through the building. The 1st floor was a conference room, the 2nd through 4th floors were residential, and the 5th floor was filled with supplies. On the 3rd floor, there was a large, luxurious room, apparently where the fat man had previously lived. Enan leaned back leisurely on the sofa, gazing lazily at the man in red. What's your name? My name is Yuan Hao. Boss, just call me Al Hao. I have a wood-type ability. Yuan Hao said respectfully. He then explained politely, Boss, our base has suffered heavy casualties this time. We only have 12 espers left. Besides me, there are 3 fire-type espers, 2 water-type espers, 2 wood-type espers, 3 earth-type espers, and 1 with a very strange ability. We don't even know what it is. Here are the records. After that, Yuan Hao handed Enan a notebook containing everyone's information. Enan took it and quickly saw the last name, underlined in bold, Suja. The name was marked with, Seems to be able to control other psychics. Enan's eyebrows jumped. Could this be a psychic ability? She felt a surge of anticipation. Bring this Suja to see me. Yuan Hao nodded and quickly brought a tall man. Unlike the others in the apocalypse, who looked grimy and dusty, Suja was well dressed, wearing a black windbreaker and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He had a rather suave air, and his golden pupils behind the glasses seemed to draw people in. Enan was slightly startled. That look must be a psychic ability. In her previous life, Enan had only met 2 psychics, each of them incredibly powerful figures. Fortunately, Enan's mental strength was very strong, and Suja's current psychic abilities were still very low level, so they wouldn't have much of an impact on her. However, this wasn't necessarily the case with other psychics. This type of psychic ability could even control zombies, but the extent to which it could be utilized depended on the psychic. Boss. Suja bowed respectfully and stood with dignity. Enan nodded calmly. It seemed that acquiring this small team was the right decision. There was actually a psychic among them. But Enan wasn't sure if these people could be used for her own purposes, so she decided to use the system analysis function. System, analyze Suja. Enan muttered to herself, and the system's voice quickly rang out. Suja's character detection, male, 27 years old, 181 centimeters, 62 kilograms, Virgo. Awakened power, psychic. Loyalty, average. Responsibility, average. IQ, high. Maximum combat power, extremely high. Teammate compatibility, 89%, excellent. The data was okay. Enan raised an eyebrow. Boss, we've lured all the zombies away. Are we coming to find you now? Chung Su's voice rang out from the intercom. Come on, be careful. After giving his instructions, Enan looked at Yuan Hao and asked, where are all the people you captured being held? In the other building. Do you want me to bring them all over? Yuan Hao looked at Enan and nodded, then immediately turned and left. Soon, over 30 bound men and women were brought in. The vast majority were women, most of them half naked and covered in stains. Enan's eyes turned cold at the sight. Yuan Hao, panicking, explained, these were the sex toys of that brother Lu. That fat guy. Playing with so many women all by himself, what a beast. Enan instantly felt that his recent death was a blessing in disguise. Standing behind the crowd was a handsome man in white, a gentle presence. It was none other than Bai Jinghe, a figure of his previous life. A subtle smile flickered across Enan's eyes. To think that the noble Bai Jinghe of his previous life would find himself in such a situation in this life, he instantly felt the urge to tease him. Bring him here. Enan lazily pointed at Bai Jinghe, and Yuan Hao, and the others immediately, and roughly pushed him in front of Enan. Bai Jinghe, his body tied up like a dumpling, glared at Enan with cold eyes. Boss, are you going to be your male companion? Yuan Hao asked sensibly. Enan shook his head and said calmly, I don't like you. Bai Jinghe glanced at Enan with a cold gaze. Enan raised his lip and stopped teasing him. Instead, he said lazily, Captain Bai, you've already sold yourself to me. Bai Jinghe didn't understand what Enan was saying and only sneered. Enan said slowly, your teammate Hechi has already signed the indenture for you. Would you like to take a look? After that, Enan took out the indenture and placed it in front of Bai Jinghe. Bai Jinghe was completely stunned. Hechi. He asked you to come and rescue me? Enan nodded, then said with a hint of embarrassment, but it seems Captain Bai doesn't approve of this indenture. I regret it. Captain Bai, go and fend for yourself. Enan leaned back on the sofa and waved his hand, signaling Yuan Hao to drag Bai Jinghe away. Bai Jinghe was speechless. Born into a family of officials, he had been a top student since childhood and had studied abroad at a young age. He had made great achievements at a young age. He was one of the first psychics to awaken his powers after the apocalypse, leading his team to the top of the external contribution rankings at the national base. As proud as he was by nature, he now faced this calamity and was being sold to this slender, seemingly fragile woman before him. He was deeply unwilling to accept this, but after all, without her, he might not have escaped the disaster himself. These thoughts flashed through Bai Jinghe's mind for a moment. After all, he knew how to make choices, and was tactful, so he immediately said, I agree. Yuan Hao stopped and looked at Enan, awaiting his instructions. Untie her, Enan said calmly. At this moment, the system's voice chimed in. Second-level side quest successful. Mission rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. The system now adds one designated analysis function per day, allowing you to analyze 3 people daily. Reward 2. The space base expands 20-fold. The next second, Enan saw the space base, centered around the massive 5-story villa, dramatically expanding 10-fold. 17 buildings rose from the ground. 10 of these were 3-story residential villas. While not as large as the first massive villa, they were equally beautiful and exquisite. The remaining 10 buildings were a research building, a technology building, a medical building, a shopping mall, a military building, an office building, and a surveillance building. Enan was stunned. The power of this system far exceeded her imagination. These buildings would be impossible for humans to construct in the apocalypse, yet the system had created them for her out of thin air, and they were made of extremely strong building materials. In the future, when she wanted to build a base, she wouldn't have to worry about construction at all. She could simply move the space base out of the way. Chapter 31. However, matters at the base are still a long way off. An's most important task right now is to keep this small group under control. System, analyze Yuan Hao. Ian muttered to himself, and the system's voice immediately rang out. Yuan Hao's character detection, male, 31 years old, 177 centimeters tall, 64 kilograms, Leo. Awakened power, wood element. High loyalty, high sense of responsibility, average IQ, high upper limit of combat power. Teammate compatibility, 91%, high compatibility. It seems that Yuan Hao has higher loyalty and a higher sense of responsibility, making him a more suitable leader than Suja. Ian looked at Yuan Hao. From now on, you will be responsible for leading this area. If you encounter any danger, contact me directly. With that, Ian tossed the intercom to Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao was visibly excited by this, then, as if struck by a thought, asked, "Boss, aren't you staying here? I have other things to do right now." Ian shook his head, stood up, and glanced around through the window. "The terrain here is good. You can settle down here." After saying this, Ian turned and looked at Yuan Hao, Suja, and the others. These people chose to survive outside rather than return to the base, clearly wanting freedom and disliking constraints. She understood that, but freedom didn't mean indulgence. To manage these people, they still needed to know who was boss. At this thought, a sharp glint flashed in An's eyes. "If you dare betray me, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." The moment these words came out, both men were startled. Not only was An's menacing aura emanating from her, but her gaze just now inexplicably sent chills down their spines, making them want to surrender. "Don't worry, boss." Yuan Hao immediately lowered his head in assurance. Suja also lowered his head, appearing obedient. He didn't know why, but after the apocalypse, he felt a surge of energy within him. He discovered through experimentation that he could influence people's minds by simply looking at them. But the sight of this girl before him sent a wave of anxiety, completely disrupting his focus. What terrifying power could she possess? Bai Jinghe's eyes darkened upon seeing this. He, too, sensed the intimidation emanating from this girl. She looked incredibly powerful. The two psychics before him showed her extraordinary respect, and the fact that the fat leader from before had disappeared must have something to do with this girl. Bai Jinghe felt a surge of curiosity about her. He wanted to know just how powerful she truly was. Ian wasn't anxious either. She knew that trust and loyalty between people weren't built overnight. They had only just met her today, and there would be plenty of opportunities for them to willingly serve her. Outside the window, Chung Su and the others had already arrived. Ian gave Yuan Hao orders. "Before my next visit, I have 2 tasks for you." Yuan Hao bowed his head, respectfully awaiting An's instructions. "First, expand the number of psychics to 20. Each new psychic must report to me. Second, triple the food reserves. You figure out how to do this yourself. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact me via walkie-talkie. This professional walkie-talkie can reach within 10 kilometers. I'm at the national base 8 kilometers from you." After Ian finished speaking, Yuan Hao nodded heavily, promising to find a way to accomplish it. Ian then took Bai Jinghe downstairs to meet Chung Su and the others. "Take Captain Bai and meet me at the street entrance." Ian deliberately didn't mention the armored vehicles. Chung Su and the others were clever enough to understand they had to help Ian keep the space secret, so the 4 of them, along with Bai Jinghe, walked out. Ian went to a corner and stowed the 4 armored vehicles, which had been parked discreetly in the space, back into the space. He then retrieved the base's off-road vehicle. Then, turning to look at the factory building behind him, he unleashed his grappling hook at a tricky angle and slid across from the building where Yuan Hao and the others were. Cameras were installed at every angle, providing comprehensive surveillance of Yuan Hao and the others' building. From now on, Yuan Hao and the others' every move would be under An's watch. If they were obedient, he would keep them. If they weren't, he would find a chance to kill them. Until he had established absolute trust, Ian hadn't offered them any favors. As for Suja, it depends on whether he learns to be sensible later. If he's pleasing to her, she naturally teach him how to use his abilities and train him into a useful subordinate. But the time isn't right yet. Thinking this way, Ian drove the SUV towards Chung Su and the others. As soon as the car stopped, Chung Su and the others climbed in. Bai Jinghe didn't move, looking around for his team members. "Get in the car. I take you to Hechi." An's voice was a little impatient. Bai Jinghe didn't hesitate and got in the car immediately. Ian drove in the direction Hechi had just run and soon saw Hichi waiting by the roadside. Beside him was a burly man, though he was more seriously injured and sitting on the ground to rest. "Captain!" Hichi immediately spotted Bai Jinghe in the car. He was initially incredulous, then bursting into tears. He rushed forward and hugged Bai Jinghe as he emerged. "Captain, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. A few bottles of water offended the gang. It cost us 2 lives. Hichi said, tears welling up in his eyes. Bai Jinghe's expression was heavy as well. He patted Hichi on the back and said, "In this day and age, human life is precious. This was just an accident. Don't be too upset, old he." "Captain!" The man on the ground struggled to get up. "You're seriously injured. Don't move, old John." Bai Jinghe stepped forward to support him. The 3 of them exchanged a few more words of comfort, and Bai Jinghe recounted his recent experience to the 2. Inan sat in the car, took 2 sips of his soda, and glanced around. "Are you all okay? We don't have time to chat with you." Inan's words were evident with impatience, and Bai Jinghe and the other 2 fell silent. They hadn't forgotten that Hichi had sold them to Inan. "What do you need us for?" Bai Jinghe asked calmly. "I'm hungry. Go find something to eat, quick." After Inan finished speaking, Bai Jinghe frowned slightly. He glanced at his 2 teammates and said, "Okay, I go by myself. They're both injured. Let them rest here." "Okay." Inan nodded. She didn't want to put them in too much of a difficult position. "Captain." Hichi's eyes welled with tears at this. What a sin! Their captain, the top-ranked team outside the base, was now living under someone else's roof and working for them. Bai Jinghe patted Hichi's shoulder, reassuring him, then turned and ran off. Inan gave Renyu a look. "Go keep an eye on them." Renyu understood and followed stealthily, swift as the wind. Hichi swallowed hard at the sight. Was this what it meant to be with a king? Like a tiger, this female captain was truly meticulous. About a quarter of an hour later, Inan checked the time. It was already 3:40 p.m. She opened the car door, got out, found a seat on the ground, and called to her teammates, "Everyone's worked hard. Let's have lunch." "Great." Jiang He and the others followed her. "Xiao He, find something delicious from your space." After Inan finished speaking, Jiang He pulled out several Hidaleo self-heating pots and mineral water from her space. There were spicy beef, crispy tripe, and tomato beef brisket flavors. There were 5 boxes in total. Everyone saved one for Renyu, and the other 4 each picked one and began to open it. This stunned Hichi and the man beside him. Chapter 32. They had no idea where the little girl named Jiang He had gotten the self-heating hot pot. 5 boxes at that. Could they possibly possess the legendary spatial ability? Inan wasn't afraid of their spatial ability being exposed. The fact that their team had a spatial ability would eventually become unavoidable. It would be enough to expose Jiang He's while keeping their own hidden. Just then, Renyu returned. He looked at Inan and shook his head calmly. Nothing unusual. They're diligently searching for food. A moment later, Bai Jinghe ran back, clutching a bag of crushed biscuits, a half-opened bottle of mineral water, and an unopened bag of potato chips. His white clothes were stained with sweat and blood, clearly from a battle with zombies. However, upon seeing Inan and the other 5 enjoying the self-heating hot pot, he froze for a moment, while his 2 teammates sat watching helplessly. Bai Jinghe felt a little discouraged, a wave of self-blame welling up inside him. His teammates had followed him through hardships, only to watch others feast and drink. He dragged himself to Inan's side with heavy steps and handed him the food he had painstakingly gathered. Inan didn't even look at it. She hadn't expected him to find any food at all. Asking him to gather food was simply training his obedience. Training people is like training dogs. You have to make them afraid and obey orders, while also giving them benefits. The balance must be struck just right, neither bullying them harshly nor pampering them too much. Inan put down her bowl and chopsticks, looked at Bai Jinghe, and smiled. "Well done. Now that you're mine, I won't treat you unfairly, but the prerequisite is your absolute loyalty and obedience." After saying that, she looked at Jiang He and said, "Xiao He, get 3 more boxes of self-heating hot pot." Bai Jinghe was stunned when he saw Inan's face beneath the mask. He had only known her as tall and curvy, a woman with a nice figure, but he had never imagined her beauty to be so stunning. She was so powerful, yet so alluring, her charming peach blossom eyes even tinged with innocence. Bai Jinghe's heart fluttered, and he didn't even listen carefully to what Inan was saying. Jiang He obediently handed the 3 boxes of Hidaleo's self-heating hot pot to Inan. Inan set them aside, and said to Bai Jinghe and the other 2, "The food your captain found is too simple. You can have this." He then placed 3 bottles of mineral water in front of him. Bai Jinghe now clearly heard what Inan said, and he and his two teammates were shocked. He swallowed, and after confirming that Inan was not joking, he immediately stepped forward to tear open the self-heating hot pot and began to tinker with it. Bai Jinghe was shocked that there was a space-based psychic in Inan's team, and even more bewildered by Inan's generosity. Her previous aggressive and domineering behavior in recruiting his own team had been understandable to him. After all, in this apocalyptic world, the strong reigned supreme, and those with power were expanding their influence. But her gentle and polite demeanor now made him feel awkward. After all, the Qinghe team had done nothing. She had saved him, and now she had even given him such precious food. Bai Jinghe thought, his stomach growling. "Captain, come eat. I cook for you." He looked at his stunned captain and eagerly helped him unwrap the food. "Boss, you're so kind to the Qinghe team. You can't buy this kind of thing at base with any amount of contribution points," Chung Su said with a smile, but his words were clearly meant for the Qinghe team. "Well, we all be family from now on," Inan said calmly, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach Bai Jinghe and the other two. Bai Jinghe's heart moved and he looked at Inan. This girl, with such a strong-looking team, might not be such a bad idea to join them. He took his self-heating hot pot from He and quietly began to cook. "Thank you," he said in a gentle, muffled voice. "That's nothing. If you follow me, there will be many benefits." Inan clapped her hands. She glanced at the man beside He. Although one of his legs was tightly wrapped in cloth, it was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. "We, the Qinghe team, will listen to you from now on," Bai Jinghe said, glancing at the two team members. "Call me boss." He and the man beside him put down their chopsticks and looked at Inan respectfully. "Boss. What's the saying about being soft-spoken?" This self-heating hot pot was truly delicious, and He and the other two were completely convinced by calling him boss. Bai Jinghe nodded and looked at Inan. "Boss, if you need anything, just tell me." Inan was quite satisfied. This old fox was quite sensible. While the three men were munching on their rice, Inan took out anti-inflammatory drugs and iodine from his space and tossed them to the man beside He. "Next, what's your name?" The man was flattered. After seeing that they were anti-inflammatory drugs and iodine, he excitedly said, "Boss, my name is Zhang Ming." "Thank you, boss." Inan nodded. Yes, she had heard of that name. Zhang Ming, as his name suggests, was another formidable member of the Qinghe team. If she remembered correctly, he had a formidable dual ability user behind him. Inan continued, "I just saw an unmanned car up ahead. You can drive back to base. Don't follow us. Go do your own thing." Bai Jinghe hadn't expected Inan to make such an arrangement. He asked, "Can we go to base and form a team?" "Of course. But you and your team will always obey my orders. You can do whatever you want without my orders." After Inan finished speaking, Bai Jinghe felt relieved. This gave him a great deal of freedom. He nodded. "In that case. Thank you, boss." Chapter 33. Inan gave Bai Jinghe a walkie-talkie for easy communication. Cell phone reception was currently lacking in most areas, making communication extremely difficult. Having a walkie-talkie was much more helpful. After dinner, the group split up, with Inan leading the team towards the suburbs. The zombies were still a few hours away from evolving, and they would evolve around midnight tonight. Inan had to take down the first wave of evolving zombies, and give the team some intense training. The team continued to clear the zombies as usual. If they encountered an overcrowded area, Inan would help clear them. Her lightning ability was incredibly powerful, capable of electrocuting 3 or 4 zombies at once. However, it also consumed a significant amount of energy. Whenever her energy was nearly depleted, Inan would take out a crystal core to absorb the energy. Inan had already taught the team this method of replenishing their energy, but the energy provided by a level 1 crystal core was insufficient. Since everyone now had level 2 abilities, level 2 crystal cores were more suitable. The team was in urgent need of a large number of level 2 crystal cores. Inan, lost in thought, accelerated his SUV toward a small hill, finally stopping at the crest. A small villa sat atop it, and Inan decided to rest inside for a while. The 5 of them cleared out the scattered zombies on the hillside and reached the villa. Chung Su tried the door, but found it locked. It looked like someone was inside. Inan turned and went to the window. Fortunately, it was a sliding window, so it could be pushed open with some force. The 5 of them jumped in. The first floor of the villa was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. "Is there no one here?" "Jiang," he whispered. Inan went straight to the second floor. Once there, he saw a pool of black blood in the hallway, flowing from a room. Inan quietly walked towards the room, tightening his grip on the dagger. Chung Su and the others also came up, quietly following Enan. However, when Enan reached the door, he was stunned. On the floor of the room were two dead zombies, who looked like a couple. In front of them, on the bed, sat a little girl, hugging her knees. She looked only 12 or 13 years old, hugging herself tightly, her face buried in her knees. Enan's eyes narrowed slightly. This girl looked like the couple's child, but why was she still alive? Did she kill her parents? The girl, hearing the voice, only slightly raised her head and looked at Enan and the other three, her eyes as dead as life. Did you kill these two zombies? Enan asked calmly. The girl's brow furrowed in sorrow as she heard this, her voice thin and shrill. I killed Mom and Dad. As expected, how could such a young girl kill two adult zombies? Could she have awakened a superpower? How did you kill them? Enan continued to ask. The girl shook her head in agony and sobbed. I don't know. I was just scared and pushed them. Pushing them? Could it be a power-based superpower? Enan glanced at the two zombie corpses on the ground. They were both well preserved, with no visible wounds. They didn't look like power-based, nor did they look like ordinary superpowers. The 7 common superpowers of wind, fire, thunder, wood, water, earth, and ice would all leave noticeable wounds on the zombies' exteriors. Enan had a hunch that this little girl might have awakened a special or hidden ability. Anyone who could awaken such an ability so early in the apocalypse would have enormous potential, especially a little girl of 12 or 13. Enan's voice softened. She slowly walked over to the girl and touched her head. Don't be afraid. Your parents are in heaven. You've relieved them of their suffering. The little girl's tears stopped at Enan's comfort. She looked at her timidly, her large, deep blue eyes glittering with hope. Big sister, is that true? Really? Enan nodded and smiled at her. She gestured for the other team members to disperse and rest, and then she stayed with the little girl. Come, show me how you push them. The little girl obediently held out her hand, palm facing forward, and remained motionless. Half a minute later, sweat broke out on her forehead, her face pale, and a cloud of purple mist emerged from her palm. Poison power. Enan's pupils dilated, and she quickly retreated, covering her mouth and nose. She immediately opened the window, and a gust of wind blew in, dispersing the poisonous gas. Enan held her breath for another 2 minutes before leaning against the window to breathe. This little girl had actually awakened an extremely rare hidden power, poison. Seeing Enan like this, the little girl's eyes lit up with panic. Big sister, I'm sorry. She didn't know what she had done, but seeing Enan like this, she felt she must have done something wrong. No, you don't have to apologize. This is your power. A poison power. It's just that you're immune to this poison. What's your name? Enan asked patiently. My name is Kuarui, the little girl answered naively. Enan's heart softened. This girl's abilities were incredibly powerful. With his training, she would definitely become even more powerful. After all, a poison-based ability, if used properly, could easily kill a high-level zombie. Xiao Rui, your abilities are powerful. Follow me from now on, and I protect you. The air in the room had almost dissipated. Enan returned to Xiao Rui and patted her head. That's great, sister. I give you my teddy bear. Xiao Rui finally smiled. She obediently lifted the teddy bear from her arms and handed it to Enan. Only then did Enan notice that the bear was covered in blood. A bad feeling welled up in her. She took the bear and looked at Xiao Rui's chest. There was a huge wound there, clearly from a zombie bite. Enan turned and saw a piece of flesh on Xiao Rui's father's mouth on the ground, with scraps of Xiao Rui's clothing clinging to it. Enan stared at Xiao Rui in shock. Her face was devastated, and her eyes were a little blurry. No wonder the little girl was so pale, and looked so sick. Xiao Rui had no idea what Enan was thinking. She smiled at him, looking sweet and obedient. No, I have to save her. Even though my power was only level 2, I had to save her. Xiao Rui, be good. Don't move. I'm here to save you, Enan said nervously. Xiao Rui was perfectly obedient. She didn't move at all. This was the first time Enan used her healing ability. She was not completely sure, but she just concentrated all her mental strength and released the healing energy toward Xiao Rui's wound. Soon, the wound healed at a visible speed, and the grayish-white zombie virus on Xiao Rui's body slowly disappeared. Enan was delighted. It seemed the virus was beginning to dissipate. However, this healing ability was incredibly draining, and Enan felt as if the mental energy in his brain was draining like a funnel. Faster, faster, Enan prayed silently. Finally, all the grayish-white stain on Xiao Rui's body disappeared. The wound was mostly healed, leaving only a small scar. Anne's mental energy was almost completely depleted. The wound was so large that even with her current second-level healing ability, it was a rare feat. A wound like this would require a third or fourth-level healing ability to repair. Anne leaned against the floor and took 2 deep breaths. Suddenly, he felt a warm body embrace him. Xiao Rui buried her head deep in Anne's arms, her voice muffled, almost tearful. "Thank you, big sister." Though she was young, she knew full well that it was Anne who had saved her. "Be good, don't move." Anne pushed her away, took medicine and bandages from his space, and bandaged her wound. When everything was done, Anne took her hand and said gently, "Come on, let's get out of this room. Leave here and start a new life." Xiao Rui nodded, took one last look at her parents' bodies, and followed Anne out. Chapter 34. Just then, Chung Su came up. "Boss, there's someone knocking on the door downstairs, asking for help." Song Yin and Jiang He, who were in the other 2 bedrooms, also came out. "Let's go check." Anne, holding Xiao Rui's hand, walked downstairs. As they reached the bottom, they saw 3 men and a woman knocking on the door, asking for help. They looked to be in their early 20s, likely college students. A sudden gasp came from Jiang He behind him. Anne turned to see shock in his eyes. Just as he was about to ask, he heard the man in the lead shout, "Xiao He! Xiao He! Is that you? Great! It's my brother! Open the door." "Do you know them?" Anne asked. If they were Xiao He's friends, it wouldn't be a problem to let them in. But Jiang He's face was tinged with sadness. "He was my ex-boyfriend. He went abroad to study and broke up with me not long after. I later learned he had a beautiful, wealthy girlfriend there." Jiang He's voice trailed off as he spoke, and Anne could see that Jiang He was deeply hurt by this man. "So he's a scumbag." Anne's voice grew colder. "Let me teach them a lesson." Chung Su was about to rush out. Anne stopped Chung Su, glancing lazily out the door and whispering, "Since that's the case, Captain, I help you teach those scumbags a lesson." After saying that, Anne took off his mask, flashing a friendly smile. He walked to the window and said warmly, "You are Xiao He's friends." Seeing Anne's friendly expression, the 3 men and 1 woman immediately came to the window. The man in the lead nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'm Xiao He's ex-boyfriend." He was dressed in trendy clothes, with punk-style earrings and a necklace. He was dressed meticulously, and though he looked dusty, clearly having been out and about for days, it was clear he cared deeply about his appearance. Behind him lurked a woman, clearly his girlfriend. She had fair skin and was wearing designer clothes, though it was clear she hadn't showered in days, and her hair was a bit greasy. Standing nearby were 2 other boys, who also looked like they came from wealthy families. Anne narrowed his eyes and smiled, opening the window slightly, staring at the 3 boys outside for a moment. The fair, wealthy beauty's eyes tinged with jealousy. She looked so disheveled outside, while the girl in the villa had a clean, refined complexion, as if she were still living before the apocalypse. Her desire to enter the villa grew even stronger. Once inside, she could clean and dress properly, never having to endure such suffering again. Anne said gently, "Since you're someone Xiao He knows, you're one of us. We can let you in. But it's too dangerous out there right now, and resources are scarce. You have to show your sincerity before we let you in." The implication was that they would provide food. The boy wasn't stupid. It made sense to offer some benefits if you wanted to live in someone else's house. He hesitated for a few seconds before slipping 4 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water from his backpack into Anne's hand. "Brother Wang Qi." The beautiful, rich woman behind him visibly grimaced, calling his name coquettishly. Anne, scornful, took the food and handed it to Renew behind him. "Is it okay now?" the boy asked hopefully. Anne tooted his lips. Out of sight, he pulled out 2 bags of beef jerky and waved them behind the glass window. He said with a look of embarrassment, "Our food is very high-end. These instant noodles of yours are really unattractive. We're going to share this food with you when you get in. If you have so little, you have to eat ours. Living in our house and eating our food, that's just too much of a loss for us." The 3 men and 1 woman in front of them stared at the beef in Anne's hands and swallowed furiously. But they didn't dare force their way in. After all, behind Anne stood a 5 feet 9 inches burly man, a tall, stern man, and a cold-looking woman holding a long knife. They looked tough, and if they got mad, forget about getting into the villa. They finally found a place in the nearby wasteland that looked zombie-proof. "We have it," the man named Wang Qi said quickly, motioning for the 3 men behind him to give him their bags. The 2 men behind him hesitated, and the beautiful, fair-skinned woman looked even more reluctant. Seeing their behavior, Wang Qi immediately grew angry. I know Xiaohe's personality. She's kind, and this girl seems friendly. What they're saying makes a lot of sense. We need to show some proof of our loyalty before they let us in. After Wang Qi's words, the two boys relented and handed him their backpacks. But Bai Fumei was still reluctant. Her bag contained many expensive imported foods, luxury cosmetics, and fine perfume. She didn't want to give them up. Seeing her inconsiderateness, Wang Qi grew impatient. Do you want to sleep out in the open tonight? Have you forgotten how we nearly died at the hands of zombies last night? Hearing his words, Bai Fumei immediately recalled their harrowing escape. She hadn't slept well for 2 days and 3 nights, and she was exhausted. She really wanted to live in this villa. Bai Fumei reluctantly handed her backpack to Wang Qi. Wang Qi took the bag, looked at Yinan, and reassured, we give you the food, and you let us in, right? He wasn't sure, but he had no other options at the moment. Jiang He, seeing this, understood Yinan's intention. She also harbored resentment towards Wang Qi. She had accidentally learned from a wealthy woman that he cheated on her. She had initially assumed he'd broken up with her because of the hardships of an international relationship, and that he didn't want to waste her time. Later, she realized she was the one who'd been cheated on. Jiang He walked to the window. Wang Qi, upon seeing her approach, immediately began to play the emotional card with gentle words. Xiaohe, we were in love for 3 years, but after I left the country, our contact became less and less. Naturally, I still have feelings for you, but I don't want to waste your time, so I'm breaking up with you. You can understand, right? Wang Qi's words were filled with deep emotion. He had no idea Jiang He had long known the truth and was playing her off as a kind, gullible girl. Jiang He sneered inwardly, but outwardly acted touched as she said, I knew it, Brother Qi, you have me in your heart. She then looked at Yinan and said, this is our captain. She's kind-hearted. Just listen to her. If she's satisfied, she'd definitely let you in. Okay, Xiaohe. Wang Qi felt relieved upon hearing Jiang He's words. Seeing Jiang He clearly still having feelings for him, he secretly gloated. What a fool. How charming he was. The beautiful, rich woman behind him, listening to their conversation, was extremely upset, but she wasn't stupid. She knew the most urgent thing now was to find a way to get into the villa, so she didn't say anything. Wang Qi handed all 4 backpacks, each filled with food, to Yinan. Yinan took the backpacks and placed them on the ground. Then, his friendly smile vanished, and he locked the windows with a cold expression. Hey, what do you mean? Wang Qi was shocked and banged on the windows repeatedly. But the villa's interior materials were excellent, the window glass was extremely strong, and the soundproofing was good. Even though Wang Qi banged furiously from outside, there wasn't much noise inside. The 2 men and the beautiful woman behind Wang Qi also realized what was happening. The 4 of them banged on the windows and shouted frantically. They had given all their food to Yinan. How could she go back on her word and not let them in? Xiaohe. Xiaohe. What's wrong with you? I still love you. Wang Qi was almost frantic, calling out Jiang He's name. Jiang He acted as if she hadn't heard him, and didn't even glance at them. Yinan tossed 4 bags to Jiang He, count the supplies, and store them in your space. Okay, boss. Jiang He opened the 4 bags, revealing mostly convenience foods, biscuits, instant noodles, dried tofu, and some drinks and water. The 4 people outside watched Jiang He unpack their essential supplies one by one, and burst into tears. Their anger subsided, leaving only despair and grief. Their cries had shifted from insults to pleas. Yinan and the others, however, remained unmoved, even finding it heartening. It was already dark outside, and Yinan decided to prepare food for everyone. She pulled out some vegetables, pork, chicken, beef, and more. Chung Su and Ren Yu were thrilled to see the ingredients and volunteered to wash and cook, demonstrating their culinary skills. Yinan, Song Nian, Jiang He, and Xiao Rui were happily chatting in the first-floor bedroom. Jiang He told jokes, making Yinan and Xiao Rui burst into laughter, and even Song Nian's face gradually began to smile. At this moment, Wang Qi and the others were too noisy outside, attracting 2 zombies in the distance. The 4 of them fled frantically from the zombies, like stray dogs, but they were reluctant to leave the villa. Hoping Yinan and the others would suddenly change their minds and let them in, they kept circling the villa, looking extremely ridiculous. Brother Wang Qi, save me! The beautiful, rich girl was no longer a beauty. Chased by the zombies, her face was distorted and pale, her hair a mess, her shoes had been stepped on, and she was running barefoot. But she was a spoiled girl after all, and she ran the slowest. As the zombies were about to catch up, She grabbed Wang Chi's clothes and cried for help, her voice full of tears. Go to hell. Wang Chi, caught in her grip, was furious and kicked her away. Ah! Bai Fumei screamed and fell to the ground. The zombies quickly pounced and bit her face. In an instant, half of her face was bitten off by the zombies, and the skull underneath looked horrifying. Her eyeballs were completely exposed, and her face, half exposed, was still screaming, ah! Then, a second later, the zombies bit her again, tearing off the other half of her face. Bai Fumei was completely dead. After 2 days of zombie battles, Jiang He and the others had become immune to such scenes. They just glanced at them, and continued to tell jokes. Only Xiao Rui was a little frightened, but Yinan wanted to steal her quickly, so he didn't ask her to avoid it. Instead, he let her watch this cruel scene clearly. After all, there were far more cruel scenes waiting for everyone in the future. When he, outside, took advantage of the moment when 2 zombies were gnawing on the corpse of the beautiful, wealthy woman to lean against the window and sob bitterly, Xiao He, I was wrong. I shouldn't have broken up with you. Please give me a chance. I be your slave. Jiang He was once again shocked by Wang Chi's hideous expression. She truly couldn't understand how she could have fallen in love with such a selfish man in the first place. Come on, dinner's ready. At that moment, accompanied by a burst of fragrant aroma, Chung Su brought a pot of braised Christian carp and placed it on the table in front of Yinan and the others. The braised Christian carp was so delicious and fragrant that it immediately made the girls' mouths water. After all, after the apocalypse, hot meals were almost non-existent. They really missed the days of cooking like they did before the apocalypse, especially Xiao Rui. She hadn't eaten in 2 days, and her stomach was growling with hunger. Stop looking and start eating. Yinan urged the girls to hurry up and start eating. Just then, Renyu brought up another plate of stir-fry beef. With Yinan's order, Jiang He and Song Yin didn't hesitate. After handing chopsticks to Xiao Rui, they immediately began to devour the fish. Outside the window, Wang Chi gazed at the scene inside with despair, his eyes nearly red with jealousy and resentment. Ouch! Behind him, a zombie suddenly burst out, its maw yawning and ripping his neck apart. Wang Chi screamed and fainted, his body devoured by the 2 zombies. Chapter 35. A wall separates 2 worlds. Outside, zombies gnawed at human flesh, killing 3 men and 1 woman. Inside, Yinan and his companions feasted on a table overflowing with delicious food. Yinan watched his teammates devour their food with such bliss that a warm feeling welled up in his heart. She would protect her people. She would become stronger and give these teammates, who trusted her, a safe and secure world. Ding! Ding! The European-style clock on the wall chimed pleasantly. Yinan looked up. It was exactly 12 o'clock. The zombies were mutating. With a flicker of excitement in his eyes, Yinan looked at the well-fed and well-drinking group and said solemnly, Get ready. Follow me, and go fight the level 2 zombies. Everyone immediately switched to alert mode, their relaxed expression suppressed as they checked their clothes and weapons. Level 2 zombies, each of different forms of enhancements. If you're careless, you could easily die. So, all of you, follow me and remain vigilant. Yinan instructed, then stood up and headed for the door. Yes. Chung Su and the others responded. This included Xiao Rui, whose delicate face was filled with seriousness as she eagerly followed Yinan. Yinan turned to look at Xiao Rui, his expression softening. Xiao Rui, you're still young. Wait here for us. No! Sister Shengsheng, Xiao Rui, don't be completely helpless. Didn't you just tell me at dinner that my abilities are powerful? I can protect you. Unexpectedly, Xiao Rui shook her head resolutely, insisting on following. Yinan's heart sank. She had chosen to save Xiao Rui precisely because her abilities were unique and would be helpful to her in the future. To be frank, she saw her as just a useful tool, while the little girl before her was so brave, saying she wanted to protect herself. That's right, fighting outside is dangerous, but it can also lead to rapid growth. At most, he just had to keep an eye on her. Yinan nodded, Okay, follow me, and remember to be smart. The zombies outside the door were already excited by the movement inside, and were banging on it. Yinan pulled the door hard, and the zombies' inertia suddenly fell back, plunging straight into Song Yan's long sword. Renyu quickly dispatched the other zombie, and Yinan kicked it away and walked out. Flat screams could be heard from the bottom of the mountain. Yinan peered through the bushes, and saw a giant zombie chasing 2 humans. This zombie was twice the size of a normal zombie, and naturally ran much faster. In just a few steps, it pounced on the 2 humans, its massive body pinning them down, its jaws biting one of them by the neck. It was clearly a level 2 zombie with a mutated size. Chung Su and the others were a bit shocked to see such a large zombie. Although they had been mentally prepared, they still felt a bit uneasy when they saw such a strange zombie. "I deal with this zombie first. You guys stay here and learn," Enan said in a deep voice, then leaped out of the bushes and strode forward. Roar! The zombie turned its head at the sound, its gray eyes fixed on Enan, and then it turned and pounced at her. The evolved level 2 zombies had improved in every aspect, from hearing to smell to intelligence. They were no longer as easy to deal with as level 1 zombies. Swoosh! Enan's grappling hook shot out at the zombie's back at high speed. She tightened the hook and flew forward towards the zombie. When she was 5 meters away from the zombie, the lightning in Enan's hand exploded, a fierce bolt of lightning flashing with blue-purple light, fiercely striking the zombie. Roar, roar! The zombie, clearly paralyzed by the electric shock, was convulsing. A fierce look flashed in Enan's eyes, and he slashed his dagger as he passed the zombie. Paw! The zombie's head fell to the ground. The head was the size of 2 human heads, a truly terrifying sight. With a flick of his finger, Enan abruptly shifted, and a second-level crystal core appeared in space. Enan took a deep breath and turned to see his teammates staring at him in astonishment. "Boss, this is completely useless. Your fighting ability is inhuman," Chung Su yelled in dissatisfaction. Enan's heart suddenly trembled. He looked to the side and saw a zombie charging towards him. This zombie's running speed was different from the others. It was extremely fast, covering 10 meters in an instant. Speed-type mutant level 2 zombie. Enan shot a grappling hook towards Chung Su and the others. "You, in pairs, go up and fight this zombie. It's time for them to get some practice." "I go!" Renyu rushed out like the wind. He could see that this zombie was even faster, and with his speed-type abilities, he was perfect for dealing with it. "Brother Ren, take me with you." Chung Su shouted and rushed out as well. Perhaps because the fighting was too loud, the surrounding zombies slowly gathered. There were about a dozen level 1 zombies, and 2 level 2 zombies. The 2 level 2 zombies were a strength-mutated level 2 zombie, and a skin-hardened level 2 zombie. Enan handed the strength-mutated level 2 zombie to Song Yin, and the others, while he dealt with the other zombies. Song Yin, Jian He, and Xiao Rui formed a team and engaged the strength-mutated level 2 zombies. Enan observed them, while clearing out the remaining zombies. During this time, Enan collected all the crystal cores. Her space mission urgently needed 100 level 2 crystal cores to upgrade. "Renyu, your speed is no slower than his. You need to be able to predict his movements," Enan commanded from the side. "Xiao Rui, your poison is also harmful to humans, so you must stay as close to the zombies as possible while maintaining your own safety. When fighting strength and quantity mutated zombies, remember not to get caught by them. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Their power is overwhelming." With Enan's command and instruction, the 5 of them became increasingly adept at dealing with the zombies, quickly dispatching 2 level 2 mutants. Too slow, not enough. Enan, however, was dissatisfied. She shook her head and continued to lead the team in their search for level 2 zombies. "Keep practicing." "Yes, Captain." Chapter 36. After a night of intense training, the sky was already fading. Enan and the others had nearly completely cleared all the zombies from the residential areas on the hill, even clearing the zombies from the road below. But all the team members were now in a state of disarray, their bodies and faces covered in blood and sweat, and the unpleasant smell of blood was pungent. Enan had killed the most zombies, and besides her primary responsibility, she also had to constantly monitor the safety of her teammates. But the reward was that Enan now had over 60 level 2 crystal cores in her space. With the upgrade in sight, Enan was in a good mood. Someone. Enan suddenly looked to the side of the road with alarm. She could hear several vehicles approaching in the distance. Those still able to drive at this time were either from the national base or from powerful large groups. Everyone looked towards the other side of the road warily, and when they saw that it was the base's armored vehicles approaching, they all breathed a sigh of relief. At least they were from the same base, so they wouldn't harm them. "I was wondering why there weren't any zombies along the way. So there's a team of psychics here." The man in the passenger seat noticed the base medallion on Enan's chest and muttered, then leaned out and said to Enan and the others, "Don't you have a car? Why don't you take ours?" Enan was about to shake his head in refusal when he caught a glimpse of a familiar face in the armored vehicle behind him. Who else but Lu Qingqing? Enan's heart sank. This time. It was on this day in his previous life that Lu Qingqing's supreme team accepted an S-level mission and, working with the base's troops, completed the rescue of Ronghua Elementary School. Lu Qingqing, with her familiarity with the plot, played a crucial role in the rescue, earning a new respect from Lu Qi, the base's outer perimeter commander. In this life, because of her presence, the Supreme Team was no longer a special zone unit and hadn't accepted the mission. But Lu Qingqing still appeared here. Eden sneered inwardly. She glanced at Chi Mei, who waved at her from the third car, and nodded, already forming a rough idea. "It's you? Get in the car and join us." A pleasant voice spoke, stern and unyielding. Eden looked towards the back seat of the first car. It was Lu Qi. "Commander, do you know this team?" The soldier in the passenger seat asked, his eyes lighting up. "Yes." Lu Qi nodded, paused, then said meaningfully, "Their captain is very capable. With them, this rescue operation will have a better chance of success." Eden raised an eyebrow. Oh, he was flattering her. Lu Qingqing's expression in the back was already grim. En's lips curled slightly, his mood brightening. "Yes, our Nansheng team is happy to help. Welcome." The man in the passenger seat opened the door and jumped out. He then noticed a little girl hiding behind Eden. "This is the little girl we rescued. She's also a psychic," Eden explained. After all, the base didn't keep idle people. She could only speak of Xiao Rui's value, and the base would keep her. Such a young psychic. The man nodded, then glanced at the armored vehicles behind them. After a moment's consideration, he said to Lu Qingqing, "Miss Lu, why don't you take the last car? This one's empty for the team behind us." Now, except for Lu Qingqing's car, the others were almost full, barely enough for 6 people. Lu Qingqing's expression darkened even further, but she dared not disobey the base's military orders. Almost gnashing her teeth, she reluctantly got out and headed to the back. Eden and the others boarded the second vehicle. The convoy quickly took off, heading towards Ronghua Elementary School. "Soldier brother, was this S-rank mission accepted by the Winter Team?" Eden glanced at the soldier driving the vehicle and asked politely. "Yes." The soldier seemed easygoing, with a rather honest demeanor. He nodded in response. "Why is Miss Lu here?" Eden asked casually. The elder brother, also an honest man, confessed everything. "Early this morning, when we were driving past that building road, Miss Lu suddenly appeared, as if waiting there. She said she knew some important information, and even displayed her water-based abilities, expressing her willingness to participate in the rescue." The elder brother then spoke with envy. "She seems to be a space-based psychic, right? Now she has water-based abilities too. That's 2 powerful psychics. I'm really curious about what space-based psychics are like. I haven't even awakened a single power. If it weren't for my strong physique, I'd be eliminated by now." The military elder brother continued to mutter, but Eden stopped listening. Sure enough, her guess was correct. This Lu Qingqing really doesn't miss any opportunity to perform meritorious service. It seems she hasn't mentioned the loss of her space-based abilities, perhaps hoping to keep it a secret so she can continue to enjoy the preferential treatment. Lu Qingqing's space is gone, isn't it? Besides, that's not even a space-related ability. She clearly stole it from the boss. "Jiang," he complained, but Song Yin covered her mouth before she could finish. Startled by the presence of an outsider, she immediately shut up. "What? You're saying Miss Lu doesn't have a space?" The soldier was shocked. "Can space just disappear?" "Lu Qingqing doesn't have a space anymore. We saw it with our own eyes," Renyu said calmly. "Is this true?" The soldier was completely confused. Eden signaled to the team members to stop talking. No matter how much he said, there were no point. There were plenty of ways to expose her. Chapter 37. As the armored vehicle drove further and further away, the zombies around it grew larger and larger. Naturally, the number of level 2 zombies also increased. They blended in with the level 1 zombies and attacked the armored vehicle with terrifying force and speed. "Oh my god! What's going on? Another zombie this big has arrived. I saw one this morning and thought I was seeing things." The soldier cursed as he kept a tight grip on the steering wheel. At this moment, the enormous zombie pounced madly on the armored vehicle where Eden and the others were. This level 2 zombie was clearly more intelligent. The level 1 zombies around them were frantically pounding and gnawing at the armored vehicle, their faces bloodied and mangled in a terrifying display of pain. Meanwhile, this level 2 zombie was frantically hammering at the glass with its fists. That's the armored vehicle's weakest spot, the most vulnerable to shattering blows. Damn it! This guy is actually quite clever. The soldier was clearly getting anxious. The armored vehicle ahead was also entangled by a swarm of zombies, forcing everyone to move very slowly. Even now, the frantic thrashing of the zombies filled their ears, making them irritated. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a burst of submachine gun fire rang out. Ian looked forward to see Liu Qi rushing out with a Thompson submachine gun, spraying the zombies with bullets. Ouch! A level 2 male zombie lunged at Liu Qi, his body and face pelted with bullets, leaving only small, large bullet holes in his body, not slowing his movement at all. You know, a headshot kills a zombie completely, and this level 2 zombie was clearly a skin-hardening mutant. Even with such intense gunfire, the only traces of bullet holes remained, leaving the rest of his skin intact. Commander. The soldier in the car was already screaming Liu Qi's name in fear. The next second, the zombie, once still threatening, was entangled in a wooden vine around its neck. Not only that, the vine was rapidly tightening. Chung Su and the others were in disbelief at the sight. Clearly, this was a wood-type ability, but it was completely different from everyone else's wood-type abilities. The wood-type abilities they had seen along the way had absolutely no combat capabilities. Almost no team would accept one with awakened wood abilities. After all, everyone thought, were they going to kill zombies by throwing wood? But Liu Qi before them could actually control the vines, shocking everyone. Only Enan remained calm. If someone else had such an ability, Enan might have been a little surprised, but this was Liu Qi, the outer perimeter commander of the base. A man whose future would be so powerful that no one could challenge him. At this moment, all the soldiers got out of the car and began clearing out the zombies, including Qi Ye's winter team. With the emergence of the second-level zombies, the effectiveness of firearms against zombies has been greatly reduced, and the abilities of psychics have begun to emerge. Qi Ye's team consists of 3 men and 2 women. Qi Yi leads the charge, his dark-type abilities making him a ghostly figure. Qi Mei appears to have a strength-type ability, and is agile. Enan is very familiar with the other 3 members of their team. They were all members of Team Winter in their previous lives. They are Qi Xian, the warm-hearted water type, Chen Feifei, the hot-tempered fire type, and Chu Hui, the tough fire type. Enan was particularly impressed by Qi Xian. She remembered that he later awakened a healing ability, making him a rare talent. Boss, do we need to go into battle? Chung Su looked around, seeing almost everyone had gotten out of their cars to clear the zombies, and waited obediently for Enan's instructions. Don't worry about it, just rest. Enan shook his head lazily. Their team had just cleared almost all the zombies on that stretch of road. Weren't they allowed to rest now? Why are we all fighting so hard, while Captain Nansheng doesn't even dare to get out of the car? Suddenly, Lu Qingqing's piercing voice rang out. She deliberately raised her voice high enough for almost everyone to hear. As soon as she spoke, everyone noticed that the team in the second car hadn't come out to clear the zombies. Auntie, you're so loud! Can't you see they're tired? Besides, there weren't any zombies on that stretch of road just now. They must have been the ones who cleared it. You're so ungrateful, blaming others. Qi Mei suddenly retorted. Her voice was full of energy and righteousness, unlike Lu Qingqing's sharpness. Her words were convincing, and the discontent of those around them subsided. Lu Qingqing was speechless. She couldn't understand why this tall girl had come to Enan's defense. Her face flushed as she looked at Qi Mei angrily. Are you two in the same group? You're actually defending her. Qi Mei, now in high spirits, put her hands on her hips, looked down at Lu Qingqing and said with a smile, We're in the same group. She's the one I've chosen for my sister-in-law. Puff. In the car, Enan, who was drinking water, nearly spit it out. Boss, when did you start dating behind our backs? Chung Su and the others also stifled laughter, their faces teasing. Only Xiao Rui looked bewildered. Huh? Qi Yi, having neatly dispatched the last zombie nearby, walked back and, looking at Qi Mei, who stood with her hands on her hips, said calmly, Sister, stop talking nonsense. His husky, magnetic voice was particularly pleasant. A drop of sweat slid from the corner of his jaw, dripping into the pool of blood on the ground, creating a splatter of blood. And Lu Qingqing's heart, like that pool of blood, was roiled with shock. He called her sister. So she was? Qi Mei? What? Lu Qingqing was completely stunned. Shouldn't Qi Mei have been dead long ago? Not only was she still alive, but she kept claiming that Enan was her chosen sister-in-law. Her strategy for Qi Yi hadn't even begun, and it was about to end? Why had the world become like this? What are you all doing? Get in the car! Lu Qi's voice shouted. Humph. Qi Mei rolled her eyes at Lu Qingqing and got in the car, followed closely by Qi Yi, the strikingly handsome man in black. Lu Qingqing gritted her teeth and returned to her car. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. Why on earth was all this happening? Could it be possible that the plot described in the book had been altered? Have I overlooked something? Lu Qingqing thought of Yin An's cold gaze at her, and how she was now far more powerful than described in the book, and a chill ran down her spine. Chapter 38. While Lu Qingqing's side was overcast, both the Nansheng and Winter teams were bustling with activity. On the Nansheng team's side, the military officer, observing the car expertly, said with a smile, "Captain, I can't see your face, but your eyes are so beautiful. I think the Winter team captain is young and promising, and so handsome. You two would be a good match." With the military officer taking the lead, Chung Su and the others began to chime in, "Yes, yes, boss. The Winter team captain is so handsome. I think he might be a good match for you." "Yes, boss. He looks so strong. We might consider him." Boss. Yinan listened speechlessly. She had no interest in finding a man at the moment. Just as she was about to say something, a buzzing sound came from the military officer's walkie-talkie on her waist. Then, Lu Qi's voice, deep and tinged with seriousness, rang out, "Su Liang, drive carefully." The soldier, startled, nearly jumped. He quickly freed one hand to pick up the intercom and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." He immediately turned off the intercom, still muttering, "Oh my god. I forgot to turn it off. Damn it. In the fourth car, the Winter team was even more lively. Chen Feifei and Chu Hui were excitedly gossiping to Qi Mei about Yinan. Qi Mei's vivid description of Yin An's rescue captivated the others. "As a girl, the captain of the Nanxing team is so impressive. She's my goddess." Chen Feifei was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes sparkling. "Even a boy like me admires her." Chu Hui instantly transformed into Yin An's little fanboy. Qi Xian and Qi Yi had been sitting quietly at the back. Qi Yi, knowing just how powerful Yinan was, simply listened without saying a word. Although Qi Xian was surprised, his reaction was slightly calmer than the others. Qi Mei nodded repeatedly, yes, he's truly amazing." Then a thought struck her, and she turned to look at her brother with a look of longing. "It would be wonderful if Captain Nansheng could be my sister-in-law." Qi Ye's dark eyes remained cold, devoid of any emotion. Qi Mei, feeling bored, curled her lips and turned back. What a fool. Chen Feifei also turned to glance at Qi Yi and Qi Xian. One was a handsome, taciturn captain, the other a gentle, handsome man with water-based abilities, but immense combat power. One cold, the other warm, both strikingly impressive. But the captain always seemed so distant, intimidating. But Qi Xian was different. He was quiet and peaceful, sometimes even very considerate, like a warm and loving big dog. Thinking of this, Chen Feifei felt a flutter in her heart. She smiled sweetly and teased, "The captain belongs to the goddess, and Qi Xian belongs to us. Little girl, you want to say Qi Xian is yours, right?" Qi Mei immediately saw Chen Feifei's thoughts, and looked at her teasingly. "Sister Mei." Chen Feifei smiled, and covered Qi Mei's mouth, and the two of them began to playfully engage in a playful exchange. Qi Xian, who was in the last row, felt rather embarrassed. He had always loved staying home and drawing. Although he had many suitors, he had never been in a relationship. Now, being teased by a girl like this, his face instantly flushed. But he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was all a joke. Tilting his head slightly, Qi Xian stared at the rear window of Yin An's armored vehicle. Through the window, he could vaguely see the silhouettes of several people inside. A glint of light shone in his pale gray eyes, like the warm April sun. Soon, the convoy arrived near Ronghua Primary School. However, the vehicle couldn't go any further a mile from the school. The situation here was far more serious than anyone had anticipated. Endless zombies formed a massive wave. Among them were many level 2 zombies. The armored vehicle was almost completely overwhelmed by zombies. "Everyone ready? Bombs ready?" The soldier's intercom boomed. It was Lu Qi's voice. The soldier flicked the controls, and several rounds of ammunition were released from above the armored vehicle, exploding all around it. The zombies surrounding the armored vehicle were blasted into shreds. Aside from a few level 2 zombies with hardened skin that were still frantically attacking the vehicle, all the others were dead. "This armored vehicle has been modified." "How cool!" Chung Su exclaimed. "Prepare for bombardment." Lu Qi's voice rang out again, and more turrets were erected on the armored vehicle, blasting the surrounding zombies. Boom! 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 The earth trembled, and shredded flesh flew everywhere. Yinan took in the scene before her, her eyes deep. This was why she had chosen to stay at the national base. One day, she would acquire these powerful weapons. After the apocalypse, many of these weapons would be unable to maintain their usefulness for long due to a lack of materials. But her dimension had inexhaustible resources. "Everyone, get out of the vehicles and kill the zombies." Lu Qi gave his final command. Everyone in the 8 armored vehicles disembarked. The soldiers, armed with various firearms, and the psychics, armed with weapons, engaged the zombies. Don't push too hard. Hold back. Enan softly warned. Chung Su and the others nodded and joined the battle. Enan didn't follow the main force. She paddled behind the crowd, secretly controlling her mental power to collect the crystal cores from the zombies scattered on the ground. The crystal cores in the space were increasing, and the number of second-level crystal cores had exceeded 100. I could find an opportunity to upgrade my psychic abilities. The system's quest rewards were within reach. Enan felt delighted at the thought, but at that moment, she felt a gaze on her. Tilting her head slightly, Enan's peripheral vision caught Lu Qi's eye. As the commander, he didn't advance to kill the zombies, but instead stood at the back, directing the attacks. It must have been her slacking off that caught his attention. Enan remained calm, paddling along with the crowd, observing the surroundings with his peripheral vision. Commander Lu. At that moment, Enan's keen sense of sight and hearing caught sight of the delicate figure of Lu Qingqing in the crowd. Her water-based abilities had limited combat effectiveness, and she had been hiding behind the soldiers, looking disheveled. Now, squeezed through the crowd, she ran towards Lu Qi, calling out for him. But Lu Qi clearly didn't hear her. Instead, his gaze kept darting towards him. Enan knew without a second's hesitation what Lu Qingqing was up to. This woman had always been a sneaky and cunning person. In her previous life, she rarely killed zombies herself, always hiding behind Xie Yuan and enjoying various benefits. Now, she must be trying to curry favor with Lu Qi and reap his benefits. Enan's lips curled slightly beneath his mask, sensing a zombie lunging from behind him, but he did nothing, continuing to fight the one in front of him. As if completely unaware. Suddenly, a powerful force pulled Enan forward. A black Thompson submachine gun extended, blasting the zombie in the head with 3 bullets. Enan looked up, meeting a pair of deep eyes. Lu Qi's thick brows furrowed slightly, his eyes devoid of emotion. The only lightning-type user in the base. Is this all he's capable of? Enan's bright eyes held a flawless innocence. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Lu Qingqing, furious in the distance. Innocence shone in her eyes, and she held her forehead in feigned fatigue. Lightning-type abilities consume too much energy, making them unstable. Besides, our team spent 2 days and 2 nights battling zombies, and we're exhausted. Enan said with a tone of self-blame, "It's our Nansheng team that's holding us back. Please forgive us, Commander." Lu Qi was stunned. Yes, when they met her, they had clearly just been through a brutal battle, and they were all in a state of disarray. He was the one who dragged her into the car. Thinking of this, Lu Qi felt a little guilty. He pulled Enan behind him and softened his tone. "Follow me." Chapter 39. Enan stood leisurely behind Lu Qi, secretly collecting the crystal core, completely oblivious to the resentful Lu Qingqing in the distance. No way. The boss is so powerful, yet he's slacking off behind the commander. Chung Su, amidst the zombies, noticed Enan behind Lu Qi and said, slightly stunned for a second. "Who is the boss?" "That's a 1,000-year-old fox transformed into a spirit. Isn't this just standard procedure?" Jiang he was speechless at Chung Su's idiotic demeanor, but she spoke with a nonchalant air. Soon, the group had nearly cleared out the zombie tide. 3 non-psychic soldiers from the base, and 1 psychic soldier were killed in the battle. Lu Qi's face was heavy. They hadn't even entered Ronghua Primary School, and 4 of their comrades had already died. It was hard to imagine whether this mission would succeed. The teachers and students at the school didn't know if psychics would appear to fill the gap. Such a rescue operation was a gamble with no chance of success. Enan also sensed Lu Qi's emotions. "Is it worth it?" Enan's voice was so soft that Lu Qi thought he was hallucinating. He looked down at her, meeting her bright, watery eyes, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of peace. Lu Qi's Adam's apple moved slightly, and his voice, equally husky, said, "Maybe it's worth it." He spoke with resignation and calmness, determination and reluctance. Enan said nothing more. She knew that Lu Qi was a soldier, and while he might have moments of confusion and doubt, he was always the one charging forward. What sustained him was his soldierly heart. Silence returned between the two of them. After the zombies were almost gone, Lu Qi commanded the main force to advance. He was experienced in combat, and under his command, the troops were divided into 3 groups. One responsible for clearing the path and clearing the zombies, one for scouting and observing the terrain. The other group, the main force, drove forward. Soon, the main force arrived outside the elementary school's large iron gates. The gates were tightly shut, apparently locked by security after the apocalypse. This was an aristocratic school, and the iron gates were also sealed, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. The soldiers brought out ladders and climbed up to the gates. Arui and several other soldiers remained outside the school to guard the armored vehicles. However, upon seeing the scene inside, everyone was stunned. Inside, the ground was covered with child zombies, each one frantically gnawing at the corpses. As if hearing a noise, they raised their bloodied faces, their gray-white pupils fixed on Enon and the others, a particularly eerie sight. You know, child zombies are much more agile than adult zombies, especially with so many of them. Save us! Save us! The police are coming! The police are coming to save us! Suddenly, cries for help rang out from the nearest school building. Enon looked over and saw a teacher and a group of children on the upper floors of the building calling for help. Lucci directed the soldiers to shoot the zombies on campus, and then the crowd jumped down to continue the new wave of zombie elimination. Teams 1, 2, and the 2 psychic teams will follow me. The rest of you will hold back the zombies outside. Lucci said, raising his submachine gun and striding towards the nearest school building. Commander, take me with you. I'm very familiar with this elementary school. Lu Qingqing's delicate voice echoed. Lucci frowned slightly, not turning back. Don't waste time. Hurry. Rushing into the teaching building, Lucci directed the rescue efforts. Enon was about to follow the crowd upstairs when Lucci's voice rang out from behind. Are you okay? Hearing this, Enon turned and saw Lucci and Lu Qingqing, who clung to him, unwilling to leave. Enon lowered his eyes, a flicker of helplessness and fatigue flashing beneath his long lashes. His lips parted slightly, his expression filled with self-blame and hesitation. Seeing her like this, Lucci immediately said, Don't be so stubborn. Rest here. He turned around, and upon seeing Lu Qingqing, his brows furrowed again. Why are you still here? Lu Qingqing's face froze. She bit her lower lip, a look of grievance on her face. I have water powers. I have no offensive abilities. Before she could finish, Lucci interrupted, Then don't come on the mission. It only slowed down progress. Lu Qingqing's face was bruised. She looked at Enon and said unhappily, But Commander, doesn't she have the option of not participating in the battle? She hasn't been participating in the battle just now. She's the one slowing down progress. Lucci's face turned cold, clearly losing his patience. She's different from you. Your behavior would be desertion in the army. How could I be a deserter? I'm here with important information, Lu Qingqing said unhappily. Hearing the words important information, Lucci regained a little of his patience. What information? Lu Qingqing was delighted to see that Lucci took her words seriously. She approached Lucci and pointed to the largest teaching building. That's the Xinrong teaching building. I suggest abandoning the rescue of that building. Lucci looked over and saw that Lu Qingqing was pointing at the largest teaching building at Ronghui Elementary School, an enclosed structure shaped like a U, with 8 floors. At that moment, numerous students and teachers were begging for help at the windows on the 6th and 7th floors. Clearly, Xinrong building had the most surviving students and teachers, and was the building most in need of rescue. Lu Qingqing's words were unreasonable, but Lucci was always cautious. Without a trace of disdain or sarcasm, he asked earnestly, Why? I know you may not believe this, but Commander Lu, please believe me, some of the teachers and students on the 6th and 7th floors of Xinrong building are already injured. By the time we rescue them, they transform into zombies and kill us. Lu Qingqing spoke earnestly, her eyes filled with certainty. In the book, the team assigned to this mission was the Heroine and Ans. They encountered a similar mishap. Although they ultimately escaped danger, they also suffered heavy losses, with over a dozen soldiers killed. Enon also made the greatest contribution in this battle, receiving a great commendation upon returning to base, and his relationship with Lucci grew even closer. This time, however, she would not give Enon this opportunity. The only one who could achieve this feat was Lu Qingqing. At this thought, Lu Qingqing's eyes grew even more resolute. An's lips curled slightly beneath his mask, as he coldly regarded Lu Qingqing's ugly face, eager to claim credit, filled with disdain and contempt. Hearing this, Lucci carefully glanced at the teachers and students in Xinrong building who were constantly seeking help. They all appeared healthy, without a single sign of injury. Chapter 40. Lu Qingqing knew it wouldn't be easy to convince Lucci, so she hurriedly said, Commander Lu, it's normal for you not to believe me now, but I can guarantee that there are infected people among them, and a virus outbreak would be extremely dangerous. A prerequisite for military rescue is to ensure that none of those being rescued are virus carriers, otherwise the rescue operation would become a life-threatening one. So if there truly were virus carriers among the students and teachers in Heroine building, they would be impossible to save. Lu Qi's eyes darkened. In the apocalypse, those bitten by zombies would simply not tell the truth to survive. He removed his black gloves, called 2 soldiers, and walked out. Inan remained silent, watching quietly. She knew what Lu Qi was about to do. As cautious as he had been like this in his previous life. He had used some tactics, tested his judgment, and chosen to believe Lu Qingqing's words and not rescue Heroine building. As they spent considerable time rescuing all the other teaching buildings, and were about to leave Rongwo Elementary School, the virus carriers in Heroine building mutated simultaneously, creating a devastating scene. Lu Qi's trust in Lu Qingqing skyrocketed. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing hurriedly followed. "Boss!" Just then, Chung Su and the others came running over. "Boss, thankfully, there aren't many zombies upstairs. The rescue was a success, and we even found a mutant." Jiang He immediately reported the situation to Inan. "Yes." Inan nodded. "The beautiful captain of Team Nanxing." Chi Mei's high-pitched voice echoed, and Inan looked over. Just then, Team Winter came down from the upper floors. At the front was the lively Chi Mei, followed by 4 members of Team Winter, each a handsome and beautiful woman. Chi Yi and Chi Xian were particularly eye-catching. Inan smiled. "It's you." Yes, I'm Chi Mei, and this is my brother Chi Yi." Chi Mei's social skills flared up, and she enthusiastically introduced herself to Inan. Inan nodded politely. "My name is Nansheng, and these are the members of our Nansheng team, Ren Yu, Chung Su, Jiang He, and Song Yin." "Amazing. With someone as talented as you, the team you created must be a strong one." Chi Mei's eyes lit up, her fondness for Inan uncontrollably evident. She then pulled Chi Yi closer. "Brother, you're our captain. Go make friends with the Nansheng team on behalf of your team. That way you have company in the future." Chi Yi was caught off guard by the approach. He met Inan's gaze and extended his hand. "Hello, Chi Yi." Although his face remained expressionless, the coldness around him had dissipated considerably. The enthusiastic sister and the icy, withdrawn brother. The contrast was so great that it seemed as if they had not the same parents. Inan also extended her hand. The moment they shook hands, the team members behind them all stared in delight. Chi Mei and Chen Feifei, the 2 young girls in particular, looked thrilled. "Hello, Captain Nansheng, I'm Chi Xian." Suddenly, a pair of beautiful hands with distinct bones reached out. Inan looked up, and was met with Chi Xian's eyes, like the warm April sun. Inan's heart skipped a beat. Maybe it was fate, but she always seen him in her past life. Whenever she was at the base, she see him most of the time. Therefore, this handsome man with a warm demeanor had left a deep impression on Inan. Inan thought to herself, reaching out and shaking his hand. "Hello." Chi Xian's hand was large, his clean palm soft and warm, gently enveloping Inan's small hand. "Goddess, my name is Chen Feifei." Chen Feifei squeezed in, with a lovely smile. "I'm Chu Hui." Chu Hui followed behind, giggling innocently, looking innocent. Inan nodded politely, greeting everyone. "Everyone, assemble. Begin the rescue in batches." Lu Qi's voice rang out from outside the building. Everyone put their thoughts aside and rushed out. At this moment, helicopters from the base arrived one after another, carrying the survivors away. Lu Qi explained the situation of each of the school's buildings. The building in the southeast is the most isolated and has the highest number of zombies. Our Nansheng team has volunteered to go there. Inan prioritized the most challenging building. Lu Qi looked at Inan, met her determined gaze, and nodded appreciatively. "Okay." Chi Yi also glanced at Inan. With a word, Inan led his team and set off. After paddling all the way, every cell in her body was now as excited as a bloodthirsty vampire, eager for a hearty battle. Seeing Inan like this, Chung Su and the others couldn't help but worry for the zombies in the southeast teaching building. It looked like those zombies were going to suffer. Inan, like a ghost, moved swiftly, leading the charge. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the zombies in the south building were dead. Almost all killed by headshots. Vital strength +2, speed +2, toughness +2, strength +2. Amid the system announcements, the survivors cowed out frantically in gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you. Our Li family will remember your kindness for generations to come. You are truly angels. Thank you, we are so grateful to have you." Inan handed the survivors over to Chung Su and the others for escort, while he quietly collected the crystal core. "Ah! Oh my god!" Suddenly, a scream rang out. Inan looked up through the window. On the third floor of the opposite teaching building, a zombie mass had formed. 2 soldiers were struggling to survive among them. One of the soldiers was the same soldier who had driven Enan and the others earlier. Enan's eyes narrowed slightly, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his grappling hook, which embedded itself firmly into the opposite wall. Tightening the hook, Enan flew forward like an arrow, his lightning power unleashing a burst of lightning, striking the zombie horde. Swish! The zombies were immobilized by the electric shock. The 2 soldiers reacted quickly, opening fire and killing a large number of them. Enan leaped through the window, his figure swift as the wind. With a flick of his dagger, he decapitated the last few zombies. "It's you? Captain Nansheng, you're my savior." The soldier recognized Enan immediately and exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, Captain Nansheng." Another soldier also thanked him profusely. "You're welcome." Enan shook his head and, stepping over the corpses of the zombies on the ground, headed for the door. The 2 soldiers knew time was running out and immediately followed Enan. However, when Enan saw the locked door, her brow furrowed slightly. Without a word, she raised her leg and kicked it. Bang! The door was kicked open, followed by a delicate scream from behind. "Ah!" Frightened, Lu Qingqing and Enan exchanged glances. Just then, the soldier's indignant voice boomed, "That's the girl. So evil." "Yes, as a psychic, why are you so selfish?" The other soldier, upon seeing Lu Qingqing, was also furious and began to accuse her. I was just scared." Lu Qingqing flinched, then said with a look of grievance. "Scared? So you can close the door just because you're scared? Don't you know we're in there?" The soldier, unmoved, demanded. "You're so mean. We're both psychics, and you can't even pinch a hair on Captain Nansheng's head." The elder soldier accused her. "Ouch! Ouch!" Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, intense gunfire and the frantic roars of zombies rang out from upstairs. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances, not caring to judge Lu Qingqing for her selfish actions, and rushed upstairs to join the rescue. Lu Qingqing, fresh from the accusations, was now filled with discontent and resentment. She watched the 2 soldiers disappear, her hatred evident. She glared at Enan and said harshly, "Enan, you're so scheming." Enan raised his eyebrows slightly, finding it amusing. He turned to meet Lu Qingqing's resentful gaze, his charming eyes filled with nothing but contempt and indifference. Lu Qingqing, stung by Enan's gaze, continued in anger, "You simply can't stand me stealing your limelight. First, you teamed up with Xie Yun to enter the Special Operations Zone, and now you've earned the favor of Commander Lu's team, so you're constantly targeting me." Enan nearly laughed out loud at her words. She shook her head and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingqing became even more furious upon seeing her attitude. "Enan, you're playing it cool with me. Do you think I can't see you're deliberately trying to get close to Lu Qi?" Enan stopped in her tracks. Without turning back, she spoke in a cold, mocking voice. "Do you think all women are like you, unable to survive without men?" Lu Qingqing burst into laughter. "You talk so high and mighty. You were the one deliberately chatting with Lu Qi, weren't you? And you were the one just shaking hands with Qi Yi downstairs? And now you're pretending to be innocent again." Chapter 41. "Pa!" A crisp slap rang out. Lu Qingqing was knocked to the ground by Enan. "You?" Lu Qingqing covered her left cheek and looked at Enan in disbelief. "Pa!" Another slap left a red mark on her right cheek. "Ah!" A stream of blood streamed from her nose. She screamed, clutching both sides of her face, shaking with anger. "Enan, I'm not done with you." Roaring, Lu Qingqing climbed to her feet and lunged at Enan. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" 3 more slaps. Enan's hand was incredibly fast and powerful. Lu Qingqing was slapped so hard that she spun around, falling to the ground once again in a panic. Her cheeks swelled visibly, tears streaming down her face, a disgraceful sight. "Lu, I'm keeping you alive, so I can continue to watch you act like a clown. If you insist on being so foul-mouthed, I don't mind finishing you off now." Enan spoke slowly, wiping his hands. His movements were as graceful as a queen's, but his gaze was that of a hellish ghost, chilling and terrifying. Lu Qingqing's cheeks ached, her head pounding. She trembled as she looked at Enan, gasping for breath, yet dared not say another word. At that moment, she truly believed Enan would put an end to her. Enan, observing Lu Qingqing like this, was quite pleased. She tilted her head, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. "Tisk, how ugly. You look like a pig. If you try to curry favor with Lu Qi, you probably scare people into vomiting." With that, she trotted away briskly, not even glancing at Lu Qingqing, who lay sprawled on the ground like a pile of mud. As soon as he walked downstairs, Enid was attracted by the movement inside a window. She looked closely. Inside the room, a black kitten was nibbling on dried fish on the floor. Across from it, Chi-Yi squatted. His face, unlike his usual indifference, held a faint smile, and a rare hint of tenderness lingered in his eyes. Enid wasn't surprised. She had heard in her previous life that Chi-Yi was a cat lover. Carrying dried fish with him was probably something only he could do. This black cat looked very familiar to her. In her previous life, Chi-Yi always carried it with him. It was a speed-boosting cat with special abilities, often helping Chi-Yi kill zombies and snatch food. Chi-Yi's presence was even more powerful. Both the man and the cat alertly noticed Enid's gaze. Miraculously, the little black cat wasn't afraid of Enid at all, nor did it repel him. Instead, it meowed softly, charming Enid to the point of adoration. Enid walked into the house and reached out to stroke its furry head. The kitten rubbed its head against Enid's palm, feeling quite pleased. It's rare. It rarely approaches people. Chi-Yi glanced at Enid, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Enid knew he was telling the truth. In her previous life, she had heard that this black cat was difficult to approach, and no one but Chi-Yi could touch it. Surprisingly, it was quite friendly to her. Enid chuckled softly and said happily, "So you and it are old friends?" "Yes." Chi-Yi nodded and reached out to stroke the little black cat's head. "I had it for 3 years before. I moved away, and I haven't seen it since. I didn't expect to see it again today." When the topic of cats came up, this usually unapproachable boy seemed to transform into a different person, becoming more talkative. Enid nodded. "This is fate, I guess." Then he reached out and tickled the kitten's chin. The little black cat closed its eyes and looked up, adorably adorable. "What's its name?" Enid asked, suddenly having a thought. Chi-Yi's voice, hoarse and gentle, looked at the little black cat and said quietly, "Its name isn't in." Enid was stunned. "She has the same name as a cat?" "Huh?" Chi-Yi noticed something unusual about Enid and looked at her. "What's wrong?" "Ah, it's okay." Enid smiled and waved her hand. Never mind, he didn't know her real name anyway. Chi-Yi looked into Enid's charming, smiling eyes, his Adam's apple moving slightly. "Thank you for saving my sister." His eyes were filled with sincere gratitude. Chi-Mei was very important to him, so he remembered Enid's kindness deeply. Seeing him express his sincere gratitude, Enid was about to say something when a pleasant male voice interrupted him. "Captain, we're done packing. We can gather now." Chi-Yi and Enid turned simultaneously to see Chi-Xian rushing in. Chi-Xian was visibly taken aback by the sight of the two men. Chapter 42. Chi-Xian's surprise faded in an instant, his usual polite and gentle expression returning to normal. "Captain Nansheng is here too." "Yes, I'm going to gather with my team too." Enid stood up, dusted off his gloves, and spoke briskly. "Help! Help! Is anyone there?" Suddenly, a miserable roar erupted from the upper floors of the neighboring laboratory building. Enid and the other two looked over and saw 2 soldiers and 3 surviving students screaming for help from a window on the 4th floor. Behind them, there wasn't a single zombie in sight. "Brothers, what's going on over there?" Chi-Xian immediately stepped forward and asked loudly. The 2 soldiers saw Enid and the other 2 downstairs, as if they had found a lifeline. One of them immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "We were ambushed by zombies." They. Seeing his companion's lack of clarity, the other soldier quickly interrupted, saying, "We encountered a different kind of zombies. They're different from ordinary zombies. They have strategies." Enid frowned slightly, a word immediately flashing through his mind. "Intelligent mutant zombies. Where are the zombies now?" Chi-Xian reacted quickly and asked again. "We can't see them. We're hiding in this room, but we can be sure they're outside, waiting to attack us at any moment." The more rational soldier quickly responded. Yes. We just heard no movement outside, so we opened the door and went out. And then, out of nowhere, several zombies rushed out and mauled our comrades to death." The other soldier, now regaining some of his composure, added hurriedly. Chi-Yi, who had remained silent, looked at Enid and said, "Chi-Xian and I will go up and rescue them." This implied that she shouldn't follow. Enid shook her head and said, "I go with you." If there truly were intelligent mutant zombies, Chi-Yi and the others might not be able to escape unscathed. Furthermore, in the previous life, intelligent mutant zombies were the most coveted experimental material at every base. These mutants were extremely rare and threatening, and were the type most likely to produce a zombie king in the future. If there truly were intelligent mutant zombies in the building ahead, she would have to capture them. If you're worried about us, you can wait downstairs. The unknown danger level is too high right now, and it's not safe for you to follow us. Qi-Xian, seeing Yin An's resolute refusal to leave, patiently persuaded her. Qi nodded, clearly agreeing with Qi-Xian's words. Both of them looked at Yin, as if awaiting her decision. In their minds, she was just a girl, a vulnerable member of a group, even if she was the leader of a team of psychics. Time waits for no one. My life isn't worth as much as 4 others. Yin quipped, then headed inside. As soon as he took a step, a large hand grabbed his wrist and pulled him back. Qi-Xian's warm palm burned like fire, his gentle eyes rarely serious. Follow us. Qi glanced at Qi-Xian, his dark eyes flickering over his grip on Yin An's hand. Without another word, he drew his knife and rushed in. Protect her. Yin was stunned. Oh my god, these two are treating her like a 3-year-old child, aren't they? She looked so weak. The 3 of them rushed all the way to the 3rd floor. The ground floor of the building had been cleared, leaving them with no obstacles. Qi stood at the 3rd floor staircase, gazing up at the 4th. He turned to Qi-Xian. Yin gave him a look, then he picked up a broken stone from the ground and hurled it towards the roof. Bang! A loud crash of stone clashing echoed. After a brief echo, the air returned to silence. Under normal circumstances, if there were zombies on the 4th floor, they would have been drawn out by the noise. But the current silence completely contradicted what the 2 soldiers had just said. Was it a miscalculation on the part of the soldiers, or was there truly something wrong with the zombies? Qi frowned. I go investigate. You wait here. With that, he rushed forward, knife in hand. Yin and the others followed his advice, and remained where they were. After all, as a dark-type esper, Qi would normally be a threat to zombies. The sky gradually darkened, and the corridor grew increasingly dim. On the quiet ground, only the sound of Qi's footsteps could be heard. Yin stared coldly at the rooftop. His mind raced. If there really were intelligent zombies commanding the others here, then, as the 2 soldiers had said, they must be hiding, preparing to attack humans. So where would they be hiding? This building was a laboratory. The labs were larger than ordinary classrooms, and the doors were made of a stronger alloy. The hallways had labs one after another. Zombies could only hide in a lab, so which lab would they be hiding in? Or, there could be zombies in every lab? The thought startled Yin. Not good. She looked at Qi-Xian. Let's go! And with that, she rushed forward. But they were still a step too slow. By the time they reached the 4th floor, Qi was gone. Only a dozen zombies stood outside a single lab, including 5 or 6 level 2 zombies. From the closed lab, the sounds of fierce fighting could be heard. It was obvious that Qi had been ambushed by the zombies. As soon as the zombies saw Yin and the other 2, they roared and charged forward. Ouch! Qi-Xian pulled Yin behind him, sword drawn, and charged. Hurry! The next second, a flash of silver light passed by Qi-Xian's side. Before he could see what it was, Yin teleported past him like the wind, followed by a powerful blue-purple lightning bolt, swooping down on the zombies like a ferocious dragon. All the level 1 zombies were instantly rendered incapable of fighting. Qi-Xian stared at the scene in disbelief, but his shock lasted only a moment before he grabbed a level 2 zombie and engaged in a fierce battle. His combat power was superior to most psychics. With his water-based abilities, he relied almost entirely on physical strength. His immense fighting ability and resilience made it easy for him to take on a level 2 zombie. But compared to a monster like Yin, Qi-Xian's combat power was instantly eclipsed. Cheng-Su, South Building 3, 4th floor. Yin pulled out his intercom, then drew his dagger and began fighting alongside Qi-Xian. Cheng-Su replied solemnly from the other end. Roger. Boss, we're coming right over. Chapter 43. Ouch. Ouch. Suddenly, the doors of several other labs in the corridor opened, and dozens more zombies burst out. They swarmed like a wave, charging madly towards Yin and the others. Watch out. Qi-Xian yanked Yin behind him, picked up a steel plate from the ground, and slammed it into the pile of zombies. Get out of here. Yin watched the suddenly increasing tide of zombies, furious. That intelligent mutant must be hiding somewhere. If she had heard correctly, there had been a subtle hissing sound in the air just now. That was the signal from the intelligent mutant taking control of the herd. But there were so many zombies now, practically filling the entire corridor, making it impossible to find the intelligent mutant hiding among them. Just then, a level 2 speed zombie leaped over Qi-Xian and charged towards Yin, energized by her lightning powers, hammered down on his skull. Another level 2 zombie with hardened skin lunged forward. 5, 7, more and more zombies, almost all level 2. Even with Anne's formidable combat prowess, she found it difficult to cope in this confined space. She looked towards Qi, but he was gone. Only a mountain of zombies remained. Qi. Anne's heart tightened, and she called out his name. The only response was the zombies' roars. Anne's heart sank. The arm wielding the dagger grew heavier. Was he going to die just like that? Why did he stand in front of her? She was so much stronger than him. So why did he stand in front of her? The next moment, a surging wave rose from the ground, sweeping the mountain of zombies away. Under the waves, the steel plate was forcefully pushed aside. Drenched Qi struggled to his feet, grabbed Inan, and ran downstairs. You? Inan stared at Qi profile in disbelief. How had he done that? Even in her past life, she had never seen a water-based psychic who could summon waves at level 1. If we don't leave now, we all die here. Qi is incredibly powerful. His massive frame, a full head, and a half taller than Inan, practically dragged Inan downstairs. The zombies, pushed aside by the waves, climbed to their feet and continued chasing the two. Countless zombies crammed the stairs, practically tumbling down. Boss! Downstairs, Chung Su's voice rang out urgently. I'm here! Inan, delighted, hurriedly said. Get out of the way! Lucci rushed up, a Thompson submachine gun in hand. Behind him were dozens of soldiers, also armed with submachine guns. Inan looked at the soldiers and suddenly felt a sense of peace. This was the first time she felt the power of a team. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. They began firing relentlessly at the zombies. The few level 2 zombies that had survived were quickly mowed down by Chung Su and the others. Where's Xiao Yi? Qi Mei hurried over, looking at Qi and Inan anxiously. Qi frowned, silent. Qi Mei realized something, her face paled, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. I go save him! Qi threw away the broken sword in his hand, drew a brand new sword from its scabbard, and rushed forward. I'm going too! Chu Hui and Chen Feifei followed closely behind. Qi Mei wiped her tears fiercely, and gritted her teeth as she followed. Winter Team, you're risking your lives. We haven't cleared out all the zombies yet. A soldier saw the 4 of them rushing forward and said hurriedly. We're going to save our captain. Chen Feifei's voice rang out firmly. Support them. Lu Qi spoke calmly, and the next moment, all the soldiers rushed forward. You go too, Inan said, looking at Chung Su and the others. Boss! Chung Su looked at Inan with some concern. I'm going to catch the big one. An's eyes were cold as he ran in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Chung Su and the others immediately followed the main force. Inan was extremely fast. The anger she accumulated on the 4th floor now transformed into strength. She unleashed her grappling hook and climbed straight up. In the corridor on the 4th floor, the main force was already engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies. Inan immediately noticed the zombie at the back of the pack, a seemingly ordinary-looking one, seemingly just a level 1. However, unlike most zombies, he stood at the very back, his posture like a normal human. That's you, little bastard. Inan took 2 quick steps toward the zombie. The zombie, having apparently heard the movement, turned back to meet An's gaze. A hint of humanity lingered in his grayish-white eyes. This was the hallmark of an intelligent, mutant zombie. Inan launched a fierce grappling hook at him, but the zombie dodged and ran into a laboratory. Inan caught up and kicked the door hard. The door was made of alloy and wouldn't open. Inan sneered inwardly. Sorry, sister, my best skill is climbing walls. She quickly climbed out the window. Her grappling hook shot straight through the zombie's laboratory window, darting in like a thunderbolt. As the intelligent zombie stared in shock, Inan severed its head with a single dagger. Clean and neat. At that moment, the large force outside had almost completely cleared out the zombies, and Qi Yi and the 2 soldiers were rescued. Luckily, none of them were injured. Lu Qi was directing the clearing of the battlefield. He saw Inan standing aside, holding the zombie head in her hand, and asked, puzzled, what's going on? An intelligent mutant zombie, the culprit behind the zombie's manipulation. Inan said, tossing the zombie head to Lu Qi. She didn't have the research equipment or the necessary researchers. If she wanted to quickly decipher the intelligent zombie's genetic makeup, she had to hand it over to the base, taking the opportunity to arrange for Lin Feng to join the National Base Research Institute. Lu Qi caught it steadily, looking at the zombie head in his hand. Commander, Captain Nansheng was right. Those zombies just now really seemed organized. The soldier who had been rescued nearby said quickly. Please describe what happened in detail. Lu Qi asked carefully. Inan returned to his squad, and was relieved to see that everyone was in good health. Are you okay? Chiya's pleasant voice came. Inan turned to look at him, and shook his head. I'm fine. You, on the other hand, are actually quite impressive. You're still safe and sound even though you were trapped inside. There aren't many zombies inside. It's just that the door is locked from the outside, and can't be opened. Qi explained. Inan turned his head, peering through him at Qi Xian, who was chatting with Qi Mei and the others behind him. He grinned. Your team members are amazing. They just turned the tide. They were so impressive. Qi Ye's eyes were fixed on Qi Xian. Qi Xian seemed to have overheard their conversation. He glanced over, his lips curled up slightly, like the warm April sun. Then, a moment later, he knelt on one knee, his brow furrowed. Qi Xian, Qin Feifei, and the others called out anxiously. Qi Xian clutched his chest tightly, offering a reassuring smile to his team members. It's nothing. Don't worry about me. I just have a minor chest injury. Inan frowned slightly. He had been crushed beneath the steel plate by the pile of zombies just now, and that must have been when he was injured. This was an internal injury, more than a simple bandage. In the current environment, there simply weren't enough sophisticated equipment to examine him. However, Inan possesses healing abilities, which can not only cure the zombie virus, but also internal injuries. Let me see, Inan said, stepping forward and gently crouching beside Qi Xian. Feeling Inan's proximity, Qi Xian felt a flicker of embarrassment, his eyes flickering slightly. Nothing, just go back and get some sleep. With that, he began to stand. Inan didn't care, and simply placed a hand on his chest. Qi Xian's face flushed, his mind blanking. Then, perhaps imagining it, he felt the pain deep in his chest almost completely disappear. Yeah, it's a minor injury. It'd be fine in a while, Inan said gently, stealthily withdrawing his healing energy and standing up. Qi Xian looked up at her, and in the dim light, her soft lower eyelids seemed to glow with gentleness. Chapter 44. Just like that evening a year ago, as he packed up his drawing board and headed back to the dormitory, he looked up and saw the girl. She lay on the windowsill of the teaching building, the gentle breeze ruffling her long hair. In the sunlight, her watery eyes seemed filled with nectar, shimmering like water, illuminating one's heart. She's the undisputed campus beauty among the freshmen. Xian, I think this junior is a good match for you. You're already old enough and haven't even had a first love. If you like her, I get her contact information for you. The words of his college roommate at that time seemed to still echo in his ears. Qi Xian was momentarily dazed. Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Qi Xian with his head bowed, motionless, Qin Feifei hurried forward and asked with concern. Nothing, thank you for your concern. Qi Xian regained his composure, stood up, and smiled politely at Qin Feifei. Time was running out, so everyone packed up and headed for the school gate. It was already dark, and the leading soldier led the way, flashing a searchlight. Is everyone here? At the school gate, the last helicopter carrying the surviving teachers and students departed. Lu Qi glanced at the soldiers and psychics and asked. A soldier counted the number of people and immediately reported, Commander Lu, we've lost 3 men. Didn't they say 2 comrades were killed? How could it be 3? Another soldier asked. Everyone's face grew heavy. Losing men in the apocalypse was likely a grave loss. Everyone, check to see if there are any brothers who haven't returned. As Lu Qi spoke, he saw a figure running towards him from a distance. He shone his searchlight over them. In the dim moonlight, amidst the bloody corpses of zombies, a figure stumbled toward them, accompanied by a series of urgent cries. Wait for me. I'm not there yet. Don't go. Everyone looked, and the leading soldiers shone their searchlights over. The bright light finally revealed the newcomer's face. A girl, her face swollen like a pig's, stumbled and waved her arms. She looked utterly ridiculous. It was Lu Qingqing. Lu Qi squinted his eyes for a closer look before he could recognize her. Some in the crowd were already laughing, with Cheng Su and the others laughing the loudest. Ahem. Inan coughed softly, signaling Cheng Su and the others to keep a low profile. The laughter reached Lu Qingqing, who was filled with shame and indignation. She burst into tears and ran to Lu Qi, pointing at Inan and accusing him, Commander Lu, this woman hit me. You take charge. Lu Qi frowned at Lu Qingqing, whose head was swollen like a pig and ugly. He followed her direction, glancing at Inan, who seemed unconcerned. A brief silence fell. Su Liang, a senior soldier standing nearby, saw this and shouted, How dare you blame the captain of the Nansheng team? Don't you know what you did? I didn't do anything, Lu Qingqing retorted, unyielding. Tears welled in her eyes, and she looked deeply wronged. Speak one by one, starting with Su Liang, Lu Qi said sternly. Time was pressing, and he didn't want to get involved in such trivial matters. However, as Su Liang was his subordinate, he knew him best. Something must have happened to make him so furious. Seeing his boss speak, Su Liang immediately unleashed his frustration. Brother Zhang Piao and I went to rescue the third floor of the north building. Lu Qingqing came with us. Who knew a classroom would be filled with zombies? And she, on the other hand, turned and closed the door, locking us in. He then glanced at Yinan and said gratefully, if Captain Nansheng hadn't rushed to our aid, we'd both be damned. I didn't. Lu Qingqing continued to argue, but this time her voice was noticeably weaker. Her eyes evaded her, and she was about to say something more. Lu Qi's cold voice echoed, there's no need to say more, Miss Lu. Selfish and cruel people like you are not welcome at this base. As the external commander, I hereby announce your expulsion. Lu Qingqing stared at Lu Qi in disbelief, meeting his emotionless black eyes. The coldness pierced through his eyes, and he looked at her as if she were dead. Lu Qingqing felt a chill run down her spine, pierced by the cold gaze. Evacuate. Lu Qi no longer looked at her and strode away. The troops immediately followed him into the armored vehicles in an orderly fashion. At this moment, Lu Qingqing, standing at the end of the crowd, screamed like a madman, Lu Qi. I'm a psychic. I have spatial and water powers. I'm the only dual-powered psychic in the base. What gives you the right to expel me? Lu Qi. Lu Qingqing's shouting met with no response. The armored convoy quickly departed the deserted elementary school. Leaving behind was a ground littered with corpses, blood, and a frantic Lu Qingqing. Chapter 45. Serves her right. Jiang He looked relieved. She got off easy. Song Yan folded his arms and said coldly, evildoers truly get their comeuppance. The soldier echoed his sentiments. Although Arue didn't know what was going on, she also said in a measured manner, evildoers get their comeuppance. Yinan, seeing her so adorable, rubbed her head lovingly. She was quite pleased with Lu Qingqing's fate today. For someone as vain and greedy as Lu Qingqing, suffering such a humiliation today would be more painful than killing her directly. Suddenly, the armored vehicle in front, where Lu Qi was, doubled its speed, leaving Yinan and the others far behind. At the same time, the soldier's intercom rang, and an unfamiliar male voice spoke, everyone speed up. There's an emergency at the base. The tone was extremely serious. The soldier's expression immediately grew serious, and he floored the accelerator. In an instant, all 8 armored vehicles sped off. The large force arrived at the base overnight, and it was already dawn. However, the number of psychics and soldiers patrolling outside the base was noticeably fewer. As the armored vehicles entered the base, they were met with corpses strewn across the ground. Zombie bodies and human remains were intertwined, blood splattered everywhere, and traces of bullets, explosives, and psychic powers were everywhere. Not far away, many soldiers were still battling zombies. Commander. An officer with silver epaulets rushed out. Commander Lu. What happened? Lu Qi asked, quickly exiting the vehicle. Commander Lu. 2 people inside were bitten by zombies. They concealed their injuries, and the zombie virus broke out, injuring a large number of ordinary people inside. Now, many people inside are infected, and the infection is spreading rapidly from person to person. The situation is extremely chaotic. Almost all the psychic teams and troops have gone to support the interior. Lu Qi immediately raised his gun upon hearing this. I'd be there now. He turned and glanced at the others, who had gotten off the bus. You're all exhausted after a day and a night. Go back and rest. Commander, you too. Before Su Liang could say anything else, Lu Qi had already strode away with the soldiers. Ah, the commander hasn't had a good night's sleep all day. I'm worried he won't be able to hold on. Su Liang sighed repeatedly as he watched Lu Qi's departing figure. We be leaving first, Brother Su. Yinan said goodbye to Su Liang and led the others outside. Okay, go and rest. Su Liang said hurriedly. Go back and rest. You can turn in the mission anytime. Yinan made arrangements as he walked quickly. After all, such a serious incident had occurred at the base, requiring all psychics and soldiers to participate in the battle. Her team members were already exhausted and needed to take every opportunity to rest. Okay, boss. Chung Su and the others knew Yinan's intentions, and their hearts warmed. All the psychics along the way were hurried and covered in blood, clearly indicating that this matter was truly serious. 3 familiar figures approached from the crowd. It was the prostitute trio of Bai Jinghe, Zhang Meng, and Ichi. Behind them, a small group followed, the girl leading the group chasing after Bai Jinghe, calling his name. But Bai Jinghe clearly didn't want to pay attention to her. His feet were so fast, he seemed eager to fly. He walked straight up to Yinan and handed him a full bottle of mineral water. Captain Bai, I'm calling you. Why aren't you walking slower? As Bai Jinghe stopped, the girl caught up, staring at him breathlessly. Bai Jinghe didn't even glance at her. He stood before Yinan, bowing his head respectfully. His beautiful voice elegantly said, "Boss." Zhang Ming and Ichi immediately followed suit, shouting, "Boss." The voice was so powerful and resonant, the girl was stunned. Yinan took the bottle of mineral water Bai Jinghe offered him, and glanced at the three of them. "Are you going to provide support inside?" Bai Jinghe nodded. "We've been fighting since 3 a.m., and just had a meal to prepare for the next battle. The situation inside is dire." He wanted to say more, but Yinan, who knew the base's situation intimately, didn't want to waste time, so he interrupted, "I know everything. Go ahead and get some rest." With that, he was about to leave. "What team are you guys from? We're all going to provide internal support, and you're going to rest?" The girl, unable to bear the constant feeling of being ignored, put her hands on her hips and yelled at Yinan, "Ling Ling, stop making trouble." Just then, the 4 boys who had been chasing the girl caught up. They seemed to be in the same team as her. Yinan had some impression of this girl. She was from the somewhat powerful Scorching Sun team. And this girl, called Ling Ling, whose real name was Ding Ling, was the younger sister of the team's captain Ding Long. She had always been well protected by her brother, and had a spoiled temper. But she didn't have time for these random people, so Yinan quickly left. The girl's disgruntled voice rang out from behind. "Captain Bai, why are you calling her boss? Who is she to you?" Bai Jinghe's cold words could be faintly heard. "Miss Ding, please stop bothering our team." "Ah, as expected, there are all kinds of birds in the forest." Chung Su shook his head, clearly speechless with the girl. The group quickly arrived at their lodgings. Lin Feng was already waiting for them. After a quick meal, everyone retired to rest. Yinan, the captain, occupied the master bedroom. She slept for only 4 hours before slipping into the space. She had something important to do, upgrade her powers. After 2 days of intense teamwork, she had collected a total of 224 level 2 crystal cores, enough to upgrade her lightning and healing powers to level 3. Yinan entered the base villa within the space, and took out all the level 2 crystal cores, and placed them before her. Looking at these crystal cores, a strong desire surged within Yinan. She felt the energy within her body flare up, and she immediately unleashed her lightning ability to sense the crystal core before her. The energy of the second-level crystal cores was far more vigorous than that of the first-level ones. A vast amount of energy rushed from the second-level crystal cores and entered Yinan's body. The lightning energy within her body began to expand exponentially, double, triple, more than tripled. Yinan was shocked, but she didn't care to be surprised. She suppressed the energy within her body, and combed it through her body again and again. Sweat poured down, and Yinan's skin trembled all over. Finally, after 5 minutes, all the lightning energy was suppressed. Then, a burst of lightning erupted from Yinan's body, only to be quickly retracted the next second. Yinan stretched out his hands, and a thick stream of lightning suddenly appeared in his palms. The lightning in his palms was 3 times thicker than before. The color was no longer a simple blue-purple, but a deep purple lightning flashed deep within, making it extremely majestic. "Much more powerful than in my last life," Yinan muttered, looking at the lightning in his palms. In her last life, her lightning power at level 3 wasn't even half as powerful as it is now. Could it be that her overall strength has increased in this life, and with the expansion of her mental power and the blessing of space, her power has become even more powerful? The next second, the long-awaited system sound rang out. Beep. Mission completed in excess. 1/8 of the time was taken, and the reward for this time has doubled. Mission rewards are being distributed. Chapter 46. Reward 1. Expand the space base tenfold and enhance its defense system. Yinan peered out from the villa at the base, only to see it rapidly expanding. When it had expanded more than tenfold, a 10-meter-high wall rose from the ground around the base, and then, one after another, crossbows, searchlights, and observation platforms appeared. The base was securely surrounded. Yinan's heart pounded as he watched everything unfold before him. This system is truly amazing. This type of external defense completely outclasses existing national bases. Reward 2. The time-freezing zone expands to 300,000 square meters. Reward 3. The ecosystem expands fourfold to 200,000 square meters. As the system announced the rewards, The time-freezing zone and ecosystem within Een and space rapidly expanded. Reward 4. The host performs exceptionally well and is awarded a random superpower. Beep, and the superpower is being generated. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an extremely rare hidden superpower. What is it? Enon asked eagerly. That's a hidden superpower, light-based superpower. As soon as the system finished speaking, Enon felt a surge of energy surge within her. Light-based. Enon looked around, only to see a faint golden glow emanating from her surroundings. System, what is a light-based superpower? In her previous life, she had only heard of this superpower from a few scientific researchers. She had never seen anyone with light-based superpowers, and had no idea of the power they possessed. Light-based superpowers can be used for both support and combat, and their overall strength is extremely powerful, allowing them to control light for healing, defense, attack, and purification. The extent to which this ability can be exerted depends on the psychic's own control. The higher the level, the more terrifying its power, which the host can discover for themselves. It can even heal and purify. Enon concentrated energy in his palm, and a faint golden light flickered. Reward 5. Bonus 1 for stamina, 1 for speed, 1 for resilience, 1 for beauty, 1 for strength, and 10 for mental power. Current host attributes: stamina 60, speed 50, resilience 70, beauty 101, strength 28, mental power 167. Next mission now available. The space base is now taking shape. Please quickly build your own base within 6 months. Complete the mission within 6 months and receive a reward. After the system finished speaking, it fell silent. This time, the system didn't mention annihilation. I wonder if I passed the system's test. Enon stretched his muscles and quickly went to train Bufu. This psychic tiger, which he had tamed for so many days, now fully recognized its master. Enon patted Bufu's large tiger head and tossed him 100 level 1 crystal cores. Look! These are for upgrading your superpowers. After that, Enon took out another 100 level 1 crystal cores and, right in front of Bufu, upgraded his light-based superpower to level 2. Bufu tilted his head, his tiger face a mixture of confusion and thought. Then, imitating Enan's example, he placed his claws on the crystal cores and roared, "Roar!" The energy from the crystal cores was successfully absorbed. Bufu successfully reached level 2. Good tiger. Enon tossed half a sheep to Bufu as a reward and scurried out of the space. At that moment, a commotion was raging outside. Enon opened the door and found Chung Su and the others already awake. Boss! You're awake. The military came early to call us. They said the situation inside was strained and they needed more help. Lin Feng and Arue stay here. Everyone else follow me. Enon grabbed a sandwich from the table, stuffed it into his mouth, and rushed out. Boss, would you like some more food? Jiang He followed Enon, holding a can of food. No, I'm not hungry. Enon waved his hand and opened the door, only to see exhausted soldiers and psychics everywhere. One of the officers, wearing silver shoulder ornaments, saw Enon and the others and said hurriedly, "You're from the Nansheng team, right? Follow me." Enon followed closely behind. The officer trotted towards the interior, saying hurriedly, "Commander Liu said your team is very capable. Follow me to the most critical area inside to provide rescue." Okay. Enon agreed, trotting after the officer. Upon entering, the scene stunned Chung Su and the others. The base's interior spanned over 1 million square meters. It was densely packed with makeshift shipping containers. Containers nestled against each other, each housing an unknown number of people. Such a vast interior resembled an anthill, and now, the zombie virus was like a fire thrown into an anthill, spreading at an incredible rate, with an exponential infection rate, leaving people with nowhere to escape. In the air, every helicopter the base could mobilize was crammed with ladders. Countless people, stepping on the bodies of their fellow humans, climbed up, trying to reach the ladders. However, many of these people had been bitten by zombies, their eyes frantic, their desire for survival written all over them. "This is pure hell," Renyu said in disbelief. The officer could no longer hold back his tears. He looked at Enon and the others and said solemnly, "Captain Nansheng, please. Save every single person you can." Chapter 47. If I can save one, I save one. The officer repeated, stumbling forward 2 steps. Tears streamed down his face, and the corners of his mouth gradually twitched, revealing an expression that seemed neither crying nor smiling. It was rather strange. Enon narrowed his eyes slightly and retreated calmly. Chung Su and the others noticed the gesture behind Enon and also retreated calmly. The next second, veins began to form on the officer's face, and his eyes rolled upward, revealing the grayish whites. One hand began to twitch, his head twisted upward, and his whole body assumed a strange posture. He's clearly going to mutate. It seems he's been bitten by a zombie too. Inan calmly grasped the dagger, ready for battle. The officer pursed his lips, seemingly fighting the virus with his last shreds of sanity. I'm sorry. I thought I could handle this. I activated my powers, but I didn't expect. He struggled to force these words out of his twitching mouth, then turned and ran in the opposite direction of Inan and the others, slamming hard into an iron pillar. At the same moment, he completely transformed into a zombie. Inan, unwilling to watch, turned and left. Let's send him off with honor. After Rinyu dealt with the officer's transformed zombie, the five of them quickly reached the junction between the inner and outer areas. The entire base was a circle, with the inner circle representing the interior area. The interior was generally shaped like a basin, so standing high above the outer area afforded a nearly complete view of the interior. The junction was now secured by a large number of soldiers and psychics. A 3-meter-high iron fence sealed the exit leading to the outside. Those inside could only exit after passing a security check, but the 3-meter-high iron fence was no match for these frenzied individuals, who kept climbing over it. Countless people were trampled beneath them. Don't climb. Come one by one. The soldiers' cries of disapproval echoed repeatedly, yet the men continued to scramble upwards like crazy. Men were much stronger than women, so it was mostly the men who climbed up, while the women were trampled below. Some were even crushed to death instantly. Why did you lock us up in here? There are so many zombies in here. Do you want us dead? Let us out. Please, let me out. Countless wails, scoldings, and roars filled the air. It's not that we won't let you in. There are infected people among you, and we need to check each one. An officer shouted, but his words were drowned out by the sound of countless spitting, and no one had the patience to listen. Didn't I tell you about the solution? It's being effectively implemented in the east, west, and south, but you're still in chaos in the north. A stern male voice rang out. Inan looked over and saw it was Lu Qi, dressed in a military uniform, striding towards him, followed by a dozen officers. When the soldiers at the iron gate saw Lu Qi, they rushed forward as if they had found their true leader. Commander. Gun. Lu Qi held out his hand, and his deputy immediately handed him a submachine gun. He opened fire on the men who were climbing the most aggressively in the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. The men were instantly killed. The crowd fell silent. Everyone looked at Lu Qi in horror. From now on, anyone who disrupts discipline will be shot immediately. Lu Qi put down his submachine gun and directed the soldiers to open the small door in the iron bars. Open 2 doors. Line up in 2 rows and check them one by one. Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander. The noisy crowd suddenly regained order. Don't live. Why should you live while I die? Suddenly, a young man in red rushed out of the crowd, a shotgun in hand, and opened fire wildly at Lu Qi and the other soldiers. Get out of the way. Lu Qi grabbed his deputy and dodged. The other soldiers scattered. Where did he get the gun? It's mine. He accidentally took it. How could you be so careless? Inan and the others were some distance away, standing behind a partition, out of reach of the shotgun fire. Their position was relatively safe. Seeing he couldn't hit the soldiers, the man in red glared and turned, madly firing at the innocent civilians behind him. Die! Ah! Die! Instantly, countless people in the crowd were shot and fell, screaming in agony. Those who weren't hit fled in panic, screaming. With nowhere to retreat, they could only try to break through the iron bars and rush outside. Who dares to stop me? Whoever dares to stop me will die. The man in red, gun raised, screamed frantically as he rushed outside. A huge bloody wound etched on his left arm, the wound a pale, lifeless color, clearly the result of a zombie bite. Bang! With a single gunshot, a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. He froze in place, then fell backward. Lu Qi lowered his sniper rifle, and the surrounding soldiers immediately rushed forward to block the mad rush of people. Look! Chung Su pointed at a point in the air. Inan and the others looked over and saw 8 fighter jets flying in from the sky, frantically strafing the interior. What are they doing? Jiang he asked, puzzled. Quickly sweeping out the zombie congregation inside. While this might accidentally injure some ordinary people who haven't been infected, it's the most effective and fastest way to resolve this riot. Inan explained calmly. It seems the leader of this base isn't that stupid after all. Song Yin said coldly. Inan chuckled. Gu Su, that shrewd old man, was far from being stupid. However, the fighter jet's bombardment only ignited the already uncontrolled crowd. They want to kill us all. Look. Those are fighter jets. They're going to kill everyone inside us. This is a slaughterhouse. Let me out. I want to get out. Everyone get out. It's all a scam. It's all a sham. The crowd erupted in furious roars, pounding the iron bars even more frantically. Countless people began climbing over them, trying to get in. Dozens of soldiers were powerless to stop the frenzied crowd. The iron bars wobbled under the pressure, threatening to collapse at any moment. Enan had no interest in rescuing this group of people. In the face of the apocalypse, this group of people had lost their ability to think calmly. They allowed fear and panic to control them, becoming puppets for those with ulterior motives. Those bitten by zombies mingled with the crowd, stirring up trouble. Knowing they wouldn't live long, they wanted to drag more people down with them before their death. Some, unwilling to accept such a mediocre death, yearned for a glimmer of hope. But no matter the reason, these people's foolish behavior at this moment, no matter what the consequences, deserves no sympathy. Suddenly, a fighter jet turned and flew straight towards them. Enan narrowed her eyes, instantly recognizing it as the one piloted by Gusu. From what she knew of him, he was probably planning to bomb all of them. Let's go! Enan turned and left. Chung Su and the others immediately followed. At this moment, in the crowd, Lu Qi, holding a walkie-talkie, asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" A cold, distant, yet pleasant male voice rang out, "When did you take so long?" Lu Qi frowned slightly, commanding the troops to evacuate quickly. As the troops dispersed, the crowd rushed through the iron bars. The next second, a barrage of shells rained down directly on their heads. Several holes were instantly blasted into the ground. After the bombardment, all those who had rushed in were reduced to pieces and melted into the earth, their bodies completely destroyed. The few who hadn't rushed and retreated in fear at the scene, thankful they hadn't been at the forefront. The soldiers quickly moved forward to control the situation, while the fighter plane circled and landed steadily nearby. The cockpit door opened, and Gusu, dressed in a black military uniform, stepped out. He was extremely tall, about 189 centimeters tall and muscular. His cold face was expressionless, and his dark eyes, always half-lidded beneath his thick brows, betrayed no emotion. He strode toward Lu Qi and threw a bottle of energy drink at him. Lu Qi took the drink, opened it, and gulped it down. "You're killing yourself. You haven't slept in 4 days. Go back to bed," Gusu said coldly, observing Lu Qi's expression. Lu Qi gulped down a drink and turned to look at the troops below. "Deputy Minister, you really have so much time." As he spoke, he glanced at Enan and the others not far away, his expression slightly skeptical. Gusu followed his gaze and saw Enan, dressed in black, talking with his teammates. "What are you looking at?" Gusu asked. "That team is very strong. I plan to promote them directly to the Special Operations Zone," Lu Qi said, striding towards Enan. "Not many people can be praised by you, kid." Gusu took off his gloves and followed Lu Qi. "Don't follow me. I'm not," Gusu said slowly and confidently. "It's just that our elite unit needs talent too." "Gusu." Lu Qi stopped and glared at the expressionless man beside him. "You have to be so shameless, huh? You're going to snatch anyone I've set my sights on?" Gusu remained expressionless, tilting his head slightly. "Have I ever snatched anyone from you? How do you know I had my eye on this squad long ago?" Lu Qi was speechless. This man, his former comrade, now colleague, 2 ranks higher than him, was known for his erratic temper, cunning mind, and deep calculations. He had been scheming against him for so long that he wished he could stay 800 kilometers away from him forever. Lu Qi didn't bother to argue with him anymore. "Boss, 2 handsome guys are coming towards us aggressively," Jiang he whispered. Enan turned around and saw Lu Qi walking towards him with a gloomy face, and behind him was Gusu, who looked leisurely and expressionless. Chapter 48. Lu Qi strode over, stopping in front of Enan. He stepped to the left, blocking Gusu, who was following him like a tail. "We're entering the final stages here, so we don't need too many people. Pack up and follow me to the Special Operations area." Enan, amused, ignored Gusu and agreed with Lu Qi. "Okay, Commander Lu." "Hello, I'm." Gusu, with a forced smile, stepped forward, extended his hand, and began to introduce himself. However, before he could finish, Lu Qi grabbed Enan's arm and walked towards the outer mission area. "Let's go. Time is running out." Left there, Gusu's expression finally fell. Okay, you two, you're all treating me like air, aren't you?" Gusu looked at the backs of Enan, Lu Qi, and the others as they left, his jaw twitching with anger. "Deputy Minister." At this moment, 3 elite soldiers in black uniforms rushed over. Deputy Minister, we're running low on kerosene. Fortunately, the situation is under control. Nearly half of the troops were killed or injured this time. Goose's face was gloomy. This operation could have been resolved much more quickly. What are you all dawdling about? If I'm gone, the problem won't be solved, right? The 3 elite soldiers lowered their heads in shame. The leader, the man with a crew cut, stepped forward and said, the deputy minister is right. It's just that kerosene is running low. If the supplies are gone, we can go look for them. But if the people are gone, what about your next life? The man with the crew cut lowered his head in shame. I like to. Goose stopped looking at him and glanced in the direction Enan had left. Go outside and bring me the captain of Team Nansheng. Hey, look. The commander is holding a girl. That looks like Team Nansheng. The mission area was filled with psychics, and the appearance of Lu Qi, Enan, and the others attracted considerable attention. At this moment, Team Winter, who were in the crowd, had clearly noticed as well. That's Team Nansheng. Qi Mei pointed at Enan. Qi Xian looked at Lu Qi and Enan, who was being held by him, a strange look in his eyes. It's the boss. Off to the other side, Zhang Ming spoke as Bai Jinghe looked over, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly. Ding Ling, standing beside them, sneered. She must have done something wrong to be brought here by the commander. She deserves it. She looks so damn proud. Do you have bad breath? It stinks so bad. He covered his nose and took a few steps away from Ding Ling. You? Ding Ling was furious, pointing at Ichi, her hand shaking with anger, but she didn't know how to retort. Xiao Ling. Ding Long pulled his sister into his arms and looked at Ichi sternly. Don't slander my sister. Ichi ignored him, staring at Enan. He smiled and said to Bai Jinghe and Zhang Ming, I think the boss has a good relationship with that Commander Lu. Something good is probably coming. In full view of everyone, Lu Qi led Enan to the windowsill where the mission was to begin. He raised his head and said, hand in your mission. Enan then handed over his team badge and the mission photo taken by Ringyu. The person in charge of the windowsill was already confused by Lu Qi's personal presence. He took Enan's badge and mission photo and nodded. Yes, Team Nansheng, A-level mission completed, rewarded with 800 contribution points. With that, he tapped away at the device in front of him. Enan looked up at the contribution points ranking screen. It showed the top 50 teams, and there was no sign of Nansheng's team. It seemed 800 contribution points was truly too little, barely even in the top 50. TSK, a crappy team that wasn't even in the top 50? Ours is 5th, and we qualify for the Special Operations Zone. Ding Ling scoffed at the big screen. You did well. Keep it up. The person in charge at the windowsill handed Enan's team card back and offered an encouraging smile. Wait a moment. Lu Qi suddenly spoke up, looking at the person in charge at the windowsill. Your team made a significant contribution to the S-rank mission at Ronghua Primary School, so they also receive an additional 2,000 contribution points. The person in charge was momentarily stunned before quickly saying respectfully, okay, Commander. Then he clicked away. Also, the intelligent zombies their team contributed are extremely valuable to the Research Institute, so they receive an additional 5,000 contribution points. Okay, Commander. Team Nansheng will enter the Special Operations Zone starting today, and receive a 5,000 contribution point bonus. Got it, Commander. Enan raised an eyebrow, watching his team's ranking on the screen rise rapidly. 40th, 24th, 11th, 1st, securely in first place. Holy crap, did you see that? Team Nansheng suddenly rushed over. Team Nansheng is now first. Team Nansheng has a Special Operations Zone after their name. They're now a Special Operations Zone team. The only Special Operations Zone team left. The crowd erupted in heated conversation. Chiya's eyes glared at Enan. Wow, beautiful Nansheng is truly amazing. We need to work harder, Xiao Yi. Qi Mei explained repeatedly. Even on the other side, Ding Ling's face was as pale as if she'd eaten shit. Damn, I told you, boss is definitely going to have something good. Qi clapped his hands joyfully, as happy as a 13-year-old. Bai Jinghe, however, was far from happy. Well, the stronger she became, the more he couldn't shake his status as her little brother. It looked like she was going to keep dominating him. Anything else I've missed? Lu Qi seemed to be running out of ways to add more contribution points. He turned and stared at Enan earnestly. Enan said solemnly, our team has excellent conduct, handsome men and beautiful women. Chung Su and the others were stunned. How could this even count? Lu Qi, however, seemed to have taken him in. He nodded seriously, thought for a moment, and said, then add another 2,000 contribution points. This completely threw Chung Su and the others off. Even Song Yin and Ren Yu, who had remained calm, began to show disbelief. After saying this, Lu Qi waved to a nearby soldier, you come here. Find some help to move the Nansheng team to the special zone. The soldier immediately complied, Roger. Oh, right. Lu Qi seemed to have thought of something important. He stared at Enan intently and said, if the deputy commander of the base calls you, just ignore his words. After that, he seemed still uneasy and added in a deep voice, I will double any benefits he can give you. Your team is outside our organization. Chapter 49. Soon, with the help of the military, Enan and the others moved into the Special Operations Zone, and Lin Feng was successfully recommended by Enan to the Research Institute. The Special Operations Zone is located at a strategic point in the base, with the base's core Research Institute above it, the base's core command area below it, the storage area to the left, and the ordnance base to the right. This demonstrates the importance and uniqueness of the Special Operations Zone. The residences in the Special Operations Zone are also different from the uniform tube-shaped buildings outside. They are independent small villas, with each team living in a separate building, offering extreme privacy and fully equipped with facilities. Compared to the residences of Lu Qi and others not far away, they are in no way inferior. That's where all the senior officers live, right? Boss, our living conditions have skyrocketed. Chung Su exclaimed, looking around. Fair enough, Enan said calmly, thinking of the luxurious base in the space. Suddenly, 3 men in black military uniforms with gold insignias on their chests approached. Excuse me, who is the captain of Team Nansheng? The deputy minister, please see me. It's me. Enan, as if expecting this, stood up calmly. She followed the 3 elite soldiers to a large building, the most imposing and impressive structure in the base. Entering the building, the first floor displayed models of various artillery, tanks, and fighter jets. The solemn atmosphere was overwhelming, instilling awe. Taking the elevator to the 5th floor, Enan saw Gu Su sitting at his desk upon exiting. She approached him with a look of surprise. It's you. You're the deputy minister? With just one sentence, Gu Su was completely baffled. That's right, she really didn't know he was the deputy director. So, she wasn't being rude to him. Gu Su's face was expressionless, but the anger in his eyes had dissipated considerably. He lowered his gaze and looked at Enan calmly. Pack up and join my elite unit. Enan didn't say anything, standing there motionless. Seeing her lack of reaction, Gu Su assumed she was looking for benefits, and added, once you join the elite unit, you receive the best treatment in the entire base. He then took a sip from the teacup on the table, and said nonchalantly, people outside don't get me once a week, but in the elite unit, they get it once a day. He then looked at Enan confidently, with an expression that said, you little brat, this is going to make you crazy. But Enan stood there expressionless, not even glancing at him. Gu Su was upset. He was furious. Even as calm as he was, he had already been irritated several times today. Nansheng, can't you hear me? Deputy Minister, I can. Enan replied politely, it's just that Commander Lu Qi told me to take your words with a grain of salt. Enan's answer was flawless, polite and serious. Gu Su was stunned. That bastard Lu Qi. He cursed under his breath, then said seriously, I'm the deputy minister. Lu Qi and I are both under my supervision. You listen to me, not him. Oh, I see. I get it. Enan replied pretentiously. Gu Su frowned slightly, studying Enan closely. She was dressed in black, her curves captivating her. She wore a black mask, and the few eyes that were visible were largely obscured by the shadows beneath the hood. Although her features were unclear, she exuded an air of mystery. I thought she'd be clever and surprising, but after this conversation, she didn't seem quite so bright. Gu Su drummed his fingers on the table, lost in thought. According to the information he received, their team was indeed formidable. On the first day of the zombie outbreak, atop the A-51 Defense Department tower, he indeed seen her moving about with swift, cool grace. Without giving it any more thought, Gu Su whispered, do you agree to join the elite unit? No, Enan said decisively. Why? Gu Su frowned slightly. Why is it so difficult to get her into the elite unit? Commander Lu Qi said he'd double any benefits you can offer. The implication was that she didn't even care about your daily meal of meat. You believe everything he says? What benefits can he offer you? All the weapons in the base are under my control. Gu Su now wished he could rush up to Lu Qi and give him a good scolding. He stood up and said, then I give you an armored vehicle and a helicopter. Go ask Lu Qi if he can afford them. This statement was irrefutable, carrying a chilling chill. Enan knew that if he didn't agree to his offer, this old fox would explode. Okay, I agree to join. Enan nodded. Follow me. We're going to start this operation now. After saying this, Gusa tossed a shotgun to Enan and strode out. It took an armored vehicle and a helicopter to lure this great Buddha here. He wanted to see if she was worthy enough. Chapter 50. Outside the building, 4 rows of elite soldiers stood ready for action. Not far away, 15 helicopters lined up majestically. What a spectacle. It seemed this operation was of great importance. In her previous life, Enan had been working at the grassroots level at this time, never having had the opportunity to participate in such a crucial operation at the base. Naturally, she had no idea what they were about to do, but she wasn't nervous at all and leisurely followed Gusu. Let's go! At Gusu's command, all the elite soldiers boarded the helicopters in an orderly fashion. Enan followed the crowd and boarded one at random. Everyone was so anxious to get on the helicopters that no one noticed Enan. Without even turning around, one of the elite soldiers handed Enan a helmet. Brother, put it on. Enan took the helmet, put it on, and sat down firmly. He saw the other 7 elite soldiers staring at him with wide eyes. Why is it a girl? The crew-haired man in the lead said in surprise. Their attention had been completely focused on Gu Su, completely oblivious to the girl leisurely following him, now boarding the helicopter with them. Nan Sheng, a member of the elite unit. Enan smiled, nodded gracefully, and introduced himself. The other elite soldiers also began to introduce themselves. The man in the lead, a crew cut, was named Wang Biao, a fire-type psychic, and the captain of their 7-man squad. The elite troops consisted of 7 men each with a captain, for a total of 49 squads. The 7 squads formed a regiment, each with a regimental commander. 14 squads were deployed for this operation. Wang Biao and his team were one of them. Along the way, Wang Biao began to explain the elite troops to Enan. Most of these elite soldiers were personally selected by Gusu. Some were exceptional special forces soldiers with special abilities, while others were non-military personnel with strong combined special abilities and physical strength. In short, to join the elite unit, 2 conditions are necessary: possessing powerful superpowers and a formidable physique. So, these burly men never expected a girl to suddenly join them, and a girl so delicate and graceful. So what's our mission this time? Enan asked after listening to Wang Biao's description. We're going to the oil refinery. We were there the day before yesterday. There were so many zombies there. Almost everyone was infected. Wang Biao gestured with his hands as he spoke, his expression exaggerated as if he were simulating the horrific battle they had experienced the day before. We fought for a whole day and night to eliminate the outer ring of zombies. We couldn't even get close to the oil storage area inside. Enan nodded. She said, such a big deal? It turned out to be a very valuable refinery. It wasn't long after the apocalypse, and that old fox Gusu was already devouring the refinery. The refinery? Then we can't use guns, ammunition, or superpowers anymore, Enan muttered. Wang Biao slapped his thigh. Big sister, you're smart. To avoid an explosion, we have to fight those zombies hand to hand, so it's going to be very difficult. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something inside. Last time, 2 of my brothers died. Now there's a level 2 zombie outbreak, and the mission is more than twice as difficult. After that, he looked at Enan worriedly. Big sister, you better be careful. Girls are delicate and slender, and they can't be as tough as us tough guys. Enan said nothing, just smiled and looked out the window at the ground below. Don't scare her. The deputy minister is here. It's not that scary. An elite soldier nearby nudged Wang Biao and chided him. Wang Biao scratched the back of his head and laughed. That's right, that's right. Our deputy minister is the toughest man in the Eastern Theater Command. With him, there's nothing to worry about. The toughest man in the Eastern Theater Command? Enan found it amusing. Why did these men like to give themselves these weird, childish nicknames? Yeah, everyone gave it to him, but he doesn't like it. He says it sounds like idiot. Wang Biao burst into laughter. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned to the elite soldier beside him and asked, by the way, who's he? Which unit is Commander Lu from? Commander Lu is from the south. He and the deputy minister used to be in the east, and they were equally powerful. Later, he was transferred to the south, said the elite soldier named Huzi. Enan, however, wasn't particularly interested in hearing about these men. She looked at the land below. In the distance, she could see an oil refinery, but now, due to the distance, it was just a small cluster. Enan peered inward at his infinite space, a glint of cunning flashing in his cat-like eyes before returning to his usual indifference. 2 hours later, all the helicopters landed safely. No one was armed with guns. Instead, they all rushed in with knives, swords, spears, hammers, clubs, bayonets, daggers, and other cold weapons, following Gusu inside. Inan followed at a leisurely pace, constantly surveying the refinery's structure. At that moment, the zombies inside the refinery, hearing the commotion, rushed out in droves, each one with a bloody mouth and twisted body, rushing out. Among them were several level 2 mutant zombies, reminiscent of those from Attack on Titan. Beside the level 2 mutant zombies, these roughly 5 feet 8 inches tall men looked much more charming. Gusu took the lead in engaging the zombies, wielding 2 long scimitars, each strike piercing the bone with uncanny ferocity. The scene was momentarily chaotic. Inan, keeping her eyes and ears alert, slid stealthily around a corner. Once free, she headed straight for the oil storage area. Oil, crude oil, refined oil, oil tanks, my sister's here. Hanging her grappling hook towards a safe location, Inan leaped over a swarm of zombies and quickly reached the oil storage area. Rows of oil tanks, stored in space. Her mental power was so vast at this moment that she could collect anything within 30 meters into space with her mind. She ran and collected, buying everything for free, and soon the oil storage area had been completely cleared. Brother, those helicopters just landed nearby. Is that the largest base coming? Suddenly, a female voice echoed, accompanied by the roars of zombies and the sounds of fighting. Inan approached with quiet steps. At the other end of the refinery, a dozen humans were battling zombies. The one who had just spoken was a girl. She had short hair and dark skin, but her dark eyes were startlingly bright. Next to her was a tall boy, also dark-skinned, with sharp features and a strong, determined expression. He exuded a strong masculine energy. He unexpectedly encountered the siblings, Song Yenxing and Song Yinxin, here. Inan had met them in his previous life. The base that their brother, Song Yenxing, later established became quite famous, and the siblings were considered promising talents. It seemed they, too, coveted the refinery. Instead of going to the base, they formed their own small group. It'd take them a while to clear out the zombies. We're at the back entrance, closer to the oil storage area. Let's get the oil before they do, Song Yenxing said calmly. Song Yinxin nodded, immediately working even harder to kill the zombies. Ouch! Just then, a level 2 speed-type mutant zombie rushed up from behind Inan. The sound startled Song Yensheng, who quickly dispatched the zombie and ran towards Inan. Inan came up with a plan. After dispatching the level 2 zombie, he picked up a small bucket of oil from the ground and ran towards Gusu and the others. Brother, she's holding oil, Song Yinxin yelled. She doesn't look like she's from the base. She's probably here to steal the oil. Grab her oil. Song Yensheng brainstormed, chasing Inan. Inan analyzed the terrain as she ran. Finally, she located a large processing building. She kicked open the door and launched her grappling hook towards the ceiling. He then stood firmly on the beam, watching Song Yenxing and his group rushing in from below. Ah! 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 The zombies, smelling human flesh, rushed forward as if on stimulants. They surrounded them. Inan pulled out a piece of gum from his space and began chewing it, leisurely watching Song Yenxing and his companions, who were forced to fight the zombie horde below. Where's that girl? Song Yinxin was about to cry at the sight of so many zombies. Song Yinxing's face was gloomy and silent. He had indeed seen her come in, but now there was no sign of her. They had no tools, so they couldn't move the large oil tanks, so they could only move the small ones. The tanks the girl had just stolen were exactly what they needed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased her. But where the hell had she gone? Damn it! We can't retreat now. A man behind Song Yensheng cursed. They fought for a long time, killing a large number of zombies before clearing a retreat route. Retreat? Song Yensheng shouted. They were running low on energy. If they didn't find a way to retreat, they would be dead. They struggled for a long time before retreating, but the zombies followed them, like sticky gummy bears. At that moment, Inan, relying on his excellent hearing, vaguely heard the sounds of fighting between Gusu and the others on the other side. They were almost there. Spitting out his chewing gum, Inan unleashed his grappling hook and leaped down. He placed the oil can in a corner and closed the door to the processing building. He took out his dagger and dipped it in some of the zombie's blood on the ground. He wiped the blood on his face. He tore open his hood and mask a little. He tore a corner of his clothes. He made his way as messy as possible. Finally, he struck his pose. Just then, bang! The door flung open. Gusu stood in the doorway, his back to the light. He saw Inan, covered in blood and in a state of disarray. Beneath her, the ground was covered in zombie corpses. It was packed 3 layers deep. Chapter 51. Ghost, she cleared out this entire zombie horde all by herself? Wang Biao exclaimed in disbelief, his voice cracking. Gusu's dark, shadowed eyes held no emotion. He stepped forward, took a deep breath, and said gravely, "You're risking your life, charging ahead all alone." He then glanced around at Inan and asked, "Are you hurt?" Inan struggled to stand, panting, as if exhausted. His expression was as heartbreaking as it could be, lucky. Those 2 simple words seemed to conceal an immense amount of heartache and pain. Gusu stared at her intently, staring intently. A nameless rage surged within him. He turned to look at the large group of muscular, rugged men over 5 feet tall behind him, and said coldly, "She, a girl who just joined the elite unit today, single-handedly charged in the front, clearing the way for us. She single-handedly killed hundreds of zombies. What are you all grown men doing?" He finished his words with utter fury. The elite soldiers behind him, each with a look of shame on their faces, lowered their heads, not daring to speak. "Deputy Minister, a group just stole all the oil tanks here, leaving only one." Inan tugged at Gusu's sleeve and whispered. Gusu looked at the small remaining oil tank in the corner. He grew even angrier. He looked at Inan and said, "Go get some rest." With that, he angrily kicked open the door to the processing building, 2 machetes in hand, and rushed out. Not far from the processing building was the oil storage area, where the ground was littered with zombie corpses. Gusu strode forward and soon spotted Song Yensheng and his group moving oil tanks. It matched exactly what Inan had said. "Great. They're killing zombies in the front, and these guys are stealing the tanks in the back. Go and rob them." Gusu waved his hand, and all the elite soldiers behind him rushed forward. "Run!" Song Yensheng took off running when he saw the large group of Gusu and his group, all of them tall and muscular. They were swift, and 3 SUVs were parked at the back door. They sprinted into the vehicles at almost the speed of a 100-meter sprint, and Song Yensheng and his group drove off. Song Yensheng gasped for breath, clutching her only 2 oil tanks. She looked frustrated, as if she was about to burst into tears. "How unlucky I am. I went through so much trouble today, and I only managed to move 2 small tanks of oil. And now I'm being chased by zombies and the people from their base." Song Yensheng remained silent, steering the wheel and stomping the accelerator, but his expression was extremely grim. Reporting to the deputy minister, all the large oil storage tanks are empty. The brothers only found a dozen or so small barrels. Gusu's elite troops reported. His face was grim as he looked in the direction Song Yensheng and the others had left. "They must have stolen it. We haven't been here for just 1 day, and they've already stolen all the oil," Wang Biao said angrily. "No." Gusu shook his head, his voice cold and low. "It's definitely more than just today. With so much oil, they must have already started moving." He sheathed his machete and strode towards the helicopter, a chill emanating from him. "We've found their hideout. I'm sworn enemies with them." "Yes, Deputy Minister," a regimental commander behind him shouted back. Gusu walked over to the helicopters, and when he saw Inan, his chill dissipated considerably. "You be in the same one with me." With that, he walked over to the first helicopter, took 2 or 3 steps aboard, turned around, extended his hand, and said to Inan, "Get in." Chapter 52. Gusu was the only person aboard this helicopter besides the pilot. Inan reached out her hand, and Gusu pulled her aboard. Feeling her overly slender wrist, Gusu frowned slightly. He looked at Inan, who sat across from him. Apart from her chest and hips, she seemed to have barely a pound of flesh anywhere else. "Have you been eating poorly these past few days?" Gusu asked. Inan looked up at him, blinked twice, and replied honestly, "The food out in the field is good. Lunch is steamed buns and pickles, and dinner is rice porridge. It's just that our team spends most of their time on missions out in the field, so finding food is hard." He lowered his eyes, looking pitiful and obedient. "Even so thin, yet you're still so dedicated to killing zombies," Gusu said, pulling a can of beef from his military pants pocket and handing it to Inan. Inan looked at the can of beef before him, then gazed into Gusu's backlit eyes, his emotions unreadable. He took the can. "Eat it," Gusu said. Inan nodded and opened the can. Under Gusu's gaze, she removed her mask. The sunlight enveloped her, revealing her impeccably beautiful face. Her creamy skin glowed softly in the sunlight, her delicate nose was perfectly proportioned, and her small, voluptuous mouth was tantalizingly beautiful. Every part of her face was flawless. The combination was breathtaking. The lower half of her face accentuated her already captivating eyes, becoming even more captivating. Enon raised her cat-like eyes to meet Goose's backlit, expressionless face, and smiled, "Then I eat it." That smile made Goose's heart leap. Unable to contain the amazement in his eyes any longer, he coughed softly, his magnetic voice even deeper than usual. After answering, Goose tugged at his collar and tilted his head to look out the window, but the scenery was nowhere to be seen. The two of them remained silent along the way. The helicopter quickly arrived at the base. Goose looked at Enon and said, "Put on your mask." Only after seeing Enon's mask tightly covering most of his face did he open the door. After a second of hesitation, Goose tilted his head and added, "It's dangerous outside right now. Don't take your mask off easily." With that, he jumped off the helicopter with a swift movement. "Okay." Enon immediately disembarked from the helicopter. "Deputy Minister, I'm going to the Special Operations Zone. My team is waiting for me." "Okay." Goose looked at her and nodded, then called over Wang Biao. "Take her to the armory to pick up a helicopter and an armored vehicle." "Yes." Wang Biao took his orders and headed towards the armory with Enon. As they walked away, Wang Biao burst into chatter. "Big sister, you're amazing. No one in our elite unit has ever been given an armored vehicle by the Deputy Minister, let alone a helicopter." Enon smiled but remained silent. Arriving at the armory, they found many soldiers patrolling. The armory covered a large area, with more than a dozen bunker-style warehouses. Due to the haste with which the apocalypse arrived, many of the warehouses had been built overnight and were incomplete, requiring many people to repair the buildings. Wang Biao led Enon to the door of the second warehouse. The soldier outside clearly recognized Wang Biao and let him in without questioning him. Enon had no chance to enter such a place in her previous life. She never expected that after entering through the gate, there was another door inside. The inner door was made of steel, over 3 meters tall. Several soldiers, armed with weapons, stood outside. Wang Biao stepped forward, answering their questions one by one and presenting his elite corps insignia. Only then did the two pass the inspection. The door opened, revealing a neatly arranged array of armored vehicles. A magnificent sight. "Captain Chen is here." Wang Biao strode toward one of the armored vehicles, as if he were seeing an old acquaintance. Enon looked over curiously, and saw a man with a distinct demeanor standing there. He wore a white shirt, had handsome features, and had striking amber eyes. "It's you." A smile curved his lips at the sight of Wang Biao. "It's perfect that you, the engineer captain, are here. Pick out the best armored vehicle for our young lady." Wang Biao patted his shoulder and pointed at Enon. Suddenly realizing they didn't know each other, Wang Biao slapped his forehead and said, "Look at my brain. You two don't know each other." He pulled Enon over and said, "Hey sister, let me introduce you. This is Chen, the captain of all the ordnance engineers at our base. He's amazing. He assembled and modified all the top-notch ordnance." He then turned to Chen and said, "This sister, Nan Sheng, is amazing. She just joined our elite unit today, and can single-handedly kill over 100 zombies." Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. He glanced at Enon and nodded. "Hello, I'm Chen." "Nan Sheng," Enon replied politely. "Without further delay, help us choose an armored vehicle," Wang Biao urged. Chen began to explain the armored vehicle's features to the two of them. He was incredibly professional, detailing the strengths, weaknesses, and features of each armored vehicle in just a few sentences. Enon immediately took a liking to the black and red one. Unlike the uniform army green of the other armored vehicles, it was clearly modified, with a black body and red stripes around the edges, giving it a very imposing appearance. "I want that one," Enon said, pointing to the black and red armored vehicle. Chen's eyes lit up, and he looked at Enon. "Why?" "I like it." Enon's words were concise and to the point. Chen smiled. "I modified that one." "It's fate then." "This is it," Wang Biao said, and hurried off to handle the paperwork for Enon. Chen then took Enon through the armored vehicle's features. Enon then realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. After Chen's modifications, the armored vehicle's power had at least tripled. This was the first time Enon deeply felt the importance of engineers to military equipment. Such excellent engineers would be greatly needed in his own base in the future. There weren't many helicopter models, so Enon picked one at random. The armored vehicles and helicopters he had chosen were temporarily stored in the armory, as other areas of the base weren't suitable for their storage. After everything was settled, Enon returned to the Special Operations Zone. Chung Su and the others greeted Enon upon his return. "Captain, what took you all day? We were so worried. We tried to contact you on the intercom, but there was no response." Enan then remembered that she had turned off her intercom during the previous mission and hadn't turned it back on. She pulled it out and turned it on. Just then, a hurried voice rang out, "Boss! Are you there, boss? We can't hold on any longer." It was Yuan Hao's voice. Chapter 53. What happened? Enan asked. "Boss," you finally replied. Yuan Hao's voice trembled with excitement. "Tell me about it," Enan said coldly. Yuan Hao quickly replied, "Boss, the day after you left, 3 or 4 people came to discuss cooperation with us. The leader was a fat woman. I figured since you were the boss of the team and I didn't have the decision-making power, I tried to contact you via intercom, but I couldn't get through, so I ignored that fat woman. Who knew that fat woman had such a vicious heart and such a big appetite? She wasn't really here to discuss cooperation with us. She just wanted to steal our food and water. The so-called cooperation was just a way to test our numbers. Last night, a large group of them attacked us, stole our food and water, and said they would kill us if we didn't do what they wanted. We only have 12 psychics in total, and they're so numerous, 7 of them. 80 people, and it seems like more than a dozen of them have special abilities. Boss, we haven't eaten all day." Enan's eyes darkened after hearing this. "I asked you to manage the team, and this is how you manage it?" Yuan Hao stuttered, "Boss. Boss, you're right," he said with a tone of grievance. "That fat woman has too many people. We tried several methods, but nothing works. I'll be there before tomorrow night." Enan didn't respond to the intercom after that. She glanced at the worried Chung Su and the others and said calmly, "What are you looking at? These are just minor matters. Chung Su and Ren Yu, go check the mission area to see if there are any high contribution missions. Pick one up and do them all tomorrow." Huh? Everyone was stunned. Just now, Yuan Hao had said there was a gang of 70 or 80 people, and the boss actually said it was a small matter. "Boss, we already have so many contribution points. When can we redeem them for rewards?" Jiang he asked, taking a bite of his apple. "Not enough yet. If we're going to redeem them, we have to redeem them for the best." Enan took a bite of the fruit on the table. "What's the best?" Chung Su looked expectant. "A Gatling gun, redeemable for 10,000 contribution points. Each member of our team gets one, for a total of 50,000 contribution points." Enan raised an eyebrow at the crowd. "Wow, that thing is incredibly powerful for mowing down zombies. Come on, Brother Ren, let's go pick up the mission." Chung Su was excited upon hearing this, pulling Ren Yu towards the mission area. "There's nothing for me." Xiao Rui pouted. "What do you need that for? Your superpowers are worth 10 Gatling guns." Enan rubbed Xiao Rui's head soothingly. Xiao Rui grinned sweetly at Enan's praise and rubbed her palm. Elsewhere, Chung Su and Ren Yu had just left when they were intercepted. Xie Yun, who was trembling with anxiety, had clearly just returned to base after completing his mission. He stopped Chung Su and the others and asked, "Where's she?" "Who, Sun Wukong or the Bull Demon King?" Chung Su was a master at playing dumb. "You know who I'm talking about. Where's your captain?" "I want to talk to her," Xie Yun pressed. His dark eyes were filled with seriousness and persistence. Chung Su rolled his eyes. "Not just anyone can talk to our captain," Ren Yu said coldly. "One of this man's teammates was the boss's enemy, so he definitely wasn't a good person." This was the shared thought in Ren Yu and Chung Su's minds. They pushed Xie Yun aside and continued toward the mission area, treating him like air. "I just see her." Xie Yun, undeterred by Ren Yu and Chung Su's attitude, chased after them. "Oh my god, so persistent. A good woman is afraid of a clinging man." Chung Su muttered silently. But the next second, Ren Yu had vanished. His speed-based ability had burst forth, and he had already sprinted far ahead. "You?" Chung Su, bewildered, immediately gave chase. The two of them sprinted 100 meters to the mission area, where the screen displayed 2 S-level missions and 1 SS-level mission. "Which one do you want, Run?" Chung Su asked breathlessly, his arm around Ren Yu's shoulder. Ren Yu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Xie Yun, who had followed him nearby, and asked, "Are you going to see our boss?" Xie Yun's eyes lit up at the question, and he strode over. "Yes." "Okay." Ren Yu raised his hand, pointing to an S-rank mission on the mission screen. "Complete our team's first S-rank mission, and our boss will see you." Chung Su's eyes sparkled as he stared at Ren Yu, as if he had seen a new world. Xie Yun looked at the S-rank mission on the screen without hesitation. "No problem, I complete it within 2 days." "Then see you then," Ren Yu said, no longer looking at him. Xie Yun gave the two of them a deep look, then turned and left. After he had walked away, Chung Su jumped up, patted Ren Yu's arm, and exclaimed in surprise, "You're quite good. So clever. You learned this from the boss." Rinyu said calmly. "That's awesome. I want to learn from you guys. I can't hold you back," Chung-Su said, rubbing his hands together. At that moment, a pleasant male voice rang out. "Why are you two the only ones here?" Bai Jinghe passed by with a towel draped over his shoulders, clearly fresh from a workout, drenched in sweat. Chung-Su's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Hey, you're just in time. Come on, the boss wants you to help our team complete the second S-rank mission." Bai Jinghe's face turned serious upon hearing this. He glanced at the mission screen, pondered for a second, and said, "Okay, I do it. I'm counting on you, brother Bai." Chung-Su made a come-on gesture to Bai Jinghe, looking as happy as a 160-pound sweetheart. Bai Jinghe nodded politely and left. As soon as he left, Chung-Su excitedly addressed Rinyu. "How's it going, Ren, little brother? Didn't I look pretty cool just now? A bit like the boss's awe-inspiring presence?" Rinyu, Ignoring Chung-Su, Rinyu took the team card Inan had given him, and went to the windowsill to accept an SS-level mission. SS-level mission. Bring back the medical research results from the laboratory on the 3rd floor of Building 5 at the M-City Medical Research Institute. This mission is extremely difficult, and the mission location is in M-City, which is separated from H-City by City A. The mission is extremely far away, and the mission is extremely difficult. So much so that even though the contribution points reward for this SS-level mission had been increased from 5,000 to 10,000, no team had accepted it. "Are we sure we want this? Can we complete it?" Chung-Su asked. "We talk about it later. If it doesn't work out, we can switch. Didn't the boss say we're in urgent need of contribution points?" Rinyu said calmly. "That's right, the boss is so powerful. Besides, if things really don't work out, we can have the Supreme Team and the Jinghe team do the hard labor for us." Rinyu, Chapter 54. The next day, Inan led the team in a helicopter and set off. "Wow, that's awesome, boss." Chung-Su had never ridden in a helicopter before, and today was his first time, so he was incredibly excited. Inan controlled the collective with his left hand, manipulated the joystick with his right, and stepped on the tail rotor pedals, flying straight towards the H-City industrial zone where Yuan Hao and the others were. "Look, there's a helicopter. Could it be them again?" On the rooftop of the industrial zone building, several psychics saw the helicopter Inan was piloting and ran out. Yuan Hao and Suge also rushed out upon hearing the noise. "Looks like boss." Yuan Hao squinted, trying to identify it. "Boss?" Suge's eyes flashed with surprise. She actually had a helicopter. The helicopter landed steadily on the rooftop, and Inan strode down. "Boss!" Everyone greeted him in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked at Inan. It was as if they had seen hope. Inan nodded, his face, visored, expressionless. He then turned to Jianghe. "Shall he take it?" Jianghe was stunned for a second before she understood Inan's meaning. She stepped forward and placed her hand on the helicopter. The next second, the helicopter appeared in Inan's space. "Holy crap! It's gone! Where's the helicopter? Is this the legendary spatial ability? Amazing!" Yuan Hao and the others looked incredulous. Jianghe wiped her nose and smiled, accepting the admiring gazes. "Where's the base of the fat woman you mentioned?" Inan asked Yuan Hao. At the mention of the fat woman, Yuan Hao and the others' expressions darkened. Our brothers secretly followed them. They seemed to be in a large shopping mall a few kilometers northwest. Huiyuan Shopping Mall? Suja nodded and added. "I go investigate. Chung-Su, you four, stay here and protect everyone." Inan put on his gloves and instructed. "Yes, boss." Yuan Hao and the others were deeply moved when Inan asked four of his seemingly formidable team members to stay behind to protect them. But as he watched Inan retreat, Yuan Hao still felt a little worried. "Boss, if you go investigate alone, what if you get into danger?" Chung-Su and the other three fell silent. This question was difficult for them to answer. Because, to them, the boss was probably the biggest danger. Seeing no one pay attention to him, Yuan Hao scratched his head and fell silent. Suja looked at the short-haired, cold-hearted Song Yin at the back of the crowd. As if he had finally prepared himself, he mustered up the courage to step forward and say, "Hello, I'm Suja." "What's your name?" Song Yin didn't even glance at him, turning and walking away. Suja remained awkwardly there, watching her indifferent back with a self-deprecating chuckle. After walking a distance, Inan took out an SUV and drove towards Huiyuan Mall. Huiyuan Mall, a three-story structure arranged in a U-shaped pattern, features an open plaza in the center and shops scattered around it. It offers everything from clothing and accessories to beauty products and electronics to food and snacks. It's a comprehensive shopping mall. There weren't many zombies along the way, but corpses were piled high along the roadside, evidently having been cleared many times. As they neared the mall, Ian parked the SUV and dispatched a few zombies that had caught up with him. From a distance, he spotted groups of people entering and exiting Huiyuan Mall. This organization's choice of the mall as their base was a wise one. The mall's enclosed structure meant zombies couldn't get in with all the doors closed. The mall's interior was vast, and the individual rooms effectively isolated the outside noise. With sufficient supplies, it could easily be transformed into a cozy haven. Ian pulled out his binoculars and began observing. He soon spotted an open window on the second floor. That was it. Ian gathered his gear and ran towards it. His grappling hook shot straight out, piercing the ceiling inside the second floor window. Just then, a man peered out of the window, his face filled with surprise, and exclaimed, "What's that?" The grappling hook tightened, and Ian soared upward, heading straight for the man's face. The man's eyes widened, his mouth opening as he tried to scream, but the dagger had already sliced through his throat. Blood splattered everywhere, and the man fell to the ground, dead. Ian glanced around the room and discovered it was a milk tea shop converted into accommodations. The old fixtures remained, except that tables had been pushed together and covered with a thin layer of cotton quilting, forming a crude bed. She crept closer to the door and opened it a crack. Her excellent hearing allowed her to overhear a conversation from the next room. "I absolutely love the apocalypse. It's so cool. Why doesn't it come sooner?" A hoarse, vulgar female voice emanated from her. "Sister Jia is right." A fawning male voice. "Damn, I've been so exhausted these past 2 days. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. I need to replenish my energy. Cook that ginseng for me tonight." "Hey, yes, Sister Jia. Sister Jia, I saw the national base team today." Another man's voice. "The national base is nothing. Where's the country? Where's the home? From now on, everyone in this land will be surnamed Jia." "Sister Jia, their car looks great. Ours are stolen sedans. They can't compare in performance." The man wailed, "Ouch." Then there was the sound of heavy thuds, evidently a beating. "Never mention another base again," the woman called Sister Jia said viciously. "I want to see how long they last. Then all the cars and supplies will be mine. When our base rises, we be the kings of this land." "What bad luck." The woman's curses grew clearer, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. Through the gap, Ian saw a portly woman swagger out of the next room and head downstairs. She had a fierce look in her eyes, a large nose, and a large black mole near her mouth. Her red skirt was stretched so tightly by her flesh that it seemed ready to burst. 2 men clung to her, one of whom bore a footprint, clearly the one who had just been beaten. "Don't be angry, Sister Jia. How about we go and take down that team from yesterday and give you some fun? Beat them until they're subdued." A man approached with a fawning expression. The portly woman, Sister Jia, swung herself aside and shoved the man away. "Don't get too close." The man, shoved, fell flat on his face and slid 4 or 5 meters onto the ground. Ian, possessing a strength-related ability, narrowed his eyes slightly. "Come on, all the superpowered people, come here. 15 more strong ones follow me." The fat woman shouted to the surroundings, picked up a chicken leg from the table, began to chew on it, and walked out. In the mall room behind her, a number of people gradually emerged, mostly muscular men. After they all left, only 30 or 40 ordinary people without superpowers remained. Some gathered together to chat, some played cards, and some dragged women into rooms, and then closed the door with a smirk. Ian's eyes darkened. From what she could see, the 3rd floor of the mall was almost deserted. The 2nd floor was the accommodation area, and the 1st floor was the group's activity area. It seemed that all the supplies were concentrated on the 3rd floor. This group had a lot of supplies stored up. It must be that the mall hadn't been looted much since they occupied it. They had taken all the supplies, and then went outside to scavenge some more. Ian took advantage of a moment when no one was watching to run up to the 3rd floor. She opened the door to a room and, as expected, it was filled with supplies. "Collect, all into the space." Ian collected as she went along, finally spotting Yuan Hao and the other supplies in the last room. They didn't have much, just a few pitiful boxes piled in a corner. Ian gathered them as well. After she had almost finished collecting everything and saw the last corner, Ian couldn't contain herself. 3 boxes of sex toys were piled there, their bright red and purple colors stinging Enan's eyes. Speechless, she didn't collect them and turned to leave. Enan planned to return to the second-floor room she'd been in and jump out of the window. She crept down, her body pressed against the wall. Suddenly, a door opened. Enan immediately drew her knife and pressed it against the man's neck. Just as she was about to strike, she saw his face clearly. It was Peng Luo, the male celebrity she met at the Imperial Hotel. He, too, was shocked to see Enan. Enan immediately slipped into the room and closed the door, the knife still pressed against his neck. Peng Luo forced himself to remain calm. "Don't kill me, they kidnapped me." Enan noticed his disheveled clothes and thin figure, clearly someone who hadn't eaten properly in days. She sheathed her dagger and gazed coldly into the room. The room was a small compartment, with a larger one evidently behind it. She raised her head, peered inside, and asked, "What's going on?" Peng Luo stared at Enan with moist eyes. His dark circles and chapped lips betrayed his fatigue from not getting enough rest in days, yet his handsomeness remained. Hearing Enan's question, he blushed. He bit his lip, unbuttoned the first button of his shirt, and whispered, "Still a virgin." Enan frowned at him. "Are you okay, brother? I was just asking what's going on inside." Chapter 55. Peng Luo's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, unable to utter a single word. He hurried forward and opened the inner door. Suddenly, dozens of scantily clad young men appeared before Enan. They were all emaciated, looking as if they hadn't eaten much in days. Some of their bodies were covered in bruises. They were clearly the male companions that Sister Jia had abducted. "Sister! Sister, save me!" Suddenly, a tender male voice rang out. Enan looked over and saw it was the young man who had danced Candy is Super Sweet for him earlier at the China Merchant's building. He rushed towards Enan with tears in his eyes, his clothes torn to shreds, his shorts riddled with holes, and they sat loosely on him, as if they were about to fall off at any moment. Bang! Enan mercilessly kicked him away, turned, and leaped from the window, using the grappling hook to cushion his landing. "Sister, don't go. You're my only sister?" The young man yelled from behind, but Enan had already vanished. Even further away, on Industrial Avenue, Chi Mei, in her SUV, looked at the three cars on the opposite side and laughed. "Why are these people so ridiculous? Are they imitating the Indians?" The three cars were packed with people, and not only that, but there were 3 or 4 people sprawled on their roofs. The small cars were carrying nearly 10 people, practically crammed to the brim. "Hey everyone, could you please make way? Let us pass first." Chen Feifei leaned out the window and waved. This road used to be very wide, but now, with so many zombie corpses piled on both sides, emitting a stench of decay, it was only wide enough for one car. Chi Yi and the other's SUV was blocked by the 3 cars on the opposite side, unable to pass. At this moment, inside the car across the street. "Sister Jia, are we retreating?" The man in the driver's seat asked the portly woman beside him. Sister Jia stared intently at the 5 people in the SUV across the street, her eyes blazing with ambition. She grinned excitedly. "Idiot. Didn't you see there are 2 incredibly handsome guys in their team? Take them, car and all." "Yes, Sister Jia." The man nearby smirked, picked up the iron bar at his side, and prepared to get out of the car. Chi Yi sensed something was amiss. He quickly reversed the car, turning at 180 degrees, crushing the rotting corpses on both sides of the road, and sped away. "Xiao Yi, what's wrong?" Chi Mei asked, clutching the handle tightly. "There's something wrong with those guys." Chi Yi spoke calmly, accelerating at top speed. "Chase them," Sister Jia yelled. To reduce the weight of the car, she turned fiercely and glared at the others in the back seat. "Get the hell out." The others scrambled out of the car, and the man in the driver's seat slammed the accelerator, chasing Chi Yi and the others. "Chase them. Catch them even if they have to run. Whoever catches them will be rewarded with a woman and a bag of rice." Sister Jia leaned over and shouted. "Roger that." The 2 cars behind quickly followed. The men on the roof were thrown straight out. They rolled to the ground, scrambled to their feet, and ran to catch up. "These guys are crazy." Chu Hui turned around and looked at the 3 cars chasing them, his face filled with anger. Chi Yi was an excellent driver, and he quickly put some distance between them and the cars behind him. "Sister Jia, I can't catch up," the man in the driver's seat said anxiously. Sister Jia's plump face was filled with determination. "I know this area best. They won't be able to run for long. There's a zombie swarm right up ahead." Her eyes, narrowed by the fat, stared intently at Chi Yi and his companion's SUV, her heart agitated. Those two boys attracted her more than the dozen or so men led by Yuan Hao. In both appearance and physique, they were both exceptional. They even outshone all the other male favorites in her room. Even if it cost her life, she would bring them back today. Thinking this, Sister Jiao licked her lips and fiercely called out to the man beside her, "Hurry! If you can't catch them today, I kill you." Qi Yi raced forward. From the industrial area to the commercial district, the zombies were growing in number. This place had clearly not been cleared. Countless zombies began to burst out from the shopping mall next to the street, surrounding Qi Yi and his companion's SUV. "Why is there only this one road?" Qi Yi said coldly. They were not very familiar with the geography of H City, and at this moment, they were practically stuck here. Countless zombies piled up ahead, making it impossible for the SUV to move forward even an inch. "Stop! Let them fight. Wear them down," Sister Jia said excitedly, watching Qi Yi and the others surrounded by zombies. Their car stopped, and zombies gathered around them, but most of them were clustered around Qi Yi's area. There weren't as many on their side. "Are those guys trying to steal our car? They're chasing us so relentlessly," Chu Hui said angrily, looking at the 3 cars parked far behind. "We're stuck now, with so many zombies. We just have to deal with them first," Chi Mei said worriedly, watching the zombies frantically pounding and biting the SUV. Under the onslaught of so many zombies, the SUV couldn't hold out for long. "There's no end to the zombies. They even surprise us." Shi Xian calmly analyzed the situation. He looked up at the crowd and said firmly, "I get out of the car and guide the zombies. Captain, find a way to get the car out." Everyone turned to look at him. "I'm the captain. I handle this," Qi Yi said coldly. He then rolled down the car window and swung his knife at the zombies outside. "Winter team, no matter what we do, we must do it together," Chi Mei said, pushing open the car door and punching the zombies. The 5 of them rushed out together, engaging in a fierce battle with the zombies. The throng of zombies, each with its bloody maw, surrounded the 5 men. Level 2 zombies mingled among them, biting them fiercely. The number of level 2 zombies was increasing. It was already extremely difficult for a 5-person psychic team to deal with such a large swarm. Even the powerful winter team would have struggled to escape unscathed. The 5 of them were giving it their all, but the zombies were still endless, and the numbers were piling up. "Fight, fight!" Sister Jia, in the car, clapped excitedly at the scene ahead. The car was bouncing up and down because of her chubby figure. She picked up a nearby chicken leg and took a big bite, staring intently at Qi Yi and Qi Xian, who were nimbly maneuvering among the zombies. The more she watched, the more she liked them. As expected, strong men are still more attractive. "Those boiled chickens at the base are so bland, haha." She laughed heartily, then the chicken choked her throat. Her large, plump face flushed red, and she coughed repeatedly. The man next to her patted her back to soothe her. "Don't get excited, Sister Jia. Soon these men will be yours." Yinan quickly headed for the industrial zone. To speed things along, she grabbed her motorcycle. Although Chung Su and the other 4, plus Yuan Hao and the others, had a total of 16 psychics, the fat woman's group consisted of over 30 strong men, including a dozen psychics. Their strength was unknown, so Yinan remained concerned. Arriving quickly at their destination, Yinan saw no sign of the fat woman's group. "Boss!" Chung Su and the others immediately gathered around Yinan upon seeing him return. "What's going on, boss?" Yuan Hao and the others also looked nervous. Yinan remained silent. What she was certain of was that the fat woman had indeed led over 30 people towards Yuan Hao and his group. She had assumed Chung Su and his group had engaged in a fight with that group. But why was everything so calm now? Even if they had to crawl, they should have come here. Aside from the zombies, they hadn't seen a single living person along the way. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Chapter 56. This isn't good, Sister Jia. How can these 5 be so strong? As the man beside her exclaimed, Sister Jia's narrowed eyes, a fierce look in them. "Go tell the guys behind us to go around to the other side and block their retreat." "Yes," the man shouted, directing the vehicles behind them. This detail caught Qi Yi and the others' attention. Between their fights with the zombies, they kept an eye on the situation. "We can't delay any longer. You go first," Qi Xian said. "They're trying to block our retreat." "Sister, you go first. Qi Xian, and I will clear the way for you." Qi Yi also made a quick decision. "Xiao Yi, Qi Xian." Qi Mei looked at the 2 of them, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm not leaving. Chu Hui and Fei Fei, you go first." Qi Yi flung open the car door and pushed Qi Mei inside, then slammed it shut and held her tightly. Get in! Chu Hui and Chen Fei were already exhausted. They exchanged a glance and immediately got in. Go! Qi Xian hacked at the zombies in front of the SUV, clearing the way for Qi Mei and the others. We find you. Go, sister, Qi continued, his dark eyes fixed on Qi Mei. Qi Mei, seeing her brother like this, gritted her teeth, started the engine, and stepped on the accelerator. The SUV rushed forward, but after only 2 meters, it was blocked by zombies again. Qi Yi and Qi Xian attacked from both sides. The zombies quickly shifted their attention and pounced on them. They each took one side, diverting some of the zombies in front of the SUV, and Qi Mei successfully drove the car out. The SUV's windows were already vulnerable to the impact of countless zombies. Just then, a car rushed over. Qi Mei gripped the steering wheel tightly and charged forward, narrowly avoiding the car and successfully sprinting past it. Escaped! Sister Jia exclaimed angrily, then flung open the car door and got out. Ouch! Ouch! Several zombies lunged at them. Her massive fists, blasting with a powerful force, smashed into the zombies' heads, sending their brains splattering with a single blow. Pointing at Qi Yi and Qi Xian, she shouted in a resounding voice, whoever captures them will be rewarded with 20 pounds of beef and 5 women. At that, everyone rushed forward, charging towards Qi Yi and Qi Xian, who were surrounded by the zombies. Qi Yi and Qi Xian were already facing countless zombie attacks, and now a group of muscular men, mingling among them, were targeting them as well. This scene was utterly ironic. Qi Yi's dark abilities were extremely difficult to use in the confined space, and dealing with so many zombies was already a significant challenge. At this moment, 2 fire-type psychics attacked him. He bent down and slashed at their knees. The 2 fire-type psychics screamed and fell to their knees. The zombies pounced on them and began to bite them fiercely. Qi Xian also quickly dispatched a wood-type psychic. Jia. Sister Jia, several of our brothers have died. For these 2 men. Isn't it worth it? Sister Jia's face was extremely grim, the fat hanging down on either side of her face eerily visible. She grabbed the man next to her and threw him towards Qi Yi. The man slammed into the struggling Qi Yi, who barely dodged it, but then another man was hit. Sister Jia roared, her powerful body sprinting towards the pile of zombies, striking each one with a punch. Her fighting power was terrifying. With her presence, Qi Yi and the other 2 were immediately at a disadvantage. They were quickly knocked unconscious and tied up. Looking at Qi Yi and the other 2, tied up like dumplings in the car, Sister Jia said fiercely, how can I, a woman, manage these 70 or 80 men without some skill? You 2 may be strong, but you only be my playthings. With that, she plopped down in the passenger seat, causing the car to shake violently. Drive back to base. Sister Jia, our brothers have suffered heavy casualties. Only 7 or 8 are left. The weak voice of a younger brother beside her came. Speak nonsense again, and I cut off your tongue. Sister Jia's face darkened. In the back seat, Qi Yi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he slowly drew the dagger from his sleeve. Why haven't the captain and the others arrived yet? Chen Fei anxiously glanced behind her, but Qi Yi and the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. Qi Mei remained silent, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her head lowered, her expression unclear. Sister Mei. Chu Hui, seeing Qi Mei's concern, called out her name. Get out of the car, Qi Mei said calmly. Unsure what was going on, Chu Hui and the others exited the car. The next second, Qi Mei turned around and sped back. Sister Mei. Chu Hui and the others shouted, but Qi Mei quickly disappeared. What should we do? Chen Fei looked at Chu Hui anxiously. Our abilities are limited. Let's go get help. See if we can find any psychics from the nearby base to help us. With this, Chu Hui and Chen Fei set off separately. Chapter 57. Beep. A level 3 side quest has appeared. Rescue Qi Yi and Qi Xian. Target location: Bong Street, 4 kilometers northwest, moving towards Huiyuan Shopping Mall. You can choose to accept this side quest. It's not mandatory. Completing this side quest will reward you with a quest. Level 3, Qi Yi Qi Xian. Enan wondered if she had misheard. The winter team hadn't suffered any casualties at this time in their previous life. Could it be that this butterfly had changed the story again? Boss, what's wrong? Chung Su and the others, seeing Enan's expression, hurriedly asked with concern. I'm going out for a minute. You wait here, Enan said coldly, striding out. Accept. Beep. A friendly reminder. This quest is time sensitive. Please hurry. Level 3 side quests offer generous rewards. Please take them seriously. This was the first time the system had urged her like this, and Enan felt a surge of anxiety. She was truly excited about how generous the rewards for the level 3 side quest would be. Hanging on his motorcycle, Enon sped off towards the northwest. Meanwhile, in the back seat of the car, Chi-Yi calmly cut the ropes. His head was splitting with pain, but fortunately the blow had missed, only causing him to faint briefly. He glanced at Qi-Xian beside him. Several streams of blood streamed from his head, clearly more seriously injured. He might not wake up for a while. Qi-Yi cut the ropes from Qi-Xian's hands and shook his aching head. The voices of a man and a woman in front of him lingered in his ears. It's just a dozen or so people. It's no big deal for me to have 20 or so followers. Sister Jia is right, you're so powerful. She hadn't finished her words. Swish. A flash of silver light pierced the air. Sister Jia turned in shock, and Chi-Yi's dagger had already stabbed her neck. The blade penetrated only 3 inches, and blood flowed out. She reacted quickly, grabbing the dagger with a burst of strength. Chi-Yi's dark eyes glared at her coldly, and then with a sharp twist of his wrist, Sister Jia let go in pain. The man in the driver's seat slammed on the brakes, raised his iron rod, and struck Chi-Yi. Chi-Yi stepped back to avoid it, but the man, with a fierce look in his eyes, drew his knife and slashed at him. He missed. Chi-Yi had already pushed open the car door and slid out. Get him! Sister Jia, clearly enraged, roared, opened the car door, and got out. In an instant, the 6 psychics from the 2 cars behind rushed forward, surrounding Chi-Yi. Sister Jia clutched the bleeding wound on her neck, looked at Chi-Yi's handsome face, and said harshly, Fortunately, I have a lot of fat, otherwise you would have stabbed an aorta. Sister Jia, we can't keep this guy alive. He's too dangerous. The man beside her said, tightening his knife. Beat him to death. Sister Jia's eyes flashed with ferocity. In an instant, everyone rushed forward, but Chi-Yi's dark power erupted, transforming into a shadow and disappearing. Sister Jia's eyes were filled with panic. She looked around and shouted, Where's he? The next second, the dagger pierced her neck. Chi-Yi appeared behind her and kicked her voluptuous body away. Sister Jia was kicked to the ground, covered in dust. She stared into Chi-Yi's cold eyes, clutching her blood-soaked neck, and screamed, Ah! Kill him! Ah! 7 psychics rushed forward and attacked Chi-Yi. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even with his dark powers, Chi-Yi took numerous blows from the combined attacks of 7 psychics. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and quickly dispatched the 2 men. The voluptuous woman on the ground struggled to her feet, her flesh trembling, her eyes wide, and her hands clutching her neck trembling. Her artery had been severed. The fear of death filled her heart. Looking at Chi-Yi being beaten, Sister Jia's heart erupted with endless hatred. Lust is like a knife hanging over your head, and she had truly encountered a sharp knife today, but if she died, neither could he live. Buried with her in hell. Thinking of this, Sister Jia's strength exploded. She swung the broadsword from the ground and strode towards Chi-Yi, all her strength concentrated in her left hand, raised high. Bang! With a loud bang, blood splattered from Sister Jia's head. Her stout body instantly stiffened, her eyes wide open, and she fell heavily to the ground. Chi-Yi turned to see Qi-Xian, beside the corpulent woman's body, swinging a large iron rod at the 5 psychics. He breathed a sigh of relief, seizing the opportunity to activate his dark power to dodge behind them and quickly finish them off. Soon, all 8 were dead. Qi-Yi and Qi-Xian were also covered in wounds and exhausted. Qi-Yi knelt on one knee and took a deep breath. Qi-Xian sat on the side of the road, wiping the blood from his forehead. Buzz! The sound of a motorcycle braking suddenly reached them, and they both looked. Enon came running towards them. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Qi-Xian and Qi-Yi were both stunned. When they saw the bodies strewn across the ground, Enon froze in his tracks. Where was the promised rescue? Everyone's dead? Ah, the fight's over. So powerful. The system's slightly silly voice chimed in Enon's head. Beep, detecting that the 2 were out of danger, it immediately changed the 3rd level side quest. The 3rd level side quest changed to Healing. Complete the quest, and the rewards will continue. Enon, Why? Are you here? Qi-Xian stared at Enon, stunned. Qi-Yi's dark eyes were fixed on Enon. They were covered in slashes of varying sizes, their clothes practically stained with blood. Enon scratched her head. Using healing powers on such visible wounds would be easy to expose. She didn't want to reveal her healing abilities, so she pretended to reach for the motorcycle seat compartment, but in reality, she was pulling out a medical kit. Enon walked over to the 2 of them. Hurry up and bandage the wounds. Then she pulled out a bandage. Qi-Xian's face flushed instantly, as he took one look. I do it myself. He looked embarrassed, completely oblivious to the blood still flowing from his head. He stood helplessly before Enon, like a nervous golden retriever. Enon found him amused, clapped his hands, and turned away. Then you guys do it yourself. I wait for you over there. She leisurely found a stone block and sat down to drink her energy drink. The system's voice began to blare. Level 3 side quest completed, and the quest rewards began to be distributed. Rewards for the base loyalty system. Loyalty coefficient values range from 0 to 100. Those with a loyalty coefficient above 80 are considered extremely loyal, and will never betray the base. Loading loyalty system. Beep! The loyalty system is loaded. From now on, the system will automatically check the loyalty of all those entering the base, and automatically kick out anyone with a loyalty below 80. Automatically kick out. Enon's eyes lit up. This is fantastic. With this loyalty system, anyone who isn't loyal enough won't even think about entering the base. This gives her complete security. No need to worry about anyone in the base backstabbing her in the future. Nan Sheng. A familiar voice rang out. Enon looked over and saw Chi Mei approaching in an SUV with a frown on her face. Soon, she noticed Chi Yi and the other man not far away. Her frown relaxed, and she said excitedly, Xiao Yi Qi Xian. I'm so glad you're all right. Chapter 58. Just then, Enon's intercom rang. Chung Su's voice rang out. Boss, 2 members of the winter team have come calling for help. They say their teammate has been killed. Enon glanced at Chi Mei and the other 2 not far away and said calmly, They're fine. We come find you later. Okay, boss. Tell Yuan Hao and the others not to call me boss in front of the winter team. With that, Enon turned off the intercom. She didn't want to expose the fact that she had so many underlings. Chi Mei examined Chi Yi and the other 2's injuries, finding them only superficial. She breathed a sigh of relief. She walked towards Enon, her face filled with gratitude. Beautiful Nan Sheng, thank you for helping us again. Enon shook his head. I just provided a medical kit. This time, she really didn't help much. Thank you very much though. I, Chi Mei, will never forget your kindness. Chi Mei said sincerely. Your team members are with mine. We go together later. Okay. Chi Mei agreed, sitting down next to Enon. The 2 of them looked towards Chi Yi. Not far away, Chi Yi's upper body was almost completely covered in bandages, but old scars, large and small, could still be seen. Enon raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes filled with confusion. Chi Mei, seeing her like this, smiled helplessly. My younger brother has suffered a lot since he was a child. She lowered her head, her usual cheerful older sister image gone, her eyes filled with gloom and guilt. Our father used to be the deputy mayor of City Z. He was always clean in his politics, but because of this, he could only be a deputy minister and had offended many people. When I was 10 and Xiuya was 8, he was falsely accused of corruption and rape and sentenced to life imprisonment. Later, my father left a confession letter in prison to prove his innocence and committed suicide. My mother couldn't handle the devastation and died too. Chi Mei said this with a bitter smile. Xiuya and I were very young at the time, and we carried the stigma of having a rapist father. We were scolded wherever we went, and I was bullied at school. Xiuya fought those people to protect me, and was covered in bruises every day. There were a lot of thugs back then, and we were often beaten. Our family property was almost completely taken away by our relatives, who then abandoned us. Then one day, a couple came to adopt us. Xiuya and I were very happy, thinking we could start a new life. But the next day, they said they would only adopt one, and the one with better health. What a coincidence! Xiuya had a fever early that morning, and the adopters immediately abandoned him, and forcibly dragged me away. Chi Mei spoke with tears in her eyes. I struggled desperately, but I was too small, and those men were too strong. Later, I learned that Xiao Yi had overheard the adoptive family's conversation that night. He'd been showering in cold water all night, giving himself a fever. Just to get them to take me away. Chi Mei's voice choked. She couldn't continue, her head bowed, afraid to let anyone see her tears. Enon patted her back. This was the first time she had heard the story of Chi Mei and Chi Yi, brother and sister. In their previous lives, or in books, there was no mention of their past. It was only said that he was cold and withdrawn, always a loner. Enon asked gently, so later, you went back to find him, right? Yes. Chi Mei nodded. When I grew up, I found Xiao Yi at the Nuanqing orphanage in City Z. Chi Mei said nothing more. Enon, however, could sense the hardships and difficulties the siblings had endured along the way. Sister, we're fine. Chi Yi and Qi Xian approached. Seeing Chi Mei's red eyes, Chi stepped forward and whispered, "Sister, don't be sad. It's just a minor injury. It will heal in a couple of days." "Oh," sand got in my eyes, haha. Chi Mei jumped down, brushed the dust off her butt, and regained her usual cheerful and carefree demeanor. "Let's go, let's meet up with Fei Fei, Chu Hui, and the others." Chapter 59. Eden led the way on a motorcycle, with Chi Mei and the other two following in an SUV. They arrived at the industrial building. Chung Su and the others, upon seeing Eden return, immediately greeted him, "Boss." Yuan Hao and the others followed behind, "Boss." Ren Yu and the others all looked at Yuan Hao. "So cool." "Eden, eh?" "Captain." Chen Feifei and Chu Hui ran over to Chi Mei. "Wow, so many people." Chi Mei explained in surprise at the dozen or so men standing behind Eden. "Oh, brothers I met while killing zombies earlier," Eden replied calmly. "That's perfect, everyone's here. Our winter team has finally survived a disaster today. I, Chi Mei, will treat you to dinner," Chi Mei said as she pulled two backpacks from the back of the SUV. They were bulging with food, clearly stuffed to the brim. At the word dinner, everyone stared at the backpacks with eager eyes, drooling, especially Yuan Hao and the others who hadn't eaten in a day and a half. Everyone crowded into the industrial building, and under everyone's expectant gaze, Chi Mei opened the two backpacks. They were filled with instant noodles, mineral water, biscuits, sausages, and other food. Sausages? There's meat. There's instant noodles. This surprised Yuan Hao and the others so much that they scrambled forward. "Hey, don't push, don't push. Everyone gets a share," Chi Mei said as she picked up the sausages and distributed them among the group. The long-starved men took the sausages and ate them without even opening the packaging. Instant noodles have become a hot commodity. Now that no one has hot water in the apocalypse, eating instant noodles dry has become a luxury for many people. After all, the taste is really delicious. A large man grabbed a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down, filling the entire bottle. Finally, some water. No more water from Zhang Dajia's water-based abilities. His water is stinky and salty. Then, he was hit on the head by the man next to him. "Don't even think about drinking my water again." Yuan Hao took a mouthful of instant noodles, and suddenly saw Enen, who lay motionless. He quickly grabbed a sausage and offered it to Enen. "Wow. It's so delicious." Enen took the sausage and looked at it, thinking of the roast duck, hand-pulled pancakes, curry fish balls, sushi, scallops, salmon, tempura, fried noodles, sandwiches, chicken wings, pasta, barbecue, three-way eel rice, ramen, cooked sushi, soba noodles, and don yaki. A brief silence followed. Eden held out his hand to Jianghe. "Xiaohe, take the backpack." Jianghe's eyes lit up, and she immediately handed the backpack to Enen. Qi and the others looked at Enen. She pulled out a whole, hot roast duck from her oversized backpack, a box of grilled wings, 2 boxes of fried noodles, 2 boxes of salmon sushi, a box of curry fish balls, 3 hand-pulled pancakes. Everyone, The overwhelming aroma overwhelmed everyone's sense of smell. Yuan Hao and the others gaped at the hot food in front of Enen. "How, brother Hao, am I hallucinating from hunger? What is that? Am I seeing things? Why are you standing there? Come and eat," Enen said calmly. The next second, Yuan Hao and the others rushed over to grab the food. Enen had anticipated this and had reserved half for Chung Su, Chi Yi, and the others. Chi Yi and the other 4 were clearly stunned. They took the steaming, fragrant food from Enen's hands, each in disbelief. "You're amazing, Nan Sheng." Chi Mei, nearly fainting from the aroma of the roast duck, stepped forward, gave Enen a hug, and then began to devour it. "Thank you, Captain Nan Sheng." Chu Hui and Chen Feifei were also filled with gratitude. "Thank you very much." Chi Yi thanked him politely. "What are you having?" Qi Xian asked, holding a box of sushi Enen handed him. "I have more." Enen pulled another box of sushi from his backpack. Seeing this, Qi Xian began to eat with peace of mind. It had been a long time since they had eaten such delicious food. It had been over 10 days since the apocalypse, and they had been living in the open air for most of those days. Food at the base was scarce, with either steamed buns or porridge. Sometimes, even steamed buns and porridge couldn't be delivered in time. Furthermore, as psychics, their energy needs were inherently higher, and their daily zombie-killing duties were particularly draining. The crowd enjoying the delicious food felt like a long dry land finally receiving a torrential downpour. Very satisfying, Qi Xian, engrossed in his meal, suddenly felt a strong gaze. He looked up and saw his captain, lunchbox in hand, staring intently behind him, his dark eyes filled with a rare fascination. Qi Xian turned his head. The next moment, his face flushed. Yinan was buried in her food, her hair falling a few strands across her face, but it didn't diminish the stunning beauty of her face. He knew it was her. He recognized her from the moment he laid eyes on her. He couldn't mistake those eyes. But why? She was even prettier. Qi Xian felt a surge of self-esteem, and even the sushi in his mouth lost its flavor. Yinan looked up at Qi Xian's dazed expression, and couldn't help but laugh. She lifted her hand to remove a grain of rice from the tip of his nose and said, "Are you stupid?" Qi Xian's face flushed even more. Qi Mei and the others looked over. The next moment, "Beautiful Nansheng, how can you be so beautiful? Oh my god, the goddess is truly stunning." Yuan Hao and the others also looked up from the pile of delicious food. "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!" Chung Su and the others ate calmly. They had long been astonished by the boss's beauty. Oh, what a bunch of unworldly humans. Chapter 60. Yinan couldn't eat properly now. She didn't like being the center of attention. Putting on her mask, putting down her chopsticks, and standing up, Yinan looked at Chung Su and the other three. "After we finish eating, we leave for our mission." With that, she walked out. Chung Su and the other three immediately put down their chopsticks, waved to the others, and followed Yinan out. "Take your time. Our team has an important mission." After all, for Yuan Hao and the others, this food was hard-earned delicacies. For Chung Su and the others, it was just everyday food. They followed Yinan around every day, eating nothing but delicious food. Yinan piloted the helicopter and led the team towards City M. Before leaving, he returned Yuan Hao and the others' supplies to their warehouse. Their supplies consisted of basic biscuits, rice, and flour. There was very little meat. It was quite Spartan. But Yinan didn't intend to offer them any help. After all, they hadn't yet fully earned her trust. Besides, if these 13 grown men couldn't even find food, they wouldn't be allowed to enter her base in the future. The helicopter flew rapidly towards City M. City M was located northeast of City H, meaning that beyond City M, one would reach the edge of the northern continent. In his previous life, Yinan had mostly been active in the southern region. Firstly, travel was extremely difficult during the apocalypse. Everyone stayed within the same city, at most scavenging supplies from the next city, and never ventured far. Secondly, some cities had too few survivors and no bases, leaving them practically teeming with zombies. The difficulty of survival was simply hellish. No one wanted to die. Even after the fall of the national base, prominent figures from the base, such as Gu Su, Lu Qi, and Qi Yi, remained in the southern cities to establish their bases. Yinan had a thorough understanding of the situation in the south for the next few years. But the north? She didn't. So Yinan was very curious about the north. Her current plan was to conquer the north first, then the south. The farther from H City, the more zombies there were. About 2 hours later, the 5 men finally arrived in downtown M City. Looking down from the helicopter, the zombies below were densely packed, like ants surrounding a fortress. According to the location, Yinan piloted the helicopter to the Medical Research Institute area. The zombies were very numerous here. If the team landed immediately, killing them would be time-consuming and laborious, and could even put their lives at risk. Yinan acted decisively, turning the helicopter around and circling nearby. "Boss, aren't we going down?" "No, there are too many zombies." "Not yet," Yinan said calmly. Her beautiful eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, and after circling for a few minutes, she finally spotted a living figure on the rooftop of a building. There were 5 men and 2 women. However, one of the men was hanging from the wall outside the building's rooftop, his entire body suspended in midair, only one hand clinging tightly to a concrete brick, and that concrete brick was also precariously in danger. Above him, 2 men were trying hard to reach him, but it was clearly too far to reach. The others gathered behind, their faces anxious. They quickly noticed Yinan's helicopter. "Look! There's a helicopter! Great! Brother Su Lu is saved!" They kept waving at Yinan and the others. "Save our companion, please." The leading man also looked up. He was about 20 years old, with silver-gray hair. His gray-brown eyes were now filled with seriousness and anxiety, and his handsome features shone with a hint of ruffianism. "Can you help pull our brothers up? We can give you supplies." He didn't just make a request, but offered a trade, which was quite reasonable. Yinan hovered the helicopter 5 meters away from them, opened the window, and coldly looked at the bulging backpacks behind them. "Okay, I want all of them." "You're going too far." A girl's voice rang out. Yinan looked over. It was a girl in a white dress, Clean and elegant, a beauty indeed. To be able to maintain such cleanliness and neatness at this time in the apocalypse must be someone who is particularly fond of beauty and protected. It seemed that this girl was a core member of the team. That's out of the question, Enan said coldly, and was about to close the window. Agreed. The white-haired man spoke immediately. Away, give them all the supplies, quick. As soon as he spoke, the men behind him sprang into action, hoisting the supplies high and handing them to Chung Su. Enan, in coordination, drove the helicopter closer. After Chung Su had loaded all the supplies into the helicopter, Enan controlled the descent and threw out a ladder. Chung Su climbed down and pulled the nearly collapsed man up. The helicopter landed steadily on the rooftop. Chung Su and the others helped the man down. He collapsed onto the ground as soon as he got out of the helicopter, his muscles trembling, clearly exhausted. His companions gathered around him, concerned. Enan also got out of the helicopter. Thank you, my name is Heroine. The white-haired man checked his companion, seeing that he was safe and sound, and nodded to Enan and the others in thanks. He knew that without Enan and the others, he would have lost this companion. Suddenly, Enan sensed something strange. She turned her head. The helicopter was gone, and the woman in the white dress was stealthily making her way behind the crowd. Enan immediately understood, a surge of anger rising within him. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the girl intently, hand it over. His voice was cold as ice. Heroine had obviously noticed too. He looked at the girl. Zhou Shuer, bring out their helicopter and supplies. Why? Those are our supplies. Zhou Shuer stood behind the crowd, a look of self-righteous confidence. But I promised them. They saved Su Le. Heroine said sternly. Saving people is our duty. Why do they have the audacity to demand so much from us? Chapter 61. Boss, don't waste your time talking to her. If she doesn't hand it over, kill her. Song Yin said coldly. Chung Su and the others also drew their swords, ready to fight. What are you talking about? If you want to kill our people, you should ask our consent. The men in front of Zhou Shuer all stood in front of her, weapons drawn. The two groups were on the verge of a fight. My words don't count, do they? Heroine saw this and shouted angrily, Zhou Shuer, take out their supplies, and everyone else, get out. The men, seeing his anger, retreated in anger, revealing Zhou Shuer behind them. Zhou Shuer looked at Heroine with a look of grievance. Brother Yin, why are you helping them? I have spatial abilities, and we have more people than them. Why should we be afraid of them? People should keep their word. Heroine walked over to Zhou Shuer, looking down at her, his voice dripping with impatience. Give it back to them. Zhou Shuer bit her lower lip unwillingly, and looked at Enan and the others. Okay, we can give them the helicopter, but we can't give them our supplies. As soon as she said this, the woman in the blue dress and the two men behind her nodded in agreement. Yes, we worked hard for 3 days to collect those supplies. Why should we give them to them? Su Le, who had recovered from his shock, sat on the ground and looked at them with a complicated expression, but remained silent. One of the two men, a bearded man, said to Heroine, Deputy Base Commander, what era is this? What's the point of talking about word of mouth? The capable are king. Whoever gets it gets it. That's right. Enan lowered his head and chuckled. The next moment, a thick blue-purple lightning burst out. It struck fiercely towards Zhou Shuer. Everyone retreated to avoid the terrifying lightning. Zhou Shuer's eyes widened as she watched the lightning bolt, over 10 centimeters thick, strike her. Her hair stood on end, and she collapsed to her knees under the immense pressure. At that moment, a circle of light, about a meter in diameter, appeared beneath her feet, and Enan's lightning disappeared as soon as it entered the circle of light. Zhou Shuer, as if she had escaped death, rushed forward and hugged Heroine's calf. Brother Yin, thank you for saving Shuer. They wanted to kill her. Enan's eyes narrowed slightly. What kind of supernatural power was this? The ability to release a circle of light to resist external attacks? She had never seen it before. The circle of light lasted only a second before vanishing. Heroine looked at Zhou Shuer and said, if you don't return it to them, I can't protect you. Now everyone behaved themselves. Not daring to say a word, they stood quietly behind Heroine. Zhou Shuer was also hesitant and reluctant to take out the supplies. Too late. Enan's cold voice rang out, I want to take it myself now. With that, as everyone stared in shock, lightning, twice as thick as before, burst forth from Enan's palm. Boom! The thunder and lightning were deafening, like an enraged dragon, fiercely striking Zhou Shuer. Brother Yin. Zhou Shuer screamed in terror. Heroine stared at her, his gray-brown eyes emotionless as he slowly stepped away. Zhou Shuer was instantly struck dead, her entire body reduced to charcoal. The next moment, a large amount of supplies appeared on the rooftop. In addition to the helicopter and the few bags of supplies just now, dozens more bags, large and small, piled high on the rooftop, and vanished in an instant. Supplies seemed to have just appeared. They were Shuer's supplies. After she died, all the supplies in her space exploded. They also have space-based Esper. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't even recovered from the shock of their companion being struck dead. They were frightened again by the bizarre scene before them. Chung Su and the others looked at Enon with admiration. So, space-based Esper drop all their supplies upon death. The boss really knows everything. Just now, which of those people said they wouldn't return the supplies to me? Enon's cold voice rang out again, as chilling as Satan. Having witnessed her strength, everyone was afraid to speak. Instead, they looked at Shi Yin with pleading eyes, Deputy Base Commander. Unlike the panicked expressions of the others, Shi Yin was noticeably calmer. He looked at Enon and said, "This incident was wrong on the part of our base. If you can act, I won't stop you. But we've already lost a space-based Esper, and all our supplies are gone. Please spare the others." He spoke sincerely. Enon listened. If he hadn't been a reasonable leader, she would have killed these people long ago. Your dog is disobedient, and I'm still mad at you. So you and this Sulu will work for me for a day, and I let this matter go. After Enon finished speaking, Shi Yin glanced at Sulu and said, "How do I know you won't kill us both? What's so special about you? Quick! I don't like people who waste time." As Enon spoke, a helicopter appeared out of thin air on the rooftop, and she walked straight up. Song Yin and Renyu each held a knife to the necks of Shi Yin and Sulu. "Hurry." Shi Yin sighed and looked at the others. "Go back to base. If the base commander asks, just tell the truth. I take any responsibility." With that, he followed Song Yin onto the helicopter. Sulu and Renyu boarded last. Closing the helicopter door, Enon flew directly to the M-City Medical Research Institute area. After searching, he landed on the rooftop of Building 5. "Go down and clear the zombies," Enon said. As Shi Yin and Sulu disembarked, several zombies pounced on them. They were quite agile and quickly dispatched them. Shi Yin's combat prowess was clearly superior. Enon chewed gum while moving his fingers to collect crystal cores. "Boss, two of you guys seem a bit slow at taking on zombies," Chung Su said, looking at the two of them. "I'd like to find more, but the others aren't up to par," Enon replied calmly. She didn't want to bring in someone with poor skills. They have to deal with both zombies and humans, which would be a real hassle. Seeing Shi Yin and the other two struggling to clear the zombies, Enon waved, "Go help." The group disembarked. Enon observed the surrounding area from the rooftop. The building had 6 floors, and the first floor was nearly teeming with zombies. The top floor, however, was much less crowded. Chapter 62. The group fought their way all the way to the 5th floor. During the journey, Sulu was repeatedly astonished by the fighting prowess of Chung Su and the others. He had thought Shi Yin was already quite formidable. He had never expected to encounter such a team today, each one possessing unique skills, and the captain being an incredible figure. This building had no elevator, so everyone had to walk down. The corridors were cramped, and the zombies were numerous. Shi Yin was always at the front, clearing out the zombies, with Sulu second. Chung Su and the others followed in the middle. Enon walked at the back, collecting crystal cores and supplies. Each floor of the Medical Research Institute had a different medical room and medical data, which Enon stored in storage for future use. The sounds of the group killing zombies alerted the zombies below, and countless zombies began to swarm upstairs, following the scent and sound. The door between the 4th and 5th floors banged relentlessly. Ouch! Ouch! Bang, bang, bang. The zombie roars and banging noises were deafening. Enon and the others stood in the hallway, staring at the precarious door. It was certain that once this door opened, countless zombies would rush in. "I go first. You all stand back a few steps," Shi Yin said calmly, wiping his blood-stained tang sword. Chung Su and the others slowly retreated, watching Shi Yin's back. Their favorable impression of Shi Yin's sword. He had been recruited by Enon to work, yet he had always been at the forefront. Now, facing such a dangerous situation, he also took the lead. I have to say, he was very reliable. Shi Yin flung the door open. A mountain of zombies, gaping mouths, rushed forward. Each of them had gray eyes and mutilated bodies. Some zombies dragged half an arm, while others had gaping holes in their stomachs, their intestines spilling out. Accompanied by the strong smell of decaying corpses and blood, They all rushed toward Heroine. A beam of light appeared beneath his feet, completely enveloping him. This beam of light seemed like a transparent wall, blocking all zombie attacks. Heroine slashed at the zombies with his tang sword, then ducked and spun with a kick, blocking several zombies' attacks. He was clearly a martial artist. Enan's eyes flashed with admiration. Chung Su and the others immediately joined the fray. Brother Heroine, your swordsmanship is impressive. Who taught you? Chung Su asked during a break in the fight. I learned a little on the sly, but it's not professional. Heroine glanced up at Chung Su and replied with a smile, a hint of nonchalant arrogance at the corners of his mouth. With 6 people in the front, killing the zombies layer by layer, Enan rarely had to intervene. She watched from the back, occasionally electrocuting a few zombies. Why is this zombie so unkillable? Jiang He's shocked voice echoed. Enan looked over. Jiang He smashed a male zombie's head with a single punch, shattering it, and sending brains splattering everywhere. A normal zombie would have been killed by such a blow. But this zombie, seemingly unfazed, turned and lunged at Jiang He. Even faster. His brains splattered through the air, creating an unspeakably strange and disgusting scene. Soon, his brains had completely flowed out, leaving a gaping hole in his head. But he continued to charge at Jiang He with his mouth wide open, his speed surging. Seeing this, Ryu immediately struck back with a strike. His blade was incredibly swift, severing the zombie's neck with a single blow. The zombie's head fell to the ground, blood still lingering. Just as Jiang He breathed a sigh of relief, the zombie's headless body grasped Jiang He's arm tightly. His head, which had fallen to the ground, still had wide, gray eyes, and a huge mouth, trying to bite Jiang He. Ah! No matter how many zombies Jiang He had killed, he still cried out in fear at the sight of such a bizarre scene. This is a neuromutated, level 2 zombie. Don't panic, just chop it into pieces and kick it away. Enan's calm voice came. In her previous life, she had always hated this type of zombie. They weren't difficult to deal with, but they were incredibly disgusting. With Enan's command, Jiang He quickly calmed down, chopped the zombie into pieces, and flung them far away. Soon, the team reached the 3rd floor. It was the floor where the base mission was located. Enan aimed at a room and kicked it open. 5 men inside, knives in hand, huddled in a corner in fear. Upon seeing Enan, their nerves suddenly deflated, and they relaxed. It's a person. A living person. 5 men excitedly rushed towards Enan. Are you here to save us? No, Enan said coldly, stepping around a few people and heading inside, scanning the research equipment and file cabinets. Boss, we've cleared this floor too. Chung Su and the others also walked in, sweating and panting. Jiang He pulled several bottles of water from his backpack and offered them to everyone. The 5 men stared at the water. 2 of them approached and tried to take it. Hey, big brother, that's rude of you. Chung Su shoved the 2 men aside and said sternly. These supplies were acquired by the boss, and they treasured them dearly, so there was no reason to give them away for free. We haven't had water in days. Please, give us a bottle. The 5 men chatted back and forth. Seeing that Chung Su and his companions didn't look like easy targets, they didn't dare confront them head-on, and could only plead. Boss. Chung Su could only look at Enan, awaiting her decision. Enan glanced at the 5 men, seeing that they were all wearing research uniforms, clearly researchers here. Give them 2 bottles of water. You guys wait outside for me, Enan said calmly. Okay, boss. The 5 men were thrilled to hear Enan's words, and quickly followed Chung Su and his companions out. The door was closed by Chung Su. Enan observed the lab carefully, collecting everything he could into his space. What are you doing? Just then, a strange male voice rang out. Enan looked up and saw the previously closed door had opened a crack, revealing a researcher peering through the slit. His eyes were hidden in the shadows, his expression unclear. Enan's brow furrowed slightly. What are you doing? Don't bother the boss. Chung Su's voice echoed from outside, and the door slammed shut. Enan stared at the tightly closed door, his brow furrowing even deeper. These 5 people. Something's not right. Chapter 63. Whether it was their expressions or the man's expression, there was something indescribably awkward about them. Enan's cold eyes scanned every corner of the lab. Carefully. Soon, her gaze fixed on a compartment in the corner. Enan strode forward. Following the stench of decaying corpses, she opened the innermost cabinet. A pile of bones and dried organs appeared. A woman's head was on top. The flesh on the woman's face had been ripped off, and only the remnants of her scalp and long hair could be identified as a woman. Enan's stomach churned, Fury raged within her, and she strode out and opened the door. "Boss, how are you?" Chung Su and the others looked over. The 5 men's lips, now slightly rosier after drinking their water, all smiled at Enon. If Enon hadn't just discovered the body, she absolutely couldn't believe that these friendly-looking men in their research uniforms had just eaten a woman. Enon raised his leg and kicked a researcher. "Ouch! You, how dare you kick someone?" One of the researchers shouted in accusation. "People who eat people should die," Enon said coldly, and then lightning flashed from his hand, striking one of the researchers. He died instantly. The other 4 researchers were terrified, cowering in fear and saying, I didn't eat it, he did." That's right, we didn't eat it, he did." The 4 pointed at the researcher who had been struck dead, shifting the blame. Enon said nothing. Hands up, hands down. The other 4 were all dead. In her previous life, she had encountered cannibals before, but that was during the mid to late apocalypse. Even then, most bases had zero tolerance for cannibals. Because such people have lost all humanity, they're capable of anything. Cannibalism is like an abyss. Once you open your mouth, you become a completely dehumanized beast. They eat people? Chung Su was puzzled. In the closet inside, but I suggest you don't go looking. It's very gory. Enon said coldly, then walked out. Unconvinced, Chung Su dragged Renyu, Shi and Su Lu, the grown men, to see it. In the end, Renyu, Shi and Su Lu all emerged unharmed. Only Chung Su vomited all the way. After gathering most of their supplies, they returned to the helicopter. "Shi, where is your base?" Enon asked. 5 kilometers north. Not far off. I take you back. With a calm tone, Enon started the helicopter. Thank you. After flying north for about 4 kilometers, the zombies began to thin out. It seemed they were getting closer to the base. Enon saw smoke rising from afar ahead. That's over there, Su Lu said, pointing to the smoke. Your base is quite large, Chung Su exclaimed. We joined later. This base was originally a farmhouse, but the people there later transformed it into a base, and many more people joined. As Su Lu spoke, everyone understood. Enon landed the helicopter steadily on a building 500 meters outside the base, and Shi and the other 2 immediately disembarked. He turned to Enon and said, "Thank you." Enon nodded, saying nothing. "See you later, Shi, brother Su Lu." Chung Su and the others waved to them. Although their meeting had begun with a confrontation, they had grown to appreciate each other throughout the journey. "See you later?" Su Lu waved cheerfully. Shi gave Enon and the others one last look. The word "see you later" stuck in his throat, never uttered. He turned and left. After Shi and the others left, Enon immediately started the helicopter. Let's go, companions, search for supplies. Chapter 64. Inside Lungting Base. Atop the tower, a man wearing a turban sat on the main throne, his face gloomy. This man was none other than Chin Daozi, the base commander of Lungting Base. Base commander, deputy base commander, and Su Lu are back. A man's respectful voice came from behind him. Bring them in. Yes. Then, several footsteps sounded behind him. Chin Daozi turned and looked at Shi and Su Lu. A subtle ruthlessness flashed across his bloodshot eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Our deputy base commander is back? Su Lu's heart tightened. He glanced at Shi furtively, feeling a bad premonition brewing within him. Shi, however, acted calm, looking up and smiling. Lazy leave. Su Lu was stunned, frowning at his back. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave. As soon as Su Lu left, Shi knelt down heavily. His knees thumped loudly against the stone floor. This operation is my fault. Don't hurt my parents. He lowered his head, his silver gray hair covering the upper half of his face. Oh my, what's that, deputy base commander? It's so scary. Chin Daozi chuckled sinisterly. He stroked his beard, then lay back on the recliner, glaring at Shi, his smile hidden in his eyes. Shi, however, seemed not to hear him. He said seriously, I personally replenished the law supplies. The air was silent for a few seconds. Then a sigh echoed. Hey Shi, do you know? Chin Daozi picked up the fruit knife from the table and scratched it repeatedly. That bitch Shou Shuer has a crush on you. I've known for a long time. She's been sleeping with me every fucking day, and I've been pampering her, yet she's still restless and has fallen for you, who just arrived at the base. TSK. Chin Daozi said, standing up with his knife in hand and pacing around Shi, gasping in amazement. Suddenly he stopped, squatted in front of Shi, and smacked him in the face with the knife. Do bitches all like tender young men like you? Huh? Ha ha. He laughed, and whether intentionally or not, the knife scratched Shiyan's face, leaving tiny cuts, trickles of blood oozing out. Shiyan stared up at Chindaozi, his gray-brown eyes expressionless. As long as you don't hurt my parents, I can find you any number of Zhou Shuers. Then can you ***king find me a space-based Esper? Chindaozi suddenly lost his temper, standing up and shouting. Then, Chindaozi seemed like a different person. He forced a kind smile and softly said, You haven't seen your parents in a while, have you? Go to the factory with your brothers to see them. Shiyan looked up at him and said, Okay. With that, he turned and left. Shiyan. Sulu, who had been waiting outside, immediately rushed over. What did that lunatic say? Men came and went around. Shiyan said nothing, just walked forward. Come on, follow us to the factory. Several tall men came up. Shiyan followed them. Sulu immediately followed, but the next second, Shiyan pushed him away. Get out. Don't follow me. Shiyan gave Sulu a cold look and said harshly. The tall men turned and said, The base commander said Sulu is coming too. Sulu frowned at Shiyan. What's wrong with you? Get lost. Shiyan turned and walked away, snarling as he went. Don't let him follow me. The tall men looked at the two of them, then compromised, saying to Sulu, You walk last. Sulu instantly became furious. You're going through menopause, so angry. Shiyan got into a car with the men. Sulu, unwilling to ride in the same car with Shiyan, got into the second one. Just like last time, the two were bound hand and foot, blindfolded, and their ears plugged as soon as they got in. The car drove for over 10 minutes, the men inside chatting and laughing. Suddenly, a powerful fist blew in. A man was slammed against the metal sheet. The crowd then realized that Shiyan had somehow broken free from the ropes. Several men raised their knives and slashed at him. A circle of light appeared beneath Shiyan's feet, blocking the sharp knives. Shiyan grabbed a knife and quickly knocked down several men. He then dealt with the man in the driver's seat and took control of the steering wheel. What happened to the car in front? A question came from the car behind him. Shiyan, in the driver's seat, gestured back all right, and then accelerated towards the factory. Although he had only been there once, and even then, blindfolded and deafened, he still memorized the route with his exceptional sense of direction. The zombies on the road between the factory and the base were cleared daily by the base's personnel. This route was unobstructed, so even if there were a few zombies, they could be avoided. He rushed all the way to the factory. It was a large, enclosed, 5-story building. Inside are the families of all the base's superpower users. Initially, Chindaozi recruited people with special abilities, offering generous conditions and promising to take care of their families. Shiyan arrived. And thanks to his outstanding abilities and unique special abilities, he was voted the deputy base commander. All their families were also housed in the factory, provided with 3 meals a day. Initially, the base guaranteed visits every 2 days. But after many people had visited once, Chindaozi rejected subsequent requests for visits, citing the inconvenience of travel during the apocalypse. Only those with outstanding special abilities could visit their families. Shiyan had only been at the base for 2 weeks, and it had been 14 days since he last saw his parents. This half-month period had deepened his understanding of Chindaozi. He knew that this time, Chindaozi would not let him go so easily. He could die, but he had to see his parents off before he did. Thinking of this, Shiyan's eyes shone with determination and ruthlessness. He slammed on the accelerator and rushed into the factory, despite being stopped by several burly men outside. The scene inside was completely different from the last time. It was filled with a foul odor and flies. A dozen burly men inside, knives drawn, were staring intently at the door. They were clearly waiting for him. Shiyan had a bad feeling. He gritted his teeth and charged towards the men, then suddenly changed lanes and headed for the second floor. He drove straight towards the cubicle where his parents were. The whole road was eerily quiet. Some cubicle doors were slightly ajar, revealing countless maggots and flies crawling and flying inside. The bad feeling grew stronger and stronger. But Shiyan refused to believe it. He quickly opened the car door and smashed open the door to his parents' room. His father and mother, lying motionless, appeared before him. Suddenly, Shiyan's mind went blank, as if the world had collapsed in an instant. Behind him was the sound of countless men roaring and running towards him. Shiyan walked forward like a zombie, looking at his parents' bodies. He just stared silently. Kill him! The base commander said to cripple him and throw him into the zombie pile. Hurry, he has protective abilities, so he's hard to deal with. Let's go together. Countless men rushed into the room, weapons raised and hacking at him. What's going on? The man in the driver's seat of Su Li's car cursed. Something's going on inside. Hurry and check. Several men got out and rushed into the factory. Su Li broke free from the ropes and looked at the factory, his heart pounding. Thinking of the gesture Shi Yan had made behind his back, Su Li's eyes welled up, and he immediately turned the car around and drove away. Brother, if we ever face a serious crisis, I make this gesture for you. Shi Yan's cheerful smile from that day seemed to still be fresh in his mind. Tears streamed from Su Li's eyes as he slammed on the accelerator, driving south without a second slack. On the way back, their conversation still lingered in his ears. Lizzie, I don't think things are looking good this time. Zhou Shuai is Chen Daozi's favorite woman, and she's also a space-based psychic. If she died while following me on a mission, Chen Daozi won't let me go easily. I have parents. I'm tied up here, and you're alone, free of ties. You can escape. If things get bad, I rescue my parents and fight them. You can take the opportunity to run. Shi Yan, what nonsense are you talking about? We've been brothers for so many years. Wherever you are, I'd be there. Yes, when it's time to save your life, you have to save it. Live with my share. Shut up, you jinx. Chapter 65. There are so many shops in this building. Jiang, he exclaimed. The complex they were currently in had over 20 floors, and the zombie population wasn't particularly high, so the team cleared it out quickly. The shops were even more dazzling. There were clothing and shoe stores, casual dining restaurants, bars, fast food restaurants, digital stores, jewelry stores, beauty salons, nail salons, and skincare shops, pet stores, and board game stores. After clearing out the zombies, everyone began to browse. The boys went straight to the shoe store to pick out their favorite sneakers, while the girls went to the beauty store to look at skincare products. Enan leisurely walked into a pet shop. Ouch! A zombie lunged at them, and Enan easily dispatched it with one hand. Then he saw the glass pet displays of various sizes filled with frightened cats and dogs. Thankfully, their displays were fully enclosed, preventing the human zombies from biting them. But it was obvious that these little creatures hadn't eaten or drunk anything in days, and they were emaciated. Excrement was also piled up in the window, and the smell was unpleasant. Enan waved her hand and collected it all into her space, along with all the pet snacks, canned food, and toys in the store. After entering the space and providing them with plenty of food and water, Enan continued her shopping. As she walked, she collected everything she could into her space. This included equipment and items from the optical shop and beauty salon that seemed useless at the moment. She had endless space. She didn't even have to consider the scarcity or value of resources. Collect it all. Chung Su and the others, exhausted from shopping, played games in the arcade. Since the apocalypse, they had been living under high pressure every day, and it had been a long time since they had relaxed so much. Enan brought out the food, and everyone started playing while they ate. It was incredibly satisfying. After about an hour, everyone had eaten, drunk, and played enough. Enan put all the game consoles into his spaceship and said, "Let's go find the next mall." "Okay, boss." The four of them followed Enan to the rooftop, their faces filled with satisfaction. Now that they had a helicopter, things were much easier. They could easily avoid the endless zombies on the streets, and take shortcuts to collect supplies. The building was very tall, and from the rooftop, they could see most of the surrounding area. Enan took out her military binoculars and surveyed the area. Suddenly, a shopping mall surrounded by countless large trucks caught her attention. The silhouettes of people could be vaguely seen on the trucks. "Let's go over there and take a look." With that, Enan took out his helicopter and landed his team near the area. This close, the view was even clearer. Amidst the circles of trucks lay a square, and beyond that was a large shopping mall. Many people were coming in and out of the mall entrance. Outside stood a security checkpoint, and people were constantly breaking through the zombie swarm and climbing onto trucks to rush inside. "Is this a base, boss?" Chung Su asked. "No, it's more like a safe zone." Enan shook his head calmly. "What's a safe zone, boss?" "It's a safe area surrounded by trucks where people from different organizations gather. It's a safe haven for people to exchange what they need." Enan patiently explained that after the apocalypse in his previous life, such safe zones would appear in every city. Some cities had one, others had several. But no one knew whether these safe zones were truly safe or not. "Let's go and take a look." Enan led the team toward the safe zone, clearing out the zombies along the way. The five of them arrived under a truck. There were ladders on both sides of the truck, but they were set high, making it difficult for zombies to reach them, and even for people to reach them, requiring the help of teammates. But for Enan and the others, this was effortless. The 5 of them climbed onto the truck, and there were 2 more trucks ahead, which they jumped over one after another, finally reaching the square. Around the square, psychics were clearing out the few zombies that had managed to squeeze in, while several strong men were guarding the entrance to the mall. It seemed that they needed to pass inspection before entering the mall. In the center of the square were a group of people who had sought refuge like Enan and the others, most of them ordinary people. Enan and his group reached the mall entrance. Several men with menacing looks at them and say, "Report your abilities." "Can't you get in without abilities?" Chung Su asked. "For people with special abilities can only bring one person without special abilities in. We don't protect strangers here." The burly man spoke in a harsh tone, clearly showing little patience. "They all have special abilities, but I don't." "Can they come in?" Enan asked politely. "Show me." The burly man raised his head, motioning for Chung Su and the others to demonstrate their abilities. Chung Su glanced at Enan, then read something in her languid eyes. He struck out with his palm, and a 10-centimeter wide clod of earth was unleashed. The burly man looked at the small pile of dirt on the ground. A slight look of disdain crossed his face. Next, Jiang He, Song Yin, and Ren Yu also briefly demonstrated their abilities. The few of them were allowed in. But judging by the burly man's expression, their abilities were probably just barely above the passing line. If their strength had been any lower, they might not have been allowed in. As soon as they entered the mall, there were at least a few hundred people inside. But it was surprisingly quiet. Everyone stared intently at Enan and his 4 companions who had just entered. Their gazes were intense. Some were scrutinizing, some were hostile, some were suspicious, and some were cold. Like jackals and wild leopards. If one wasn't mentally resilient, under so much scrutiny, one would likely be paralyzed and unable to move. Enan and his companions acted as if nothing had happened. They sat down in a deserted corner. "Boss, what are they all doing here?" Jiang He asked quietly. "Just watch," Enan said calmly. Soon, a dozen or so people entered. Each of them was tall and muscular, with arrogant expressions. As soon as they entered, they shouted at the top of their lungs, "Longting Base is hiring. Only 10, with strong special abilities. You can bring your family members. If they don't have special abilities, that's fine. We take care of them." With the shout, the mall, packed with hundreds of people, erupted in excitement. Countless people rushed forward, shouting, "Me, me, me. My powers are powerful. Choose me, choose me." Chapter 66. The leader of Longting Base unleashed a ball of fire, forcing back the frantic crowd. "What are you yelling about? Line up, one by one." His shout calmed everyone down a bit, and they stopped crowding, but they still found ways to get forward. "You go first, show us your abilities." The Longting Base member pointed at the man in the front. The man then unleashed his water-based abilities, and a stream of water flowed from his palm. "Don't waste our time with your water-based abilities. Get out of here." The Longting Base member cursed, then added loudly, "Don't bother with those wood, water, and earth-based abilities. We don't need them. We want strong abilities. Like rare abilities, preferably space-based abilities." His words deflated many. But many still wanted to seize this opportunity, especially those with families. In the apocalypse, only with the base's protection could ordinary people have a chance of survival. This was the first time Chung Su and the others had ever witnessed such a scene. Entering the national base wasn't difficult for them back then. Many people without special abilities could get in, and those with special abilities, like them, could simply demonstrate them and get in. They hadn't expected the world outside to be even more cruel. Entering the base and gaining protection required scrambling for opportunities. During this time, others also came to recruit teammates. They weren't as numerous and powerful as those at the base, but rather small groups. Some had only 3 or 4 people, while others had over a dozen. These people had no interest in entering the base. They simply wanted to survive outside together. While it was much more dangerous and volatile than inside, it also offered fewer constraints. Besides that, there were also those looking for temporary teammates, the kind who would only work together for a day or a few days. These people dislike being tied down even more, and tend to be lone wolves or solitary individuals. After the people from Longting Base left, the mall became much quieter, with only a few small groups still recruiting. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in excitement again. "Look, it's someone from Nightfall Base. That's Fu Sun from Nightfall Base." "What? Fu Sun's here too?" I heard he's pretty powerful. More than powerful, his special ability is a rare lightning type ability, said to be incredibly powerful, capable of killing zombies. The chatter of the crowd reached Enan and the others. Enan looked at the 7 men and women entering the mall. The tallest man in the middle, dressed in black, was handsome, but looked unapproachable. Next to him was a beautiful woman in a white tracksuit with a ponytail. The other 5 were all men, each looking like a tough guy. The man in the middle winked at a green-haired man. "Okay, Brother Fu." The green-haired man nodded and stepped forward shouting, "We're not here to recruit, we're looking for a temporary team to work with. Our target is the University Entertainment City on Laoshu Street. Send a team to cooperate with us. We each take our own supplies based on your ability." With that, a group of people rushed forward, vying for a spot. The University Entertainment City has plenty of supplies, but there are just too many zombies to get in. This is a great opportunity. Fu Sun is very strong. We definitely get in by following him. Let's go, let's give it a try. One team after another surged forward. Come if you're capable. Don't come here if you're not, and get scolded. Show off your abilities, and hurry. After the green-haired man gave the order, the team stepped forward one by one to demonstrate their abilities. Most of these teams consisted of 5 or 6 people, most of whom possessed abilities, and their strength varied. Let's try it. We're tired of fighting zombies, Enan said softly. Okay, boss, shall we line up now? Chung Su stood up, eager to try. No need. Let Xiao He go alone. Enan glanced at Jiang He and smiled sweetly. Just show 80% of your strength. Jiang He jumped to his feet, touched his nose, and excitedly said, "Okay, boss, watch me." With that, he ran to line up. Amidst the crowd of tall, fierce figures, Jiang He's thin frame looked particularly frail. However, Enan and the others weren't worried about her at all, and they all started to crack melon seeds on the spot. Wow! A blazing fire-type psychic was showing off his abilities. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind-powered user whipped up a blinding gust of wind. Everyone gave their all, fearing they wouldn't show their full potential. Soon Jiang He arrived. The green-haired man looked at the all-alone Jiang He. Her thin frame looked like a zombie, easily smitten with a single blow. He frowned. You've come to the wrong place. Let's find our team. Yes, my team is over there. Jiang He turned and pointed at Enan and the others. The green-haired man looked at the 4 people lazily munching on sunflower seeds in the distance, his expression grim. He felt as if he were being fooled. But he held his temper. Show your power. Quickly. The surrounding teams all looked at the petite Jiang He with amusement. As if they were a clown. Okay. Jiang He responded with a smile. Under everyone's gaze, he rolled up his sleeves. One punch. Slammed into the ground. Bang. Crash. Crack. Accompanied by a powerful tremor, a large crater suddenly appeared in the ground. Then the crater's perimeter shattered. Everyone was shaken twice. They stared at the petite girl in front of them in disbelief. The green-haired man was also stunned. Fu Sun's previously confused gaze in the back brightened. What happened? Several large men from the mall entrance rushed in, but when they saw they were merely demonstrating their powers, they retreated with curses. Be gentle. Who's going to fix the damage? What powers do your teammates have? The green-haired man asked, now more serious. Jiang He waved to Chung Su and the others. They clapped their hands and came forward. I'm the captain. Our team consists of 4 psychics and 1 ordinary person. Chung Su spoke first. Just now, while cracking melon seeds, Enan had already given them all the instructions. Now all they had to do was follow them. Okay, all the other 3, show off your abilities, the green-haired man said. Chung Su, Song Yen, and Renyu each displayed their full potential. As each increasingly powerful superpower was unleashed, the surrounding team's gazes grew increasingly astonished. And Fu Sun's gaze grew increasingly alert. The green-haired man immediately turned to Fu Sun. Fu. Brother Fu, this is the team. Fu Sun nodded. This team was indeed very strong. Even if there was one person without superpowers, it wouldn't be a big deal. Chapter 67. Hey, what are your abilities? The green-haired man asked curiously, seeing Enan dressed coolly and holding a silver, mechanical gadget of unknown purpose. She's our team's logistics, responsible for cheering us up and bringing us water. Chung Su said this seriously. The green-haired man nodded, understanding. So that's how it is. You guys are pretty good at rostering. Enan responded by pulling a bottle of water from his backpack and choking on it. He handed it to Chung Su. You must be tired. Drink some water. Chung Su's eyes narrowed into crescents as he smiled, and he took the water and drank it proudly. The boss transformed into a clapper and handed us water. This opportunity was something you only see once in a century. He was so happy. Ren Yu, Song Yin Jiang He, Fu Sun nodded, barely agreeing. He turned and walked out. Let's go! The group turned and walked out, with green hair walking last and introducing his team to Inan and the others. The tallest one in the front is our leader, Fu Sun. The woman behind him is Su Ying, our powerful team leader. You can just call her Su Su. My name is Tao Shui. That's Zhang Chong, that's Song Peng, that's Jiang Rui, and the last one is Wang Kai. Tao Shui introduced each of them to Inan and the others, then looked at them as he walked. What about you? Chung Su spoke methodically, following Inan's earlier arrangement. The four of us are siblings, so we don't usually call each other by our names, but by our nicknames. Indeed, full names are hard to remember, so how should we call you? My name is Debao, his is Erbao, her is Sanbao, and her is Sibao. Chung Su finished his speech seriously. Finally, pointing at Inan, he said, she joined us later. We all call her Nindi. Tao Shui, looking as if he misheard, craned his head and asked, what's her name? Nindi, you can call her Dai Dai. Dai? Hey. Inan replied sweetly. Tao Shui, what are you dawdling about back there? The man named Zhang Chong shouted from the front. Tao Shui didn't have time to think and hurried after them. Coming, coming. We have a car. You find yourselves some transportation. We won't help you if you lose us. The man named Zhang Chong said to Inan and the others, and they strode out and quickly got into the car. Inan and the others found a relatively intact car among the zombies, and followed them closely. Fu Sun and his gang were quite capable. They were driving a bulletproof high-speed vehicle. With a car like this leading the way, no zombie could stop it. As long as they weren't piled up like a mountain of zombies, they were basically unimpeded. Inan was certain that this Nightfall base must have gathered the best resources and connections in M City, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to obtain a car like this. Furthermore, judging by the reactions of the people in the safe zone just now, the Nightfall base was clearly larger and more influential in the local area than the Dragon Tongue base. The two teams arrived at the university town. Fu Sun's group fired at the surrounding zombies with handheld cannons. Two of the men even opened fire with shotguns. They actually had military weapons. Inan's eyes narrowed slightly. What are you standing there for? Kill the zombies! Tao Shui shouted. Chung Su and the others immediately began to kill the zombies. Inan stood in the middle of the four, acting as a stalker. The bombardment of Fu Sun and his men decimated the surrounding zombies. The two teams quickly cleared out most of the zombies. Everyone headed towards the University Entertainment City, not far ahead. When they saw the scene inside the Entertainment City, everyone's faces darkened even more. The zombies here were beyond description. They were densely packed like a tide. The geographical structure of the University City was unique, forming a basin-like structure. Descending the stairs led to the University Entertainment City Plaza, and then to the highlight of the University Entertainment City, the Underground Mall. It covered a vast area, was filled with numerous shops, and extended 3 levels underground. All the zombies that had fallen from the stairs into the Underground Mall were crammed inside, unable to escape. They piled up like a tide, and the zombies below were trampled into a bloody pulp by the zombies above. In such a place, anyone who entered would be gnawed to the bone by countless zombies. Boom! All the shells we brought this time, fire them all, Fu Sun commanded. The men behind him, each with their handheld cannons, fired downwards. Bang! 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 Amid the zombie tide, blood-stained bodies burst forth one after another. Countless pieces of flesh and bones, mixed with blood, splattered and fell in the air. Brother Fu, there are so many zombies, Zhang Chong said, looking at Fu Sun. University Entertainment City is the largest commercial district in M City, with the most supplies and no looting. When Brother Fu was about to come a week ago, that old man, Kevin, said there were too many zombies here and wouldn't let him come. And now there are more and more zombies. If we don't take them down now, it will only be harder later. The woman named Suing spoke coldly. Zhang Chong fell silent after hearing her words. Everyone knew how important supplies were. With so many people in the base, if they didn't find more, they'd soon be out of rations. The others didn't flinch and continued bombarding the zombie horde. At that moment, the perceptive Inan noticed what Fu Sun had said to Tao Shui. Tao Shui immediately approached Inan and the others. We've lost a lot of ammunition bombing the zombies. Once we get down, your team will be at the front killing them. Clearly, he didn't want to give Inan and his group any advantage. Okay, Chung Su replied. He stole a glance at Enon, remembering what she had said to them in the safe zone. They definitely want us to be cannon fodder. Just do as you're told. Stay out front so I can scavenge supplies. His admiration for his boss soared. The boss was awesome. All the ammunition was spent. Everyone exchanged glances and charged down together. Chung Su and his men led the charge. Chung Su and Jiang He slaughtered zombies, while shouting with overwhelming force, "Ah, I fight you. Kill all the zombies. Charge, charge." Their momentum was ferocious. In reality, they were only using half their strength. Not only that, Jiang He also deftly threw the zombies backwards. The two of them appeared to be killing zombies, but in reality, they were just kicking them backwards. Amid the chaotic zombie swarm, Fu Sun and his men in the rear couldn't see what was happening ahead. All they could hear was the passionate fighting cries of Chung Su and his men. "Brother Fu, this team is awesome." Tao Shui panted as he slew zombies, never forgetting to take credit for it. This was the team he had chosen. What a tremendous help they had brought to their Nightfall base. "There are too many zombies," Fu Sun sneered, his eyes gleaming coldly. Then, with a powerful palm, he tore off a zombie's head and stomped on its torso. He stood atop a zombie, looking towards Chung Su and the others in front of him. Thankfully, Enon had been keeping an eye on the situation behind him, and the moment he leaped, he patted Chung Su and the others on the back. Chung Su and the others received the signal and immediately switched to combat mode. So what Fu Sun saw was Chung Su and the others valiantly slaughtering the zombies. The look, the momentum, the all-out dedication, the heroic sacrifice. Fu Sun felt relieved. Countless zombies pounced on him, and he lost his balance and leaped down to continue slaughtering the zombies. Enon breathed a sigh of relief. He withdrew his vigilant gaze. She knew that people like Fu Sun were difficult to deal with, so she needed to be more cautious. The two teams quickly moved to the underground mall. There were only 2 or 3 scattered beverage shops in the square, and the supplies were limited. The real action was downstairs. Several people cleared out the zombies in the narrow stairwell. It was even more crowded here, with countless zombies almost filling the narrow corridor. Enon secretly activated her light ability. At this moment, Enan's light ability was only at level 2, and the light was not strong, just a faint layer, which could effectively conceal her among the zombies. She cast a light layer of light energy around Chung Su and Jiang He, who were in the front. With this layer of light energy, the two of them could easily slip into the zombie tide without worrying about being bitten. Chung Su and the other two glanced at Enon with delight, then immediately charged forward. Song Yen, Ren Yu, and Enon followed closely behind. Countless zombies were squeezed behind them, drowning out Fu Sun and his group behind them. Too many zombies. What should we do? There's no room to survive. How did they get through? Zhang Chong and his companions retreated repeatedly as countless zombies roared and bit at them. Kill them! Fu Sun's eyes darkened, and he led the charge. He erupted with lightning powers, instantly shocking the incoming zombies into incapacity. Everyone rushed forward, hacking and slashing with all their might. They won't be mauled to death by the zombies? Suing asked, unable to hear Enon and the others. Fu Sun remained silent. The lives of others were of no concern to him. He simply wanted what he wanted. Chapter 68. Soon, Chung Su and the others reached the first underground level. Enon took out a dozen secondary crystal cores, quickly absorbed them to replenish his energy, and distributed them to the team members. The light ring continued to consume energy. Enon decided to make a quick decision. Although her energy was sufficient, it could not withstand prolonged consumption. My light power won't last long. You stay here to kill the zombies, I go collect supplies. After Enon finished speaking, the 4 of them immediately nodded. The next moment, the light rings around Chung Su and Jiang He disappeared, reappearing around Enon. The 4 of them drew their weapons, stood back to back, and formed a circle to kill the zombies. This would ensure their safety to the greatest extent possible. Enon, with his light power enveloping him, swung his grappling hook and rushed out. This underground city was enormous. The street was several hundred meters long, forming a circular shape, with shops on both sides. As Suing had said, this place had not yet been searched. All the shops still hold pre-apocalyptic supplies. Enon stepped on the zombies' heads and charged forward, her grappling hook shooting toward the ceiling, her right hand free to gather supplies. Run, collect. Faster, faster. Enon's entire body was sweating, her muscles trembling violently. Accompanied by the system's voice, she pushed her physical limits. Stamina +1, speed +1, toughness +1, strength +1. The last 100 meters. Stamina +1, speed +1, toughness +1, strength +1. The last 40 meters, stamina +1, speed +1, toughness +1, strength +1. The last 10 meters, finally, Chung Su and the others were visible again. An's grappling hook shot toward the center of the four men, and with a leap, she successfully returned to her position. Song Yin and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw An return. I can't use my lightning powers, or I leave traces. Hold on a little longer and fight back. They're almost here, An whispered, pulling out a few more level 2 crystal cores to replenish her energy. Her energy was nearly depleted, and she was only on the first level. So she needed to quickly replenish her energy to prepare for the next stage. Song Yin and the other three coordinated well, turning and charging back. Chung Su saw the time was almost right, exchanged a glance with An, and then shouted, "Brothers of Night, there are too many zombies inside. We can't hold on any longer. Come in and help." They fought their way out, quickly retreating to the middle of the stairs. Just then, a surge of lightning cleaved a bloody path. Fu Sun, clad in black, rushed in. "Everyone retreat. I clear the way." Chung Su and the others retreated. He then wielded a Mo Dao, the tip of the blade radiating lightning, and slashed fiercely at the zombies ahead. The zombies were forced back slightly by this overwhelming force, and the others immediately followed, hacking and killing them. Kill! 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 Everyone was furious, except for Chung Su and his companions, who had been pushed to the back. An discovered that only 6 people were left at Nightfall Base. She turned and saw the body of the man named Zhang Cheng, among the pile of zombie corpses outside. No wonder their men were so frantic at the moment. It turned out that a teammate had died. They killed until everyone was exhausted. Everyone was covered in blood. The zombies were finally almost completely cleared. Everyone collapsed to the ground. Only 2 or 3 people remained, still cleaning up the last few zombies. Among them, Chung Su and Jiang, he appeared the most exhausted. Chung Su kept pinching his philtrum. "I'm going to pass out from exhaustion." The people at Nightfall Base lay on the ground, unwilling to move. After chopping down the last zombie, Fu Sun's voice was icy. "It's empty here." "What? Empty what?" Chung Su jumped up, incredulous. "What?" Suing and the others also stood up and walked forward. Everyone stared at the empty mall in disbelief. Every shop was bare, so clean that not a box or a needle remained. "It's over. We killed all those zombies in vain." "Jiang," he said, as if he was about to cry. Fu Sun looked coldly at An and the others. According to his understanding of space-based psychics, their spatial volume is only 100 cubic meters. Currently, the only known space-based psychic in all of M-City is Zhou Shuer from Longting Base. It couldn't be them. They don't have that ability. Fu Sun casually glanced at the Longting logo on An's backpack. "Are you from Longting Base? How did you know?" An asked. Fu Sun remained silent, staring coldly at the empty shop. Why is this happening? Suing and the others were baffled. Could it be that their intelligence was wrong? That was impossible. They possessed the most crucial intelligence on all of M-City. Judging from the number of zombies, no psychics have been here. Why this is happening, I don't know. Fu Sun's face darkened. They had already lost a member of their team. If they gained nothing, it would be a huge loss. I was here the day before the zombie outbreak. It's impossible that all the shops were emptied overnight. Suing said calmly. Ouch. Ouch. Some zombies from the second underground level rushed over one after another. Since most of the zombies underground had just rushed up, there weren't many left. The few of them quickly dealt with the scattered zombies. Fu Sun strode towards the second underground level. He couldn't believe it was also empty. Enan and the others followed. The supplies on the second level are all there, Tao Shui said excitedly. Fu Sun's cold eyes warmed slightly. He said to Wang Kai, who was behind the crowd, go back to the base and tell them to arrange for someone to transport the supplies. Wang Kai took the order and ran back. Fu Sun glanced at Enan and the others, and the shrunken backpacks behind them. Fill your supplies and leave. You're not needed here anymore. Hey, that's not right. We can only fit enough supplies for these few backpacks, and the rest is yours? That's not fair. Chung Su stepped forward. Fu Sun glanced at him coldly, as if looking at a dead person. Without a word, he turned back to patrol the streets. Song Peng, who was standing beside him, stepped forward, looked at Chung Su and the others, and said coldly, You're lucky to be a part of our Nightfall base operation. Since you've been working hard along the way, we're giving you the opportunity to grab supplies, and you're taking advantage of me? He spoke with extreme arrogance. Chung Su was immediately annoyed. But he said nothing. The boss would decide what to do, and he couldn't act rashly and cause trouble for him. Seeing Chung Su's reaction, Song Peng turned with satisfaction and went into a store to look for food. Wait a moment. Fu Sun's stern voice echoed. Your team, don't leave yet. There are still many zombies here. Everyone step forward. The staircase between the second and third underground levels was separated by an iron gate. Inside, a large number of zombies huddled there, roaring and banging frantically. If you don't help us, we can kill them slowly. If you help us, we give you 5 extra backpacks, so you can carry more supplies. Fu Sun spoke slowly, looking at Enan and the others. How do I help? I rush to the front and help you kill the zombies? Rinyu asked. No, we're all exhausted. Fu Sun pointed to an alley shop and said to Tao Shui and the others, use those things to block one end of the first floor. Once their team leads the zombies into the street on the first floor, you can block the other end. He then looked at Chung Su and the others and said, do you understand? Chung Su and the others nodded. Chung Su glanced at Enan, feeling relieved when he saw her relaxed expression. Then I lure the zombies while you help them move the items. That shouldn't be difficult. Suing looked at the others. Then let's make quick work of it. They immediately took action. Suing, along with Song Yin, Jiang He, and Rinyu, began carrying various props to fill the street. A quarter of an hour later, they had everything settled. Fu Sun and Enan, who was unable to fight, entered a clothing store and closed the glass door. Chung Su, on his own, opened the iron gate. In an instant, all the zombies rushed out, chasing the frantic Chung Su, running all the way to the first floor. After all the zombies had fled, Fu Sun opened the glass door and headed down to the third basement floor. Enan followed him. The third underground floor was mostly filled with gourmet food shops, with spoiled food on display. But the freezers in the back kitchen and the warehouse still had plenty of supplies. It was safe to say that a dungeon like this had enough supplies to feed the entire base for a year. If they were frugal, a year and a half wouldn't be a problem. As they walked, they discovered a cellar, more like a basement than a cellar. It was about 5 meters deep, and the diameter couldn't be clearly seen, but Enan was certain it was no less than 10 meters. It was teeming with zombies. They had obviously fallen in accidentally. Once inside, they couldn't climb out. Can you tell me how you vanished the supplies on the first floor? Fu Sun's cold voice echoed slowly behind Enan. Finally, he was here. Enan sneered inwardly and turned to look at him. It wasn't me. Fu Sun, about 190 centimeters tall, stood before Enan, an oppressive presence. He looked down at her face, expressionless. His cold eyes were filled with suspicion and cruelty. I initially thought no one else could pull that off. He then glanced at the silver grappling hook in Enan's hand. But this is so strange. I have to wonder if you truly possess some magical treasure. He then grabbed Enan's grappling hook arm, staring into his eyes, and coldly demanding, what is this? Enan smiled faintly. Instead of answering, she asked, when did you start to doubt me? You, a person without special abilities, managed to escape unscathed. That's strange. Just now, outside the iron gate, that tall man glanced at you. As Fu Sun spoke, his eyes grew even colder. That look is the one I'm most familiar with. It's the look a subordinate gives their superior. It's confirming your orders. Enan's beautiful cat-like eyes held a hint of disdain. You're so ugly right now. Fu Sun's brows furrowed, his expression instantly darkening, clearly irritated. He grabbed Enan by the neck and pushed her backward, glaring at her fiercely. Don't try any tricks. Your teammates should be captured by my men by now. No one can save you. Tell me where the supplies are, and I spare your lives. Behind Enan lay a basement teeming with zombies. She laughed. Her eyes sparkled. Then, a powerful bolt of lightning, accompanied by a massive wave of energy, knocked Fu Sun away. He released his electrocuted hand and took a step back. He was then kicked to the ground. Whoosh! The silver grappling hook grazed Fu Sun's ear and plunged into the ground. Enan soared forward, kneeling Fu Sun in the chest. He groaned and spat out blood. Without even turning his head, Enan unleashed a bolt of lightning, splitting his hand as it tried to strike back. Then, he flipped him over, grasping both of his hands and pressing his knee firmly against his head. Fu Sun had no time to react. He was already in a state of panic, pinned down by Enan. Unable to move. Enan leaned down to his ear, his pleasant voice gentle and alluring. I left you 5 loopholes, and you only found 2, fool. Fu Sun was stunned for a second, his eyes closed, his brow furrowed. He seemed to find himself quite ridiculous. He chuckled softly. Chapter 69. Boss! Enan looked over to see Chung Su and his 4 companions rushing over, each escorting a member of Nightfall Base. The 4 members of Nightfall Base were all bruised and battered, clearly having been severely beaten. Fu Sun looked at his teammates in such a state, his eyes filled with shock and anger. We had just controlled the zombies when these 4 tried to tie us up, but we caught them, Ryu said, kicking Jiang Rui to the ground. Throw them all into this basement, Enan said calmly. Bang. 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 Chung Su and his companions tossed the 4 men into the basement like they were trash. Instantly, screams and the excited roars of zombies rang out from within, followed by the sounds of various supernatural powers. It was clear that the 4 men were battling zombies. Enan lifted Fu Sun and kicked him down. Fu Sun plunged headfirst into the basement entrance, but at the crucial moment, he grabbed the floorboards and braced himself. He turned to look at Enan, about to say something. Enan kicked him again. Shut up. Since Fu Sun had only just pressed him for supplies, he had no intention of killing him. Enan had no intention of killing them. She simply threw them into the basement, so they wouldn't interfere with her collection. As for their fate, it was up to their own fate. Enan turned around and looked at the vast underground mall. Collect the supplies, guys. Okay. Go, boss. Enan gathered all his mental strength and ran, collecting as he went. Everywhere he went, there was nothing. In about a quarter of an hour, the 2 underground floors, filled with supplies, were completely empty. Boss, someone's coming outside. 4 trucks. Fu Qingsu and Ren Yu, who had been observing the situation from the basement level, rushed down. People from Nightfall Base, Song Yin said coldly. Everyone looked at Enan, awaiting her orders. So soon? Enan hadn't expected Nightfall Base to be so close to the University Entertainment City. She turned to look at the basement at the end of the street, where the roars of zombies had ceased. Fu Sun, covered in blood, was crawling out of the basement entrance, followed by his teammates, all 5 of them healthy. It's undeniable that these 5 men were quite capable of entering the Special Operations Zone at a national base. Enan strode towards Fu Sun. Qingsu and the others immediately followed. Fu Sun's brows furrowed, his dark eyes fixed on Enan, wondering what else she was planning. Behind him, 4 people from Nightfall Base retreated, looking at Enan as if he were a demon. They were no match for the woman who could defeat Fu Sun, their base's top fighter. Enan quickly tied Fu Sun up and said to Chung Su and the others, tie them up and seal their mouths. Chung Su and the others immediately obeyed. Enan sealed Fu Sun's mouth tightly with black tape. She marched up with him in her arms. 4 oversized trucks were parked outside the entertainment plaza, and people were jumping out one after another. Each of them was carrying large backpacks and suitcases, clearly well prepared for this particular transport. As soon as Enan and the others emerged, they attracted everyone's attention. It's Brother Fu and the others. Look, Captain Suing is tied up. They're all tied up. The people at Nightfall Base all stopped what they were doing. The men with guns immediately raised their weapons and aimed them at Enan and his companions. The leader was a foreigner with graying hair, looking quite elderly. It was the Kevin Suing had mentioned. Kevin looked at Enan and the bound Fu Sun and angrily asked, "What's going on, Wang Kai?" Wang Kai, standing behind him, was stunned. "Base Commander, I don't know. It wasn't like that just now. If you want your men to live, tell them to put down their guns and let us go," Enan said coldly. Fu Sun must have a high position in Nightfall Base. She assumed he was at least Deputy Base Commander, and Suing was a team leader. Their lives were still valuable. Kevin raised his hand, and all the men behind him lowered their guns. "Give our men back, and we let you go." Kevin's aged voice was chilling. Enan scanned the men at Nightfall Base. There were over 40 of them. Among them, about 20 were armed. The number of those with supernatural powers was unknown. In a head-on confrontation, the 5 of them might not escape unscathed. Shaking her head, Enan's knife against Fu Sun's neck was already oozing blood. "Old man, I'm not trying to negotiate with you. Fu Sun from your base is no match for me. You should know that even with your numbers, I can inflict heavy losses on you." With that, a surge of lightning power erupted from her body. Fu Sun, struck with shock, frowned and sweat streamed down his face. Kevin's eyes widened. She actually possessed a lightning power. Judging from the energy, it was even more powerful than Fu Sun's. "All right, you can go, but our people must be safe. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind fighting you to the death." After Kevin finished speaking, Enan took Fu Sun and the others hostage and headed towards the bulletproof vehicle. Everyone at Nightfall Base stared at Enan and the others intently. "Brother Kai, Are you just going to let them go? Wang Kai asked quietly. Just a few troublemakers, not important. We just need to get the supplies. Kevin didn't care. He didn't want to waste manpower on unnecessary tasks. In the apocalypse, supplies were the most important thing. Just as Enan and the others were about to approach the bulletproof vehicle, Fu Sun looked at Kevin and shook his head, then glanced towards the underground city. His expression was so urgent that everyone who noticed it became nervous. Kevin's eyes turned cold, and his grip on the gun tightened. Brother Fu is telling us not to rush. Gathering the supplies is the most important thing, Wang Kai said excitedly. Kevin stared intently at Fu Sun's anxious expression. Are you sure he means that? I'm sure. I've been with Brother Fu for so many years. The moment he raises his butt, I know what he's going to say. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief at Wang Kai's resoluteness. Bullshit! Suddenly, a slap landed on Wang Kai's head, leaving him dizzy. He turned to look at the man who had suddenly appeared and immediately said respectfully, Second Brother Fu, what are you doing here? Fuyin, what do you think? Kevin whispered, looking at the tall, handsome young man behind him. My brother means they've stolen the supplies. Don't let them go. Fu Yin's eyes darkened. Stop them. Kevin's old eyes suddenly glared. With a wave of his hand, everyone surrounded Enan and his companions. Enan and Chung Su quickly got into the car. Enan signaled Chung Su and his companions to let Suing and the others go, while he dragged Fu Sun into the car. She wasn't sure of the Nightfall base's capabilities, so she had to take Fu Sun with her, just in case they had long-range, high-attack weapons like cannons. You said you released them? Kevin demanded loudly. Didn't you go back on your word too? Enan said coldly, then slammed on the accelerator. The crowd in front of the car immediately scattered in fear. Fu Yin grabbed a sniper rifle and fired at the tires of Enan's car. Bang! 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 Enan was driving very fast, and with the zombies charging at him, all 3 shots missed. Fu Yin got on his motorcycle and gave chase. Kevin stared intently at the dungeon entrance and strode over. Half of US will chase them, and the other half will go into the dungeon to see how much supplies are left. Over 20 men rushed in, and then the fastest man rushed out. Report to the base commander, the 3rd underground floor is empty. What? On the other side. Enan watched the Nightfall base pursuing him from behind through the rearview mirror. With a sneer, he kicked Fu Sun hard. Fu Sun, bound and shattered, fell headfirst into the pile of zombies. The zombies around him suddenly leaped at him with excitement. It was like long-starved people vying for a piece of fat meat. Brother! Fu Yin's urgent voice rang out, and he abruptly stopped his motorcycle and unleashed his wind power. A fierce wind blew, and the sand and dust carried by the wind slowed the zombies' movement. He charged into the pile of zombies at breakneck speed, hacking and slashing at them. The Nightfall base personnel behind him also joined in. It took them over 10 minutes to clear the zombies. Enan and his companions had long since vanished. Damn, that woman! Fu Yin angrily said, Brother, are you okay? Fu Sun shook his head, glancing in the direction Enan and the others had left. They're from Longting base. You'd be unworthy of being a Fu family member if I didn't avenge this. Brother, let's go and wipe out Longting base. Fu Yin snarled. Brother Fu, Second Brother Fu, are you all okay? Tao Shui, Song Peng, and Suing caught up. Tao Shui, what's that woman's name? Fu Sun asked Tao Shui coldly. Brother Fu, her name is Nindi. As soon as he finished, Song Peng slapped him on the head. He covered his head, watching the cold eyes of the 2 Fu brothers and the disappointed looks on his companions' faces. Panic welled up in his heart. What's wrong? Go back and copy the word Nindi 100 million times. You won't be allowed to eat or sleep until you've done that. Fu Sun snorted and strode away. Chapter 70. The night deepened. Enan sped all the way to 10 miles before slowing down. The bulletproof vehicle from Nightfall base navigated the zombie swarm with remarkable ease, crushing the corpses as it sped along. Combined with Enan's exceptional driving skills, he had no problem making his way through. There are a lot fewer zombies around here, Chung Su said, looking around. There's barbed wire over there, so there must be people alive here, Renyu added. Enan scanned the area, then spotted a gap in the wire and rushed through. Here, let's rest for a while. As Enan spoke, the 5 of them got out of the car one after another. Look, that's the factory building, huge. Jiang he pointed to a 5-story, enclosed building not far away. It smells strongly of blood, Song Yin said coldly. Don't worry about it. We rest for a while before heading back to H City. Enan took out a bottle of energy water and drank it. They gained a lot, and it was time to go back. I wonder if Shiroi hadn't eaten well alone at the base. Jiang he thought of Shiroi and smiled. I made her a whole freezer full of delicious food. She must have gained more than a pound. Chung Su said proudly, I'm so confident in my cooking. Well said. Then make some more when you get back. I keep them in my space. Inan said calmly, observing Chung Su's smug expression. No problem, boss. You don't have to make too many, maybe 100 million servings. The others laughed at Chung Su's humiliated expression. Just then, Inan glanced warily toward the factory. Someone's here. Everyone stood up and prepared for battle. A man in a white shirt, covered in sweat and blood, stumbled over. When they saw him, everyone was stunned. Su Le? Su Le, upon seeing Inan and the others, seemed to lose all strength and collapsed with a thud. He propped himself up on the grass with his hands, head bowed, shoulders heaving. His suppressed sobs broke out, evidently filled with grief. Sure Yin is dead. What? Chung Su stepped forward and helped Su Le up. What happened? He was fine this afternoon. It's only been half a day. Su Le wiped his tears fiercely, his eyes filled with hatred for Chindaozi. After we returned to the base today, Chindaozi set us up to kill us. I escaped, and by the time I found help and returned, everyone was dead, including the relatives of all the base's psychics. I've been searching for a long time, but everyone's gone. I've searched again and again, but I haven't found Yin's body. Su Le spoke, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably. He drew the knife from his waist, turned, and walked in one direction. I'm going to fight Chindaozi. Brother Su Le, aren't you going to die if you go alone? Chung Su shouted, be optimistic. Maybe Yin isn't dead. Su Le didn't look back. Thank you for your comfort. Even if I die, I'd be lucky to have killed a dog who worked for Chindaozi. With that, he strode away. What revenge? Inan's pleasant voice came softly. Su Le stopped. If it's true, as you say, that Longting Base has committed so many evil and unscrupulous things, then just make them disappear. Inan put down his binoculars, packed up his bulletproof vehicle, and headed deeper into the jungle. Follow me, and keep your voices down. Chung Su and the others followed without question, their extremely obedient nature prompting them to follow. Su Li's previously vacant eyes now sparkled with hope. He immediately followed Inan and the others, whispering, how do we make them disappear? Shoo. Inan placed his index finger on his mask, his cold gaze fixed on a spot ahead. Use a dog to extinguish a rat. Everyone looked in that direction. Soon, several armored vehicles drove up, followed by 3 trucks. There were even 2 helicopters overhead. The shape of the armored vehicles, and the trucks clearly indicated they were from Nightfall Base. Everyone immediately understood Inan's intention and crouched silently. After the Nightfall Base vehicles drove off, Chung Su immediately sighed quietly, Boss, so this was your reason for having us carry the Dragon Base backpacks. That wasn't my intention at first. I just wanted to prevent them from tracking down our identities. I didn't expect the Nightfall Base to be so determined to take revenge, with such a grand display. Inan said coldly. She immediately sorted through her gear and said sternly, I go first. You guys follow behind. Remember, don't reveal yourself. Okay, boss. With that, Inan sprinted out to catch up. She moved like the wind, her black clothes perfectly concealing her in the darkness, her steps light and almost unnoticeable. Soon, Inan saw the Dragon Base's main camp. Outside their gate was bustling with activity, thronged with people and vehicles from the Nightfall Base. 2 large, flashing night lights hung on the gate. Several men, their upper bodies exposed, surrounded a man wearing a turban. They were negotiating with the people from Nightfall Base. Inan approached them silently, hiding in the nearby jungle. Every word of their conversation reached her clearly. We from Longting Base never provoke you from Nightfall Base. So many of you have come here in such a menacing manner, armed with weapons. What are you planning? Chindaozi said, his tone very rude. We said, return the supplies you stole from us today, and hand over those 5 men, and we negotiate. Song Peng weighed the gun in his hand, and spoke harshly. Behind him stood a dozen armed men. The 2 brothers, Fu Sun and Fu Yin, were sitting in the armored vehicle in the back, their expressions unclear. Our base didn't harvest any supplies today. Chindaozi frowned. Are you looking for trouble? Is this how the largest base in M City behaves? With that, Song Peng raised his gun to Chindaozi's face. The next second, a cold gun barrel was pressed against his waist. He stared at the gun at his waist in shock, then looked up to meet Chindaozi's fierce eyes. Don't you think you're the only ones with guns at the Nightfall Base? After Chindaozi finished speaking, All the men behind him drew their guns from their waists and faced the Nightfall base. Instantly, both teams raised their guns. The situation was tense, ready to explode. Click. Fu Sun opened the door and stepped down. He had changed into clean clothes and stood tall and handsome. He looked at Chen Daozi with a dignified gaze. Chen Daozi, I believe you're a smart man. I only want those 5 people today. Chen Daozi's frown relaxed a little upon seeing Fu Sun. What are those 5 people's names? I don't know their names. 2 men and 3 women. They're all very powerful, especially the woman in the black combat uniform. Fu Sun's hand tightened beneath his sleeve as he thought of Yin An's beautiful, ironic cat-like eyes. Chen Daozi stared at Fu Sun intently, his mind racing. Their Nightfall base was a powerful force. If they wanted to cause trouble with their Dragon Sword base, they could just force their way in. There was really no need for such rhetoric, especially since Fu Sun had come personally. Thinking of this, Chen Daozi's tone softened. Okay, I trust you this once. I cooperate, but if we don't find it, you must leave immediately. Thank you for your cooperation. With that, both teams lowered their weapons. According to Chen Daozi's command and instructions, the night lights in Lungting base gradually lit up. In an instant, the lights were brilliant. The night base's personnel also entered Lungting base in an orderly manner, leaving only 5 men outside to guard the vehicles and helicopter. Yin An's eyes flashed coldly, and he rolled forward. Who? The 5 men, upon hearing the noise, looked over in alarm. Chapter 71. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 darts pierced the throats of 2 men. They collapsed with their eyes wide open. Yes! The other 3 men were about to shout. Yin An's lightning power erupted, electrocuting one while his grappling hook shot out and dispatched the other. The last surviving man was speechless with fear. He stared at Yin in horror, then reacted 2 seconds later and turned to run. Puff! A single blow killed them. Yin retracted his bloody dagger and coldly gazed at the bodies. With a flick of his finger, he tucked the 6 vehicles and 2 helicopters into space and turned to leave. Just then, Chung Su and his men arrived, panting. Yin looked at Su Le and whispered, "Take us around the perimeter to the Lungting base storage area." "Hurry." Su Le nodded and hurriedly led Yin and the others into the jungle. They ran around the outer wall of the Lungting base. Inside the wall, the voices of many men could be heard, their voices urgent. "Why are we calling everyone to an emergency gathering so late at night? What's going on? Don't ask. Hurry! It looks like the Nightfall base is here, saying they're arresting someone. The base commander said everyone needs to be there. It's over. Are they coming for me? Did you mess with the Nightfall base? I saw them a couple of days ago. I secretly rolled my eyes. I hope they didn't see me. Are you crazy? Get away from me." The wall was in chaos. Outside, Yin and the others were running at full speed. Soon, Su Le stopped at a spot. "It's right here. Go through this wall, and you find the 2nd and 3rd buildings, which are both storage areas." After saying this, as if reflecting on something, he added, "The basement of the 3rd building is the armory. There are some weapons and guns inside." Yin nodded, exchanged a glance with Chung Su and the others, and nimbly scaled the wall. Entering Lungting base, Yin was the first to rush in. The buildings within Lungting base were relatively old, no taller than 3 stories. The floor plan was also simple. At the moment, no one was nearby. Everyone had gathered at the front. Yin quickly ran into the building Su Le mentioned and kicked open the door. It was dark inside. Yin didn't turn on the lights, but instead emitted a light system that enveloped her. A faint yellow halo illuminated the supplies within. It was enough for Yin to see clearly. She collected as she went, quickly completing the 2nd building. Continue. Yin rushed into the 3rd building and collected the supplies. Chung Su and the others stood guard outside to prevent anyone from approaching. After quickly collecting the supplies on the 1st floor, Yin entered the basement. The basement wasn't large, and the guns were mostly ordinary pistols, while the cold weapons were mostly long swords. But even the smallest fly is still meat. Yin put everything into the space. Hollowing away his light power, Yin walked out. "Boss, are we retreating?" Chung Su asked quietly. Yin shook her head. "Wait for me outside the wall." With that, she quickly ran forward. Passing several buildings, they arrived at a large farmland, where 2 groups of people stood. One group was from the Lungting base, about 100 people, most of them armed with cold weapons. The other group was from the Nightfall base, about 50 or 60 people, armed with high-end weapons. The headlights illuminated every face on the field. Fu Sun and Fu Yin, the leaders, We're talking to Chindaozi. Inan was too far away to hear clearly. She quietly approached, found the nearest building, climbed up, leaped through a window, and walked to the other wall, leaning against the window to observe their movements. Everyone is here, Master Fu, go ahead and search. Chindaozi said, moving aside to make room for Fu Sun. Fu Sun waved, and Song Peng and Jiang Rui each went to one side and began searching. They scrutinized each person they passed, fearing they might miss something. What are you looking at? A man from the Longting base, clearly annoyed by Song Peng's scrutiny, demanded harshly. Whatever you call me, cooperate. Chindaozi shouted, then glared at the man. The man, seeing Chindaozi's anger, lowered his head, and dared not say another word. You bastard! Song Peng, seeing him like this, slapped him in the face and sneered. The man remained silent, his entire body trembling with anger. Chindaozi's eyes darkened, clearly suppressing his anger. They were hitting him like a slap in the face, completely ignoring him as the base commander. But given the disparity in strength, Chindaozi could only hold back his anger and coldly say, cooperate with the people from Nightfall base. If they come this time, just pick up a few people and leave. Don't cause any trouble. As soon as he said this, everyone at Longting base fell silent, no one daring to utter another word of dissatisfaction. Inan's eyes flickered, and she picked up a dart and aimed it at Song Peng's head. Swoosh! Amidst the chaos, from an unseen corner, a dart pierced Song Peng's forehead. A bloody hole suddenly appeared on his head, and blood spurted out, splashing onto the man in front of him and his face. Song Peng then fell to the ground, motionless. The man before him, his face covered in blood, stared at the fallen Song Peng in shock. Then, a second later, the crowd erupted. Song Peng, Old Song, Jiang Rui, Wang Kai, and the others from Nightfall base rushed forward. Jiang Rui looked at the bloodied man with murderous intent. I kill you. Fu Sun's brow furrowed. Before he could utter a word to stop him, Jiang Rui had already shot the man in the head. I fight you. Chindaozi raised his gun and fired at the night base men. Instantly, a melee ensued. The night base men raised their weapons and fired at the dragon base men. The dragon base men also charged forward recklessly. They're not here to look for us. They're here to kill us. Brothers, fight them. Don't be a coward. Of course, many fearful individuals retreated secretly, shouting slogans. The scene was extremely chaotic. Chase! Don't let any of them escape. Fu Sun commanded, and he and Fu Yin had already retreated behind the crowd. The night base's thermal weapons were powerful, quickly killing dozens of dragon base men. At this moment, Fu Sun was most concerned about the whereabouts of Inan and his men. He stared intently at the fleeing men, trying to locate Inan. They either killed Song Peng in the crowd, or they're not here. Fu Sun said coldly to Fu Yin. How could they have killed him if he wasn't here? That death doesn't look like a gunshot. Fu Yin scanned the old buildings around him. Humph, it's possible. That woman is quite evil. Fu Sun said, picking up his gun and heading toward the surrounding buildings. Inan looked at the two Fu brothers searching for him, swallowed a piece of gum, sneered, and turned away. Quickly climbing over the wall, Inan took out the helicopter. Let's go. I fly. I've learned. Renew offered to fly the helicopter. Inan nodded and followed the others into the helicopter. Sulu didn't follow. Aren't you coming with us, brother Sulu? Chung Su asked, looking at Sulu. Under the night sky, Su Li's eyes held the relief of revenge and the loss of his companions. He shook his head and forced a smile. You're right. Maybe he's not dead. I'm going to stay in City M and keep looking for him, even if he's already a zombie. Good brother, so loyal. Chung Su and the others were moved. Inan pulled out a few smoke bombs from his spaceship and tossed them to Sulu. Keep them then. Perhaps we come back later and see them with the smoke bombs and the people. Sulu took the smoke bombs and nodded heavily. See you later. Thank you. With that, Renew started the helicopter, which quickly took off, flying over Longting Base and heading towards H City. Brother, stop looking. They've escaped. Fu Sun looked up at the helicopter in the sky. Inside the window, Inan stared coldly at him, as if he were looking at an ant. Fu Sun couldn't believe it. Where did she get the helicopter? How could any other faction in M City have helicopters besides their Nightfall base? Brother Fu, we've wiped out everyone in Longting Base. Wang Kai rushed over to report. But Fu Sun couldn't hear anything at this moment. He stared at Inan, intently. Inan raised her middle finger at him, a mocking gesture. Behind her stood Chung Su and the others, smiling brightly. Fu Sun was so angry that his breath was stuck in his chest. unable to rise or fall. Fu Yin raised his gun and fired at Enan and the other's helicopter, but the distance was too far. The helicopter quickly flew away, and he couldn't hit them. Go chase them in a helicopter, Fu Yin said, heading for the gate of Lonting Base. Brother Fu, our car and helicopter are gone. A man rushed over to report. Damn it! Fu Sun threw down his gun and took out a cigarette, his hand shaking slightly with anger. Fu Yin's face was grimacing as he watched his brother like this. He was silent for a minute, then looked at Fu Sun, who continued to chain smoke. He said firmly, Brother, don't worry. We catch her one day. That woman will be our Nightfall Base's #1 enemy from now on. Fu Sun acted as if he hadn't heard, puffing away on his cigarette. Smoke filled the area, his face buried in the haze, his expression unclear. After a long moment, Fu Sun stamped out the cigarette butts on the ground. His voice was filled with fatigue and coldness. Search for her until you have all her information. Chapter 72. Beep. Successfully eliminated a rogue base. Rewards issued. 50 new precision aiming cannons have been added. These are controlled by an intelligent control console, capable of switching between automatic enemy attack detection and manual attack modes. The next moment, 50 artillery emplacements over 20 meters tall appeared within the space. Enan's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected this bonus from using Nightfall Base to eliminate Lonting Base. The atmosphere inside the helicopter was relaxed and cheerful. Chung Su sat in the back, watching Renyu skillfully pilot the helicopter, and exclaimed, Brother Ren, you're really good at it. Look at how the boss learned to fly a helicopter after just a few attempts. You can't? Renyu asked slowly. Chung Su was stunned. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at Song Yen. Sister Yen, you can fly too? Song Yen gazed out the window and nodded faintly. Chung Su looked embarrassed and then at the beaming Jiang He. Xiao He, you shouldn't. I know it. It's very simple. You learn it after just one look. Jiang He said with a grin. Chung Su couldn't hold it in any longer. How come everyone else knows it, but he doesn't? He then stared intently at Renyu's movements. I'm going to learn it this time. He seemed determined not to give up until he got it. Enan watched Chung Su like this, thinking of the system's initial comment about his average IQ, and silently shook his head. It seemed the system hadn't tricked him. The helicopter soon arrived in H City. The sky was already turning slightly white. However, the entire continent was still shrouded in a gray-blue night. The city, after the zombie outbreak, looked particularly devastated in this hue. But compared to the desolation of M City, H City still had many more people alive. At this hour, one could still vaguely see some psychics walking the streets. I've only been away for a day or two, and I'm already missing this city. Jiang He sighed softly, as he gazed down at the city below. Enan's gaze flickered to a commercial district surrounded by large trucks, his eyes lighting up. H City Safe Zone. Everyone looked over. In the heart of the city, dozens of large trucks, large and small, were parked in a commercial area, surrounded by commercial streets and buildings. It was clearly similar to the safe zone in M City. It was just over twice as large. A lot of people. Chung Su observed carefully. It looks like almost none of them are from the national base. Enan glanced at his watch. It still had a day until Lu Qi and his men cleared out this safe zone. Today, this area was still controlled by 4 factions. These 4 factions were the Thorns, the Axe Gang, the Thanos, and the Avengers. The names they chose for their organizations are all incredibly childish, but their actions are incredibly ruthless. The 4 organizations banded together for profit, recruiting only those with special abilities, and using any means necessary to secure supplies. In addition to looting supplies, they repeatedly stigmatized and robbed national bases. This so-called safe zone was also established by them. It ostensibly provided a place for everyone to exchange what they needed during the apocalypse, but in reality, it served as a crucial venue for their transactions and brainwashing efforts. They wouldn't allow anyone from the national base in, only a few casual visitors. Each of the 4 gangs had a leader, a crucial figure with access to all crucial information and the liaison between various factions. This meant that apprehending the leader would reveal crucial internal information about the gangs. For example, hiding places, organizational structures, and information about the leader. Now that everything has only just begun, the various factions have only just emerged, and trust between them is not deep. This is the perfect time for a crackdown. In her previous life, she had been part of the team that accompanied Lu Qi to clear the safe zone. The mission was far from complete. They apprehended the 3 main responsible persons, but later discovered that the 3 so-called responsible persons were not the real ones. The real responsible persons had escaped. Since then, the four factions have become even more cautious in their ambush in this turbulent H city, engaging in various acts of looting supplies, and competing for supplies from the national base. This has consumed a great deal of the national base's manpower, resources, and time. There's still time to investigate their background and uncover the real responsible persons. Inan thought, and said calmly, "Land nearby, we go and take a look." Rinyu immediately piloted the helicopter and slowly descended. The group landed on the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building and headed towards the safe zone. Before they even got close, Chung Su and his companions saw several men on a large truck, armed and chasing several other men. "This place doesn't seem safe," Rinyu said, his guard high and mighty. "It's normal for the safe zone to be unsafe," Inan said calmly, striding towards the safe zone. The inspection rules in H City differed from those in M City. As soon as Inan and his companions climbed over the piles of large trucks, they were stopped by a group of men. Some of them were shirtless and carrying weapons, while others were in tattered clothes and covered in scars. None of them looked friendly. "Where are you from?" the man carrying an axe asked, looking Inan up and down. His disdainful eyes flickered to Inan's chest and hips as they scanned Inan's chest and hips. Inan glanced behind him. On the vast street, people were occasionally glancing their way, clearly part of the same gang. Inan lowered his gaze, his expression filled with laziness and impatience, from the troublemakers. At the moment, the names of the gangs were known only to those within the organization. Just these 3 words from Inan were enough to dispel most of the men's wariness. The man with the axe immediately withdrew his gaze, frowning slightly as he stared into Inan's eyes. "Aren't you guys not coming here to shop today?" Luckily, Inan had clashed with these 4 factions many times in her past life, and she knew the internal rhetoric. Inan spread one leg, acting like a street urchin, and said in a shrewd, unruly manner, "There's a big fish here. Be smart and don't ask any more questions." With a fierce glare in his eyes, he glared at the man, making him cower. Without further questioning, the men stood respectfully to make way for Inan and his companions. Chung Su and his companions followed Inan's lead, each one following in their own path. Seeing Inan and his companions being respectfully admitted, the others on the street understood what was happening and instantly stopped scrutinizing them, returning to their own tasks. A tall building not far away, on the 17th floor. "Commander Liu, isn't that the Nanxing squad of the Special Operations Zone?" Lu Qi stared at the figures of Inan and his companions, his dark eyes unfathomable. "The operation has been moved forward. Wang Zheng, take 5 of your men and carry out the operation now." "Yes, Commander." A man with a silver badge on his shoulder behind Lu Qi responded and immediately told his men to change into casual clothes. "Commander Liu, isn't the operation tomorrow?" A gentle female voice rang out. Behind Lu Qi stood a beautiful woman in a pink top and white skirt. "No need to wait until tomorrow. Today's timing is perfect, and we have enough personnel. Let's fight quickly and decisively." Lu Qi stared intently at the figures of Inan and the others downstairs, and said, "Everyone, be ready at all times. Go downstairs in batches and wait for orders." "Yes." Instantly, the dozens of soldiers in the room descended. Finally, 2 teams of psychics followed. The Fiery Sun team, where Ding Long and Ding Ling were stationed, and the newly promoted team Saving the World. Their captain was none other than the beautiful girl Xiao Chunuo, who had just spoken. "Sister Nuonyo, you're amazing. You're so beautiful and so capable. You know, psychic teams are mostly led by men. There aren't many female captains." Ding Ling praised Xiao Chunuo as she followed her downstairs. She looked at Xiao Chunuo with sparkling eyes. Xiao Chunuo simply smiled softly upon hearing this. "Ling Ling, you're so sweet. My abilities are far behind those of someone as formidable as Commander Liu. I need to keep working hard." Ding Ling, holding the chocolate candy Xiao Chunuo had given her, shook her head. "You're truly amazing. Why are you so modest? You've already broken into the top 5 in contribution rankings in just 2 days. We all admire you." The 4 boys behind Xiao Chunuo were also filled with pride as they listened to Ding Ling's praise. "Our captain is truly amazing, haha." Xiao Chunuo lowered her head and smiled softly, but a dark gloom lingered in her eyes. "I don't know why Commander Liu acted so early. Isn't that perfectly normal? The timing is right. Although we said we'd bring 4 teams of psychics and a dozen or so soldiers tomorrow, more troops arrived today, so the total number is sufficient." The team members behind her were unconcerned. Xiao Chunuo smiled without comment. "Sister Nuonyo, don't overthink it. Commander Liu's decision was absolutely correct." "Yes." Chapter 73. Enan walked through the streets and entered the largest trade market. He looked so familiar, as if he were at home. The guard outside the door didn't dare ask any questions and let Enan and the others in. The trade market was packed with people, groups large and small gathered to carry out various activities. The largest gathering place was a small raised platform, where a yellow-haired man was giving a speech. He spoke eloquently, with a touch of a pyramid scheme leader. Let me tell you, this national base is the worst place to work. They recruit a bunch of useless people without superpowers, and then rely on the military and superpowers to support so many useless people. Let me ask you, if you were superpowers, would you be willing to work for them? No. The people in the audience started to boo. Our organization only recruits people with special abilities. Everyone has the ability to find supplies, so we share them. That's absolute fairness. The yellow-haired man said, and the audience raised their hands. I want to join. I want to join too. Chung Su and the others only then realized that this safe zone was actually an anti-national base stronghold. People without special abilities should die. Right. Survival of the fittest. In this day and age, only those with special abilities deserve to live. More and more people started to boo. The yellow-haired man on the stage looked at the crowd, his smile growing more and more arrogant. I robbed a national base team of supplies last night. I told them right then and there, if you want to survive, come join us. Following the national base will be your end sooner or later. Yes, it will be your end sooner or later. Haha, good job on that. Enan waved toward the yellow-haired man on the stage. He saw Enan froze for a moment, hesitated for a second, then stepped down. What's up? He looked impatient. Enan raised his index finger and pointed at his forehead. The yellow-haired man's impatience instantly faded, but he still glanced at Enan warily. Where are you coming from? Enan didn't say anything, but made another gesture. This was a gesture unique to the Troublemakers group. It was almost unknown to anyone except the higher-ups. The yellow-haired man immediately lowered his guard around Enan, and his tone softened. Follow me. He walked inside, and Enan followed slowly behind. He then heard him ask quietly, what kind of work? Big fish. The yellow-haired man turned and sneered at Enan. Why, if there really was a big pie, you wouldn't take it all for yourself? The risk is too great. If I'm going to die, I drag you along with me. Enan said this sinisterly, and the yellow-haired man's face lit up. His guard against Enan lowered a little. That's more in keeping with your gang of troublemakers. With that, he strode inside. Enan followed with a stern expression. He walked all the way to the door of a warehouse. Outside, 3 men glanced warily at Enan and his companions. The yellow-haired man nodded to the 3 men and then opened the door. A dozen men inside looked over. Their expressions varied. The troublemakers said there was a big fish. After the yellow-haired man finished speaking, several men emerged from the crowd. The 3 leading men looked at Enan, and one of them stepped forward and said, Hello, we're the ones in charge. Enan looked at their faces. It was the fake person in charge they captured in their previous life. Her eyes grew cold, and she turned and left. Let's go! She left so abruptly that the yellow-haired man panicked. After all, the troublemakers were their safe zone. They were the most powerful of the 4 factions, and they couldn't afford to offend them. He quickly stepped forward to stop Enan. I'm sorry, we were just a little overly cautious. After all, we recently received word that we're being targeted by a national base, and you're new here. Enan looked at him coldly. Didn't my boss tell me the appearance of the 3 leaders? Are you kidding me? Then the 3 men at the end of the crowd stepped forward. I'm sorry for what happened just now. It was all a misunderstanding. Let's talk it over. Yes, yes, yes. Don't be angry. This isn't the first time I've met you. Previously, it was always Ah Tan who liaised with us. They apologized, but Enan didn't appreciate it. She swept her cold eyes over the group. I'm really upset. This time, you have to match our number for the fishing trip, but we, the group of thugs, will get 50% of the supplies, and the other 50% will be divided up between the 3 of you. The 3 leaders began to calculate. We have to see how big the fish is. If it's too risky, we won't be able to handle it. Enan sneered and was about to speak when a man rushed over. He saw Enan and the others, but remained silent. Only after receiving a glance from the yellow-haired man did he reassure himself and say, someone suspected to be from the national base has arrived. The yellow-haired man narrowed his eyes slightly, exchanged glances with the 3 leaders, and then asked, where are they? Right over there. The man pointed at several men at the entrance to the distant trade market. The yellow-haired man stared intently for a few seconds, then sneered. The person in charge behind him said with even more disdain, "Another cop. I used to be in the underworld. I've fought hundreds, if not thousands, of police officers. I can spot a soldier in a crowd at a glance. These guys are trying to trick us by wearing plain clothes. It's ridiculous. Don't kill them yet, just in case their main force follows. Keep them as hostages while the rest of you retreat." After saying this, they glanced at Enan and the others and ran into the warehouse. Enan immediately followed them inside. At this moment, Wang Zheng and the others were also brought in. The yellow-haired man, with a fake, friendly expression, engaged him in conversation. He pretended to trust them and introduced them to the fake person in charge. Enan hurriedly followed, but was extremely confused. In his previous life, the operation was clearly scheduled for tomorrow. At that time, Lu Qi recruited 4 teams to carry out the mission with them, and he was one of them. Why was it a day early again? Bang, bang, bang. People from the national base are coming. They're in uniform. Retreat. Outside, deafening gunfire and cries erupted. Hua Mao and the others immediately attempted to abduct Wang Zheng and the others. The 3 fake leaders turned and ran. Wang Zheng desperately broke free from Hua Mao and his men and rushed forward to pin them down. Several soldiers engaged in a fierce struggle with Hua Mao and his men. The real leader, leading Enan and his men, retreated to a wall inside the warehouse. He searched for a secret door and cursed, "Damn it! These people from the national base have finally come knocking. In this day and age, they're not looking for supplies, and they still have the energy to care about us." Swearing, he opened the door and turned to Enan and his men. "Leave. You're lucky the rest of your gang aren't here today. We're in a different boat. We don't know how many men we're going to lose." Enan's eyes flashed cold as he kicked him back. The man, caught off guard, was kicked to the ground and screamed, "Ouch!" Song Yin slammed the door shut. Chung Su and his men quickly captured the 3 responsible persons. All 3 possessed special abilities, and they frantically attacked and unleashed their powers, but under the overwhelming power of Chung Su and his men, they were quickly overwhelmed and tied up. Enan reached the warehouse door. Huang Mao and his men had already captured Wang Zheng and his men by outnumbering them. Huang Mao, unaware of what was happening deep within the dim warehouse, looked at Enan, who had emerged alone, and asked in confusion, "Why haven't you retreated yet?" "Have they?" At that moment, a loud noise rang out. The previously closed door to the trading market was violently kicked open. Lu Qi, backlit, rushed in, a Gatling gun in hand. In an instant, the light of dawn shone through him, spilling into the dim trading market, illuminating every person hiding there like a creeping creature. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots pierced the bustling market. Everyone instinctively crouched, their heads in their hands, and the entire market quickly fell silent. Faced with gunfire, even those who had awakened their powers in the apocalypse, feeling self-satisfied, had their deepest fear of death awakened. "Let our brothers go, or your teammates won't survive," the yellow-haired man shouted, holding a knife to Wang Zheng's neck, his eyes filled with the determination to die together. Lu Qi didn't respond. He simply grabbed the sniper rifle from the soldier behind him and, without a word, aimed it at the yellow-haired man. The yellow-haired man was clearly panicking, his body trembling, his voice stammering. If you dare to make a move, I immediately..." Bang! Before he could finish his words, the bullet pierced his head. He fell to the ground, blood splattering. The others were stunned. They had followed these forces daily, committing crimes like rats in a sewer, rampant in this apocalypse. They even daily preached the slogan "national bases are useless," having long forgotten their own limitations. Now, seeing Hua Mao shot dead, they suddenly came to their senses. They froze in place, at a loss as to what to do. Enan's lightning powers erupted, quickly dispatching the men, and then helping Wang Zheng and the others untie them. Wang Zheng looked at Enan and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you very much." Lu Qi strode over. He looked at Enan, but said nothing. Seeing Lu Qi approach, Wang Zheng quickly pointed to the 3 men squatting in the corner, their heads in their hands. "Commander, those are the 3. They're the ones in charge here." The 3 men squatting on the ground, their heads in their hands, were trembling with fear. Lu Qi glanced at them and nodded. "Take them back to base." "Chung Su, bring them here," Enan said calmly. Lu Qi looked at her and saw Chung Su and his men behind her, escorting 3 frightened men out of the dim warehouse. The 3 men were tied up like dumplings, their faces bruised and swollen. Enan looked up and said, "These 3 are the real responsible persons." Wang Zheng and the others were stunned. The people squatting around the 3 factions looked shocked and desperate when they saw the three responsible persons. Lucci scanned their faces and instantly understood. Take them all back to base, he said, then walked towards Enon. Have you completed the SS level mission? Enon nodded. You guys helped a lot this time. As a special operations team from the base, this is what we should do. Enon's answer was very official. Lucci looked at her, his eyes filled with an unblurred darkness. He hadn't seen her at the base for the past 2 days, and every time he passed the mission area, he glanced at the contribution rankings. Even he couldn't tell if he was concerned about whether the base's SS level missions had been completed, or if he was concerned about something else. Lucci's mind was in turmoil. His throat moved slightly, and his thin lips parted, as if he wanted to say something. In the end, he only uttered 3 faint words. Excellent. Chapter 74. Commander, everything outside has been handled. A gentle female voice called out. Enon looked over and, as expected, it was Xiao Chunuo. Following her were her teammates, and the members of the Scorching Sun team. Enon had some impression of her. She was a master at winning people over, swaying their favor and getting them to work for her. She appeared gentle and uncompetitive, but in reality, she was ambitious and scheming. She also had a crush on Lucci. Xiao Chunuo smiled and nodded at Enon, and when she saw her, she studied Enon and the others with a pair of eyes. Enon ignored her. Lucci glanced around the trade market, made arrangements with his assistants, and then addressed the 3 teams of psychics. You all can go back. The military will handle the aftermath here. He then looked at Enon and asked, what kind of transportation did you use this time? Enon thought of the helicopter that had been stored away, and said calmly, we just picked up a car on the side of the road. Lucci nodded, then you can go back with my car. Ding Ling was incredulous when she heard Lucci's words. After Enon and the others had left, she immediately looked at Xiao Chunuo and said angrily, Sister Nonyo, why is this commander treating the captain of Team Nansheng so differently? Xiao Chunuo's gentle face still wore a faint smile, but a hint of annoyance lingered in her eyes. Why do you say that? Team Jinghe's captain, Bai Jinghe, ignored me, but was very respectful to her and even called her boss. Ding Ling felt aggrieved when she thought of Bai Jinghe's cold face. Xiao Chunuo could no longer maintain her gentle smile after hearing this. She frowned and looked at the backs of Enon and the others as they left. After a few seconds of silence, she said, let's go and follow the main force back to the base. Enon and the others got into Lucci's car. Several soldiers escorted the responsible person aboard, and the group drove in an orderly manner to the base. Oh, this weather is really strange. It hasn't rained in half a month, so it's very dry. The soldier in the driver's seat sniffed and grumbled. Lucci, in the passenger seat, said calmly, the weather is abnormal now, and I'm afraid it will get worse later. After that, he glanced at Enon in the rearview mirror. Why are you in the safe zone? Enon remained calm and said, I saw some men sneaking around looking menacing, so I followed them in. Lucci nodded. You guys made a great contribution this time. There are a total of 4 gangs, formed over the past 10 days, and have already looted a lot of supplies from our base. Enon was well aware of these matters. This time, she had changed the plot and captured the key responsible person. It should be much easier for the national base to deal with those 4 gangs later. But she still politely replied, following protocol, that's excessive. Lucci was silent for 2 seconds before saying calmly, nowadays, many people are reluctant to come to the national base, instead operating independently outside. There's a complex web of forces, and a mix of good and bad. You must be careful about your safety when conducting missions outside. Okay. Enon nodded, then fell silent. She knew full well that the apocalypse was about to enter a chaotic phase. Organizations and teams, large and small, began to form, collaborating, competing, and plundering one another. They were desperate for resources. Even the bolder ones reached out to the national base. The 4 major forces this time were just the beginning. The convoy quickly arrived at the base. Su Liang and several soldiers had been waiting outside the base gate. Upon seeing Lucci return, they immediately approached him. Commander, the deputy minister invites you in. Seeing Enon, Su Liang's eyes lit up. Captain Nansheng, you've finally shown up. The deputy chief was looking for you yesterday. Why don't you go check it out? Okay. Enon handed the backpack containing the SS-level missions to Chung Su and the others, and followed Lucci to the command center. I heard you joined the elite unit. Lucci's deep voice came from the front. Enon was stunned and could only play dumb. How did Commander Lu know that? Lucci said nothing, but his pace quickened as he thought of Gu's smug expression yesterday. Enon naturally sensed his displeasure. She followed him silently, cursing inwardly. What the hell? Men in their 20s, approaching 30, are still like elementary school kids, eager to snatch people away. Gusu, who was conferring with several senior executives in the command center building, spotted Lu Qi and Enan approaching from a distance. He dismissed the others and looked at Lu Qi, saying slowly, I was wondering why my elite troops couldn't be found yesterday. Commander Lu must have enslaved them. Enan expected Lu Qi to deny it. But he only replied coldly, my external forces, naturally, have been following me. Gusu was silent for 2 seconds, then asked, how's the operation going? Lu Qi glanced at Enan and said, Captain Nansheng has made a great contribution. We've apprehended 3 responsible individuals and are awaiting trial. Excellent, worthy of being my elite troops. Enan, Lu Qi's face darkened. Gusu, knowing he had won, turned serious. Interrogate them thoroughly. After we uncover their hideout, we seize all their supplies. They were now reaching a crucial point. Enan turned and walked out the door, consciously avoiding the situation. After all, she wasn't a high-ranking official, so it wasn't convenient for her to get too involved in these matters. But her excellent hearing still allowed Enan to overhear the conversation between the two inside. The content of the conversation was exactly as she expected. It had been like this in her previous life. The two of them. Gusu advocated war, and was decisive in killing. Lu Qi advocated peace, and was adept at annexation. Although both were soldiers, neither could abandon the lives of ordinary people in the early stages of the apocalypse. But in the middle and late stages of the apocalypse, their approaches would become increasingly different. For example, regarding these various factions, Gusu's idea was to destroy them all and seize their resources. Lu Qi, on the other hand, wanted to annex several factions to save the lives of the majority of innocent psychics. As for who was more right and who was more wrong, Enan couldn't say. After all, she herself was the most cold-blooded and cruel. After about a quarter of an hour, the two men finished their conversation and walked out. Gusu looked at Enan and asked, why did you step aside? I'm not in a position to get involved in matters concerning the deputy minister and the commander, Enan said calmly. Next time, you don't have to step aside. Gusu then looked at Lu Qi and said, you've been dealing with a lot of external matters lately, and the Research Institute has made a significant discovery. You need manpower, so I temporarily let you be the captain of the Nansheng team. He looked generous. Lu Qi was speechless. He ignored Gusu and looked at Enan, whispering, come on, I take you to the Research Institute. Enan nodded and followed Lu Qi out. Gusu watched the two men from behind, his eyes dark and secretive. Lu Qi, you better not be tempted. Chapter 75. Recently, researchers at the Research Institute discovered a tiny crystal in the brains of zombies, named a crystal nucleus. This crystal nucleus contains an energy that can be absorbed by the human body. Lu Qi said to Enan as they walked, and the researcher you recommended, Lin Feng, made the greatest contribution to this important discovery. Enan nodded, then murmured in surprise, to think there are such amazing crystals in the brains of zombies. Yes, and I heard there was new research progress today. As Lu Qi spoke, the two of them entered the Research Institute building. As soon as they saw Lu Qi, 2 researchers came to lead the way. They made their way through the crowded research labs and academic rooms until they reached the innermost, confidential research hall. Several gray-haired researchers were gathered together, engaged in a heated discussion. Among the group was Lin Feng. Upon seeing Lu Qi, they all stopped discussing. Commander Lu. One of them watched as the most senior researcher, pulling Lin Feng over, said, Commander, you've arrived just in time. We've just made a new breakthrough. Then he pushed Lin Feng forward. Let's let the young and promising Dr. Lin report. Everyone was clearly very impressed with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was flattered. He first respectfully addressed Enan, Captain. Then he said to Lu Qi, Commander Lu, we've discovered crystal cores that can upgrade superpowers. He then pointed to the dozens of crystal cores on the table and said, these are the crystal cores we found today with the base troops. We now have 78. We've invited several superpower users to try to upgrade their superpowers, but none have been successful. After a second of silence, Lin Feng adjusted his glasses. Our conservative estimate is that we might not have enough crystal cores, and the energy hasn't reached its peak yet. Lu Qi nodded. I arranged for someone to dig for more crystal cores as soon as possible. Just then, a soldier rushed in. Commander. I don't know who leaked the news about the crystal cores, but everyone outside is scrambling like crazy, and even many inside are following suit. Then, the intercom at Lu Qi's waist buzzed, and a soldier's urgent voice rang out. Commander, All the psychics are digging for crystal cores in the zombie apocalypse outside the base. No one's collecting supplies. Lucci glanced at Enon. Go back and rest. With that, he strode out. Notify all troops to rendezvous. Lin Feng's eyes grew tense behind his glasses. Captain, stay safe. Enon glanced at Lin Feng and nodded. We're all fine. Take care of yourself. Then he ran out. Outside, chaos reigned, with all the troops fleeing. Enon could even hear the clamor of the crowd outside the base. She quickly returned to the special operations area. Chung Su and the others were already waiting on the first floor. Xiao Rui, upon seeing Enon, rushed up and hugged her, Sister Sheng Sheng. Enon stroked Xiao Rui's head and looked at the others, saying, Take this time to rest. Now that the crystal core incident has leaked, the psychics outside are going crazy. The next few days will be chaotic. Chung Su and the others immediately obeyed and went upstairs to rest. Enon also returned to her room. She slipped into the space, took a hot shower, and then went to the cloakroom to choose a combat uniform. The Space Villa's cloakroom had a dedicated combat uniform area, filled with hundreds of suits, each in a variety of styles, and made of top-quality materials. After choosing a brand new mask, Enon woke up after a brief 4-hour nap. She looked at the 250 level 2 crystal cores in the space. All of them, she had accumulated over the past 2 days. She collected them almost everywhere she went, including the piles of zombies outside the base, which she looted every time she passed. Enon placed her hand on the pile of level 2 crystal cores. The next moment, her light power successfully reached level 3. Enon focused a beam of light from his palm and shot it towards the ground within the space. The beam, like a laser, carved a deep gully into the ground with an intense burning sensation. Enon's eyes lit up, and she experimented for about another half-hour. By controlling the light, she transformed it into various shapes, tapping into the energy of her light power. But after all, the space and conditions were too limited at the moment. To achieve greater control, she still needed to practice in combat. Enon flashed out of the space and headed downstairs. Chung Su and the others were already waiting downstairs. Her teammates were all incredibly easygoing and always walked ahead of her. Enon placed 100 level 2 crystal cores on the table. All my abilities have been upgraded to level 3. All the remaining level 2 crystal cores will be upgraded for you. That's all for now. She then turned to the 4 people and said, Distribute them yourselves. Chung Su looked at Jiang He. Song Yin laughed and said, Ladies first. Yes, ladies first. Ren Yu also politely yielded. Sister Nian Nian, upgrade first. Sister Nian Nian's ice ability is incredibly powerful. Jiang He smiled at Enon, eyes filled with admiration and sincerity. Song Yin was slightly stunned. She glanced at the 3 of them. A slight frown crept across her face, and a mist suddenly spread, blurring her vision. How long has it been, this feeling of care and consideration? How long has it been since I felt this? Thank you. Song Yin lowered her head, suppressing the tears. She walked forward, looking at the crystal cores on the table. The frost in her eyes faded, and she was filled with determination. Then I upgrade to level 3 and protect all of you. With that, she extended her hand to sense the crystal cores on the table. The energy from the crystal cores slowly rose and flowed into her palm. Watching this scene, Enon's frozen heart felt a prying motion. Her teammates, now like family, gave her a strong sense of security and belonging. She turned and carried Xiao Rui into a room, where she taught her how to upgrade her power to level 2. Sister Sheng Sheng, I've been practicing controlling my powers at home these past few days according to the method you taught me. Xiao Rui said obediently after upgrading her powers. Okay, show me. Enon said, and stepped aside. Xiao Rui saw a surge of air from her palm, and a dark green gas shot out in a straight line forward. The next second, it was all retracted by Xiao Rui. Enon nodded, quite satisfied. Although it was still far from what she expected, everything had to be done slowly. After all, Rui was still very young. It was almost dusk. After everything was arranged, Enon led Chung Su and the others outside. By then, almost everyone had gathered outside the base's high walls. Beyond the walls lay piles of stinking, dried-out zombie corpses. All the psychics were digging through zombie skulls, searching for crystal cores. The troops were divided into 2 groups, one to dig for crystal cores, while the other was responsible for maintaining order in the surrounding areas. This was to prevent any fighting over the cores in the crowd. Boss. Not far from the base gate, Bai Jinghe saw Enon and the others approaching. Why did you just come out? The base just announced that 100 level 1 crystal cores are available for upgrades, and everyone's scrambling for them now. So how many have you dug up? Bai Jinghe blinked his beautiful eyes and pulled 2 pitifully small crystal cores from his pocket. He sighed softly. It's strange. Many zombies don't have crystal cores in their brains. We've been digging for 4 hours, and we only found these 2. Ina nodded. She always collected crystal cores when she passed by the base gate. It would be strange if there were any. He-Chi, Zhongming, and 2 other men also approached. These are our new team members, Zhu Jun and Ge. After Bai Jinghe introduced them, He-Chi immediately said, "This is our leader. From now on, he be our common leader." Zhu Jun and Ge were stunned, then quickly said respectfully, "Boss." Ina nodded. "You guys keep digging. I go dig near the back door of the base." She gave Bai Jinghe a meaningful look, then led Chung Su and the others around the base's outer wall toward the back door. Bai Jinghe immediately understood Yin An's meaning, his eyes lighting up, and he ordered He-Chi and the others to follow. Those guys are so strange. There are so many zombies here, but they're not digging. Instead, they're heading off to the more secluded area. In the crowd, behind Xiao Chunhua, a team member named Wu Lian muttered as he looked at Yinan and the others. Xiao Chunhua threw away the empty zombie skull in his hands, looked at Yinan and Bai Jinghe's backs, and whispered, "Follow them." Chapter 76. Yinan led the group toward the perimeter. There were far fewer zombie corpses than outside the base's main gate, but none of them had their crystal cores collected. Pausing at a spot crowded with zombies, Yinan raised his head and said, "This looks good. Let's dig." Bai Jinghe didn't hesitate, raising his knife and slashing at the zombie's head on the ground with all his might. His knife was quite sharp. With one strike, a gash opened in the rotting zombie's skull. Vicious pus and blood mixed with an unknown yellow-green liquid sizzled out, revealing the white brain inside. It was disgusting, to be sure, but for the sake of the crystal core, everyone had to endure it. Bai Jinghe reached into the zombie's brain with his rubber-gloved hand, stirring and groping in the pus and blood mixture for a moment, then pulled out a gray crystal the size of a grain of rice. His face, previously grimacing at the sight of the zombie's brain, suddenly cleared, his brows relaxed. "There's a crystal core." Seeing this, the rest of the Jinghe team immediately began digging. After seeing the crystal cores, everyone was incredibly motivated. Chung Su and the others joined in. Yinan lazily paddled at the back. It wasn't that she didn't need first-level crystal cores. 100 first-level crystal cores could be converted into 1 second-level crystal core. So, naturally, the more crystal cores, the better. But for Yinan, there was no need to go through the trouble of digging for something that could be easily obtained. And getting dirty. However, their team had to pretend to dig for crystal cores outside. Otherwise, the subsequent display of their second-level superpowers would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. The ground was littered with zombies without crystal cores, and a team that upgraded their superpowers without collecting crystal cores. Yinan couldn't imagine the scale of the attack his team would face if someone orchestrated all of this. In the apocalypse, crystal cores are more precious than supplies. So now, for the safety of everyone in the team, she wouldn't miss a beat. At this moment, Xiao Chunua's Jishur team arrived. Seeing Chung Su and the others dig crystal cores out of zombie skulls, they were overjoyed. "Look! Zombies here have crystal cores." "Wow, Captain, we have crystal cores." Xiao Chunua's eyes were also filled with eagerness. She glanced at Yinan and the others and said softly, "You dig yours, we dig ours, and don't interfere with each other." With that, she led her team to chop off the zombie heads. She kept a distance of about 10 meters from Yinan and the others. Bai Jinghe and the others remained silent. Although it was obvious that the Jishur team had come with the other 2 teams, zombies didn't belong to anyone. Whoever grabbed them owned them. Yinan suddenly dropped his knife, looked at Xiao Chunhua, and said coldly, "Not only did you follow us, but you dragged so many people along with you." Xiao Chunhua paused from chopping off the zombie's head and looked at Yinan in confusion. "What are you talking about?" But she was looking behind him. Xiao Chunhua turned and saw the Sun and Begonia team sneaking up behind them. The night was deepening, and the light was dim. But Yinan, with his excellent eyesight, was able to spot the group following him in the pitch-black jungle. Ding Ling, Ding Long, and the others, realizing they had been discovered, quickly stepped forward, looking embarrassed. As the team leader, Ding Long stepped forward and said politely, "We couldn't find the crystal core, so we saw you heading this way, so we followed you." "Captain, why are you being so polite with them? The zombies belong to everyone," a man behind Ding Long complained. Then he looked at Yinan with a confident expression. "We're all from the same base team. Since you can find the crystal core, isn't it only natural for you to take us along?" "That's right. Why are you secretly digging for the core here?" "How selfish." Ding Ling immediately agreed. The members of Team Haitang had been sneaking along behind them, feeling a little guilty. Now, after hearing these words, they felt emboldened. Yes, they're right. In this apocalypse, humanity should help each other. Team Nansheng can find the crystal core, so they should share it with them. Thinking of this, everyone felt at ease. No, you're so arrogant. It's just nice talk. If you found a zombie with a crystal core, would you share it with us? Jiang, he couldn't stand it anymore and asked, hands on his hips. Big sister is right. Mutual assistance only works when we're well fed. We haven't even gathered enough crystal cores yet, so why should we help you? Hechi stepped forward to support Jiang Hadao. The previously arrogant man behind Ding Long was speechless. But he remained unconvinced, saying, whatever. Since we've discovered this zombie area, we're going to fight you. He then looked at Ding Long and said, Captain, be tough. We have more people, they have fewer. Why should we be afraid of them? Ding Long glanced at the crowd. Xiaochu's Jisher team was clearly on their side. They had 3 teams of psychics, 15 people in total. Enan and his team only had 10. Even if they were all very powerful teams, so what? The base has a rule against fighting. If they try to steal zombie cores, no one can stop them. Enan looked at the group, sneering inwardly. With a flick of her finger, she collected all the zombie cores in this area into her space. Then, out of pretense of mercy, she would give this core-free area to the 3 teams. A deep, pleasant male voice suddenly rang out. Who said they were few in number? Several flashlight beams shone down. Everyone looked. 5 figures approached. The light was too glaring in the darkness, making it difficult to see their faces. As they approached, the sharp, handsome features behind the flashlights became visible. It had to be Qi. Qi Mei stood in front of Enan, gazing at the 3 opposing teams with hostility. Qi Xian stood behind Enan, expressionlessly gazing at Ding Long and the others. Bullying the weak with your numbers is truly despicable. Qi dimmed the flashlight, glanced at Ding Long and the others across from him, then looked at Enan, his dark eyes asking her what was going on. Enan's expression was nonchalant. Oh, nothing much. 3 teams are following us, and trying to take over this pile of zombie corpses. Qi glanced at Ding Long and the others. Try and grab it. The words were filled with chilling intensity. The 3 opposing teams immediately cowered. Qi Mei perked up at her brother's reaction. Her brother actually stood up for a girl. You know, it's hard to get this taciturn guy to say a word. How cool. Seeing the situation was off, Ding Long immediately intervened. You misunderstood. We're not trying to steal. We just want to share with them. The man behind him didn't dare say a word. Although he didn't know the strength of Enan and his companions, they had seen the prowess of Qi Yi and his team. They were chopping zombies faster than leaks. He wouldn't dare mess with them. Song Yin snorted coldly, don't share with trash. There are so many zombies around the base, and you insist on following them? Qi Mei demanded. Ding Long and his companions were speechless. Xiaochu's expression was also very grim. Qi Xian glanced at the zombies around them, then looked down at Enan, his voice softening. Come with us to dig in the back. Qi Mei nodded immediately at Enan. The zombie pile in the back was several times larger than here, and there were more crystal cores. But they didn't say any of this, lest others join in the fight. Enan knew best where the crystal cores were most plentiful. She sighed and then, with a reluctant expression, said, all right then, I leave this area of zombies to you. Just stop following us. With that, she followed Qi Xian and the others, saying, let's go. Bai Jinghe had no idea what Enan was up to. But he absolutely didn't believe this woman would let them off so easily. What kind of tricks was she playing? Ding Long and the others were all excited when they heard Enan say this. Thank you. Captain Nansheng, you're such a kind person. Everyone, dig for crystal cores. Upgrading your abilities is in sight. The group followed Qi Yi and the others to the back. After about 100 meters, they saw a cluster of zombies near the base's rear entrance. Some soldiers were digging for crystal cores. Captain Beauty, this is it. Almost every zombie has a crystal core in its brain. After Qi Mei finished speaking, Bai Jing and a few others immediately joined in the digging. Thank you, Qi Mei, Enan thanked her. Although she knew where the crystal cores were, she still wanted to express her gratitude to Team Winter for not treating her as an outsider. After a few words, everyone began digging for crystal cores together. News about crystal cores was spreading quickly these days. The scattered people outside the base would soon find out, and then everyone would scramble for them, and the number of cores would dwindle. After all, it took 100 crystal cores per person to level up, and the zombies simply couldn't provide that many people. So everyone was racing against time, trying to collect as many crystal cores as quickly as possible. There was one exception in the crowd. That was Enan. Her slacking behavior quickly attracted the attention of Qi, Qi Xian, Bai Jinghe, and the others. Bai Jinghe was well aware of Yin An's scheming nature. He also understood that this woman was not someone he could worry about. Even if the world were to end, she would still be the one who lived the best life. If he worried about her, he'd be meddling in other people's business. He just needed to mind his own business. But Qi Yi and Qi Xian were different. They all thought Yin might find zombie brains too disgusting to touch. So, a dozen minutes later, Yin, paddling while pondering how to better utilize his light-based abilities, felt two large, bony hands reach out from his left and right. At the same time, Qi Yi and Qi Xian's voices rang out simultaneously. Here. Take these. As soon as the words fell, the two men were visibly stunned. Qi Xian pulled out his flashlight, shone it across, and saw Qi Yi also handing Yin a stack of crystal cores. He froze in his tracks. Qi Yi's dark eyes darkened. It seemed he hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. Chapter 77. Yin blinked twice, momentarily unsure how to handle the situation. Qi Mei, Chen Feifei, and Jiang He, all watching from the opposite side, were stunned. Two handsome men offering crystal cores simultaneously. What a scene. The next second, Yin leaped to her feet. I can dig them myself. With that, she raised her axe and chopped down the pile of zombies. Crack! 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 7 or 8 zombies in the pile were instantly cleaved in half. The fragments, mixed with blood, splattered in a hail of blood. Wow! Everyone was stunned. Everyone was chopping off the skulls one by one, taking multiple blows. The captain of Team Nansheng cleaved 7 or 8 with a single axe. Qi Yi and Qi Xian, upon seeing this, both withdrew their hands offering crystal cores. She looked so fierce, she certainly didn't need anyone to offer her crystal cores. Why are you following us again? Qi Mei's voice demanded. Everyone looked at the approaching members of the Burning Sun team. The members of the Burning Sun team, the Saving World team, and the Begonia team were now drenched in blood and sweat. The stench of decaying zombie flesh and blood emanated from their bodies. Ding Long walked in front, panting as he looked at Yin and the others. We really weren't following you this time. We just dug up dozens of zombies there, and not a single one had a crystal core. Everyone behind him had a gloomy face. They'd been digging painstakingly for almost 20 minutes. They'd given it their all. And nothing. Everyone was in despair. Just then, Bai Jing and the others pulled out a brand new crystal core from a zombie's skull. Ding Long and his team stared at them with their eyes wide open. You're kidding. How could we find them when we dig and you don't? Zhang Ming asked, picking up a crystal core from the zombie brains scattered across the ground. Yeah, you probably hid the cores and are playing the victim here. He Qi echoed. I really didn't see any cores, not a single one. Su Hui, the captain of the Begonia team, was a handsome young man. He spoke with a look of grievance. Yin, seeing their pitiful expressions, softened her heart. The main force opposing them was the Lieri team. The Begonia team and the Jisher team were just following them, not being particularly annoying. She pointed at the pile of zombies on the ground and said, Then you guys dig. Zombies don't belong to anyone, so you can dig as much as you want. As soon as she said this, the three teams' favorability towards Yin skyrocketed. They thanked her and began digging. There's a crystal core. Wow, I saw a crystal core. The members of Team Haitang and Team Jisher all dug up crystal cores, overjoyed. Seeing this, Team Lieri couldn't wait to search through the zombies' brains. Search! Keep searching! Pour out all the brain matter and search carefully. But not a single one was found. No crystal core again, Dingling said, growing exasperated. She glanced at the crystal core in Xiao Chunua's hand with a look of longing. Sister Nuonyo, you found it. I, a zombie, still don't have one. Xiao Chunua carefully put the crystal core into her pocket and consoled her. Keep going, there will be one. Our team has found one. Dingling curled her lips, looking at Ding Long and his teammates, who had also found nothing, and said in disbelief, Ah, brother, you guys can't find anything. I don't know. They've all found it. Ding Long looked at Team Haitang. The jubilant atmosphere on Team Jisher formed a stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere on his team. The man who had previously challenged Yin had now lost all his patience. He stood up, kicked the zombie head off the ground, and cursed. Screw the zombie cores. I'm not digging anymore. Yo, you're getting impatient. Chung Su teased him, observing his rabid demeanor. The man's eyes were red with anger as he stared at Chung Su, his fists clenched tightly. Shueliang, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Ding Long grabbed the man named Shueliang and said, Maybe we're just a little unlucky. Keep digging. We find something? With that, Ding Long immediately resumed digging. Shui Liang patiently continued hacking at the zombies. But his patience was clearly running out. Each strike was sloppy, and zombie flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Still no crystal core. Shui Liang looked at the empty zombie skull, angrily turning his head to stare at the corpse in front of Yinan. He strode over and said, "Give it to me." With that, regardless of Yinan's objections, he snatched it away. Bang! An iron rod struck Shui Liang's palm, causing a jolt in his palm. He retracted his hand in pain, and the zombie head fell straight to the ground. Ren Yu, holding the iron rod, stared at Shui Liang intently. "Get out." Chung Su and the others also approached, each one imposing and intimidating. Team Winter and Team Xinghe also stopped what they were doing and looked over, as if they would tear him apart if he dared to touch Captain Nansheng. Shui Liang took a few steps back. He swallowed and immediately withered. "Sorry, I'm sorry." Team Haitang and Team Jishur were busy digging for crystal cores, and had no desire to get involved in the fray. Ding Long pulled Shui Liang over and whispered, "Don't you have a brain? Don't you know the Nansheng team is from the Special Operations Zone?" Shui Liang said nothing. Of course he knew Yinan, and the others were from the Special Operations Zone. But when the commander dragged her to the mission area that day, he had a deep-seated feeling that this woman's access to the Special Operations Zone must have been a privilege earned through her connection with the commander. After all, none of the men could enter, so how could a female captain like her possibly have the ability to lead a team into the Special Operations Zone? Well, now it seems she's not only connected with Commander Liu, she's also connected with the captains of the Xinghe and Winter teams. What a shameless woman! Thinking this, Shui Liang hacked at the zombie's skull with force. Even though the skull had already been split in half, he continued to hack at it fiercely. It seemed as if he wanted to vent all his anger. Chapter 78. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked toward the depths of the forest. They saw countless zombies sprinting toward them. Zombie wave. The soldiers around them shouted, then ran back into the base. "Quick, inform the others, the zombie wave is coming." "Retreat." Yinan immediately retreated into the base. Chung Su and the others followed. Bang! The back door was slammed shut and locked. "What are you doing? Why are you closing the door?" Several soldiers shouted. Behind the iron gate were dozens of non-psychic users inside. They all looked panicked. "The zombies are coming. We must close the door. If we don't close the door now, it will be too late." "Yes, yes." The soldiers were immediately furious. "We haven't even entered yet. There are still several psychic teams here. Don't you see?" But the people inside seemed not to have heard anything, and showed no intention of opening the door. The leading man, a man in his 40s or 50s, roared sullenly, "The last time the virus broke out inside, my wife died, and you didn't even come to her rescue. You're useless." The others, upon hearing this, recalled the recent tragic experience inside and echoed, "Yes, yes. The last time the zombie virus broke out, didn't you lock us all up inside to die? Aren't our lives worth anything? So many of us have died, so your lives are precious." Their accusations grew louder, and the zombie wave approached. Leading the charge were several level 2 speed-type mutant zombies. Although Yinan and his companions were furious with the selfish insiders within the Iron Gate, they had no time to argue. The zombies were already approaching, and all the psychics and soldiers gathered to fight the zombie horde. This wave of zombies posed little threat to Yinan, Chung Su, and the other 5. Not to mention the several soldiers and 5 other psychic teams still present. But for some less powerful teams, this wave of zombies was enough to make them suffer. For example, Team Lai Ri and Team Haitang. The Lai Ri team's combat abilities weren't great, but they were all very cunning, constantly pushing their way to the back of the crowd. Especially Shui Liang. As he was stealthily retreating, he saw Yinan standing calmly behind Chung Su and the others. This further solidified his thoughts. This woman must be incompetent. She only knows how to rely on men. "Don't hide behind me. Fight like a man." He Chi, annoyed by Shui Liang's pressure, pushed him aside and complained. Shui Liang was humiliated, but he immediately turned his attention to Yinan. "Captain of Team Nansheng, you only know how to hang out with men, right? If you have the guts, stop hiding in the back." Song Yan, who was hacking away at a zombie, turned and slapped Shui Liang in the face. "Pa!" He saw stars. Bai Jinghe looked at Shui Liang impatiently and cursed, "Bullshit, I hung out with her." Qi Yi and Qi Xian glanced at Bai Jinghe, their expressions different. "Yes, we all hung out with her." He Qi slashed at the zombie in front of him. "So many idiots." Jiang He shook his head in frustration. Chung Su kicked Shui Liang directly, sending him crashing into the front pile of zombies. Enon raised an eyebrow. Wow, she hadn't even done anything yet, and these friends of hers had already said and done everything she wanted to say and do. How awesome! Shui Liang, having plunged headfirst into the zombie pile, had become the very thing they were fighting over. Shui Liang. Ding Long and the others shouted. But soon, Shui Liang disappeared, leaving only the roars of the zombies. Ah! Monster! Suddenly, a girl's scream echoed from the crowd. Several zombies appeared crawling out from above the pile of zombies. They crawled on all fours, like spiders, and were incredibly agile. En's eyes narrowed slightly. Four-limbed mutant zombies. The most striking feature of this type of zombie is their altered walking style, now crawling on all fours. Their limbs have evolved, allowing them to scale high walls with incredible speed. These four-limbed mutant zombies quickly crawled over the zombie swarm and leaped towards the crowd. Now, not only did everyone have to fight off the zombie tide, but they also had to deal with the four-limbed mutant zombies falling from the sky. Chung Suji. The men formed a circle to fend off the zombies, but the other teams weren't so lucky. One of Team Haitong's psychics had already been killed by zombies. Following Shui Liang, Team Lyri had lost another member to the bite, and with the continued fighting, everyone's psychic powers were rapidly depleting. They couldn't hold out for much longer. Open the door! Chi Mei shouted, gazing at the crowd behind the door. A girl from Team Haitong practically begged, "Please, open the door." Enon looked at the people behind the door, each one with a look of indifference on their faces. These people are worse than animals. The national base is supporting them. These soldiers are protecting them. These psychics are out there shed blood and sweat killing zombies. How could they be so selfish, so ungrateful? Damn it! I didn't bring a walkie-talkie, so I can't contact help. A soldier in the ranks blamed himself. Then, a four-limbed mutant zombie descended from the sky and took a huge bite at him. Swoosh! En's dart pierced the zombie's skull just in time. The zombie's head exploded into a mass of brains and blood. The soldier reacted quickly and kicked the zombie away. He looked at Enon and said, "Thank you." If she hadn't helped him just now, he would have been dead. Chapter 79. We must find a way to open the iron gate. I want to ask you, if I try to open it and these people stop me, can I still take action? Enon asked in a low voice. After all, the national base has regulations prohibiting harming others' lives within the base. Several soldiers were stunned upon hearing this. Captain Nanchung, can you go in? Enon looked up at the 5-meter-high wall. Yes. Several soldiers were filled with hope upon hearing this. They exchanged glances and said, if the commander knew these people had done something like this, he would definitely expel them all. They are no longer worthy of being in our base. Yes, yes, yes. If the deputy minister knew, he might have us wipe them out. We brothers didn't bring guns this time, otherwise we would have taken action long ago. Enon nodded, understanding. She looked up at the high wall. She no longer cared about exposing her strength. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Open the iron gate. Get his team members in safely. Swoosh. Enon extended his arm, and the silver grappling hook shot straight up into the high wall. Titan, Enon soared upwards. Chi-Yi and the others looked up. Boss, you must be careful. Chung Su and the others' hearts were in their throats. Enon quickly scaled the high wall. The people inside the iron gate were shocked to see Enon climb up. Look! That girl somehow got up there. She's not going to come down and open the iron gate. If she opens the iron gate, all the zombies will rush in. As the crowd exclaimed, more and more people gathered at the inner base behind. Enon looked down at the crowd below, his voice emotionless. Anyone who knows how to leave now will be able to save their lives. However, the crowd below ignored En's words. What could a little girl do? You? The base has rules against killing. We won't retreat, and you're not going to kill us. The crowd was furious, some even throwing rocks at Enon. You've really gone too far. Chung Su and the others were furious. Several soldiers also issued stern warnings. Your actions are serious. Once the main force discovers them, we expel you all. I urge you to stop. Unexpectedly, the crowd below, instead of stopping, became even more frantic. Then if you all die, no one will know what happened. Yes, all of you die. Don't let them live. Let them all die, or we be expelled. After saying this, they even picked up rocks and hurled them at Chung Su and the others outside the iron gate. The psychics were supposed to deal with the zombie horde. Now, affected by the crowd inside the iron gate, resisting was becoming even more difficult. Enon stared at the growing crowd below him. Over 30 meters inside was the inner entrance, crowded with ordinary people without special abilities. looking in. Fear of the zombies was evident on everyone's face. Behind the iron gate, over 100 people had gathered. They all huddled there, shouting for the gate to be opened. Enon spun around, stabbed his dagger into the wall to cushion his fall, and then leaped from a height of over 2 meters. As soon as she landed, the crowd stared at her warily. The leading men shouted, "If you come any closer, we attack." Enon's patience was completely drained. She exposed her light-based abilities, so be it. She erupted with light-based abilities, enveloped in a pale golden glow, and charged into the crowd. "Stop her!" someone shouted. Enon sent one man flying with a punch to her left, then kicked another with her right. Then, she unleashed a ray of light, instantly slicing through several men blocking the path. Seeing the deaths, some grew frightened, but others grew even more frantic. They grabbed weapons from nowhere and attacked Enon. Enon's light-based abilities made her invulnerable, but with so many people blocking her path, she couldn't move a single step. Outside, watching all this from inside, Chung-Su and the others were terrified. "Find a way to get me up there. I go in and help the boss." Song Yan's voice rang out urgently. "Our team will cover you," Chi said. After a brief discussion, the winter team surrounded Chung-Su and his men to block the zombies. Chung-Su and Renyu squatted on the ground, laying the foundation, with Jiang He stepping on them. Song Yan climbed over them. At this moment, inside the iron gate, Enon was in a killing frenzy. Her lightning powers erupted. The whirring lightning, mixed with countless blades of light, forcibly carved a bloody path. Enon quickly ran towards the iron gate lock. "I'm going to kill you!" Several men, holding kitchen knives, rushed from inside and attacked Enon. "Poochie!" A long knife slashed through, accompanied by a biting chill. Several men fell to the ground. Enon turned to glance at Song Yan, who had joined the fray. A sense of relief washed over him. He then gathered all his strength and struck the iron chain. Again, hitting until his knuckles went numb, hitting until his palms bled. Enon didn't dare stop. She had to save her teammates, and Song Yan stood behind her, helping her deal with anyone who tried to stop her. Ah! Outside the iron gate, Ding Ling was bitten on the neck by a zombie. She clutched Ding Long's hand tightly, her bloodshot eyes filled with despair. Ding Long's hands trembled, but he had no choice but to give up his sister. "I help you die." With that, Ding Long struck Ding Ling to death with a single blow, sparing her the pain. Not only that, the Jisher team also lost a member. Exhausted, the Qinghe team's new member, Gu Yi, was also taken advantage of by the zombies. Despair, fatigue, helplessness, resentment. Outside the iron gate, the psychics and soldiers were out of ammunition and food. Inside, a selfish crowd frantically tried to stop Enon and Song Yan from opening the gate. In the dim night, the unseen zombies swarmed with bloodthirstiness. The unseen hearts of the people were so dark and filthy. Clang! With a final thud, the iron lock broke. Enon quickly opened the gate, and everyone rushed in. Chung-Su and the others rushed in and immediately joined in closing the iron gate. But more than 30 zombies still broke in. Only this time, no one cleared the zombies. Everyone tacitly stepped aside, watching helplessly as the zombies charged towards the group that had just stopped Enon and Song Yan. "Ah! The zombies are coming! Run!" Everyone rushed inside. And at that moment, the door to the inner entrance was quickly slammed shut by the people inside. The 100 or so people inside were trapped outside. They stared in despair at the oncoming zombie horde, powerless to fight back. One after another, they perished at the hands of the zombies. Chapter 80. Chi looked at Enon's bleeding hand and immediately rummaged through his pockets for a handkerchief. "Your hand's bleeding. Let me bandage it for you." Qi Xian had already stepped forward, tearing open a clean corner of his shirt and walking over to Enon. Enon looked at her wound. It would heal quickly. She possessed healing abilities. She was about to refuse. The system's voice suddenly rang out. "Agreed." There was a hint of excitement in her voice, a kind of joking, no-holds-barred excitement. "Enon, eh?" Enon held out her hand. Qi Xian held Enon's hand, carefully bandaging it inch by inch, as if afraid of hurting her with too much force. Qi silently withdrew his hand from the handkerchief, his face expressionless. But a hint of desolation lingered in his eyes. Bai Jing and a few others stood silently behind, enjoying the show. Handsome men and beautiful women, a feast for the eyes. Seeing her brother like this, Qi Mei naturally understood something. She was his sister, and she understood him best. His subtle expressions, invisible to others, were instantly apparent to her. Her brother, perhaps a man whose heart was already broken, was unaware of it. What happened? Why are there so many zombies? Suddenly, a large army arrived. Several soldiers immediately stepped forward to report the situation in detail. What? Such a terrible thing happened, and 6 psychics were lost. These people are truly ungrateful bastards at the base. The leading soldier, with silver epaulets on his shoulders, exclaimed angrily. The commander is here. Someone in the crowd shouted. All the soldiers immediately parted to make way. Lucci, dusty and swirling, strode forward. He looked at the zombie horde ahead, and the screaming, fleeing crowd inside. Deal with the zombies first. Yes. The soldiers rushed forward, weapons drawn. Commander, something serious has happened. The deputy with silver epaulets stepped forward and reported to Lucci. When he finished, Lucci nodded. Then his dark eyes darted forward. Come back. Shoot indiscriminately. Kill them all. Yes, Commander. The soldiers all withdrew, squatted on the ground, raised their guns, and began to fire at the crowd ahead. All the zombies and humans fell under the hail of bullets. Lucci removed his gloves, furious. It seems we need to reorganize internal affairs. He looked at his deputy beside him. Let's hold an emergency meeting to discuss internal decisions. Okay, Commander, I make the arrangements. The deputy took the order and left. Lucci glanced at the psychic. Then, he was stunned. He looked again. After catching sight of Enon in the crowd, Lucci's heart finally settled. Since the zombie outbreak, he'd been outside the base gates, fending off the zombies and rescuing the superpowered. He looked everywhere, but couldn't see her. The military had told him that Team Nansheng was digging for crystal cores outside the base, not in the special zone, so he'd been worried about her. Now that he saw she was safe and sound, he felt relieved. The next moment, Lucci noticed Enon's bandaged hands. His heart leaped again, and he strode over, asking with concern, What's wrong with your hands? A soldier immediately reported, Commander, it was all thanks to Team Nansheng's captain just now. She and her teammates rushed in and broke the iron lock, which saved us. That iron chain was this wide. Captain Nansheng was injured. Lucci glanced at Enon's bandaged hand, his brow furrowed. I have rubbing alcohol and ointment at my place. I take you there to treat the wound. Enon looked at his own hand. Although it wasn't visible from the outside, his bandaged hand was almost healed. Healing abilities are truly amazing. No need, Commander, go ahead. I have things to do, so I be leaving now. Enon strode off. Chung Su and the others immediately followed. Lucci's eyes darkened as he watched Enon's fleeing form. Xiaochunu's mood darkened as she watched Lucci's back. Even if she was dumb, she had sensed something. Everyone gradually dispersed. The Sun team had lost 3 members, and the atmosphere was sad. The Begonia team had also lost 2 members. Although the Qinghe team had lost 1 member, the new members weren't close to each other, so Bai Jing and the others weren't particularly upset. In the apocalypse, everyone had seen plenty of death. People had long since grown numb. As long as the death wasn't close, no one would grieve too deeply. The winter team was formidable, and they hadn't lost a single teammate. Qi Yi and the others headed outside. It was already dark. Everyone was exhausted. Arriving at the accommodations, Chen Feifei and the others went to bed. In the living room, Qi Xian picked up a bottle of water and began to drink. Qi Yi then approached, picking up a bottle of water from the table. He looked at him. Captain, want to talk? Qi Yi took a long gulp of water and then walked to the windowsill, gazing at the stars. His dark eyes were emotionless. Qi Xian followed. The two of them stood side by side, silent. Downstairs, psychics were training in groups of 2 or 3. Some were running, some were lifting weights. Even though it was already late at night, it couldn't stop these psychics from wanting to become stronger in this apocalyptic world. I like her, Qi Xian said softly, finishing the last sip of water from his bottle. His voice was gentle as always, yet tinged with determination. I can see it, Qi Yi replied. Captain, do you like her too? Qi Xian smiled, looking at Qi Yi and asking. Qi Yi was stunned. He lowered his head, his bangs casting a shadow over his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he whispered, Qi Xian, no matter what, you will always be my best brother and teammate. Qi Xian smiled, his light gray eyes lighting up with stars. Captain, you will always be my best brother. He then looked up at the stars in the sky. Then, the stars seemed to transform into Enon. He murmured, she's always so far away, like the stars. But maybe one day, I can stand beside her. Qi Yi turned to look at Qi Xian. So you've been training so hard these past 10 days, is it because of her? Qi Xian's face flushed slightly. Captain, How did you find out? Chi smiled, but said nothing. I think I've gotten a little better, but it's far from enough. I go for another 2 hours of training later, Chi said, stretching his muscles. Okay, let's go together. Chi finished his water and headed downstairs. Chi followed him, smiling. Let's see who can do the most horizontal bar reps today. Let's have a competition. The loser gets no instant noodles. No problem. Chapter 81. The world is gray to me. The most vivid memory I have is the orphanage's impenetrable iron gate. It imprisoned me as a child inside. For a whole year. Who's in there? Oh, a 9-year-old orphan. Then why is he locked up? His father is a rapist. What good can a rapist produce? He's been locked up with other children, and the director doesn't even bother to care. TSK, how pitiful. What pitiful? He deserves it. That day, I had been starving for 3 whole days. At the peak of my hunger, my stomach felt like a meat grinder, yanking and tugging. Intense pain and fear consumed me, and I wondered if I was going to die. As I gazed at the dim light, my consciousness blurring, I seemed to see my mother's gentle face smiling at me. Xiao Yi, stay strong. You are my strongest, most wonderful Xiao Yi. I suddenly regained some consciousness, and told myself I couldn't just collapse. I propped up my feeble arms, trying to find something to fill my stomach in the empty room. Squeak. The iron door swung open. Dazzling light streamed in. I squinted my stinging eyes. A few scoffs echoed in my ears. He's not dead yet. The son of a rapist is lucky, just like Xuqiang. He's so skinny, yet he hasn't starved to death. Haha, are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? Beg me. Then they kicked me in the stomach. I clutched my aching stomach, my eyes finally adjusting to the sunlight after 3 days of absence. I could clearly see the faces of the 3 boys before me. They were the same 3 boys who had always bullied me. One was 13, the other 2 were 15. They threw a dirty steamed bun in front of me and then stepped on it. Bark like a dog, and you eat it. I said nothing, slowly crawling to my feet. Under his expectant smile, I bit his leg. That bite took all my strength, tearing off a piece of flesh. Ah! He bit me. It hurt so much. Beat him up. He screamed frantically, and the next second, I was kicked to the ground. They began to beat me wildly. I was completely exhausted, clutching my head and curling up. Chi-Yi, what a wonderful name. Mom and Dad, I hope you be like the weeds, growing wildly, free and happy. Brother, I'm here. No one can bully you. I don't know where the strength came from. Perhaps it was the instinct of survival. I fought back. Just as the fist was about to strike my head again, I grabbed him. Holding him, I jumped out the window. I leaped straight down from the 3rd floor. I couldn't beat them, but I was ruthless. That jump broke both of his legs. I, fortunately, only broke an arm. This incident alarmed the director. But he was a paid but inactive person, with no time for us orphans. After a quick lecture, the matter was over. I began diligently consuming nutrition and exercising. Since I was recovering in the hospital, I was finally able to eat 3 meals a day. I recovered rapidly. The day I returned to the orphanage after my arm injury healed, they came again. They said they wanted revenge for their brother's broken leg. I gave them a good fight. Although I was bruised and battered again, they were worse off than me. One of them even had a bloody head and a broken ear. It wasn't because of anything else. I was just ruthless. I didn't care about my own life. After that incident, no one in the orphanage dared to mess with me anymore. I became the new big brother. Everyone was afraid of me. I didn't want to be a big brother at all. I just wanted to grow up well, and tell my sister that I was doing well when I met her. After all, if my little crybaby sister knew I was hurt, she would be sad. I couldn't bear to see my sister cry. But to survive, I had to be the big brother. I was constantly fighting. Sometimes, I had to fight to the death to get a chance of survival. Only then could I maintain my position as big brother. Over time, I became like a beating machine. Even though I had never learned martial arts, I mastered countless fighting techniques. The entire street, the entire orphanage, every thug and street thug was no match for me. I became the big brother whom everyone in the population obeyed. Wherever I went, people treated me with respect. But I wasn't happy at all. Every night was accompanied by endless loneliness and a body covered in scars. Not a day went by that I didn't miss home and my sister. I missed my carefree childhood before the age of 8. But the more I thought about it, the more I seemed to forget it. If you constantly dwell on darkness, you will eventually fall into darkness. Slowly, I stopped missing these warm things. I got used to the wounds, the pain, the loneliness. I got used to the dark room. I got used to living like a walking corpse, and myself being a walking corpse. By chance, I encountered a little black cat. One of its legs had been broken, and it lay twitching in a pool of blood. It was emaciated. It looked just like me. I rescued it, and named it Inan. For no other reason than to keep it safe. It and I, both, must be safe. One day, my sister came to see me. She said her adoptive family treated her well, and that she was already in graduate school. I was so happy to see her doing well, and it seemed as if all the pain I endured over the years was nothing. But the good times didn't last long. The zombie outbreak. My sister was trapped at school, and I had to save her. The fighting skills I honed to survive in the orphanage came in handy now. Although the journey was dangerous, the zombies didn't seem that difficult to kill. I eagerly fought my way to her graduate school building. Just as I reached the 4th floor, a girl in black suddenly appeared at the window. She was dressed in a black combat uniform, with an unknown silver mechanical device strapped to her hands. She wore a mask and a hood, revealing only her eyes. She looked at me with a hint of surprise. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, she quickly climbed up. I don't know how she managed to climb up from outside. It's truly unbelievable. But desperate to save my sister, I didn't have time to dwell on it. When I finally reached the top floor, I was stunned. All the zombies had been killed. Looking at my sister, safe and sound at the end of the corridor, the weight of my heart finally settled. She told me that it was that mysterious girl who saved her. I thanked her. She was completely indifferent, not even glancing at me. But her sidelong glance was very pretty. It reminded me of that little black cat. Then I entered the national base, and unexpectedly saw her there too. Her name was Nansheng. She was amazing. She and her teammates worked well together, and were very strong. And I too, had 3 teammates, all very strong. The most outstanding of them was a boy named Qixian. He was different from any boy I met before. He was a very responsible, honest, and warm person. He always stole glances at Nansheng. Maybe he liked her. I thought so. But one day, I suddenly realized that I was always wanting to stole glances at her too. I was a little overwhelmed. Maybe it was because her eyes were so beautiful. I always told myself that. Maybe it was because she liked cats. I wasn't against people who liked cats. I found countless excuses. Until that day, we encountered a group of people, 3 cars chasing us relentlessly. I fought them hard. Fortunately, we won in the end. I knelt on one knee, exhausted. Then, she rushed over. Her eyes were filled with eagerness. At that moment, I felt a deep sense of joy. I realized how happy I was to see her. But I also wanted to know. Was she rushing over so eagerly for me, or for something else? I thought about it over and over, but I couldn't decide if it was love. I was too embarrassed to share these feelings with anyone. Until today, when I saw her again. She seemed to have had a conflict with someone, and my first impulse was to help her. The constant urge to check in on her became increasingly overwhelming. Finally, she got hurt. While I was frantically searching for a handkerchief, Qixian had already rushed over. It was then that I realized I didn't have a handkerchief. It was possible to bandage a wound without one. I was so stupid, so foolish. I blamed myself for my slowness. I also resented my clumsiness. Watching him bandage her wound, I felt an indescribable pain. I didn't know if this kind of pain was the same as love. In the evening, Qixian finally opened up to me. He said he liked her. I had probably guessed it, so I wasn't surprised. He asked me if I liked her. I didn't know how to answer. Most of my 26 years have been bitter. It was like a black and white movie, replaying the loss of my parents, the abandonment of relatives, the bullying of others, the separation from my sister, and the dark days of life in the orphanage. Life had long taught me how to chew up suffering and swallow it. But it hadn't taught me how to love. What is love? I could only tell him that he would be my best brother. Even if we liked the same person, I wouldn't give up on him as a brother. He told me he was going to train. He was working so hard to be closer to her. I didn't tell him, but I did too. So I must like her too. I thought. Perhaps this is what love is. I'm Qiyi, and I'm moved. Chapter 82. Xian, remember, either don't be with a girl, or if you are, you must be responsible for her for the rest of your life. I have a happy family. My parents love each other. My mother taught me from a young age that love is a precious, valuable thing. If you hold someone's hand, you must hold it for life. Just like them, holding each other's hands tightly until the very end. When zombies burst through the house and mauled my father, Leaving him lying in a pool of blood, my mother rushed forward without hesitation and embraced him. She looked up at me and said, "Run. Mom, let's go." At the time, I didn't fully understand my mother's actions. I thought my father had perished, and he must have wished for us to survive. But my mother only looked down at him. Her eyes were filled with unwavering love and grief. She shook her head, her voice still gentle. "Your father and I agreed that no matter what, we'd be together." As she spoke, she smiled, seemingly relieved, and looked at me. Xian, you are the fruit of your parents' love. You must live well." Then my father, transformed into a zombie, bit my mother to death. I was grieving the loss of my parents. I also gradually came to understand my mother's choice. They loved each other so much. Without my father, she would have lived in utter pain. Perhaps this was the best choice. They died at the moment of their greatest love, freeing themselves from suffering in this already mad world. I killed them, the zombies, and buried them. I quietly watched over the grave for a long time, then went to the national base. There were so many people here, so many. I awakened my seemingly underwhelming water-based abilities. Luckily, I've been into fitness and boxing since childhood, so I had some skills. Soon, I was spotted by a seemingly aloof and cool boy in the recruitment area, and I joined his team. He was very handsome, on par with the most handsome men in our school's history. He had a sister, and both were nice people. The other two team members were also very enthusiastic. I was very satisfied with this team. That day, I also saw a familiar figure. My junior, Enan from the acting department. The girl who made my heart flutter at first sight. I wouldn't mistake her. Even if she wrapped herself tightly, even if I had face blindness, I wouldn't have mistaken her. It was only one summer vacation, 3 months since I last saw her, and she seemed to have changed a lot. I couldn't pinpoint the specific changes, but I felt that her eyes were no longer as clear and sparkling as before. Instead, there was a dark undercurrent. Like a wounded little fox, mysterious and dangerous. She was recruiting players, and I just watched from afar, not bothering her. I really don't know how to express my feelings. Just like the entire year of college, I only ever secretly looked at her. There were so many negative rumors about her. Ever since I started caring about her, I've always heard rumors about her. She must be being kept by someone. I saw a luxury car picking her up after class. No way, Qixian, you're the most handsome guy in our department. You're so handsome, and you have so many beautiful women chasing you. Why would you like her? She must be a buzzbool. I heard she has a boyfriend who's a second-generation rich kid. I don't know if it's true or not. He showered with designer bags. She was playing in private, and it was said that she came to tobacco and alcohol. They always say that to her. I don't like listening. I only know that I like her eyes, and her unique temperament. Later, if someone dares to say bad things to her in front of me, I will beat him up. I have never fought in school, and I was also remembered as a major mistake this year. But it's all worth it. They all closed their dirty, stinky mouths. I don't believe she is that way. People's hearts are strange, and people always want to destroy beautiful things. I think it is the jealousy of others towards her. I would also ask myself, what if she was really that kind of person? Ho ho. I couldn't help laughing at myself because I knew that no matter what kind of person she was, I liked it. So yes or no, it doesn't matter. My mother said that if you want to choose someone, you have to hold her hand and walk for the rest of your life. So I always dare not start a relationship easily. Whenever a girl approached me, shyly showing affection, I asked myself, would I hold her hand forever? The answer was always no. Until she appeared. A strong voice deep inside me told me, I wanted to be with her forever. Hold her hand, and I wouldn't let go. Later, when the team was doing an S-rank mission, I saw her again. For the first time, I held her hand. It was a strange feeling. Before the apocalypse, I hadn't even had the chance to meet her face to face, yet after the apocalypse, I could be so close to her. I suddenly felt a little bit in love with this absurd world. She said her name was Nansheng. She didn't tell me her real name, and I wouldn't tell anyone hers. She calls me whatever she wants, and I actually like how she keeps it secret, protecting herself. It's nice that only I know her real name. Later, we went through some battles, and I was worried about her, but her abilities were surprisingly strong. I don't know what she's been through, but I know she must have put in a lot of effort and sweat. In the apocalypse, survival isn't easy. This made me want to become even stronger. If I were strong enough, I could stand before her and protect her. So I began training relentlessly. Seeing her so languidly and unwilling to dig out the crystal core today, I thought maybe the zombie brains were too disgusting, and she couldn't bring herself to do it, so she wanted to give my crystal core to her. Who knew the captain would do the same? I didn't expect the captain to act like this. I have a certain understanding of his temper. I think the captain might have fallen for her too. But none of that matters. Big Go-Go is not afraid of hardship. Even if he has many rivals in love, it won't stop him from wanting to protect the one he loves. So Qi Xian, go for it. I am Qi Xian, and I am moved. Chapter 83. Special Zone Residence B16. Enan sipped coffee while marking on the map. Chung Su, chewing a peach, leaned over. Boss, what are you doing? Enan pointed to a spot on the map. We're currently here, City H. Ren Yu and the others gathered around, looking at the spot Enan was pointing. With the Nuwa River as the dividing line, there are 24 cities to the north and 36 cities to the south. And here, Enan said, pointing to City C, above City M. That's where our base will be. Everyone's expressions grew serious at this. Jiang, he asked, why here, boss? Enan pointed to a spot in the Nuwa River and said, there's a north-south bridge here, the largest transportation hub across the Nuwa River. City C is not only located between the north and the south, but also the closest to this bridge. As she spoke, she took a bite of cheesecake. It's the largest one right now, but the next one will be the only one. It won't be long before all the other small bridges collapse, leaving this north-south bridge as the most important. Countless factions are vying for it, and even unscrupulous bases are occupying it and charging exorbitant tolls. City C does have a nice location. Ren Yu nodded. Song Yan looked at Enan. Boss, when are we leaving here? Enan looked at City H and the national base on the map. He was silent for a few seconds, then said calmly, soon. Once the base finishes clearing out the 4 major factions, we leave. She wanted to take advantage of this raid to salvage some supplies. Just then, the doorbell rang. Chung Su, who had run to open the door, quickly returned. Boss, a bunch of soldiers are thanking you for coming. Enan raised his brows, his face full of confusion as he walked out. Outside the door, he saw a dozen soldiers waiting for him, grinning innocently. The leading soldier, clutching a bouquet of flowers, was the very soldier he had saved during the zombie wave. Here they come, Captain Nan Sheng. Everyone was thrilled to see Enan. A soldier commanded, 3, 2, 1. The next moment, everyone bowed 90 degrees and said in unison, thank you, Captain Nan Sheng, for saving our lives. The voices were loud and powerful. The tone was sincere and grateful. Enan felt a little awkward, and could only wave her hand quickly, saying, don't thank me, I was just trying to save my teammates. If it weren't for Chung Su and the others being trapped outside, she wouldn't have saved anyone. They came to thank her with such a grand gesture. She felt truly unworthy. Captain Nan Sheng, we brothers truly admire you. We've all heard about your deeds in the 83rd Battalion. We've all heard about it in the 21st Battalion too. That wall is over 5 meters high. Even grown men like us can't climb it. We've all heard about it in the 15th Battalion too. You be the goddess of all the men in the 15th Battalion from now on. Enan was stunned by such exaggeration. Chung Su immediately stepped forward and cheerfully accepted the bouquet. I take it for our boss. We appreciate your kindness. What are you doing? You're having a party instead of fighting off the zombie horde. A stern reprimand rang out. All the soldiers looked behind them and immediately said respectfully, Deputy Commander. We're thanking our savior. Yes, we return after we thank you. Deputy Commander Jiang Ming's stern expression faded upon hearing this. It's right to repay a favor. So, return to the team. Captain Nan Sheng has something important to tell you. Yes, Deputy Commander. All the soldiers took the order and left. Captain Nan Sheng, please come with me, Jiang Ming said politely to Enan. What's going on? The Director General, please see me. Enan frowned slightly. The Director General, the highest-ranking official at the National Base. The highest-ranking official at the National Base Command Center. In the vast conference room, all the top brass gathered. At the head of the table sat a man in his 50s. It was the Director General of the National Base, Hong Yi. His hair had completely turned gray, a sign of deep thought. His wrinkled face exuded a calm dignity, as he listened with downcast brows to the reports from below. To his left and right sat Gu Su and Lu Qi, respectively. One was the Deputy Minister, the other the External Commander. Further down sat Internal Commander Wen Jun, Research Institute Director Zhang An, Chief Planner Ming Sun, and other top-level personnel from various departments. This was clearly a very important meeting. Almost all the key personnel at the base had arrived. The zombie horde is now surrounding the base. We've discovered a 4-limbed mutant capable of climbing in. The military is organizing defenses everywhere, ensuring every incoming zombie is immediately eliminated. A soldier reported from his seat. Let's talk about internal affairs first. Hani nodded, speaking gravely. The soldier glanced at Wenjun, the internal commander, and then sat down. Wenjun stood up and reported with a sigh, today at the back gate, several teams of psychics and soldiers encountered a wave of zombies outside and were unable to enter. They were locked out by the internal forces. Lu Qi nodded, looked at Hani, and added, Captain Nansheng of the Special Operations Zone team broke through the siege, opened the Iron Gate, and rescued the surviving psychics. Hani glanced at the crowd. How many times has this happened? How many times has the internal forces failed to deliver? His tone was oppressive. They've been causing trouble time and time again. With a population of nearly 100 million, not to mention the daily food consumption, they're always in trouble. Hearing this, Wenjun, the internal commander, lowered his head in shame. After all, as the internal commander, he was the first to be blamed for any internal problems. Report. Captain Nansheng of the Special Operations Zone team has arrived. A soldier entered and reported. Let her in to join the meeting. Hani glanced at Lu Qi and Gusu. His two trusted subordinates were praising the female captain in front of him. He wanted to see if this little girl was really as amazing as they said. Chapter 84. As Yinan walked in, everyone's eyes turned to her. The pressure was overwhelming. Of these senior executives, Lu Qi and Gusu were relatively young, while the others were all middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s. They had spent their entire lives shrewdly calculating, having endured countless trials and tribulations to reach their current positions. Seeing a young woman in her early 20s walk in, everyone couldn't help but wonder what kind of young woman could have been invited by the Hani headquarters director to such an important meeting. Gusu rested his index finger on his chin, his lips curled slightly, as he looked at Yinan who had entered. Yinan glanced around the large conference room and took a seat at the very end. Seeing Yinan take his seat, Hani looked at the crowd and said, Please share your thoughts on the future internal management strategy. Lu Qi withdrew his gaze from Yinan, his expression becoming stern. I go first. As everyone knows, nearly 10,000 refugees are arriving daily from various cities seeking refuge at the national base. The internal base is already overstaffed, and with limited military manpower, it's difficult to effectively control it. As a result, food distribution is sometimes delayed, public sentiment becomes extreme, and riots often ensue. Lu Qi said, pulling out a map and walking to the whiteboard beneath a large screen in the conference room, pasting the map on it. He picked up a black marker and pointed at the 3 cities of A, Y, and N surrounding H city. The national base's branches in these 3 cities are almost complete. My suggestion is to allocate half of the internal staff to these 3 branches. From now on, the main base in H city will no longer accept new non-powered individuals, only those with powers. He stood tall, handsome and upright in his black military uniform. His military aura was reassuring. He said, From now on, we will vigorously develop the main base, and let it drive the secondary bases. After Lu Qi finished speaking, Hani nodded approvingly. That's a good approach. Lu Qi returned to his seat. Hani looked at Gusu, who was propping his head up lazily, his eyes filled with questioning. Gusu smiled, lowered his hand from where he was propping his head, and said slowly, Commander Lu and I have some different ideas. I think all useless internal personnel should be expelled, leaving only the useful ones. His words surprised everyone. After all, they were a national base, and protecting the lives of the majority was their mission. Gusu glanced at the crowd's expressions. I know we've always considered the lives of ordinary people, but times have changed. As he spoke, his eyes darkened. The outside world is turbulent. Countless forces are rising, the capable survive, the useless perish. The base has been supporting too many people who shouldn't be. In peacetime, our development and efforts were effective and fruitful. But now, continuing this way would be a thankless task. Gusu handed the booklet to Hani and other senior executives. This is all the data from the national base over the past 2 weeks. Everyone took some photos and records and began to read them. It recorded every riot inside, the expressions of resentment and pain on the faces of the people. The most loyal people in the base right now are the hardest working external psychics and military personnel. Those inside we protect are, however, the most vulnerable to backstabbing us. Gusu spoke, looking at Hani, his languid eyes growing serious. Internal personnel are divided into 3 categories. The first helping with base construction, the second responsible for logistics and miscellaneous items, and the third, those who live and eat for free. So, my suggestion is to expel all those in the third category. Hani pondered the information in his hand for a moment, then turned to the others. What do you all think? Please share your thoughts. Ina leaned back in her seat, listening silently to everyone's comments. She appeared relaxed, but she felt anything but at ease. Because she knew the future of the national base best. In her previous life, after an important meeting at the base, a major internal restructuring was carried out. In the end, some internal personnel were indeed evacuated, some were expelled from the national base, while others were assigned to various branch bases. The subsequent pressure on food distribution was indeed reduced, and the internal troubles were no longer as frequent. But the downside was that the national base, built to accommodate so many people, had occupied an exorbitant area. The walls required regular repairs under the daily zombie attacks, and with the subsequent large-scale evacuation of personnel, the staff at the base were short-staffed, leaving fewer people to repair the walls. Additionally, the subsequent zombie upgrades and the frequent external unrest led to a shortage of crystal cores. With so many things to deal with, everyone temporarily neglected security. As a result, after a massive zombie wave attacked, the national base fell. The loss of personnel and resources was immense. Everyone's comments continued. Enan's thoughts never ceased. Since her rebirth, she had never considered the national base, nor had she faced the prospect of its eventual destruction. She only cared about herself, her resources, and the firearms in the armory. But after repeated close interactions with Lu Qi and others, and after meeting so many lovable and passionate soldiers, she thought, perhaps, she could try to do something. At worst, she could grab some more firearms before leaving. She already visited the armory. 1 point spent, 2 points gained. No matter how you look at it, it wasn't a loss. The last senior executive expressed his opinion. Hami nodded and looked at Enan. Captain Nansheng, do you have any thoughts? Everyone looked at Enan again. Chapter 85. Under the gaze of the crowd, Enan sat up straight. Her pleasant voice, neither humble nor arrogant, said, I do have an opinion. As soon as she said this, Hami immediately leaned forward and listened attentively. He didn't look down on her at all simply because she was a young woman in her early 20s. Enan stood up and strode towards the largest screen at the front of the conference room. She drew a rough map of the base on the whiteboard, pointed to the surroundings, and began in a pleasant voice, Everyone, look, the base is east, south, west, and north are the industrial zone, the residential area, Baymulin, and National Highway A12. Besides the National Highway, the other 3 directions are excellent reservoirs for zombie hordes. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Enan continued, therefore, the base will face increasing zombie attacks in the future. Besides reducing internal personnel, the most important thing is that the base must overhaul its defense system. Enan pointed to the center of the base and said, reduce the original area inward by half its diameter, and build a secondary defense. The higher-ups below began to discuss. Secondary defense? That means 2 layers of defensive walls. What a massive undertaking. In these chaotic times, isn't it a waste to expend so much energy and manpower on building a secondary defense? Aren't the current defenses sufficient? Why do we need a secondary defense? Most of the voices were incomprehensible. Enan remained expressionless. She put down her pen and said calmly, I'm just expressing my opinion. The specifics are up to you all. With that, she declined to say more. She returned to her seat. Very good. I support it. A deep male voice echoed. Enan looked over. Gusa lazily raised his hand, his smiling eyes gazing at her with a hint of admiration. A sharp glint flashed in Hongi's eyes. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking intently, clearly taking Enan's words to heart. We've previously brought back level 2 intelligent mutant zombies on missions. The people at the Research Institute have discovered that the zombies' intelligence is constantly evolving, and they've already demonstrated a certain degree of organization and teamwork. Lu Qi spoke, looking at Hongi. So, the future zombie wave will inevitably grow in scale. There's even a high possibility of an organized and planned zombie attack. Captain Nansheng has indeed considered something we haven't. Hongi nodded. That's a perspective worth pondering. Report, the 4 major factions' hideouts have been interrogated. A soldier rushed in to report. This is urgent. I need to handle it first. Lu Qi immediately stood up. You go ahead. We discuss the rest. Hongi nodded. Then he saw Lu Qi looking at Enan. Hongi looked at Enan and said, Captain Nansheng, go too. Your special operations zone is essential for such an important operation. Enan nodded, stood up, and followed Lu Qi out. A large group of soldiers were already waiting outside. Seeing Lu Qi emerge, several soldiers stepped forward to report the situation. Commander, although the 3 responsible persons have given different information, There are 5 streets in total: Sanduo Street, Chuanchi Road, Jiolong Road, Lioli Street, and Yangguan Road. And their 3 main meeting points are in the 3 hotels on Jiolong Road. Lu Qi took the map of H City handed to him by the soldier and gave the order in a crisp and clear voice. Move all troops not defending against the zombie tide and encircle these 5 streets in batches. Yes, Commander. The soldier strode out, taking his orders. Another soldier stepped forward and asked, Commander, how do we mobilize the external psychic teams? All 50 teams, with the highest contribution points, must be dispatched. We must take them down in one fell swoop. Yes. The next moment, all the soldiers rushed out. Lu Qi turned to look at Yinan. The light from outside filtered through his body, piercing Yinan's eyes. Under the bright light, Yinan's eyes narrowed slightly. She suddenly realized. This had happened several times. He always turned from the crowd, facing the light, to look at her. Lu Qi's voice rang out softly, Your squad will follow me. Yinan shook his head. Our Nansheng team will be operating independently this time. Lu Qi was silent for a second, then nodded. Okay, how many weapons do you need? 5 Gatling guns and 1 helicopter. Okay. He agreed so readily that Yinan raised an eyebrow. The deputy minister told me, Commander, you have no control over the weapons. Amid the chaotic din of the assembled troops, Lu Qi's steady voice was reassuring. I grant you whatever you want, and it be in my name. Just ensure your squad stays safe. Then we need 2 more boxes of ammunition and 3 more Gatling guns. Since it's free, why not? Okay. Lu Qi remained forthright, handing Yinan a walkie-talkie. Make sure you return safely. If you have any problems, call me. Giving her a final, deep look, he turned and strode away. Captain Nansheng, come with me to get your weapons. A soldier stepped forward and said respectfully. Chapter 86. The soldiers were all sprinting. This massive operation had mobilized nearly all of the base's combat power. After receiving his weapons, Yinan walked against the crowd toward the special operations zone. Chu Hui, anxiously hurrying, spotted Yinan from afar and said, Goddess. No, Captain Nansheng. Yinan looked at Chu Hui, who had just emerged from the special operations zone, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Has your team entered the special operations zone? Chu Hui grinned widely. Yes, yes. We were just promoted to the special operations zone today. I'm anxious to reunite with my teammates. They've all gone to the outer camp to join the main force. Okay. Yinan smiled and nodded, then walked toward the special operations zone. Chu Hui scratched his head as he watched Yinan's back. Strange. Everyone's rushing out, but the goddess seemed so leisurely and unhurried. Outside the special operations zone B16 residents, Chung Su and the others were anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Yinan, they all rushed over to greet him. Captain, you're finally back. Everyone just got the message to assemble at the outer camp. No rush. Yinan said calmly, eat and drink first. We leave later. With that, she strode inside and, deep in thought, came to the map. Everyone followed Yinan into the room. They never questioned Yinan's decisions, nor did they question them. They knew full well how powerful and reliable their captain was. Soon, after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Yinan summoned all the team members and pointed to the areas near Sanduo Street, Chuanchi Road, Jiolong Road, Lioli Street, and Yangguan Road in H City. He said, Nian, take Xiaohe to the building at the southwest corner of Chuanchi Road in a helicopter. Keep a close watch on them. If anyone escapes from the street, chase them. Remember, don't get caught. Ren Yu and Chung Su, take the helicopter to the building on the northeast corner of Yangguan Road for surveillance. Similarly, if anyone escapes, follow them closely. The 4 of them nodded solemnly. Okay, boss. Sanduo Street and Lioli Street are between them. Don't worry about them. I go to Kowloon Road, and we contact you via intercom. After Yinan finished speaking, Chung Su immediately asked, Boss, are we going to catch the ones who have slipped through the net? No, we're going to catch the real hideout of the gang. As Yinan spoke, her eyes turned cold as she recalled her many encounters with the gang in her previous life. Her previous life's team was specifically responsible for catching members of the gang, and they had the deepest understanding of the group. The gang's leader was Song Wenjing, known to his subordinates as Brother One. Despite his youth, he possessed considerable courage. He single-handedly led around 300 people to establish the gang. He was cunning and scheming, and acted cautiously. In a previous life, the national base destroyed the safe zone. The leader who escaped immediately returned to report the situation, and the members of the thug group quickly evacuated, becoming even more secretive from then on. The base tried every possible means to eliminate the thug group. They raided numerous small hideouts, but failed to apprehend Song Wenjing and their true headquarters. Thinking of this, Enan said calmly, I'm not completely confident we find their true hideout. I can only act according to circumstances and leave the rest to fate. Boss, isn't it just tracking? Is that so difficult? Chung Su was puzzled. The thug group has many hideouts. Just because you track one doesn't mean it's their true base. Enan said, checking his equipment. Let's go! Yes. According to Enan's instructions, everyone divided into 3 teams and set off together. This time, Enan brought Xiaorui with him. The zombie horde outside the base had been largely destroyed, with countless corpses piled outside the walls. From the helicopter, the dense mass of corpses and the river of blood below were a horrific sight. Xiaorui leaned against the window, watching the scene below silent, her face filled with solemnity. Soon, Enan arrived at a building near Kowloon Road. The streets below were piled high with zombie corpses, clearly having been cleared by the large forces from the national base. The troops from the base near Kowloon Road and the psychic team were surrounding the streets. Enan stood on a building, observing through binoculars. He saw people fleeing from shops on the street below, some in cars, some on motorcycles, and some simply running. But under the overwhelming military suppression, they were all intercepted. The gangs that were recklessly charging in cars were directly mowed down by the military's weapons. But the streets were wide, and there were always areas the army might overlook. A few minutes later, Enan spotted 2 or 3 men slipping out of the back door of a hardware store. Unseen from their hidden corner, they fled, each carrying a large package on their back. Enan assumed it was food. But these 2 or 3 men looked like underlings, so Enan didn't intend to pursue them. She continued to observe them closely, her eyes narrowed. Soon, there was a commotion below. Catch them. They're driving 2 trucks. Quick, stop them. Stop them. Amidst the exclamations, Enan looked over and saw 2 large trucks barreling down, crushing the 2 soldiers who had rushed out. 2 soldiers were killed instantly. Other soldiers pursued them relentlessly, accompanied by 3 or 4 armored vehicles, each attempting to outflank them. All the zombies within a few kilometers swarmed toward the area. The trucks struggled forward, crushing the zombies, but the sheer number of them slowed them down, and they were on the verge of being overtaken by the troops from the national base. At that moment, Enan spotted several familiar figures, Qi Yi, Qi Xian, and 5 others from the Winter team, and Bai Jinghe and 5 others from the Qinghe team. Qi Yi had already climbed onto the truck window and engaged in a fight with the men. The soldiers immediately followed. Dozens of people suddenly emerged from the 2 trucks. Amidst the chaotic swarm of zombies and soldiers, they desperately tried their best to scatter in all directions. Like fleeing rats, the scene was utterly chaotic. Enan stared intently at 2 of the men. She knew the man well. If she remembered correctly, he was a small leader of the troublemakers group. That's him. Enan returned to the helicopter, fixed her gaze on the direction the man had fled and chased him. She followed from a distance until she saw the group fleeing into an alleyway at a nursing home. Boss, Brother Rin and I tracked a few people to a hotel. Keep watching. Boss, Sister Yen Yen is chasing a few people, but it seems we've been spotted. They turned into a shopping mall. It's okay if we're spotted. Keep watching. After replying one by one, Enan stopped near the nursing home. Her intuition told her that this couldn't be the gang's hideout. Their place was definitely quite large. Enan found an ideal observation spot, keeping a close eye on every entrance and exit of the nursing home. Xiaorui followed closely behind, obediently following behind. Time slipped by. Soon, darkness fell. Chapter 87. Inside Chuanxi Road, a deputy was reporting to Lu Qi. Commander Lu, we've secured the strongholds of all 4 factions, and the supplies are all there. Lu Qi nodded, arranged for the troops to transport the supplies back to base. The deputy hesitated, then said, I heard the troublemakers group is the largest of their factions, but strangely, they have so few supplies. I wonder if the intelligence is wrong. Lu Qi glanced around, his eyes darkening. Let's move the supplies first. They might have other hiding places. Yes. After the soldiers left, Lu Qi took out his walkie-talkie, switched channels, and after a few seconds of hesitation, pressed the talk button. Where is your team? A moment later, Enan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Our team isn't together right now. Are you all safe? Yes. That's good. Lu Qi said, then paused for 2 seconds before adding, our operation here is over, and we're in the final stages. Yes. Enan's voice was very soft and faint. Lu Qi wanted to say something more, but after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately said nothing. He wanted to tell her that he didn't care whether she made any contributions, as long as she was safe. But he felt that such words were too burning, too hot to open. And he couldn't bring himself to say them, as the base commander. He was the base commander. He was responsible for thousands of soldiers and psychics. No matter how much he favored her, he couldn't abuse his authority to protect her too much. A boy from the psychic team nearby said disdainfully, "The commander is probably talking to the captain of Team Nansheng. It's such an important operation, and we haven't seen anyone from Team Nansheng at all. And they're in the special operations zone. I think they're deserters." The voice was filled with sarcasm. "What the hell are you talking about?" He demanded from the side. Standing over 5 feet 80 inches tall, he only forced the 5 feet 65 inches man to retreat repeatedly. But he still looked unconvinced. "You guys from the Qinghe team are still speaking for their team? They're in the special operations zone, with better accommodations and food than us. And yet, we're here, desperately completing missions and killing zombies, while they're nowhere." He frowned. "The missions in the special operations zone are much more difficult. Don't spread rumors without evidence. They must be on more important missions." "Humph, what more important mission? Everyone in the base is here for this mission. There's no other mission." The 5 feet 65 inches man grew increasingly arrogant. A teammate behind him scoffed. "Yes, I've heard the captain of the Nansheng team is a woman. How capable can a woman be? I'm afraid she got the position by clinging to a man." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Qi, who was standing in the crowd of soldiers in the distance, with a teasing look on his face. The next second, he was kicked to the ground. Bai Jinghe drew his knife and pressed it against his neck. "Shut your shit-eating mouth. You hit someone." The 5 feet 4 inches tall man yelled, then drew his weapon and slashed at Bai Jinghe. The two teams immediately engaged in a fight. "What are you doing over there? Stop fighting. Hey, everyone from the Qinghe and King teams, stop." The noise of the fight attracted many psychics and soldiers, who rushed to intervene. The two teams were soon separated, and a deputy sternly demanded, "Why are you fighting? We're all from the same base. We need to stick together. They're spouting bullshit." Bai Jinghe straightened his white shirt, and said coldly to the 5 men from the king's team across from him, "Bullshit." The 5 feet 65 inches man immediately retorted, "What I said is correct. Team Nansheng isn't participating in the mission. Does that make sense?" After he finished speaking, his teammates behind him chimed in, "Yeah, the special administrative region has such a great environment. We live in cramped, underfed buildings every day, while the special administrative region boasts spacious apartments, good food, and plenty of food. Why wouldn't they come for the mission?" From a distance, Lu Qi frowned as he watched Bai Jinghe. He had seen them arguing and didn't want to get involved, but when he heard the word Nansheng, he strode over. Team Winter also arrived. More and more people gathered around to join in the fun. Bai Jinghe, He and Zhang Ming fell silent. After all, they didn't know where Yinan and the others had gone. But He still stood up, pointing at the opposing king's team, and said, "If you don't agree, then go to the special operations zone based on your own abilities. Stop talking like that, you sourpuss. TSK, of course I'm not as tall as the captain of Team Nansheng. She's a woman." The 5 feet 4 inches man said sarcastically, then spotted Lu Qi approaching with a sullen expression. He swallowed and took 2 steps back. His instinct told him the man was angry. "Let's go," he whispered, pulling his team members out of the crowd. Lu Qi looked at the 5 people running away in disgrace, his face grim. Chapter 88. "Boss, something's happening. 2 cars are leaving the back door of the hotel." Yinan, who was on guard, heard the voices of Cheng Su and the others on the intercom. A shiver sank in her heart. "Follow them." "Okay." About 20 minutes later, Cheng Su's excited voice rang out. Boss, they drove into a ravine and disappeared." Yinan was delighted. "Tell me the exact location, and Yin and I will come looking for you." Soon, Yinan and Song Yin arrived at the hillside where Cheng Su and the others were. Cheng Su and Ren Yu had been waiting there long ago. Upon seeing Yinan arrive, they pointed to a mine at the foot of the hillside and said, "Boss, that's it. I saw their car parked nearby and drove in." Yinan looked ahead, where there were almost no zombies. It was obvious that there were living people living there, and the zombies had been cleared out. "I go check the situation first. If the intercom light comes on, you guys fire your Gatling guns." "Okay." Yinan whispered the order, crouching forward. The night deepened, a shroud of darkness covering the entire landscape. Yinan approached silently, using the dense jungle to conceal his presence, and soon reached the mine. The mine, roughly the size of 10 football fields, was surrounded by mountains. Tents were set up around it, and lights could be vaguely seen below. Enon peered over the railing and vaguely saw dozens of men, and several scantily clad women at the mine entrance. It looked like there were at least 200 people here. This was most likely the hideout of the gang. Enon placed the intercom in his space, and quietly approached the mine entrance. At this moment, several men suddenly approached from the nearby jungle, 2 of them even pulling up their trousers as they walked. Their conversation reached Enan's ears. Brother One was quite foresight. He allowed us to secretly establish a base here early on. That's why we didn't get stabbed by the national base along with those 3 gangs. Why would those 3 gangs want to join my troublemakers? They're just a bunch of idiots. Haha, that's true. It's a pity that Ma Z and the others were killed. Hey, why dwell on that? Today, the brothers found a few chicken coops with plenty of live chickens inside, all starving and emaciated. Let's have some fun together tonight, brothers. You're not sleepy anymore now that I'm talking about that. I haven't enjoyed myself in ages. I pick out a nice one later. Get out of here. Brother One hasn't even picked one yet, so why should it be your turn? Brother One has high standards for women. He definitely wouldn't be interested in these chickens. Just wait and see. Come on, we're all men. We all have sexual needs. They chatted incessantly, drawing closer and closer to the grass where Enan was squatting. One of the men, apparently noticing Enan's location, raised his guard and asked, "Is anyone there?" The next second, whoosh, whoosh, 2 darts flew accurately, instantly killing the 2 men. At the same time, Enan rolled forward, dagger in hand, quickly dispatching 1 man before knocking another unconscious with a single punch. All this happened in a fraction of a second. Looking at the 4 men's bodies on the ground, Enan finished off his slashes and continued toward the mine entrance. It seemed likely that those scantily clad women were the chickens they had just been luring. They must be the prostitutes they hauled from various brothels. The tents surrounding the mine glowed faintly. The moans of a man and a woman emanated from the tents, clearly indicating some kind of activity. The silhouettes of the man and woman cast a voluptuous shadow on the tents. Enan zeroed in on a quiet tent and swiftly rushed in. A woman was fast asleep inside, startled awake by Enan's entry. Just as the woman was about to scream, Enan slashed her throat with a dagger. Just then, a wary man emerged from a neighboring tent. He approached Enan's dark tent suspiciously, putting on his pants and asking, "What's that noise?" Enan remained calm. He calmly picked up the woman's scattered clothing and put it on. After removing his mask, he tossed the woman's body into the space to feed the tigers. Wiping off the blood, he let his hair down and gracefully walked out. He smiled softly at the man outside and said, "Sorry to bother you." The man, who was putting on his pants, was stunned to see Enan emerge. Although it was difficult to see clearly in the dim moonlight, the woman's fair skin seemed to glow with a faint white light, so beautiful that she seemed unreal. His eyes widened, and it took him a moment to come back to his senses. Holy shit, how can there be such a beautiful woman? Hey, are you guys ready? You're taking so long. Several men shouted from the bottom of the mine. The man in front of Enan looked down and immediately responded, "I'm coming." The men down the slope now saw Enan, and were all stunned. The leading man was clearly their leader. He walked towards Enan with his eyes shining, the lust in his gaze growing stronger and stronger. "You're so beautiful." He then reached out his hand. "Li Qingyun." A stern voice echoed, and a dark-skinned man approached. He was clearly of higher status, and the small leader, Li Qingyun, immediately hunched his neck and bowed his head, retreating to the side. "Brother Hao, you're here." The man named Brother Hao glanced at Enan, then glanced at Li Qingyun. "A woman with this kind of beauty must belong to Brother One. You've gotten a little bold, haven't you?" "That's just a whore," Li Qingyun muttered, as if trying to argue. "Get lost." Brother Hao kicked him away, pointing at Enan and saying, "Send her and the few other attractive women we just picked to Brother One for his review." "Yes." Several men approached from behind, looking at Enan and saying, "Follow us." With that, they strode down into the mine. Enan immediately followed. Outside the mine, several decent-looking women, upon seeing Enan, all showed hostility towards her. They had always been engaged in a profession of serving men. Competing for male resources was normal. Not to mention, it was the end of the world. They had starved for days, before finally being rescued. Now, they could earn food by simply continuing to serve men as they had before the end of the world, living better than most. This was a piece of cake for them. Heard they were going to meet the gang's leader, and they all wanted to perform well, hooking up with a capable man and living a good life. And now, such a stunning beauty had arrived. This meant their chances were even less. Enan ignored their hostility and simply followed the men into the mine. The mine was vast and deep, with only 3 or 4 dim oil lamps hanging on the dark walls. Enan carefully observed her surroundings. This was a very large mine, hundreds of meters deep, with many underground levels. Enan guessed that their supplies must have been concentrated in the safest underground area. Soon, they turned into a narrow, dark corridor. "Follow me closely," the man in front of them said fiercely. Suddenly, Enan felt 2 women behind her push her. She sneered inwardly. Just when she was worried about finding a chance to escape, something unexpected happened. Enan slapped the 2 women, sending them screaming and tumbling down the stairs to the side. "Ah! Someone hit me. What's wrong? Don't pull me. Someone's fallen." The women's screams rang out, and the scene erupted in chaos. Enan continued to attack left and right, kicking several women down. She rolled over and landed safely on the ground. Several men in front stopped and asked, "What's going on?" In the pitch-black hallway, no one knew what was happening. Below the hallway was the second underground level. Seeing the women tumbling down, everyone rushed over. The man in the lead held a candle and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Enan, lurking nearby, kicked the candle out of the man's hand. The surroundings were completely plunged into darkness. "My candle! I can't see it! Where's the light source?" Everyone started to cry out in surprise. The men's screams and the women's shrieks mixed together, a piercing sound. In the chaos, there was pushing and shoving and trampling. In the darkness, no one noticed Enan quietly slipping away. "Here's the candle." A man approached from a distance, holding a candle. He tripped over Enan. His candle tumbled to the ground and disappeared. The light vanished again. Enan quickly ran underground. Her vision was better than anyone else's, allowing her to navigate the dark space with ease. Soon, Enan spotted a large amount of supplies in the mine's 3rd underground level. She collected them as she went. Like a gust of wind in the darkness, she cleared out all supplies wherever she went. The crowd upstairs remained restless. After about 10 minutes, Enan heard a stern rebuke. And everyone greeted him respectfully, "Brother One." It was clearly Song Wenjing's arrival. Enan had also collected nearly half of her supplies. She looked at the remaining pile of supplies, which filled the entire playground. Pulling out the intercom from the space, he said, "Commander Liu, we've discovered the true hideout of the scoundrel group. It's in the abandoned Wanjin mine, north of Area 3. They number over 200. These remaining supplies, and this scoundrel group were Enan's last act for the base. It was a way of repaying Liu Qi's generous gift of weapons." After saying this, Enan put the intercom back into the space. Outside Chuanchi Road, Liu Qi stood tall, looking at the neatly arranged troops. "There's a change of plan. Everyone, head to the Wanjin mine immediately. Quick!" At that moment, Enan had already sprinted back to the 2nd underground level. From a distance, she spotted a tall, handsome man, carrying a headlamp, descending the stairs from the basement level. At the bottom of the stairs, all the men, though dusty, stood respectfully. The women were kneeling on the ground, all in a state of disarray. Enan advanced stealthily in the darkness. But before she could get close, Song Wenjing's sharp eyes darted in her direction. His eyesight and hearing were clearly superior to those of an average person. Although Enan's location was pitch black to him, he could still sense the slightest movement. "Come out." Song Wenjing's voice was cold and indifferent. There was even a hint of chill in it. Enan didn't move. She pinched her arm, squeezing out a tear. "I told you to come out." Song Wenjing, clearly impatient at this moment, snapped. All the men and women looked into the darkness. They were puzzled as to who was in the darkness. Enan continued to pinch his arm, staring intently at Song Wenjing. Tears streamed down drop by drop. Soon, they became a river. Song Wenjing sneered, and like a bloodthirsty wolf, he glared fiercely, lantern in hand, and walked towards Enan. Everyone followed him. The light gradually illuminated the area ahead. Soon, a charming woman, tears streaming down her face, appeared before everyone. Her hair was disheveled, a few strands clinging to her cheeks from tears, making her already petite face even more vulnerable and endearing. Song Wenjing was stunned. The air was filled with the sound of men gasping. "I'm afraid of the dark," Enan sobbed softly. Song Wenjing slowly lowered the hand holding the lantern, his furrowed brows softening, and the sharpness in his eyes faded. The younger brother behind him immediately seized the opportunity and approached, eager to claim credit. "Brother One, this is the woman the brothers brought you." Chapter 89. "It's been a while, no signal. I hope the boss is okay." On the hillside, Chung Su muttered, lying in the grass, staring at the mine. The others were silent for a few seconds. Xiao Rui looked at her brothers and sisters, her face tense and filled with worry. This mine has only one entrance and exit. The closed space makes it difficult to escape. Renyu pondered, a hint of worry in his tone. I won't wait any longer. I go support the boss. Chung Su's voice rose, and he was about to stand. Song Yen and Renyu, one on each side, held down his massive body. Calm down. Wait a little longer. Song Yen whispered softly. Chung Su glanced at the sullen faces of his two teammates beside him, calmed down a little, and continued to lie low, staring intently at the cave entrance. Wait another 10 minutes. If the boss doesn't signal, we attack. Jiang, he said, tightening his grip on the gun. Xiao Rui also stared intently at the cave entrance. She held out her small hand, a faint green mist emanating from its palm. It had been so long, Sister Shengsheng had saved her for so long. She had been secretly practicing her supernatural powers day by day, and finally, she could offer some help. Inside the mine, on the second underground level, Song Wenjing looked at the beautiful woman before him. 3 parts allure, 3 parts innocence, 3 parts laziness, and 1 part pitiful. He didn't respond to his subordinate's flattering words, but turned and walked towards the basement level. Follow me. He was clearly addressing Enan. The men around him exchanged teasing glances. After Song Wenjing and Enan had walked away, one man excitedly said, See, I told you, Brother Wen is definitely making an exception this time and getting into some sex. This is the first woman Brother Wen has ever taken a fancy to. Several men, holding newly lit candles, chattered in unison. They spotted a few women huddled in a corner, each grinning lewdly. Hey! The rest are all ours, brothers. Enan followed Song Wenjing step by step to a room on the basement level. Song Wenjing's bedroom was the largest and only place in the mine with power. She had been observing him closely from behind. The leader of this gang of scoundrels was completely different from what she had imagined. Unlike the filthy, unruly thugs, he was spotless and even exuded a refined aura. From the first glance, one wouldn't associate him with a gang of scoundrels. Enan lowered his eyes, pondering how to get any information out of him. After all, there hadn't been such a group in the Wanjin mine in his previous life. This guy must have moved on. She really wanted to know where they had hidden in their previous lives, so much so that the national base had mobilized so many manpower and resources, but failed to find their hideout. Song Wenjing walked into the house, but found that Enan hadn't followed. He turned to look at her, his eyes full of inquiry. It's too dirty. My skin is allergic to it, Enan said softly, hugging her arms and hunching her head, looking delicate. Song Wenjing frowned slightly. He had never heard that dirt could cause skin allergies. But seeing the woman in front of him like this, he couldn't be too harsh. He could only say, this is the environment in the apocalypse. Enan looked at Song Wenjing with watery eyes, looking at him with hope. Brother Wen, will we move in the future? I want a bigger house. Her call of Brother Wen melted Song Wenjing's heart. He felt as if a spring had washed over him, stirring his heart. His men loved to play with women, kidnapping all sorts of women every now and then, none of whom he cared for. He had never understood why those tycoons in TV dramas always sought out women. Women were nothing but trouble. But this woman gave him a different feeling today. Although her delicate and affected demeanor was no different from those stereotypical women, he simply couldn't find a way to dislike her. For once, he patiently said to her, I plan to move to In City tomorrow. Then, I won't have to live in the mines anymore. Enan smiled. Great, you've moved to In City. No wonder the gang's hideout can't be found in all of H City. Having established roots in In City, but playing both ways, their appetites are quite large. Song Wenjing saw Enan laughing at his words, feeling quite satisfied. But the next second, deafening gunfire erupted outside the mine. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was so penetrating that everyone inside the mine panicked. Several men rushed in from outside. Brother Wen, there's an attack. The exact number is unknown. There should be quite a few. They have a lot of guns. They're probably from the national base. Our hideout has been discovered. In an unnoticed corner, Enan's walkie-talkie vanished into thin air. Song Wenjing's face darkened. He walked to the table. Everyone, hide in the mine and seal the entrance. I call for backup. Yes. Several men quickly ran away. Enan hadn't expected Song Wenjing to have support. He pulled a slightly battered walkie-talkie from a drawer and, amidst the clatter of electricity, said, I'm in trouble. Come support me. I give you 30% of the supplies. 2 seconds later, a sharp man's voice rang out from the other side. Only 30%. Young Master One is still as stingy as ever. Song Wenjing frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, 50%. The man's shrill voice, coupled with a snarky tone, sounded incredibly provocative. 80%. Even less than 10%, and I won't help. Outside the mine, the sound of gunfire continued unabated. Song Wenjing's voice suddenly slowed. Huang Xiang, don't come on. Even if all of my troublemakers die today, you won't get a single cent of the supplies. Not only that, I reveal your location in City Inn, and have the national base wipe you out. His slow tone concealed a ruthless determination to perish together. Song Wenjing, you're such a complete idiot. It's 50%. I'm mobilizing all my men to help you right now. The intercom then returned to silence. Chapter 90. Yinan hadn't expected Song Wenjing and Huang Xiang to have a connection. Huang Xiang, the cousin of Cheng Jianyan, the local tyrant in Inn City, had exploited Cheng Jianyan's dominant influence in Inn City to commit numerous nefarious acts. That's right, the Wanjin mine was very close to Inn City, and Huang Xiang had been roaming around the city's outskirts, so it wasn't surprising that they had a connection. However, with the addition of Huang Xiang's men, it wouldn't be easy to encircle the Wanjin mine. While Yinan was contemplating, Song Wenjing had already left. She followed him out. She saw a group of large men hurriedly carrying rocks to block the cave entrance. Song Wenjing was surrounded by several other men, presumably the leaders of their gang. One of the lean men narrowed his eyes slightly upon noticing Yinan approaching, scratching his head as if pondering something. Yinan ignored him, and strode towards the cave entrance. The slender man with shifty eyes suddenly seemed to remember something and shouted, I'm in charge of this transport. I've never seen such a beautiful woman. Song Wenjing reacted immediately and ran towards Yinan, who was heading towards the cave entrance, shouting, Stop her! Instantly, everyone rushed towards Yinan. The men carrying stones dropped theirs and lunged at Yinan. At the critical moment, Yinan, who had already reached the cave entrance, turned around and, with a powerful bolt of lightning, struck the pursuers with a fierce force. Everyone was pushed back several steps like a wave. However, Song Wenjing gritted his teeth and continued running towards Yinan. Enduring the fierce lightning that rivaled thunder from heaven, he reached out to grab Yinan, but was knocked away by her punch the next second. Song Wenjing finally seemed unable to withstand the violent lightning and retreated several steps, staring intently at Yinan. Special ability, enhanced body? Yinan smiled faintly. Song Wenjing's eyes reflected the blue-purple lightning and Yinan's stunning face, his voice remaining calm. Are you from the national base? All the men from the troublesome group stood behind Song Wenjing, staring at Yinan. This powerful lightning barrier was beyond the reach of any of them. Before you ask me that question, you might as well think about why I didn't kill you. Without pausing, Yinan unleashed her grappling hook and quickly retreated, and the moment she left, the gunfire rang out again, all fired precisely at the cave entrance, forcing all the troublesome group members into the mine. Let's continue sealing the mine. The man named Brother Hao looked at Song Wenjing, who had issued the order, and asked in confusion, Brother One, why didn't she kill you? Song Wenjing gave him a cold look, a look that seemed to say, how should I know? Li Qingyun, not far away, rushed over with a sly look on his face. I wonder if she's fallen in love with the handsome Brother One. Song Wenjing looked outside the cave and sneered. Falling in love with him? Oh, only an idiot would think she's in love with him. Song Wenjing thought of her tearful expression when he first saw her, and his heart grew colder. It's all a trick, all an act. Bang! A loud noise echoed. Everyone looked at Song Wenjing, who had violently broken his long sword. No one dared to say anything more. They lowered their heads and continued to carry the stones. Yinan was shocked when he saw Cheng Su and the others. Each of them held a gun in each hand. In addition to the 8 Gatling guns that Lu Chipi had, they also took up the ordinary guns that they had seized before. 5 people, unleashing a hail of gunfire. Boss! Cheng Su and the others were thrilled to see Yinan return safely. Keep fighting. Don't give them a chance to escape. Yinan said, looking at Xiaorui. Xiaorui, come with me. The rest of you stay here and wait for the people from the international base. Boss, where are you going? Renyu asked hurriedly. To City Inn. Yinan quickly boarded the helicopter with Xiaorui. Just then, the intercom, freshly retrieved from the space, rang. Nan Sheng, can you hear me? Lu Qi's voice was urgent. Yinan had Xiaorui hold the talk button and hold it to his lips while he piloted the helicopter. Yes, I can hear you. Where were you just now? Why didn't you reply? You know how. His voice was urgent, but he stopped mid-sentence. Busy flying the helicopter, Inan didn't have much energy to decipher the emotion in Lu Qi's words. She lowered her voice. Commander Lu, how long will it take you to arrive? They've called for reinforcements, but the exact number is unknown. The main force will arrive in over 20 minutes. Stay away from the mine and find a safe place to wait for us. Lu Qi's voice had regained its composure, but still tinged with worry. Inan didn't reply, because she could see the crowd below from afar. The massive convoy, pursued by zombies, was advancing rapidly. It was most likely Huang Xiang and his men. Xiaorui put down the walkie-talkie and peered down through the window. Sister Sheng, there are so many people down there. An's expression grew serious. Judging by the naked eye, there were probably over 200 of them. There must be their camp ahead. Inan accelerated with all his might, flying relentlessly forward. In the back seat of the car below, a skinny man sat. He wore a thick gold necklace, had dark circles under his eyes, and was idly grinding his teeth. The younger brother beside him glanced up at the sky and said warily, Brother Xiang, I think I see a helicopter. Huang Xiang craned his neck to peer upward. The sky was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. He kicked the younger brother beside him, spitting, Get out. Are you kidding me? The younger brother covered his head and huddled in a corner, not daring to say another word.